He was exhausted from constant overtime work. The moment he turned around, he found himself transported to a bizarrely reversed world. A place where weak men stayed home as house husbands, while strong women went out to earn money and support the family. Waking up with an effeminate appearance like a girl, he could not help feeling disoriented because everything was wrong. "Zhang Hao, are you awake yet?" he quickly recognized as his father's voice. The man grumbled as he walked in, "Hurry up and get up. You still have an appointment to stroll with Lin Yilong today. Dad is going out to buy dinner. Tonight we are eating with your stepmother and Aunt Shang. As a son, you should learn from Lin Yilong and take better care of yourself." The house husband father had just left when the young man was instantly stunned. "Who am I? Where is this? Who is Lin Yilong? Why do I have to put on makeup to go for a stroll? Who exactly is the crazy one here?" A series of questions appeared in his head until the phone suddenly rang. He was about to answer the call when a loud shout came from outside. "Zhang Hao, open the door." Hearing that voice, Zhang Hao immediately imagined a very cool image in his mind. It was Brother Long, a man with tattoos, strong and responsible, the role model he had always admired. He almost lost control and rushed out, "Brother Long, wait for me." But when he opened the door, the illusion shattered. Lin Yalong turned out to be a rather pretty guy, leaving him dumbfounded, while the other complained about making him wait long. Zhang Hao could not believe it, repeatedly calling out for Brother Long, while the person in front of him was still waving. "I am right here." Everything only became clear when his father spoke up. "Lin Yilong is here, grandson?" Father compared them again, praised Lin Yilong for knowing how to dress, advised men to take better care of themselves, then invited them for skincare, shocking him repeatedly. Zhang Hao, dazed and unable to adapt, repeated, "Skincare? Who am I? Where is this?" In this world, gender roles were reversed, and many famous historical figures had also become female. Men stayed home to help with household chores, while women were strong and took on heavy work. Here, men were inherently weaker than women, and a society that valued women caused men to become increasingly rare and treated as precious treasures. Going outside, Zhang Hao felt lost as he was admired by girls. Lin Yilong eagerly invited him to buy face masks, get manicures, and even worried about female hooligans in society. Zhang Hao could barely stand it, only wanting to escape this situation as fast as possible. Passing by a tattoo parlor, he immediately dragged his friend inside. He was determined to reclaim his strong male image and dragged Lin Yilong to save himself. As soon as he entered, Zhang Hao loudly demanded full-back dragon tattoos for himself and his friend. Lin Yilong panicked and tried to stop him. Were not warmly welcomed and were reminded that boys should not get random tattoos. Provoked, Zhang Hao took off his shirt to prove he was a real man. Two female shop owners almost laughed, smoking and surprised by his reaction. He continued causing a fuss, demanding dragon, tiger, and phoenix tattoos. Lin Yilong could not stop him, while the two owners laughed in amusement. In the end, he crawled home exhausted, leaning against the door and gasping, "I am too tired, just cancel everything." In the living room, his stepsister Tian Qin was already sitting and waiting. He panicked and ran away before he could say anything. "Sorry, I entered the wrong house." Sitting at the dining table, he was still dazed, not understanding why the house was full of girls. Father had to explain again about Aunt Yan and Tian Qin coming for dinner. He awkwardly apologized, and the aunt sympathized, thinking he was busy with schoolwork. Memories gradually became clear. In this world, his father had remarried. His stepmother was Zhang Yan, his stepsister was Tian Qin, and they were about to move in together. Tian Qin watched him closely, while the adults continued chatting happily. After eating, he took the chance to go to his room. He tiredly reflected on the bizarre day, makeup being teased, then realizing he had crossed over to a female-dominated world. Looking around at all the soft, weak men, he wondered in confusion if his own future would be the same. He angrily squeezed his stuffed bear, vowing he could not become that kind of person, just as Tian Qin opened the door and bumped into him. Before he could say anything, his stepsister pushed him onto the bed, leaving him flustered and unsure how to handle it. Actually, she only wanted to hug her little brother, nothing else. The close distance made him blush, awkwardly not daring to look directly at her. Seeing him blush, Tian Qin worriedly asked if he was sick and wanted to check on him. In that moment, a strange thought appeared in his head. He jumped up, trying to act masculine, "I'm very okay." But he could not help feeling that life here was not so bad. As night fell and he drifted off to sleep, a strange figure appeared in the moonlight, softly calling the name Zhang Hao. In his drowsy state, he mumbled, "Who is that? It is already midnight." Before him appeared an incredibly beautiful girl with pink hair. She asked if he remembered her, that she was the one who brought him to this world. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled the moment the strange gate opened. He recognized her and immediately questioned her for bringing him to this bizarre world. She called herself the Blood Moon Goddess, and thought that a world full of girls who liked him was a good thing. He panicked and objected, demanding she send send him back immediately. She said he could go back, but he must complete a task first. He was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. She explained that in the old world, he always wanted to become a real man. Here, weak men only watch cute anime, but real men were different. To become a real man, he must train his muscles, endure well, and not be weak like he was now. In this matriarchal world, he is forced to become a real man. If he fails, he might be assimilated and lose himself. Hearing the word assimilated, Zhang Hao immediately turned pale, thinking it was no different from becoming effeminate, and stammered for help. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood moon god mark on his body gradually faded. Wishing you good life in this world. Zhang Hao could not stop her before she left, and she had not even explained how to become a real man. Waking up the next morning, he still thought everything was just a dream. Looking down at the floor, he saw the blood moon god cord left behind. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, only then believing it was not a dream. Dragging his tired body to brush his teeth, he could not help wondering if he really had to complete the mission of becoming a real man. He had no clue whatsoever what it meant to be a real man in this matriarchal world. Despite being somewhat weak, he understood he needed to learn about this world before doing anything else. Rummaging through the bright pink room, Zhang Hao felt helpless when all he saw were strange and utterly baffling pieces of news. Those news items seemed real. Even the newspapers reported a wealthy female real estate tycoon bringing a bride price to propose to a handsome 21-year-old boy. Not stopping there, he also found a book titled Determining Virginity, which shocked him because there was even a method to check a man's first time. In this world, women were more proactive, while men easily fell into a passive state, even losing control of themselves without being able to hide it. What was there to cherish in this world anymore? Was there no way to go back? After lying helpless for a while, Zhang Hao told himself to believe in science and try to study last night's phenomenon. Maybe it was just a magnetic field fluctuation. Unable to rely on that vague mission, he decided to investigate on his own, even thinking about hiring someone with expertise to research it. But then he suddenly thought, who would he hire and where would he get the money? Damn it, he was just a high school student with not a single cent in his pocket. It seemed his immediate priority was to find a way to make money. Just then, that seductive older sister pushed the door open and walked in, calling Zhang Hao. "You are awake. Come try the breakfast I made." Zhang Hao blushed, stammering as he reached out to take it. "I will take it." He thought to himself, if all women in this world were like Sister Tian Qin, he could endure it for a while longer. Standing in front of the mirror and turning around, he felt somewhat satisfied, he had to admit. His face was a bit feminine but still very captivating, carrying a distinct androgynous beauty. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he was preparing to go to school. Passing through the kitchen for breakfast, he was still not used to his father being somewhat timid, while Aunt Yan was overly affectionate, making the atmosphere strange. Zhang Hao was shocked to see Aunt Yan being too close to his father, quickly thinking he should leave the house early before going crazy. "I am going to school now. Brother Long is waiting for me," by everyone. Just as he escaped that strange house, he met Lin Yilong, who asked, "Does my lipstick look good today?" Lin Yilong even puckered his lips to show off. "This is this year's latest model." Zhang Hao tried to endure the awkward sight, advising his friend to tone it down on the street. Lin Yilong suddenly burst into tears, asking why he had changed. "Clearly we were like this before." Zhang Hao sighed, patted his shoulder like two men, and spoke about his intention to become a real man. Before he could finish, Lin Yilong panicked and objected, saying real men were no good, you will never get a wife. Zhang Hao was so angry he was speechless. Lin Yilong quickly pulled him away, saying a pervert was watching. Zhang Hao looked around and asked where the pervert was, and his friend pointed into the distance. It turned out to be just a fat woman hiding behind a pillar, grinning lewdly. Zhang Hao sneered and said there was no need to be afraid. "Two men like us have nothing to worry about." Lin Yilong retorted in surprise, "You cannot even lift a single brick." Zhang Hao refused to admit defeat, flexing his muscles, saying he used to be good at fighting, but Long said they should take another route. As soon as they saw the fat woman approaching and calling out, Lin Yilong frantically pulled Zhang Hao and ran away, even dropping a shoe. Once safe, Lin Yilong panted, complaining his makeup was about to run, while Zhang Hao was also exhausted after just a few steps of running. What surprised him was how enormous Elliston's school was. In this world, most heavy labor was done by women. Zhang Hao began to doubt his family background. Perhaps his family was wealthy, which was why he attended an aristocratic school. His class 11-3 opened up a different world where many weak male students were taken care of by female students. Zhang Hao stood stunned, wondering why he was so weak he could not even open a water bottle. He intended to help the friend next to him open a water bottle, thinking it was a simple task, but reality was not as imagined. The bottle cap was too tight, and he could not open it. He consoled himself that maybe his posture was wrong. He took a deep breath to gather his strength again. Then he put all his force into trying to open it. Everyone around was surprised, especially by Zhang Hao's reaction rather than the fact that he could not open the cap. Finally, helpless, he handed the bottle to a female classmate nearby. Zhang Hao really wanted to cry when he realized he was so weak he could not even open a bottle cap. Many female students gathered around, offering to help him, calling him a male god. Lin Yilong stopped everyone, explaining that he had been a bit tired lately, so his behavior was unusual. In the moment of collapse, feeling so weak that he wanted to give up, he still tried to find a solution. I just need to start exercising and rebuild my daily routine. Anyway, I have to complete the True Man mission. The progress of the True Man mission was still at 0%. It felt too suffocating. Zhang Hao decided to go out for a bit. Seeing that, Lin Yilong chased after him. Wait for me. Let's go to the bathroom together, Zhang Hao. Under the curious gazes of the group of girls, Zhang Hao just wanted to disappear into the ground. Oh my god, do boys really have to go to the bathroom together? He quickly tried to find a way to leave, but everywhere he went he heard people gossiping. Zhang Hao is really handsome, look at his arms, so fair and slender. His waist also so thin, legs long and butt curvy. Zhang Hao heard so much he was almost brainwashed. This wasn't good, being handsome was fine, but he couldn't stay weak forever. He decided to take out his phone. It was time to find a place to exercise and see what was suitable. After scrolling through a few posts, he nodded with approval. It seemed pretty decent. He would have to try it out sometime. Just training muscles wasn't enough. He had to train his spirit too. Just as he was about to write a note, a female classmate walked over. What is the campus heartthrob doing? This girl was Zhang Hao's deskmate, named Huang Yuanyuan. He was startled and asked back, when did you come in without making a sound? I did make a sound. You were just too focused to hear it. Huang Yuanyuan leaned in close as if investigating. Zhang Hao, you aren't texting some girl you like, are you? The distance was too close, making Zhang Hao flustered, her face getting closer and closer. He quickly turned away. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't get so close. Men and women should keep their distance. Huang Yuanyuan seemed not to care, still playing with his hand and praising. Zhang Hao's hands are so fair and beautiful. What panicked him was that his hand had been placed somewhere it shouldn't be. Were girls in this world so bold? Zhang Hao tried to stay calm and immediately pulled his hand back. Be a little more careful, Huang Yuanyuan. The girl was confused. You're really weird today, you were never like this before. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He himself wasn't sure how he was before. It's nothing, you're overthinking. After thinking for a moment, Huang Yuanyuan asked further, did you not sleep well? I have a family massage technique, let me help you. Zhang Hao awkwardly tried to refuse but didn't expect the girl to be quite strong with her hands. He coughed lightly a few times then calmed down. Class has started, go back to your seat. The English teacher, who was also the homeroom teacher of class 3, walked in. Teacher Ma reminded, everyone sit down, let's start studying. Being a time-traveling male student, he was extremely bad at English before, but now when he looked at the textbook he could understand almost everything. To him, the content of the book was not difficult at all. This was probably the first benefit of time travel, somehow becoming a top student. Zhang Hao raised his head with a confident look at the teacher. Teacher Ma smiled. With such a confident look, come up and try to answer. Seeing his expression, the teacher asked back, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Got a cramp in your mouth? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? The whole class simultaneously turned to look at him in confusion. Zhang Hao was so embarrassed he was disoriented, thinking, cramp my foot, but he still calmly replied, I'm fine, teacher, you saw wrong. The girls started buzzing. Why is the heartthrob so weird today? Is his image about to collapse? I heard he fell and hit something. Zhang Hao helplessly held his forehead thinking, you guys are the ones with problems. He just wanted to disappear from this place. After school, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong took a walk together. What's wrong with you? You look so tired. Zhang Hao answered absent-mindedly. It's nothing, probably didn't rest well yesterday. But inside he felt like screaming. While walking they met a muscular girl who asked, Zhang Hao, wasn't that dunk just now cool? Walking a bit further they met a girl with a very neat ponytail who smiled and teased. Hey handsome, look at you. Zhang Hao was almost going crazy. I really can't take this anymore. Just as he stepped down the stairs, he met a young man making a big fuss as if he had been wronged. The person had fallen on his own and was crying. Zhang Hao, I tried to avoid you, but why did you push me? A complete mess. Going to school was more stressful than working. He really wanted to go back to his old life. Before he could settle down, another girl blocked him. Zhang Hao, I want to tell you something. I've liked you for a long time, let's date. She was also holding a rather eye-catching bouquet of flowers. Zhang Hao thought to himself, this is exactly the typical confession. He awkwardly waved his hand. Sorry, I haven't thought about dating. After saying that, he quickly left. The girl stood there and burst into tears. Lin Yilong's eyes lit up. Even the star student likes you. I'm so jealous. Zhang Hao was annoyed. Just talk normally. Let's go eat. He was thinking about what to eat when he saw other male students getting very little food. Long bro. Do they eat that little over there? Lin Yilong was annoyed. Why do you keep calling me long bro? That's such a weird way to address me. But what do you mean little? Everyone eats like that. When it was their turn to order, Lin Yilong chose vegetables very lightly. I'll have bok choy, spinach, a small portion, no rice. Zhang Hao was surprised. Is that all you're eating? Lin Yilong was confused. I'm on a diet. Zhang Hao felt disillusioned. Do guys here eat so little? He decided he had to change, making a mental note. From now on he would order the biggest portion, to become a true man. Zhang Hao boldly ordered the biggest meal. I'll have the largest portion of braised pork, and the biggest rice too. Lin Yilong panicked. Eating like that will make you fat. Zhang Hao replied, a man needs to eat a lot to be strong. The surrounding male students gossiped. He really eats a lot. Is he having an eating contest? Eating like that he's sure to gain weight. Some people were also jealous. A few others were annoyed. Just because he gets attention, does he think he can do whatever he wants? Go over and ask him what's up. This is ridiculous. Lin Yilong looked at him. Don't eat like that anymore. People are laughing at you. Liu Feng from class 12 walked over. Zhang Hao, what a coincidence. Eating that much is only for laborers. Zhang Hao looked at him blankly. Who are you? You've already gained weight after just a few days of not seeing you. Even if many people like you, you still have to stay in shape. You ate too much greasy food today. Zhang Hao did not want to argue. He chewed his food while glancing at Liu Feng with a disdainful look as if looking at a pretender. He replied, maybe there is something wrong with your eyes. You should go see a doctor soon. Also, what gives you the right to look down on workers? If it were not for their hard work building the country, you would not have such a comfortable life now. After hearing Zhang Hao speak, Liu Feng immediately started crying petulantly. I only wanted what was best for you. I did not expect you to treat me like this. Nearby female students began to murmur sympathetically. Is that Liu Feng? Why is he crying? Did Zhang Hao just say something to him? How could Zhang Hao make someone cry? His idol image is ruined. Liu Feng secretly smirked triumphantly at everyone taking his side. At that moment, a girl spoke up. How much Zhang Hao eats is his own business. Who says eating a lot is wrong? This is prejudice and discrimination. The purple-haired girl walked over and gently asked, are you very hungry today, Zhang Hao? Here, have some more meat. If it is not enough, I have more. Zhang Hao tried to stay calm, thinking to himself that another beautiful girl had appeared. Liu Feng grew more and more annoyed watching that intimate scene. Zhao Yang, Zhang Hao, you too? Zhang Hao deliberately provoked further. If you have something to say it directly. If you are jealous, spill it out. If you see me eating a lot, just shut up. Lin Yilong was flustered. Zhang Hao, how could you say that? That sounds so rude. It does not fit the idol image at all. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying still watched him adoringly, finding he looked like a wild cat that grew more captivating the longer she looked. Left in the middle of it, Liu Feng turned away in anger. Himph, vulgar. I do not need that kind of affection, let us go. The two friends beside him kept comforting and flattering Liu Feng. Do not be sad. Zhao Ying is probably just attracted to Zhang Hao's looks. You are much better than him. Liu Feng was still angry. I am not sad, she will see his true face soon enough. Zhao Ying sat beside him attending to him carefully, telling Zhang Hao to eat slowly so he would not choke, and to drink more soup. Zhang Hao blankly asked Lin Yilong who she was, and Brother Long said this was Zhao Ying from the next class, who had been pursuing him for a long time. She is from class 12-4, and is the captain of the school basketball team. Zhang Hao was a little stunned, tried to stay calm but had to admit this girl was very impressive. Zhao Ying asked Lin Yilong, have you tried League of Legends yet? I tried it but it is too hard, I guess even guys are not suited to it. Zhang Hao cut in, League of Legends, the 5v5 tower destruction game, right? Lin Yilong was surprised, because before he had said he was not interested. Zhang Hao had not expected this world to also have League of Legends, only it seemed to be a version for girls. Zhao Ying looked at him gently and asked, have you tried it? There are a lot of male players who are very good. Zhang Hao replied, I have played it before, it is quite fun. I am done eating. Let us go back to class, Brother Long. The whole group left together, gently tugging at each other's clothes. Only Zhao Ying remained, feeling sad, thinking when will Zhang Hao accept me. Back in class, Zhang Hao was still lost in thought about League of Legends and the top male players. He told himself he would have to watch a game livestream next time. After all, what exactly qualifies as a true man in this world? Suddenly he saw someone quite unfamiliar and asked Lin Yilong, who is that person sitting by the window? That person is a transfer student named Min Yuhua. Lin Yilong covered his face shyly, asking back whether he was interested in her. She was quiet but very pretty. Zhang Hao pulled Lin Yilong. Let us go over and talk to her. Show some skill, Brother Long. Lin Yilong panicked, saying they should take it slowly. Zhang Hao said bluntly that this was old-fashioned thinking. The new age man acts immediately. Besides, it was not good to let the new student sit alone. Arriving there, Zhang Hao took the initiative to greet. Hi, I am Zhang Hao, your classmate. The girl only replied briefly, Min Yuhua. Zhang Hao was quite shocked, because here everyone was usually very enthusiastic enthusiastic, but she was cold to the point of being strange. He introduced Lin Yilong standing beside him. Seeing the girl's indifferent reaction, Lin Yilong felt awkward and was about to leave, but Zhang Hao still asked further if she was reading an English book. She replied, yeah. Zhang Hao assessed the situation and whispered to Brother Long that it seemed she was a bit socially awkward. He asked, do you want to talk with everyone? If you want, I can help you make friends. After a moment, Zhang Hao's enthusiasm gradually made Min Yuhua open up more and she shook hands. Zhang Hao felt as if he had picked up a true man signal. He could not ignore this lost girl. Right then, Huang Yuan appeared and teased his idol Zhang Hao hanging out with the new student. Zhang Hao thought this would be Min Yuhua's first friend, that nosy Huang Yuan. He pulled Huang Yuan over and asked for diplomatic help, asking if she agreed to be friends with her. Pressured by his gaze, Huang Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao told him to go talk to her, then made an excuse to leave first and withdrew. Before leaving, Zhang Hao received a thank you from Min Yuhua. He felt quite proud, thinking he acted very manly, even thinking the quest should have awarded extra points. Zhang Hao put on his earphones and played music, continuing to enjoy the atmosphere. While listening to music, Tian Qin walked in and asked him what he was doing. He stammered that he was listening to music. Seeing his beautiful big sister walk in, he almost lost his composure from being too flustered. He thought this was a real perk of having a beautiful sister. His heart raced with excitement. Tian Qin curiously asked to see what he was listening to. It turned out to be rock music, which surprised her even more because Zhang Hao was different from what she imagined. She came closer, making him even more flustered, wondering if this was a test for a true man. He tried to stay calm, telling himself to restrain himself or he would lose control, but then he thought the opposite. A true man must act when necessary. He could not pretend to be virtuous. He was tangled in thought, finally abandoning his old ideals, his heart beating fast from mixed emotions. Zhang Hao looked at Tian Qin flusteredly, his emotions surging indescribably. He kept sweating profusely from embarrassment. Li Ji was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Right at that moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. You belong to me, you are not allowed to go anywhere. The excitement had just risen. The young man immediately panicked and stepped back. Tian Qin also sat up abruptly. Zhang Hao felt extremely confused at this moment. Whose face was that just now? I am fine, Zhang Hao. Why did your complexion suddenly become so bad? Ah, it's nothing, maybe I am just a little anemic. Resting a bit will be fine. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't control himself. Before leaving the room, the sister still did not forget to remind him. Men are inherently very weak. Zhang Hao remembers to take care of himself. That gentleness made him blush again. Ah, right, Sister Tian Qin. I want to cut my hair a bit shorter. What do you think? She rubbed his head and smiled. Okay, whatever you do, I will support you. Zhang Hao found it a bit strange, but then let it go, thinking that matter was not as important as getting a haircut tomorrow. His image change would start from this haircut. As soon as he walked into the salon, the staff greeted him. Hello, sir. Are you here for a haircut? With such a handsome appearance like this, we will choose our best stylist for you. Zhang Hao sighed, no need, I just want a haircut. Before he could sit down, the stylist came out to welcome him. Handsome young man, sit here. What style would you like? Just cut it short however you want, just follow Cody's lead, it doesn't need to be too good looking. The stylist was also taken aback, never having heard such a strange request before, coming for a haircut but not wanting to become better looking. Looking closely at Zhang Hao's face for a moment, the stylist was startled. I understand I have to do the opposite of what the customer says. This handsome young man's meaning probably was that he wanted it cut to be perfect. The stylist immediately got to work. After finishing, the stylist asked for his opinion. Zhang Hao looked at himself in the bright mirror, unable to help feeling smug, truly flawless, even more handsome than before. The stylist didn't even take the money and even suggested taking a photo of him for an advertisement poster. Zhang Hao remained firm, no, I will pay. The stylist still admired him with regret, truly a too handsome young man. Handsome young man, remember to come back next time. I have many other services that will surely satisfy you. Zhang Hao held the card in his hand, not feeling annoyed either. His universally adored image truly could not crumble. This feeling of happiness was strangely inexplicable. Back home, he couldn't stop admiring himself in the mirror. Although this hairstyle wasn't too masculine, it was still very handsome. Hair is done. Next, I must officially start a new life in this world. Let's see if there are any clothes that match this hairstyle. Opening the wardrobe, he saw nothing but flashy, colorful clothes. Tesk, when I have time, I definitely have to replace all of this. Suddenly, his father called out loudly, telling Zhang Hao to come down and receive a package. Appearing with his new look, his father was severely shocked by his son's hair. How did you cut it so short? Whose son wears such a hairstyle? Who dared to cut my son's hair? I have to go and set things straight. Oh heavens, my precious baby. His father's reaction was a bit excessive. Zhang Hao quickly calmed him down. Dad, calm down, I wanted to cut it this way myself. Before, my hair was too long and hot. This reason was not very convincing, making his father even angrier. Are you trying to upset me? Who allowed you to cut it like this? What if no one wants you later? Just watch. I'll hit you. Zhang Hao yelled, domestic violence. Just hit lightly, don't hit my face. Just as the noise rang out, Tian Qin opened the door and walked in to see what was happening. Zhang Hao immediately rushed over to hug her, nuzzling in like a child. That demeanor made Tian Qin find him very cute. Calm down first. Getting agitated isn't good for your health. What happened? Zhang Hao remained silent. He cut his hair himself and ended up like this. How could I not be angry? The father sighed in frustration. Zhang Hao then looked up at Tian Qin with pitiful, sparkling eyes. Tian Qin had to speak up to defend him. Dad, I think he looks nice like this neater. He told me about it yesterday. Please don't be angry anymore. I'll talk to him later. The father sighed. You spoil him too much. Go talk to him later. After a while of lamenting, the father reluctantly held back his anger and went inside to cook. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Woo, thank you, Sister Tian Qin, or Dad would have kicked me out. Tian Qin gently replied, I am your sister, of course I have to protect you. Oh, I have a gift for you, come to my room. Zhang Hao immediately imagined a super cute scenario, thinking he was about to enter the goddess Tian Qin's room. But as soon as he stepped in, he was completely shocked. The room was not at all feminine as he had imagined. What was I even hoping for? Tian Qin walked over to the desk. When I moved house, it was so rushed that I didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. Now I am giving it to you to make up for it. Inside the gift box were 2 sparkling diamonds that looked extremely expensive. Zhang Hao panicked and didn't dare to take them. Sister, these are too expensive. They're not expensive, as long as you like them. I will buy you everything. The moment he held the gift in his hand, Zhang Hao felt she was like a domineering female CEO, a true rich heiress. Back in his room, he admired them non-stop. How much money were they? It's only fair to give and take. I have to give something back to Sister Tian Qin too. These can't be real diamonds, can they? They must certainly not be cheap. What should I give in return? Truly poor and broke, he checked his account balance and just wanted to turn it off immediately. After the haircut, he didn't have much money left, probably couldn't buy anything decent. Right at this moment, Lin Yilong texted him, Zhang Hao, look, my CEO romance novel has been contracted. The content revolved around a handsome young man and a powerful CEO lady. Zhang Hao with a face full of confusion. From that, an idea came to him, maybe I should try writing a novel for a daily income and see? He thought for a while but couldn't write a single word. This domineering CEO genre was too difficult. Military female lead, urban female lead. This one seems okay, I'll try this. Or develop the initial world into a novel with feminist elements within a patriarchal world. Today he still went to school as usual, but Zhang Hao felt happier than usual. While humming a tune, his phone rang. Congratulations, your novel True Women in a Patriarchal World has been contracted. Please contact the editor. Zhang Hao was quite satisfied. The approval speed was very fast. This way, he would have an additional income every day. He was so happy he almost cried. Finally on the right track, no matter which world, money is always the most important. Anyway, he should celebrate a bit. With the money he had, he immediately ran to buy a 1 yuan ice cream bar. Just as he passed by the grocery store, the young man suddenly stopped, feeling that everything was strangely familiar. The first time he met Sister May, even though she was about to graduate from college, her petite figure still stood before him with an extremely determined look. Sister May was the daughter of Uncle Kim, the owner of the grocery store right next to his house. The moment his eyes met hers, Zhang Hao felt extremely restless and excited. At that time, he had a feeling of fluttery sweetness like falling in love for the first time. After that, he often visited Sister May's grocery store, and every time he was with her, it was a heart-pounding situation. Finally, there came a day when he mustered up all his courage to confess to Sister May. Sister, I like you. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry, but I prefer muscular men, you're too small. Thus, Zhang Hao was rejected. From that day on, he threw himself into insane training, hoping that one day he could become a muscular man to protect Sister May. But now the tables had turned. In this world, Zhang Hao had become the type of man that everyone adored. He decided to confess once more, believing that this time he would succeed. Before he even got to the door, he heard arguing coming from inside. Stay home all day without working and still ask for enough money to get married. Huh, Dad, you talk too much. I am working every day. Then what's the use of it? Old Mr. Lee's daughter is 2 years older than you, but she earned a 300,000 dowry herself and married a good, obedient husband. Only 300,000, I can get that by moving a few more loads of bricks. Zhang Hao stood hesitantly, not knowing who was arguing, and was about to step in when Sister May came out. His heart fluttered again. Sister May, his first love, had not changed at all. Before he could even wave his hand, he froze on the spot. The moment he saw that muscular figure, he almost fainted. Good heavens, where did this woman come from? As soon as she saw him, she asked, Zhang Hao, did you get a haircut? Zhang Hao staggered from the shock. May came closer, constantly complimenting his handsomeness, and he was so panicked he wanted to get away immediately. May still smiled and asked, Zhang Hao, is there something wrong with your heart? Zhang Hao couldn't take it anymore and burst into loud sobs. Oh, you damned heavens, give me back my Sister May. In the end, he was still dragged into the house. Zhang Hao, long time no see, want some melon or a drink? Don't be shy, just tell your sister whatever you like. He was still dazed, unable to believe the truth. No sister, it's fine. May still shook her head repeatedly. Zhang Hao, don't be so formal with me. After a brief struggle, she set him down roughly, causing Zhang Hao to ache in pain. So strong and so reckless, Zhang Hao. Are you okay? Let me help you up. Zhang Hao rolled a few times, wanting nothing more than to run away as fast as possible. I'm fine. It's getting late, I have things to do, so I won't bother you. Mei hurriedly took out her phone. Zhang Hao, friend me on WeChat before you go. He waved his hand while running. Next time, sister. Today's events made Zhang Hao even more enlightened. The rules of this world were not wrong. Even the gentle sister Mei had become unusually strong. I need to quickly sign up for a training class. How much money did it cost last time? I also need to buy a gift for Sister Tianqin and exchange all the clothes in my wardrobe. Just thinking about it made him panic. Why do I need so much money? I wonder when I can finally start researching the secret of the blood moon. Just as he was hesitating, a voice rang out. Zhang Hao, you're back? What are you talking about? He didn't expect Sis Tianqin to be at home. What shocked him even more was that she was doing yoga. Do girls in this world also do yoga? Are you really doing yoga? That's right, I got tired of the stuff at the gym, so I thought I'd try yoga. This world is really strange, boys do yoga too. Tianqin walked over and took her younger brother's hand. Zhang Hao, you should also do some yoga. It's not good for a boy to be too skinny. What if you get bullied at school? Zhang Hao couldn't believe his sister saw him as so weak. Unable to bear it, he grabbed his sister's hand. If Sister Tianqin says so, then let's arm wrestle. Fine, the loser has to agree to one condition from the winner, how about that? Two siblings went into the living room to start the match. Zhang Hao understood this was not just an arm wrestle, but a matter of male pride. Just a few seconds into it, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. How is her strength so strong? Thinking about how all the men in the previous world had to support their families, and now he was being looked down upon by a girl, he became even more unwilling to give up. He was straining with all his might, sweat pouring out, and Tianqin even praised him. Zhang Hao, you held out for so long. That's impressive. In truth, his hand was aching, but he still told himself to hold on to his manly will. Tianqin seemed to be deliberately going easy on him, looking very worried. If this continued, Zhang Hao would get hurt. He lost far too easily. Tianqin even gently rubbed his hand. You worked hard, you tried your best. Does your hand hurt? Zhang Hao sighed. I'm fine. If I dare to play, I dare to accept the consequences. Is there anything you need me to do? Tianqin leaned in and whispered. I don't need you to do anything. I just wanted to try the feeling of putting my head on your lap. An indescribable scene immediately appeared in his mind. Lap pillow? Oh my god, I just lost and I get such a good deal? Okay, no problem. He thought he would be the one getting a lap pillow, but it turned out to be Tianqin. Wow, Zhang Hao's thighs are way more comfortable than I imagined. It's truly like heaven. He was horrified to realize the situation. Tianqin even pleaded, Zhang Hao, can I lie here a little longer? Though his mouth stammered and he could not speak, in his heart he was immensely delighted, lying back and fully enjoying the comfortable sensation, thinking he could lie like this forever. He truly was the kind of real man who got whatever he wanted. After the pleasant moment passed, Zhang Hao threw himself back into the computer desk and typed frantically. It was the weekend, but his phone kept ringing, making him curious about who was calling. It was a message from Huang Yuanyuan, inviting Zhang Hao to go to the amusement park with Min Yuihua, and she said she had asked Lin Yailong and knew he was free, so she would come to pick him up. Zhang Hao felt that he was being imposed on rather than consulted. Clearly this was a notification, not a discussion. No sooner had he finished reading the message than a loud call rang out from outside the door. Zhang Hao, I am here, hurry up and open the door. Zhang Hao thought helplessly that he must have created bad karma in his past life to be transmigrated like this now. Brother Long, you came so fast. Zhang Hao quickly corrected himself, do not call me Brother Long anymore. Suddenly, a little girl rushed over and hugged him tightly, shouting, Zhang Hao Wani-chan. The young man stood dumbfounded, completely unable to understand who this little girl was. Seeing this, the little girl immediately burst into sobs. This was 6-year-old Lin Ling, Lin Yilong's biological younger sister who had met Zhang Hao when she was 4, so he could not remember her now. Zhang Hao forced a smile, thinking in his head that in the real world there was no way Lin Yilong had a little sister, and then invited everyone inside to sit down. But he felt a little strange, as if someone had just lightly touched him, while Lin Ling behind him kept mischievously raising her hand in a like sign. Lin Yilong invited Zhang Hao to go to the amusement park, asking if he wanted to go, even though he himself found it quite ordinary and was not very interested. He said it was not boring because the park had a new haunted house, and besides, it would help Min Yuhua improve her social anxiety, so going out to play was good. Lin Ling was extremely interested in Zhang Hao's belongings. He intended to close his eyes and rest to pass the time, but then felt a restless discomfort inside him. Fine, going to the haunted house was acceptable. He would go change his clothes. Since he had already promised to help Min Yuihua, he could not do it half-heartedly. After changing into a set of clothes that looked extremely stylish and striking, Lin Ling continuously used her phone to take photos, choosing moments to look at later to her heart's content. Seeing Zhang Hao dawdling, Lin Yalong urged him to stop looking in the mirror, or Huang Yuanyuan would have to wait long. The three of them set off together and met Min Yuhua and Huang Yuanyuan, who were already waiting. As soon as she saw Lin Ling, Huang Yuanyuan asked whose child this was. The little girl immediately grabbed Zhang Hao's arm tightly and claimed she belonged to Zhang Hao Wanichan, leaving everyone speechless. Lin Yilong had to pull her away and explain that she was his little sister, and because she heard about going to the haunted house, she insisted on coming along. Huang Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Hao with interest, praising that it was rare to see him dressed like this. It suited him very well, and he was becoming more and more captivating. She asked Min Yuhua if she thought so too, but she remained silent, seemingly not very impressed. Zhang Hao shyly waved his hand. No need to force it, let us just go. After a few seconds of hesitation, Min Yuhua finally spoke up. You look very handsome today. Zhang Hao immediately became happy, patted her head and praised her for daring to speak. That was already very good. The haunted house looked gloomy. The wind blowing through dry leaves created a rustling sound that was eerie. Lin Yilong trembled and suggested doing other rides like the Ferris wheel or carousel, while Zhang Hao criticized them for being too childish. He insisted on entering the haunted house, telling Lin Yilong not to be scared, and also not to hold his arm anymore. Even 6-year-old Lin Ling could only watch helplessly. Huang Yuanyuan suggested splitting into groups. She would go with Zhang Hao, and the remaining group would consist of Min Yuhua, Lin Yilong, and Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately shouted that she wanted to go with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt Huang Yuanyuan was a bit dangerous, so he chose to go with Min Yuhua, letting her go with the other group for safety. Huang Yuanyuan was a little displeased but held it in, agreed to the plan, and said they would meet again in 10 minutes. She tried to act tough, saying a girl like her was afraid of nothing and would protect everyone. After 10 minutes, the two still had not entered inside. Zhang Hao urged Min Yuhua to start going. From the other side, screams rang out continuously. Zhang Hao remarked that Huang Yuanyuan was not as brave as imagined. He directly asked Min Yuhua if she was scared. She stammered and did not dare to answer. Seeing this, Zhang Hao said if she was scared, she could just hold his hand. Right at that moment, Min Yuhua gently grasped his sleeve to follow him. He immediately put on a composed demeanor, leading the way ahead. Cobwebs or obstacles were no problem. When they encountered a fake ghost jumping out, he calmly said sorry and continued on. For him, there was nothing scary. He only found the place spacious and a bit empty. 10 minutes later, he began to feel that something was amiss. When he turned around, Min Yuhua was nowhere to be seen. He panicked and called out looking for her, worried that she had gotten lost. He was determined to find her, pushing aside each curtain and checking everywhere. He even crawled into the spot where a fake ghost was, leaving it also confused because it did not understand what was happening. Reaching a wooden box, he heard a girl's trembling voice inside, guessing it might be Min Yuhua. Opening it, he saw her sobbing uncontrollably from fear and being lost. Seeing the scene, Zhang Hao could not help but let out a soft laugh. He gently bent down to comfort her, saying he would lead her out safely. The moment her tearful eyes looked up, Min Yuhua's heart stirred slightly. She thought Zhang Hao was the first person who had treated her so well like this. The other group of three, after a bout of yelling and screaming, finally made it outside. Lin Yilong cried nonstop, saying he would never come back again. Huang Yuanyuan had a headache and could not stand it, while Lin Ling grumbled that her brother was too embarrassing. Seeing his friend look so weak, Zhang Hao stepped forward and asked Lin Yilong, "Are you okay?" Huang Yuanyuan started to speculate. You two were in there so long, could it be that? Before he could say nonsense, Zhang Hao flicked his forehead lightly. No, stop that ridiculous thought right now. Seeing Min Yuhua continuously breaking into a sweat, Zhang Hao quickly called her over to him. Before she could take a few steps, she suddenly fainted. Lin Yilong panicked and shouted, "What do we do? What can we do? Call an ambulance quickly." Oh my god, where's my phone? Huang Yuanyuan fumbled to pull out her phone and dial 120. Zhang Hao, though tired, tried to stay calm. Do not panic. He supported Min Yuhua to lean against a chair, calmly saying it was probably from shock and fainting. Lay her down first. They waited a long time under the scorching sun, but Min Yuhua still showed no signs of waking. Lin Yilong anxiously asked if mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was needed, even mumbling it was his first kiss. Zhang Hao just wanted to shut him up immediately. Huang Yuanyuan was visibly jealous, both worried and annoyed. Need mouth-to-mouth or chest compressions. Better just call 120 to be sure. Do not mess around. Zhang Hao calmly instructed, you two go buy some bottles of water and food. I have Min Yuhua here. She probably fainted from shock. Let me test her body's reflexes. He let her rest her head on his lap, thinking it would make her more comfortable. If it was just from fear, a light stimulus might help her wake up. Sure enough, after applying a slight stimulus to her hand, Min Yuhua slowly opened her eyes. Why did you pinch my hand? Because you fainted. I tried to see if I could wake you with a pain response. She grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and said softly, I was scared, but I feel better now. Zhang Hao asked gently, do not go to haunted houses anymore. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's fine, Zhang Hao. I am a bit sleepy, do not leave. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was a bit embarrassed and replied, all right. Looking at her fragile expression, he thought she was the most delicate and quiet girl he had ever met, even if her personality was a bit strange. After resting a while, Min Yuihuali became alert, her body feeling more comfortable. Huang Yuanyuan was worried their fun plans would have to stop. But Zhang Hao immediately spoke up, let's stop here for today. Take her home to rest first. Min Yuhua, we will take you home. Min Yuhua grabbed Zhang Hao's hand again. Let us go back together. This scene shocked and made Huang Yuanyuan and Lin Yilong jealous, both feeling a sense of loss. On the ride back, Lin Yilong and Huang Yuanyuan kept mumbling nonstop about how far house was. Huang Yuanyuan asked if she lived in the suburbs, wondering if it was inconvenient to get to school. Zhang Hao had a headache. Can you two be quiet for a moment? Finally, the car stopped in front of a castle-like building. There were even servants standing outside to welcome them. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. As soon as they got out of the car, the butler bowed. Welcome back, young miss. The butler said worriedly, young miss, why did you go out on your own? The master said not to go to places like that. He will be very angry. Everyone was stunned. What, Min Yuhua is a rich heiress? Knowing they were the young Miss's friends, the butler immediately invited them in, preparing tea and pastries to entertain them. He apologized for his negligence, introduced fine tea and cakes made by a famous chef, and invited everyone to enjoy. The young Miss excused herself to go upstairs and change. She went upstairs. The group of friends was still in shock. Oh my god, Min Yuhua's family is so rich. No one would have guessed normally. Zhang Hao was also surprised. Calm down, everyone. Despite his calm exterior, Zhang Hao could not help but be surprised, never expecting the girl he helped to have such a background. Upstairs in her room, the butler asked why the young miss went so far without bodyguards. The master is very worried. Min Yuhua paused and asked coldly, did father call back and mother? The butler replied yes, but the madam is very busy and could not be reached. Her hand clenched. Then why did father not call me either? The butler was sad but still spoke gently. The master is very busy abroad. He did send a gift. It is the tank model you like the most. She said nothing more, only nodded slightly and went to her room. Butler watched her go, his heart full of pity. Half an hour later, the group of friends was still waiting in the hall when she finally came down. Everyone marveled, truly a rich heiress. Even changing clothes looks completely different and luxurious. Lin Yilong's eyes lit up, so she looks this good even when dressed at home. Zhang Hao still felt something was off. Though she was very beautiful, she looked like a soulless doll, her eyes carrying an indescribable sadness. Zhang Hao asked softly, what is wrong with you? He answered briefly, father did not call me again. The answer made Zhang Hao pause. What do you mean by that? Min Yuhua took his hand again, softly saying she wanted to give him a gift. Today, no surprise was greater than the moment Zhang Hao walked into Min Yuhua's room and was completely shocked. The room was eerily cold and empty. Although many girls in this world were quite strong, Tian Qin's room was nothing like this. Zhang Hao asked about things after she got home. He felt something was off. Earlier, he said his father didn't call. Was he treating her badly? In the villa, there were only the butler and servants. But where were her parents? Min Yuhua sighed and said, my father is very good, it's just that he's too busy. What about mother? My mother is even busier, I have always lived alone. Zhang Hao paused, feeling an indescribable ache. They are all very busy. My mother is the mayor, so she can't come home often. My father travels constantly for work to earn money. The butler says they love me very much, but since childhood, I have always been alone like this. Seeing this, Zhang Hao softened, ruffled her hair and said if she felt lonely, she could find him, Huang Yuanyuan or Lin Yilong, everyone here was a friend. While he was awkward, Min Yuhua pulled him to another area. In a room full of models, she picked out the most beautiful one and gave it to him. Zhang Hao, this is my favorite one, I'm giving it to you. He panicked and refused, saying he couldn't accept it because it was her most treasured item. But inside he was very rational, afraid that bringing it home would cause trouble. Min Yuhua sadly lowered her head, looking very lonely. This is my most precious thing. The butler said friends can give gifts to each other. I want to be friends with you for life. Zhang Hao replied awkwardly, we can still be friends without a gift. Suddenly Min Yuhua hugged him tightly, saying if so, then let's be together forever, don't leave. It was getting dark, and the group prepared to leave. Min Yuhua, we're going, let's hang out again next time. Zhang Hao made plans with her to meet again at school in 2 days. Min Yilong walked while exclaiming he didn't expect Min Yuhua's house to be so rich. Her clothes today were also too beautiful, making him want to buy some British-style clothes too. Zhang Hao was tired, just yawning, almost out of energy. Suddenly he perked up. Did Lin Yilong want to buy new clothes? This is an opportunity, he had to seize it to completely change his style. Back home, he immediately went into his room, deciding to throw away all the unappealing old clothes. Thinking about getting rid of those countrified clothes, Zhang Hao was extremely excited and invited Lin Yilong to go shopping tomorrow. The next day, the two went to the shopping mall. The two boys began picking out clothes for each other. Lin Yilong liked any outfit that looked unique, while Zhang Hao kept shaking his head. Arriving at the personalized style section, Zhang Hao decided to buy everything. The feeling of shopping made him very comfortable. It turned out girls liked shopping for a reason. After shopping, they were both hungry and decided to eat at a nearby store. As soon as they entered the shop, the staff introduced the new combos on the menu board. The girls in the store were buzzing, taking photos and marveling because a boy was too handsome. And Yilong wondered what Zhang Hao was looking at. He was startled by being stared at, but still pretended to be calm while ordering. Zhang Hao's photo was sneakily taken and posted online, with a caption about a top-tier handsome man appearing on the street. He wore a hat to cover his face because he was too handsome, wanting to modestly attract less attention. Lin Yilong even boasted that Zhang Hao was so outstanding he had to cover up for safety. The girls around were chatting animatedly, while Zhang Hao felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. As soon as the photo was posted, it caused a storm online. The likes and comments skyrocketed. Everyone was shocked by his beauty. Many people even recognized him and demanded to find his personal information. Lin Ling also posted a photo with a caption about going to the park with a godlike man and called for follows. Arriving home, Zhang Hao tiredly collapsed onto the sofa to rest. Complained after the shopping trip, finally getting rid of those weird clothes. He had just sat down for a short while when Brother Long called. As soon as he answered, Lin Yalong shouted, "You're famous, you're trending." Zhang Hao asked blankly what was going on. His photo at the restaurant had been posted online, shared everywhere, and even climbed to the top of the hot search. Lin Ling was frustrated for having posted the photo and acted jealous. Zhang Hao still couldn't believe that just one photo could cause such a big effect. Opening the internet, he saw the keyword, top-tier handsome man climbing to the top with over 1 million views. He was severely shocked to see himself being discussed everywhere, even being fought over online. Zhang Hao wondered if he had done anything excessive. He thought it would probably die down in a few days. Then he planned to watch some game streams for entertainment, but the images in the streams left him confused, all strange content. He could only sigh in frustration. Fortunately, the game portion was still normal. Apart from the players being mostly girls, everything else was still like the old game. Zhang Hao suddenly thought about how old he was now. Could he earn money by live streaming with this skill? Maybe it would be easier than going to school. Just then, his sister returned and called him from the living room. She had just come back, unaware that Zhang Hao had already become a famous online sensation. Zhang Hao gave a forced laugh, humming and asking back if she was already aware of this matter. Suddenly, she looked him straight in the face and asked, "Are you going with Lin Yilong today?" The young man broke out in a sweat, somehow feeling like Tianqin seemed unhappy. "Ah yes, he asked me to go buy new clothes, so I just tagged along." Tianqin suddenly became agitated, leaned close to him and asked, "Zhang Hao, you haven't been harassed by any weirdo, have you?" In the moment their eyes met, the closeness made Zhang Hao flustered. "No, I'm fine. Don't worry too much, I can take care of myself." Tianqin raised her voice, slightly losing her composure. "Zhang Hao, you are really too naive. Women out there are much scarier than you think. Dad only has you as his son. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain to him? If any stranger bothers you, you must tell me immediately. Next time you go out, you also have to report to me first." Zhang Hao blushed, almost unable to bear it. Tianqin was about to continue when her phone suddenly rang. As soon as she opened it, she saw more pictures of her brother being taken secretly. It seemed every move he made was being closely watched. How do we lose him? He must have run back ahead. It's hard to even get a look at a handsome guy these days. Let's search in a different direction. In another corner, Zhang Hao was so panicked he was sneaking around to hide, not understanding what was going on. Just as the tension peaked, Lin Yalong called. Before he could even calm down, Lin Yalong said urgently, "Zhang Hao, don't come to school for now." Zhang Hao was dazed, looking very tired and confused. Lin Yilong explained further, "You were trending on the hot search yesterday. Someone leaked that you are a student at King Hui. So today a lot of people rushed to the school. They want to block you." It was too late to say it now. Zhang Hao had already fallen into an unexpected siege. Lin Yilong advised him to lie low for a while. "There are fans of yours inside the school too." Zhang Hao carefully peeked his eyes out to scout. Seeing no one, he decided to quietly slip back home to avoid trouble. He texted Tianqin asking for leave, saying it wasn't convenient to go to school because of the hot search. Tianqin agreed and told him to go home and rest. He finally escaped the troublesome situation and was temporarily safe. Bored at home with nothing to do, he decided to try looking into game live streaming. He was already 18. Game live streaming might earn better money than part-time work, plus he used to be a top player. As soon as he logged into the system, Zhang Hao felt the game interface was a bit off, but aside from the character image, the stats were the same, so he still tried it out. After that, he continuously achieved a streak of kills like quadra kill, pentakill, and godlike. Zhang Hao was very satisfied. It felt pretty good. Luckily his reflexes and hand speed were still decent. It seemed his gaming skills hadn't dulled yet. Let's try another round. After playing until evening, Zhang Hao stretched, having gathered quite a bit of results. Tonight, he could try starting a live stream session. Just past 6 o'clock, while his father and stepmother were in their own room, he prepared to go upstairs. Tianqin was a bit curious, not understanding what her brother was in such a hurry to do. As soon as he sat down at his desk, Zhang Hao was excited. Let's begin. The first live stream made him a bit nervous, but also full of anticipation. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. The mouse clicked continuously without stopping. Zhang Hao sighed. How is this person playing? Do you want to fight me? Why do I get followed and ganked everywhere like this? The player on the other side commented that it seemed this match was about to be lost. Actually, the one chasing him was a female gamer. She thought the opponent must not be skilled unless they were using cheats. Zhang Hao replied, if I cheat, I'll smash my computer on the spot. The girl on the other side was dumbfounded. If I cheat, what's shameful about that? The watching audience buzzed with chatter about the player with the strange ID and superior skills, suspecting cheating. The female gamer side also started getting annoyed. Regardless of gender, cheating was unacceptable. Zhang Hao read all the comments, got angry and retorted, I don't cheat, don't look down on me. He decided to challenge directly. If you don't accept, let's solo. The atmosphere became tense. Many people flocked in to watch and cheer for the godly player. The female gamer was also curious, wanting to see how skilled the opponent was. Once in the match, both focused and operated continuously. Not long after, the system announced the godly player was defeated. The girl frowned, unable to believe the result. Comments exploded, some suspected cheating, some defended. Many even switched to watch Zhang Hao's livestream. Zhang Hao relaxed, rolled his neck, and commented that the opponent was quite strong. Suddenly, he noticed his livestream room had a huge influx of people. They spammed attacking comments, suspecting him of cheating and being fake in various ways. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, and was even labeled a girl pretending. Zhang Hao had no other choice, so he turned on his mic to clear his name, insisting he was a guy. At this moment, suspicion gradually faded. Wow, he really is a boy, his voice is good. But some also argued, saying not to be fooled, he could be using a voice changer. They were all just obsessed with looks. Zhang Hao spoke into the mic and asked, where did you guys find my streaming room from? If you are not convinced, then just solo me. I will directly show you my gameplay. At that moment, hundreds of people simultaneously accessed the livestream room. Fish God also sent a friend request to Zhang Hao and opened the streaming room. Starting. Your fish god just friended me. Zhang Hao's first livestream was quite chaotic. He decided to only film close-ups of his hands. Lowered the camera, clearly revealing every hand movement, making everyone fall silent. When they saw those small, delicate hands, even Fish God was surprised. What beautiful hands! I almost lost soloing against this person earlier. Lucky I managed to friend him in time. Earlier they were aggressive, but now everyone lowered their voices. With hands this pretty, the person must be even better. Please show your face. Who taught the little brother to play? Spam showing face non-stop. Zhang Hao found it annoying. The second match has started. Just focus and watch. I am turning off the comments. It is too noisy. At a large corporation, a businesswoman was also watching the live stream. Among the over 100 viewers, she was very interested if she could sign this newcomer. He would surely become a huge asset to the company. The second match ended. Zhang Hao was tired, his neck stiff. He decided to stop. Thank you everyone for the support. That is all for today. The comments exploded. Viewers constantly tried to keep him, praised him and demanded he show his face, even wanted him to stream more. Zhang Hao smiled, thanked everyone but had to stop because it was late. He would stream tomorrow at 8 o'clock for about 2 hours each session. Everyone get some rest early. I am logging off now. After turning off the live stream, he felt relieved. It was past 10 o'clock. Time to sleep. He would ask Lin Yilong about the situation at school tomorrow. Next morning, Zhang Hao wore a hat to cover up and went to meet Lin Yilong. How is it today? Is the school gate still crowded with people looking for you? Much fewer than yesterday. They probably got bored and stopped coming, but it is still a hot topic inside the school. Zhang Hao thought how fast the hype faded. Maybe he could go to school normally tomorrow. Lin Yilong curiously asked what he did during his 2 days off. Zhang Hao said he only wrote his novel and live streamed. Lin Yilong was shocked. You live streamed? When? Why didn't you tell me? Was it popular? How much did you make? Zhang Hao quickly told him to keep his voice down, to avoid causing a stir. He explained he only tried it yesterday. He had not signed a contract with the app yet. Just then his phone received a system notification. Dear user, your live stream on Dozio on November 23, 2021 has met the criteria for contract signing. Please contact manager 01 to receive your benefits. Seeing him show his phone, Lin Yilong curiously asked what was up. Zhang Hao read the message. The app said his popularity had reached the standard and he could sign a contract with a manager. Lin Yilong was delighted. That is great, sign it. With your looks you are sure to become famous. Then you can have anything you want. Making money will be a piece of cake. It is truly amazing. Zhang Hao was still hesitant, afraid it would affect his studies and he would lose his privacy if he became famous online. Lin Yilong suggested live streaming with a mask on. It would be both mysterious and attractive. Just singing or playing games would be enough to get famous. Zhang Hao calmly said he mainly live-streamed games, so he did not need to show his face. He said he would think about it more and then try it at home. For now he was going back. But he did not know that 2 people were watching him from afar. They followed him the whole time. Zhang Hao also began to sense something was wrong. He told Lin Yilong to go back first. He had to buy some things and would head home later. Lin Yilong said goodbye and told him to be careful. When he entered a quiet area, Zhang Hao turned around. You two don't need to hide anymore, come out. A red-haired girl dressed provocatively stepped out, looking intrigued. Lucky me, it really is the internet celebrity. The little pretty boy from the internet is in my territory now. Little boy, how about big sister takes care of you? Zhang Hao tensely asked. Who are you? The lackeys beside her spoke up. Don't you know Sister Liu? This area is her turf. Zhang Hao sneered. Don't know you, not interested. If you have business, hurry up and say it. One lackey angrily tried to threaten him but was immediately slapped by Sister Liu as a warning. Don't be rude to the handsome one. This little boy is exactly my type. The more I look, the more fitting he is. Sister Liu thought to herself that he was just like the rumors, very much to her taste. The more she looked, the more she wanted to keep him. She stepped forward with a friendly smile. Wanted him to be her boyfriend. She would give him 10,000 yuan as monthly allowance. How about it? Zhang Hao was stunned. Was this not just being a kept man? Looking more closely, he admitted this woman was quite attractive. To become a real man, he could not accept this kind of being kept. He flatly refused. No need, get out of my way, I have things to do. Sister Liu persisted at his age being taken care of was normal. If he did not like the price, it could be increased. She suddenly pulled out a weapon, her voice turning cold. Think it over carefully. If it comes to a fight, you will lose. I don't want to ruin this face of yours. Seeing the weapon close in, Zhang Hao was not afraid but instead provoked. Then try it and see. He immediately counterattacked, throwing a reverse strike behind him while Sister Liu was still frozen in shock. The young man wanted to test if the thigh slicing technique was really effective. After taking several consecutive blows, the pain spreading fiercely down to his lower abdomen made him dizzy. Sister Liu immediately got angry and shouted, "Damn you!" He quickly lifted his leg and delivered a straight kick. The entire shoe flew straight toward the other's face, but she managed to counter in time. Zhang Hao hastily picked up the knife that had fallen on the ground and said coldly, "You'd better stop bothering me." The group of underlings behind were about to rush forward to attack when Sister Liu stopped them. Everyone stand still. I'll handle this wildcat myself. After twisting her wrist, she clenched her fist, ready to strike. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that he had only gained the upper hand earlier because his opponent had let her guard down, and now he needed to find another way, as the women in this world were too formidable. She immediately threw a punch straight at Zhang Hao. Luckily, he managed to dodge. After a few more consecutive attacks, Zhang Hao immediately pulled out his phone. I've already called the police. You'd better stop now. Sister Liu raised both hands and sneered. Little boy, you're not only skilled but also clever. Fine, I won't fight anymore. The group of underlings behind asked irritably, Sister Liu, why let him off so easily? What do you know? You have to be a little patient with beautiful people. Am I right, my dear little boy? Zhang Hao warned again, stop it. Don't follow me anymore. I haven't hung up the phone yet. Even though she didn't say it, she had already taken note of him in her heart. She even took a picture and sent it away. Elsewhere in the office, an employee reported that the higher-ups had discovered a talent. The chairman requested to sign a contract with this person, certain that it would make a big splash. General Nguyen took a drag from his cigarette and said indifferently, what does this have to do with me? Isn't that the detective's job? Yes, but the chairman wants you to personally take a look and then go talk to him. General Nguyen frowned in annoyance. Isn't the fresh meat from my mother's side enough? Now you want me to go find more? Alright, give me the photo. After looking at the photo, she nodded. Just a high school student? He's pretty good. With proper training, he could become a trump card. Go investigate his detailed information and report back to me this afternoon. General Nguyen seemed to have recognized the identity. Zhang Hao, huh? It was a beautiful morning at the school basketball court. Zhang Hao was playing basketball but kept sneezing. Lin Yilong said worriedly, Zhang Hao, have you caught a cold? Maybe take a break. Basketball is a girl's sport. Just go to the stands and cheer. Zhang Hao insisted he was fine, just sneezing a bit, and that basketball was not a girl's sport. He sighed and then launched the ball into a shot. The ball went straight into the basket, to the astonishment of the girls. See? Guys can play basketball pretty well too. Lin Yilong said to Min Yuhua, Zhang Hao has been acting strange lately, haven't you noticed? She replied, just let it be as long as he's happy. Lin Yilong admired, Brother Hao is amazing. Even the cold Min Yuhua is attracted to him. Two girls standing far away gossiped, suspecting Zhang Hao liked to meddle in girls' affairs, probably only good looking on the surface, with no one knowing his true nature. They took out their phones to secretly take pictures, even discussing that if the photos were clear, they could sell them for money, about 200 yuan each. Zhang Hao began to feel that something was wrong. He turned back because of the feeling of being watched. A girl asked Zhang Hao, what's wrong? He turned away, reassuring himself that he was probably overthinking, and then continued. Over on the other side, the group of girls laughed with delight. We've earned 200 yuan. At the school gate, everyone was still talking noisily. Zhang Hao didn't pay attention, even ruffled Min Yuhua's hair. See you tomorrow. Lin Yilong poked his head out. What about me? Zhang Hao pushed him lightly. Go on, man. See you tomorrow. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a camera, turned toward the bushes and looked. Why are you staring at me all day? It's nothing, just felt like someone was watching. You guys go ahead. Thinking about the photos, Zhang Hao suspected. Could it be Sister Tianqin taking them? He walked toward the bushes, tapped the shoulder of the girl hiding. Come out here. Caught red-handed, the girl panicked. I really didn't do anything. Confirming it wasn't Tian Qin, he demanded, give me the phone. I only took one picture. Zhang Hao remained calm, looking at the basketball photo. Tell me, why did you take a secret photo of me? The girl confessed. Sister Liu gave the mission. Anyone who takes a picture of you will get 200 yuan, as long as your face is clearly visible. Zhang Hao sighed in frustration. Her again? Can't she stop? Who is she exactly? And how far does her influence reach? The girl nodded repeatedly, introducing herself as Liu Han, the big sister of this area. After deleting the photo, he returned the phone. Just released, the group immediately scattered in panic. Zhang Hao thought this sister Liu was truly troublesome. He needed to deal with her soon. At 10 a.m. in the commercial center square, Zhang Hao was riding his bike while Lin Yilong excitedly pressed. Did you really sign a contract with Ben Duzio? Yeah, they agreed to all the conditions I set. I even withdrew the money from fan gifts, so I called you today to help pick out presents. Lin Yilong's eyes lit up. Who are you buying gifts for? Don't tell me you have a crush. If you don't tell me, I'll be really sad. Zhang Hao had to explain, it's no one special, just my sister. I mentioned it before. After my dad remarried, I gained a sister. Oh, so what conditions did you give Dujiu? No showing my face unless I want to. No offline events without my consent. 2 hours of streaming daily, up to 5 hours on weekends, but 1 day off per week. All additional activities must be notified in advance. Most importantly, no selling myself. Lin Yilong marveled, God, that's the treatment only top streamers get. Zhang Hao acted cool. That's what you call a leading streamer. Down below, Liu Feng was furiously spreading rumors. He's the #1 male god at our school, but he's very weird. He takes advantage of girls liking him and keeps leading them on. The two behind chimed in, right, that kind of man is disgusting. Good looking but with a bad personality. They tried to flatter Liu Feng. If he bothers you, let me help you vent. After that, let's go check out the OC store next door. Liu Feng got excited. Great idea. Boss Sheng gave me quite a bit of pocket money lately. I can even buy you lipstick later. The brown-coated youth flattered further. How about we think of a way to embarrass him? Take ugly photos and post them online to humiliate him. Liu Feng smirked. Find a secluded spot first, or someone will play hero and save the damsel in distress. Zhang Hao, prepare yourself. Soon your ugly photos will flood social media. After choosing the gifts, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong left. Lin Yilong said, you're really good to your sister, buying a belt over 1,000 yuan. The daily bonus from the app is pretty decent, and she gave me diamond earrings, so I have to reciprocate. Lin Yilong's eyes sparkled. Diamond earrings. How many carats? Let me see. I didn't bring them today. I'll show you next time. I need to use the restroom now. Taking advantage of Zhang Hao entering the restroom, Liu Feng immediately ordered, here's the chance, you guys go in. I'll stand guard outside to avoid anyone ruining the plan. He didn't want to be exposed as the mastermind, afraid of damaging his reputation. The two nodded. Alright, wait for good news. As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Hao wrinkled his nose at Lin Yilong's strong perfume smell. Stop spraying, the smell is awful. Let's go eat. As they walked out, the two men deliberately bumped into Zhang Hao. Then they pretended to fall and fake an injury, but Zhang Hao grabbed their collars. What are you trying to do? The brown-coated man shouted. Watch where you're going. You almost hit my friend. Lin Yilong got angry. Are you blind? It was clearly your friend who rammed into us. The other immediately growled. Who are you calling blind? Zhang Hao couldn't stand by. We all know who bumped into who. You trying to pick a fight with my friend? The man stammered. Who's picking a fight? The brown coat next to him started sweating, seeing things were going badly. Zhang Hao pushed them away. Get lost, don't block the way. Just then, the faker spat gum straight at his face. You hit someone and want to run? Coward. Zhang Hao tried to hold back but couldn't take it anymore. Are you insane? Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a guy. After saying that, he threw a punch. The brown-coated man immediately yelled, how dare you hit someone? Lin Yilong also rolled up his sleeves. You started it. The two sides clashed in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhang Hao stood by watching helpless. Zhang Hao clenched his fists. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. In the restroom, a series of collision sounds rang out, and the two were quickly dealt with. Zhang Hao dusted off his hands. Next time you deliberately cause trouble, don't blame me. Then he turned to Lin Yilong. Let's go. The faker, face swollen but still bitter, said, dare to hit me? You're a real coward. I'll call someone to deal with you. Outside the mall, he led back a hefty girlfriend. It's him. That's right, that's the one who bullied our brothers. The brown-coated youth added, yeah, he's very arrogant and even hit people. Liu Feng stood by, stirring things up. You guys go in first, I need to use the restroom. Liu Feng, hurry back, Zhang Hao's ugly photos are coming soon. In fact, Liu Feng was sneaking off to avoid trouble. He thought, these idiots, I'll secretly snap photos and spread rumors he's a bully, label him a homewrecker on the forum. Xu Qi cried and wailed, honey, he hit me. Zhang Hao looked at the chaos annoyed. These weaklings dare to cause trouble? Though terrified, Lin Yilong still tried to argue back. Clearly you guys started the trouble, now you want to frame us. Zhang Hao said bluntly, if you want to fight then fight quickly, I'm busy. Suki's girlfriend felt like she was struck by love lightning the moment she saw Zhang Hao, instantly captivated by his handsome looks and feeling like life had suddenly brightened. Suki saw his boyfriend dumbfounded and got angry. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Hurry up and teach him a lesson. Zhen couldn't bear to hurt anyone though, and just changed the subject, saying hitting first was wrong. Let's apologize and end it here. Suki immediately exploded. Honey, what's wrong with you? He beat your man up like this and just an apology is enough. Zhen glanced around and whispered, there are still people watching on the street. Do you really want me to hit a boy out here? Suki started crying. Do you have a crush on him? Tell me the truth. The way you looked at him earlier was so gentle. I'm your boyfriend. Zhang Hao got a headache. Handle your own private affairs. Don't block my path anymore. Suki angrily blocked him. You can't leave. Zhang Hao lost patience. I'm warning you. If you keep causing trouble, I'll beat you until your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Zhen also chimed in. Suki, shut up, or forget about that Hermes bag. Zhen put on a friendly smile to start a conversation. Handsome guy. That earlier incident must have been a misunderstanding. How about we exchange contacts? I'll send you an apology red packet. Liu Feng was recording everything from a distance, planning to edit a video to smear Zhang Hao and upload it online to ruin his reputation. Just then, a luxury sports car stopped in front of the shopping mall. The person who stepped out was none other than President Wei. President Wei, we are heading to Jingshan Square to check the Q2 revenue situation. She suddenly froze. Zhang Hao? Liu Feng was recording when Liu Han suddenly appeared. She tapped his shoulder and asked, what are you filming? No, nothing at all, Sister Liu. After watching the video, Liu Han glared. Are you asking for death? How dare you film my man with another girl? Liu Han grabbed Liu Feng by the neck, choking him until he kept apologizing, crying all the while thinking this was the local boss around here, and even Zhang Hao dared to touch him. Liu Han dragged Liu Feng over to Zhang Hao. Long time no see. The moment Zhen saw Liu Han, his face turned pale. How is this possible? Why is Liu Han here? Liu Han said, it's only been 2 days, but I miss you so much already, Zhang Hao. Lin Yilong trembled behind him. Brother Hao, who is this woman? Things are getting more and more complicated. Zhang Hao was about to leave to avoid trouble but was called back. Don't rush off. There's a thief here, Liu Han said as she kicked Liu Feng to the ground. I caught him for you, you handle it. Zhang Hao turned back and asked directly, what do you want again? Liu Han snapped her fingers, signaling for her underlings to bring something over. After adjusting her hair a couple of times, Zhang Hao thought a fight was about to start but instead saw a huge bouquet of flowers. Take it and go on a date with me. I truly like you, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stood there frozen, completely not understanding what was happening. Liu Han firmly repeated, just be my boyfriend, you can have anything you want. Zhang Hao was stunned. What the hell is this? Why did her attitude change so quickly? Zhang Hao regained his composure, coughed lightly, I'm not interested, I can't date. If there's nothing else, get out of my way. Liu Han still didn't give up. It seems I was a bit hasty, but can you at least accept this bouquet? Zhang Hao was speechless. We've only met once. You even held a knife to me before, and now you're pretending to be gentle? Zhang Hao calmly replied, take the flowers away. I'll say it again, I can't be your boyfriend. Let bygones be bygones, don't bother me from now on, or I will call the police. Liu Han still acted arrogantly, threw the bouquet to the ground and told her underlings to go get some tea, letting her talk to her god. Even as Han was dragged away, he kept shouting apologies. Lin Yilong saw this scene for the first time and panicked. Are you really in the mafia? What's wrong? You're Zhang Hao's friend, right? Zhang Hao asked coldly, did you investigate my friends? So what if I care about the god's friends? My friends are even more capable than me. If they go crazy, I won't be able to stop them either. Liu Han pressed her face close to Zhang Hao's menacingly. She used Lin Yilong to put pressure on him. The atmosphere became tense, the rustling of leaves growing louder. Zhang Hao compromised. Fine, let's each take a step back. What more do you want? Liu Han smiled sinisterly and stroked Zhang Hao's face. Since the god said so, then come have a drink with me at the bar tonight. Zhang Hao agreed immediately. Fine, tell me the place. 7 p.m. tonight, Chengxi Street Bar. I'll be waiting for you, my god. Zhang Hao gave a mysterious smile. I will definitely be there on time. Liu Han had just left when Lin Yilong was still scared. She really is like a gangster, and she even has tattoos. Are you really going to go there? Should we call the police? No need, they haven't broken the law. Calling the police would only make things more complicated. She will still go check on her attitude tonight. Rest assured, she has been practicing martial arts lately so they won't easily lay a hand on her. But you must also be careful in the coming days. Lin Yilong cried and hugged Zhang Hao tightly as if they were about to part. Sob, brother Hao, don't log off. Let me go, I am just going to the bar. Calm down a bit. Just then, the female manager stepped forward to greet him. Are you Zhang Hao? Our President Nguyen wants to meet you. Please come with me if convenient. Zhang Hao was too tired. Can you guys just stop? Why am I being blocked twice in one day? Not knowing who President Nguyen was, Zhang Hao refused outright, saying it was not convenient. Immediately after, she signaled the bodyguards to advance at once. Zhang Hao had no choice but to lead the way. Going out today really brought all sorts of trouble. He told Lin Yilong to go back first and that he would contact her later. The person mentioned was from an extremely large conglomerate. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. The woman sitting there exuded an overwhelming aura. She was the director of Fengyong Media Group, Ruan Nan. As soon as she saw Zhang Hao, she immediately stood up. Observing him for a moment, the female director remarked, "Not bad potential. This market has no product like you yet. Just sign the contract and I can make you famous." Zhang Hao still had not understood what they were implying. He picked up the notebook and flipped through the pages to look them over. Only then did he have a reason to refuse. "Sorry, President Nguyen. Maybe you are mistaken. I have no intention of being an artist, so I do not need to be famous. I am in a hurry to go home for dinner. Excuse me." The female manager immediately shouted, "A high school student like you should not waste President Nguyen's goodwill. She is personally talking to you." Zhang Hao pulled his hand away, coldly saying, "I already told you. I do not need it." He then pushed the female manager, causing her to fall to the floor. Female director closely observed his movements, realizing that he had received training. Immediately after, she clenched her fist and lunged forward to test him. Indeed, Zhang Hao could withstand a few moves but still had his hand locked tight. A high school student who knows martial arts in such a short time is truly rare. "But sorry, I will not accept this kindness." She let go, repeating that he should not refuse hastily. There was nothing in this world that she could not do. "I will give you time to reconsider. You can take him back now." Zhang Hao confirmed that this woman was anything but simple. Upon returning home, Zhang Hao locked the door tightly and prepared some things. The items he brought included a recording pen, a small knife, and a pepper spray canister. He took a deep breath and sent Lin Yilong a reminder message. "If you do not call by 8:30 tonight, I will call the police." After sending it, he was still thinking about how to clarify his relationship with Liu Xin. It was raining heavily, but he eventually had to go to the meeting point. Soaked to the bone, Zhang Hao walked into the bar. The receptionist asked, "Are you Zhang Hao? Our boss has been waiting for a long time." They led him to the second floor, where Liu Xin was sitting with two people beside her, drinking and eating fruit. "Sister Liu, he is here," Zhang Hao said directly. "I am here today to settle things between us once and for all. I do not want any association with you. Let everything go back to how it was, as if we never knew each other. It is better for both of us." Liu Xin sighed and stood up. "It seems things have really gotten troublesome. How about this? Just indulge me once tonight, and then I will not bother you anymore." Zhang Hao firmly refused and warned that if it continued, he would call the police. "Call the police? I am just someone I like. What is wrong with that?" Lackeys beside her began to instigate. "Stop talking, detain him, film it as evidence if needed." Zhang Hao looked at them with great displeasure. "Scared? Are you? Obediently stay with Sister Liu." Zhang Hao looked at her as if hearing something absurd. "Your act is also ridiculous. I am recording this entire conversation." Liu Xin seemed interested again. "That idea is not bad. Do you want it one-on-one or one after another?" The girl behind him pulled out a knife, her eyes full of threat. Zhang Hao remained calm. "So you have taken out a knife? If I refuse, what will you do? Silence me." "Sorry, I came prepared too." Immediately, he pulled out the pepper spray, causing the opponent to panic. Zhang Hao pressed forward, pushed back the girl with the knife, and threw her weapon aside. "Let me go or I will defend myself and you will be in trouble." Liu Xin was still composed. "This kid really has guts." Zhang Hao continued to warn, "Do not have anyone follow me, or there will be serious trouble. Causing a scene here is not good for you either." He spoke while backing away, pulling the other girl away from the door. Liu Xin still refused to let go. Instead, she seemed even more interested in Zhang Hao. Just then, Liu Xin received a message saying Zhang Hao had recorded the entire conversation, and if the pressure continued, it would be sent to the police. Liu Xin's expression changed instantly, furious that she had not expected him to have this trick. On a high floor, someone in the entire situation and reported back, "President Ron is Ham died." Standing dazed in the hallway since that day, Zhang Hao was still worried. He threatened Liu Xin 2 days ago, unsure if it worked. If she went crazy again, he would have to find another way. Just then, his classmates were buzzing with gossip. They heard Sister Liu was being bullied. It seemed this area was about to get a new manager, and the new person would come tonight to take over. Why was the change so sudden without any notice? The Fengong group said the bullying was too severe, not suitable, so they sent someone else to replace her. Zhang Hao felt a bit uneasy. Another change? The name Fengong sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao was startled. Could this be President Nguyen's company? But what did President Nguyen have to do with Liu Xin? After school, he immediately went back home. Tian Qin had prepared a lavish meal to welcome Zhang Hao back. At the door, she called out, "Come eat quickly, I cooked today." Zhang Hao looked around and asked, "Where are Mom and Dad? Why is it only you, Sister Tian Qin?" "Mom and Dad had to work overtime today, so they are not coming home tonight." Zhang Hao instinctively blushed, thinking that only the two of them would be home tonight, feeling a bit shy. Seeing him dazed, Tian Qin gently tapped his forehead. "What are you thinking about?" The young man was startled and coughed to cover it up. "Nothing, sis, let us just eat." In his head, he reminded himself to calm down. This was his sister. Although they were not blood-related, he still ate quickly to avoid the awkward atmosphere. Tian Qin said she would wash the dishes, telling Zhang Hao to go upstairs and study for homework, then do his live stream, leaving the cleaning to her. "Are you sure you do not need my help?" Tian Qin stepped forward and gently took her brother's hand. "No need, I cannot bear to let your beautiful hands get greasy." Zhang Hao blushed shyly, thinking to himself that Tian Qin was both beautiful and gentle, truly perfect. If it were in the old world, he once wished for someone like that, so he felt a slight regret that she was his sister. Time flew by from 7 to 9. As usual, the 2-hour live stream had ended. Just then, Tianqin entered and reminded him, 2 hours already, take a rest. Yeah, I am done, and turned off the machine. Tianqin wore a tank top, walked in, and sat down on the bed casually. Seeing he just finished his live stream, she said she would massage him to relieve his fatigue. Zhang Hao shyly declined, saying he was fine and telling her she should also rest after doing housework. Tianqin gently pulled Zhang Hao's hand close. She softly helped him sit down, gently massaged his shoulders, and said they should rest together. Zhang Hao said they were family, so caring for each other was normal. Hearing the words family, Tianqin suddenly froze. Suddenly, for some reason, tears just streamed down her face. Zhang Hao panicked and quickly asked if she was okay. Why was she crying? He looked at her with worry, not understanding what he said that moved her so deeply. Tianqin forced a smile, saying she was so happy that she could not hold back her tears. Zhang Hao gradually understood. Perhaps it was the word family that moved her like that. Actually, since crossing over here, he had gained things he never had before, at least a family to rely on, so he was no longer alone. He silently vowed to protect this family and bring happiness to everyone. With a serious expression, Zhang Hao looked straight at his sister. In the future, we will definitely always be this happy. Tianqin heard this and her heart beat a little faster, then gradually calmed down. She said she did not cry often, just was a bit emotional today, and did not want him to see her lose face. He gently replied, "Thank you for becoming my family." Two sat resting on the bed together. Tianqin said they could sleep in the same room tonight since mom and dad were not home, afraid he would be scared alone. Seeing Tianqin still awake, Zhang Hao asked if she wanted to talk, only trying to keep calm amidst his mixed thoughts. Tianqin did not understand what her younger brother was staring at, so she curiously asked if he wanted to know what type of girl Zhang Hao liked, while also taking the opportunity to chat with him. Her alluring chest pressed close, making the young man flustered, his jealousy evident. He stammered a reply, roughly saying it was the gentle, kind, weak, and somewhat dependent type. Oh, so Zhang Hao likes the gentle type. Is there any girl like that in the school? He subconsciously remembered the image of Min Yuhua, and instantly pushed the thought aside. Min Yuhua was not weak or dependent, just a little adorably naive. There is no one, but Zhang Hao is still studying. Early love is not good either. Zhang Hao is so handsome, it really makes me a bit worried. As he pressed against her chest, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning came quickly. He jolted awake and looked at the pillow beside him. I sleep with Sister Tianqin last night. Was it a dream? Sister, are you here? Where is Tianqin? He called out while glancing around but saw no one. He did not see her when he opened his private room door. Was she still at the lab on a weekend? There were quite a few books on the shelf, and Zhang Hao curiously took a novel, thinking reading a bit would not hurt. The genre girls read here was like what boys read in the real world. Strongest Foundation, Goddess Has No Enemies, and another book titled The Secret Charm of the Younger Sister. When he opened it to read, it was full of passionate love scenes with dialogues between him and Sister Tianqin, leaving him confused and flustered. It turned out to be just 80+ content. He blushed, nearly shocked out of his wits. What shocked him even more was, could she really have feelings for him? After thinking for a moment, he put the book down, reassuring himself that yesterday she had cried and said they were just family. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's head throbbed with pain like a hammer. A strange image and voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Here it is again, what is this all about? Zhang Hao ended the live stream. Friends, that's it for today. Goodbye everyone. Comments below kept appearing. Why is the male god shutting down early? He seems out of sorts today. Is something wrong? God Hao sighed, using the mouse to leave the livestream room. He truly could not focus today. Zhang Hao thought of the image of him and Sister Tianqin, his mind again filled with thoughts from that book, wondering if she truly had no feelings for him. Then he recalled memories from childhood. A quiet girl with glasses who once protected him from bullies, but the images afterward were hazy and hard to remember. Looking at the post-livestream data, Hao felt heavy. It seemed the livestreaming was starting to face obstacles. The viewership and popularity were no longer increasing, it was truly getting harder. The more Zhang Hao thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. Even trying to stay calm, his heart was heavy. Making money from live streaming was not easy. Just then, the system sounded a notification. Beep beep, you have a new message. He was startled and immediately checked it. System message from the website. Hello user ID 4785537. Data shows your popularity is stable, but fan growth is slowing. We recommend a reputation enhancement plan. Please contact the livestream administrator. Zhang Hao clicked confirm and thought to himself the app was starting to interfere, but he did not believe this was a good solution. The second day evening, the next day, while browsing the web on his computer, he received the same notification as yesterday and chose to ignore it. On the third day, while handling personal matters, the system kept sending messages, making him extremely annoyed. He was still receiving messages at 2 a.m., nearly driven mad by the system's persistent pestering. Exclusive Manager 01 messaged. How? Did you get the message from the web? Why haven't you contacted me these days? Zhang Hao replied irritably. I already said I don't need it. The manager continued to plead. Don't say that, hear me out. I only want what's best for you. Your fans are tired of watching you play games. They want you to show your face, dance, sing, or cosplay. That's what they like. Zhang Hao only sent a speechless emoji, insisting that he would only do the content he agreed to in the contract. Despite the refusal, the manager persisted. I am not forcing you, just giving advice. I will send 3 proposals, you think about it. The day after tomorrow, I will come meet you in person. Zhang Hao remained firm. Suit yourself, but I will say it again, I will not do inappropriate content. The manager seemed satisfied that the conversation could still continue. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. He tried to find a popular livestream to see what they were doing, but after watching for less than a minute, he got goosebumps. A male streamer dressed cutely, swaying and blowing kisses while speaking sweetly. The comments were full of excessive praise. Zhang Hao immediately turned off the screen, feeling there was nothing left to say. If he had to do that, he would rather stream with a keyboard. Still, he opened the file the manager sent to see if there was a more feasible plan, at least to know what they were planning. Proposal 1. Wear bold clothing with an attention-grabbing dance. Zhang Hao looked at it with a face full of question marks. Proposal 2. Male god cosplays a female anime character. He was almost speechless. Proposal 3. Wear tight clothes, go to the gym, and film a scene of sweating. Zhang Hao angrily closed the file just as expected, should not have held any hope. 3 days later, on a sunny day, Zhang Hao invited Lin Yilong to a coffee shop to meet the exclusive manager 01. Standing in front of the shop, Lin Yilong asked if the manager truly valued him enough to meet in person. Zhang Hao just replied he did not know, and they walked in together. As soon as they sat down, Tong King handed out business cards and introduced herself. Hello, I am Tong King, the manager of your livestream room. You can call me Sister Tong. She was a beautiful, sharp woman who was very professional at her job. Zhang Hao introduced the friend who came with him and then got straight to the point. He had seen the 3 previous proposals and was not interested. Tong King calmly analyzed that the data showed a stable situation but slow growth and suggested the final proposal could yield surprising results. Zhang Hao firmly refused. How should he put it? Manager Tong had just taken a sip of water when she slammed the cup down and charged at Zhang Hao. Manager Tong suddenly touched his firm chest, startling Zhang Hao. Sister Tong, what are you doing? Long beside them was stunned, his mouth agape. Manager Tong paid no attention and kept talking about his chest muscles and him working out. If you do not want to show your face, you can wear a mask during your live workout stream. Do not say nonsense, we have real evidence this body of yours is very convincing. This way, we will also be different from those streamers who only rely on their looks. Working out while live streaming is also a pretty good idea. Manager Tong continued to persuade. Long thought for a moment and then nodded. Zhang Hao, I think she has a point. Zhang Hao thought that if he was just wearing a mask to work out, it would not be too offensive and was completely worth a try. Moreover, if it helped people get fit, then it was a good deed and might even change their perspective. Finally, Zhang Hao agreed. Okay, starting tomorrow I will live stream my workouts 3 times a week, half an hour each time, and I will wear a mask. When he got home, Zhang Hao's father heard about it and flew into a rage, shouting furiously, showing off, and talking nonsense about flat chests. Zhang Hao's father exploded with anger, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck like a chicken, threatening to teach him a lesson today. He did not agree with the idea of live streaming exercise, and also blamed the sports outfit for being too revealing. Zhang Hao cried out in panic. Zhang Hao quickly explained that his sportswear was very modest and nothing was too much. Tianqin rushed over to mediate. Uncle, please calm down. What Zhang Hao says does make sense. Uncle, why not let Zhang Hao give it a try? I will be by his side to keep an eye on things. If there are any problems, I will tell him to stop immediately. Tianqin confidently reassured him, draping an arm over Zhang Hao's shoulder to set his father at ease. Zhang Hao's father sighed helplessly. You two just spoil him. This boy never lets me rest easy. Zhang Hao turned to Tianqin gratefully. Thank you for helping me out of that. Otherwise, it would have been a big fight. Tianqin winked and smiled. What thanks are there? But I will really be watching you during your live stream. The comments have been a bit too much lately, so I am worried. That evening, Zhang Hao started his live stream. Hello everyone. Today there will be a special segment. Today I will be live streaming my workout. Last time you all wanted me to show my face. Consider this as me granting that wish. For beginners, running and aerobics are very important for improving cardiovascular and respiratory health. Before running, make sure to warm up properly to avoid injury. I have finished my warm-up, so let us start running now. The livestream room for the strongest man on earth had over 6 million viewers. The chat exploded with praise. Today, Zhang Hao is live streaming his workout, and even with a mask on, he exudes a godlike aura. The audience was excited, comparing him to other streamers and praising him non-stop. Zhang Hao ran and chatted happily. It seems like there are a lot of viewers today. day. Everyone should remember to focus on their fitness. May, while making deliveries, also took the chance to watch the live stream, gazing at the screen infatuatedly and exclaiming, "Zhang Hao is so adorable." Even an old woman was captivated watching the live stream, while the old man beside her asked jealously. Manager Tong observed the excellent results and said confidently, "I knew it. This kind of live stream from Zhang Hao is unique on DOU." As Zhang Hao ran, the audience continuously sent gifts and commented enthusiastically, some betting on his time, some cheering him on, creating a very lively atmosphere. Zhang Hao thought to himself, only 15 minutes. He would show them the stamina of a real man. After 30 minutes, the chat was still full of praise. He had been running for 20 minutes without slowing down, surprising everyone and drawing continuous encouragement. Tian Qin read the comments, her expression gradually darkening. Seeing Zhang Hao become more and more popular, she could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She told herself to restrain herself. She could not act impulsively like before. If she did, Zhang Hao would only drift further and further away from her. Zhang Hao finished his workout and said goodbye to everyone, thanked them for the gifts, and went to take a shower, planning to live stream some games later. Tian Qin brought a towel and asked softly, "Are you very tired? That workout live stream must have been tough. Maybe you should reduce the frequency in the future. I am really worried about you," she said while wiping the sweat off him. Zhang Hao replied shyly, "It is fine, sister. I exercise regularly anyway." This was nothing. Tian Qin took the chance to gently pat and then rub Zhang Hao's head, urging him to go shower before he caught a cold. As she left, Zhang Hao panicked, wondering if he had just been teased. He reassured himself that he must be overthinking it. Tian Qin was just being nice. That night, Tian Qin secretly entered Zhang Hao's room. She saw that he was already fast asleep. She approached him gently, reminiscing about things that had passed. Childhood memories between the two surfaced, when Zhang Hao was very young and she had given him a flower. From then, their friendship began, and she had once protected him when he was bullied, sharing a beautiful childhood together. Tian Qin softly called out Zhang Hao. Then she gently placed a fleeting kiss on his lips. Even while sleeping, Zhang Hao muttered uncomfortably, go away." Tian Qin sat silently, watching him sleep deeply. In his dream, Zhang Hao remembered his school days, when he was always lonely and alone. A little girl walked up and asked, "Does no one play with you? Then let us play together," the friendly girl said, extending her hand to get acquainted. The little girl also stood up to protect him, fighting back against the bullies around them. Zhang Hao saw this and was scared into crying. Her expression was too scary. "I am so scared, wah wah wah." Tian Qin angrily grabbed Zhang Hao by the collar and pulled him up. "Promise to always be together. You are not allowed to be scared," she said with a gloomy, oppressive expression. The next morning, Zhang Hao woke up feeling tired, as if he had just gone through a long dream, with a slight headache. He brushed the thought aside, telling himself it was Monday, and he had to go to school, so he hurriedly got ready to avoid being late. Zhang Hao, half asleep, heard a soft sound. He murmured in surprise, "Wait, why was there a girl's voice here?" Zhang Hao turned to the side and was shocked. Oh my god, what was happening? Why was Sister Tian Qin in his bed? Tian Qin heard the noise and was still drowsy, gently rubbing her eyes. "Good morning, Zhang Hao. Is it time to get up for school?" Zhang Hao replied sleepily, "Good morning, Sister Tian Qin. But why are you sleeping in my bed?" Tian Qin sat up and stretched. "I came over last night to check if you kicked off your blanket. I found you sleeping so adorably I couldn't resist staying." Zhang Hao felt embarrassed, quickly coughing to hide his awkwardness. "Sister Tian Qin, I'm gonna brush my teeth or I'll be late for school." Tian Qin replied cheerfully, "Okay, no need to rush. Wait for me to buy a car and I'll drive you to school." On the way to school, Zhang Hao walked while watching martial arts videos. Min Yuhua stepped up from behind and said, "I know how to do this too." Zhang Hao looked back at Min Yuhua in confusion and asked, "You know this too, when did you learn it?" Min Yuhua replied, "I learned it from a young age. I even know boxing." Zhang Hao asked further, "Do you really like this kind of stuff, like guns or boxing?" Min Yuhua explained, "My grandmother is a soldier, so in the future I also want to become a soldier to protect my family and country. I have trained very seriously since I was a child. I will definitely become a soldier in the future." Zhang Hao clapped his hands and said, "Right, teach me some boxing techniques. It's still early, let's go to the abandoned warehouse behind the stadium." Yuhua paused slightly and asked, "Just the two of us, I agree." Zhang Hao forced a smile, thinking that sentence sounded a bit strange. At the warehouse, Zhang Hao said, "Try throwing a punch so I can see your boxing skills." Min Yuhua nodded in agreement. She assumed a very correct stance, her movements quite professional, then asked Zhang Hao, "Does this count as an exchange?" He took a defensive stance and replied, "Yeah, consider it an exchange." Min Yuhua said, "Okay, then lunged quickly, pushing Zhang Hao to the ground. Her speed was too fast. Zhang Hao was completely unable to react to that speed. Min Yuhua was already sitting on top of him, saying he lost. Min Yuhua sat on Zhang Hao, repeating, "You lost." Zhang Hao raised his hand in surrender. "I admit defeat." Min Yuhua asked softly and mysteriously, "So do I get a reward?" Zhang Hao asked back blankly, "A reward?" Just as Zhang Hao still didn't understand, Min Yuhua leaned in close and lightly teased his ear, making him blush. Min Yuhua whispered close to his ear, startling Zhang Hao. In this world a boy's ear is quite sensitive. He awkwardly asked back, "You like it, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao screamed inwardly, "Oh heavens, who could withstand this kind of thing?" Why was Min Yuhua so proactive today? This feeling was really awkward. Zhang Hao covered his face thinking, like what? But there was a faint, indescribable feeling in his heart. He did like it a bit. Zhang Hao tried to calm down and said, let's separate first. This position isn't very good. Why did you suddenly do that? Did someone teach you? Min Yuhua shook her head. No one taught me. I watched the videos Huang Yuan sent on my own. Zhang Hao immediately thought of those improper videos and asked, let me see that video. Min Yuhua showed Zhang Hao her phone, saying Huang Yuan said this was something good. She watches it often. The men and women in it communicate like that too. The video showed a man and a woman hugging and kissing intimately. Zhang Hao angrily thought, Huang Yuan watches this stuff every day. She's such a pervert. Zhang Hao spoke seriously, while Min Yuhua asked a bit worriedly, did I do something wrong? Zhang Hao explained while reassuring her, that's not the kind of communication. I mean, you can't do that in real life. Don't listen to Huang Yuan anymore. Ask me first if anything comes up. Min Yuhua asked naively, so when can we communicate like that? What was that just now? Zhang Hao patiently explained, that's not important. Normal classmates can't do that. Only special relationships are allowed. Don't casually kiss me or anyone else from now on. Let's go back to the classroom. Zhang Hao pulled her hand to return to class. Min Yuhua asked curiously, so can we become a special relationship? Zhang Hao asked back helplessly, do you understand what a special relationship is? Min Yuhua shook her head, making him sigh. And talk to me again when you understand. Min Yuhua nodded, okay. The next day in the classroom hallway, Zhang Hao was happily talking with Along. I just finished buying it yesterday. Suddenly Min Yuhua rushed out from behind the door and asked, can we communicate now? Startling Zhang Hao and Along, no. During gym class, when Zhang Hao was about to get a ball, Min Yuhua bounced over again to ask if they could communicate. He helplessly said no. While he was on cleaning duty wiping windows, she also poked her head in from outside to ask. Zhang Hao panicked. No, this is the 3rd floor. How did you climb up here? At the end of the day, Along curiously asked about the situation. Zhang Hao was too annoyed to mention it, just said don't ask. Liu Feng stood watching from the balcony, feeling envious, thinking that the wealthy Min Yuhua spoke to few people. Why was she so close to Zhang Hao? And he saw Zhang Hao talking to another beautiful girl and exclaimed softly in surprise. Zhang Hao's group was walking when a courteous young lady approached to greet them. Zhang Hao returned the greeting and asked with slight surprise who she was. From above, Liu Feng saw Zhang Hao talking to a beautiful girl and following her, and he smiled smugly. He took a picture of Zhang Hao and began to scheme something unpleasant, telling himself that this time he had found the boy's weakness. Zhang Hao went with the secretary from the presence office of the Fuang Hong group to a rather secluded place. He spoke first, saying she did not act like last time, almost making him not recognize her. Spit it out. What is the matter? The girl, with a sincere apologetic expression, said she had behaved badly last time and apologized, adding that besides apologizing this time, she also brought an invitation from director Nguyen wanting to meet him again. Zhang Hao coldly refused, saying there was nothing to meet about. No matter how many times he would refuse, and they should not waste each other's time. The secretary awkwardly explained that she was just following orders, and if she could not complete it, it would be hard to report back. She suggested they could talk further and handed over the phone for Zhang Hao to speak directly. Zhang Hao sighed inwardly, feeling this situation was quite troublesome. This woman director Nguyen was hard to deal with. Even in their last clash, he had not gained the upper hand. Finally, he agreed, telling her to call the other party, and he would make things clear right there. Zhang Hao took the call and said he was Zhang Hao, that her secretary had come to find him and said she wanted to meet him again. He maintained his stance with no changes from before. I know your time is precious, so do not continue wasting it on my account. Director Nguyen directly asked Zhang Hao if he wanted to become stronger like his daughter. Zhang Hao was struck right where it hurt and momentarily did not know how to reply. But before he could say anything, Director Nguyen continued, saying she had met many people who hated being seen as weak. Last time during their clash, she had somewhat seen the situation. She not only trained celebrities but could also give him more time to think, consider carefully, and then give his answer. Having said that, without waiting for Zhang Hao's response, Director Nguyen immediately hung up. Zhang Hao stood there thinking for a long time, feeling that this woman had hit on his psychology. Dragging this out was not a solution. In the office, Director Nguyen stood looking out at the vast scenery outside, muttering softly about being seen as weak. She seemed to recall something. On the desk was a photo of her standing quite intimately beside a man. The next morning at the school gate, Tian Qin dropped Zhang Hao off at school in a luxury car. People around gossiped noisily, some marveling, others speculating poorly about his background. Zhang Hao stepped out of the car. The direct sunlight made him squint slightly from the glare. Zhang Sheng rolled down the car window and called out Zhang Hao's name loudly. He walked over and asked Tian Qin what was the matter. Tian Qin gently straightened Zhang Hao's slightly tousled hair. She told Zhang Hao to go into the school first, saying she would leave after he was safely through the gate. Zhang Hao replied yes. Then he waved goodbye to Tian Qin. Zhang Hao thought that recently Tian Qin had been getting more and more intimate, even touching him frequently, which made him feel a bit awkward. During the lunch break, everywhere Zhang Hao went, he could feel unfriendly gazes and the buzz of gossip around him. Many people whispered, looking at him with incredulous eyes. Some said they did not expect Zhang Hao to be like this. Rumors spread on the forum that he was being kept by many people, causing his heartthrob image to be questioned. Some sneered, saying the forum post claimed he was being supported by a few girls. On the school forum, a malicious post circulated, pulling in a string of negative comments, making Liu Feng even more smug, thinking his plan had succeeded. Facing the online rumors and the looks around them, Lin Yilong asked Zhang Hao if he noticed anything unusual. Zhang Hao replied that he had also noticed. It had been like this since yesterday. Clearly, everyone was trying to avoid and gossip about them. Lin Yilong was puzzled, not knowing what was really going on. In the classroom, the class monitor stood up and announced for everyone to submit their homework. Checking until Zhang Hao, the class monitor deliberately taunted, saying the campus beauty queen still had not submitted the assignment. She sneered that perhaps he was too busy to do the homework. After all, he had someone supporting him, so he did not need to study. Zhang Hao submitted the homework and replied that if she was jealous, she should say it outright. No need for such sarcasm. The class monitor protested sharply, continuing to hurl insults and insinuations about being kept, claiming Zhang Hao had lost face. Zhang Hao froze upon hearing the word kept. Lin Yalong stood up abruptly and shouted, demanding that she not slander Zhang Hao. The class monitor retorted, saying rumors had spread on the forum, and there were photo proofs of Zhang Hao messing around with several girls at the school gate. Lin Yalong angrily replied, telling her to look if she wanted. He was not afraid. He opened his phone to look and saw the picture of Zhang Hao standing with Tian Qin in front of the school gate. Lin Yilong nervously explained that this was just Zhang Hao's sister, but the rumors had already made a mess of things. Zhang Hao angrily cursed under his breath, feeling insulted. He angrily retorted, stating that he did not care and that it was all slander. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and called for Zhang Hao. She told him to come to the office for a meeting. In the office, the teacher asked Zhang Hao if he knew about the rumors on the forum. Zhang Hao honestly said he had just found out. Teacher reminded him that this matter had a negative impact on the school and advised him to correct his behavior, not letting complicated relationships cause misunderstandings. Zhang Hao tiredly interrupted, affirming that there was nothing to straighten out or any such problem existing. He affirmed that he was not being kept. The person who picked him up for school was actually his biological sister. The other person is a girl he has met a few times. She came to him to discuss something. If she didn't believe him, he could have his sister come to the school. Also, the forum post was clearly someone framing him. This behavior was very bad, and he hoped she would investigate strictly. Teacher, he was waiting here and his sister would arrive soon. Just then, Tian Qin, Zhang Hao's sister, also arrived. Hello teacher, I am Zhang Hao's sister. Seeing Tian Qin arrive, the teacher recounted the entire incident. Hello, this is what happened. Outside, Zhang Hao's group of friends were eavesdropping. What are they saying in there? Yeah, right. Who is that beautiful sister who just went in? She's so pretty. Are you blind? That's the person in the picture who brought Zhang Hao to school before. So that was Zhang Hao's sister. Oh my god, so the forum post was fabricated. How boring. Tian Qin hesitated and said, I'm sorry Zhang Hao, you got misunderstood because of me. Should I explain to everyone? Zhang Hao smiled and replied, it's okay, Sister Tian Qin, I can handle it myself. Go back, don't hold up your work. As soon as he entered the classroom, Huang Yuan ran over. Zhang Hao, my idol, I knew you weren't that kind of person. Right after he left, Lin Yilong helped him investigate. He messaged saying Liu Feng did it. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Yilong and asked, did he go alone? He still hasn't come back yet. At this time in the boys' restroom, a temporarily closed sign was hung on the door. Lin Yilong was locked inside, drenched all over, trembling as he held his phone in fear, sobbing because there was no signal and no one came. It was so cold that Liu Feng group was too much. When I get out, I'll definitely tell the teacher, he said, crying nonstop. Lin Yilong called in despair. Please pick up, please. Zhang Hao went everywhere asking about Lin Yilong, but no one knew. Manhwa also ran across the schoolyard searching. Huang Yuan even crawled into the bushes, startling anyone who saw her. When the three met up, Zhang Hao asked urgently, has anyone seen him? Huang Yuan shook her head, leaves stuck in her hair. Manhwa spoke up. I found out. A student from class 3 said they saw him at the restroom behind the sports field, along with Liu Feng and some other male students. During this, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Liu Feng again, has he gone crazy? He said to the two girls, let's go check behind the sports field. He thought Liu Feng was always causing trouble, hoping Lin Yilong was okay. Outside the boys' restroom, desperate cries for help were still echoing. Is anyone out there? Lin Yilong pounded on the door in despair. Please open the door for me. A voice echoed from outside. Along, are you in there? Locked in. Lin Yilong froze. Then he burst into tears. Zhang Hao, you finally came. I was scared I'd never get out. That Liu Feng group is too much. Zhang Hao said from outside. A long step back. Let Manhwa kick the door down. The bang, the door split open. Manhwa landed a powerful kick, his eyes flashing red. Zhang Hao's mouth hung open in shock. He looked at the broken door and admired. That's amazing. Lin Yilong, however, cowered in the corner, looking at Min Yuhua like he was a monster. Zhang Hao put his arm around Lin Yilong's shoulder, asking, "What happened? Did Liu Feng lock you in?" Lin Yilong was still in a panic. He cried as he recounted, "They didn't just lock me in, they poured milk all over me. We have to tell the teacher," Zhang Hao said with a cold face. "No need to tell the teacher yet. After school, I'll help you get revenge." In the small alley outside the school, Min Yuhua had Liu Feng subdued. She knelt on the ground, still cursing without fear. Zhang Hao said coldly, "You should worry about yourself. My sister already clarified the rumors on the forum. You also bullied a classmate, locking him in the restroom. There are cameras behind the sports field, didn't you know?" He gave two choices. 1. Admit to the framing and apologize to Lin Yilong. 2. Tomorrow I show the teacher the footage. Choose. Liu Feng panicked. She broke out in a sweat, gritting her teeth as she thought, "If I admit it, maybe I'll be spared." She clenched her fist, finally acquiescing. "Fine, I'm sorry, record the video." Zhang Hao cut her off. He coldly looked down. "If you're still arrogant with me, I won't let this go." Liu Feng screamed in terror. After dealing with Liu Feng, the three of them let her go. Lin Yilong still asked worriedly, "What if he causes trouble again later?" Zhang Hao reassured him. He wouldn't dare. If the recorded video was submitted to the teacher, he'd face severe punishment. Then he invited his two friends. "It's not early anymore, let's head back." Night fell on the deserted street, the streetlights lit up. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua walked together. Suddenly he remembered. "That's right, President Ruan." Zhang Hao asked, "Min Yuhua, have you ever heard of Ruan Nan?" She replied, "Yes, she is the head of the Ruan family, very capable." Zhang Hao was curious. "Compared to your family, how is she?" Min Yuhua calmly said, "Not sure, probably equal." Zhang Hao was surprised. He thought about Ruan Nan. Perhaps she wasn't simple, he should meet her once, maybe tomorrow. Outside Ruan Nan's villa was a large swimming pool, a luxurious three-story building. She was working in her room when she tiredly rubbed her forehead. She looked at her phone. It had been 3 days since the last call, and he still hadn't contacted her. She tilted her head back, looking at the ceiling, sighing, "Why do I keep thinking about that kid?" Suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Knock, knock," she said. "Come in." The secretary reported, "President Wang Jingshan wants to schedule a meeting to discuss the West City land immediately." She immediately became serious. "Prepare the car." Zhang Hao and Tian Qin were walking together. He hesitated and asked, "Sister Tian Qin, the place we're going to dinner that upscale?" He looked at the professionally poised staff member at the door. The scene was quite overwhelming. Tian Qin gently explained, "You were wronged at school today. I'm taking you out to eat to comfort you." Zhang Hao replied with emotion, "Then thank you, Sister Tian Qin." He looked at her with admiration, thinking Sister Tian Qin was truly gentle. Tian Qin felt a bit embarrassed being looked at like that, so she quickly turned away and reminded him, "Zhang Hao, you're too polite. Let's go." Inside the area, the flow of people was bustling, everyone chatting lively and happily. As they turned a corner, Zhang Hao instinctively pulled back when he recognized a familiar figure. He turned back to speculate, thinking he had just seen General Manager Ruan. On the dining table, many enticing dishes were laid out, such as crab, shrimp, fish, and dumplings. Tian Qin rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Zhang Hao, feel free to order anything else you want to eat." Zhang Hao happily pointed at the wine glass beside him and asked, "Sister Tian Qin, can I have a drink? I'm of age." In his heart, he thought it had been a long time since he tried the alcohol in this world. Tian Qin's cheeks flushed slightly, unable to refuse, so she immediately agreed, "Since Zhang Hao is an adult, of course you can. Your parents aren't home tonight, so feel free to relax a bit. Let me pour for you." Saying this, she picked up the wine bottle and poured into his glass. Zhang Hao quickly took the glass and downed it in one gulp. After drinking, he let out a satisfied breath, a familiar feeling washing over him. It had been a while since he last drank. Old memories of drinking with his buddies surfaced one after another, causing Zhang Hao to sink into a tipsy recollection. Tian Qin propped her cheek on her hand, tilted her head, and reminded him, "Zhang Hao, don't drink so much. It's not good for your stomach. Have some more food." Zhang Hao obediently complied, drinking and eating steadily, which made Tian Qin smile with satisfaction. After a while, Zhang Hao had eaten and drunk his fill, then stood up to stretch vigorously. Still holding his wine glass, his vision began to blur and his head felt slightly dizzy. Tian Qin asked worriedly, "Zhang Hao, are you drunk?" Zhang Hao's eyes were already glazed. He rubbed his head and replied, "It's nothing, Sister Tian Qin. I think I drank a bit too much. I'll go to the restroom and be right back." Saying that, he staggered to his feet, supporting himself with his hands as he looked for the way to the restroom. As he walked, he muttered to himself, wondering why one glass had affected him like this. It was nothing like his previous tolerance for alcohol. Not paying attention, he mistakenly stepped into the women's restroom. Once inside, he quickly splashed water on his face to sober up. When he lifted his head to breathe softly, he noticed a figure standing beside him. turned and greeted politely hello. Immediately after, he broke into a cold sweat when he realized who that person was. Two stared at each other in an awkward atmosphere. Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, why are you here?" Ruan Nan calmly reminded him, "This is the women's restroom." Only then did Zhang Hao panic. From outside came voices. "It sounds like someone just went in. I also heard there's a pretty good-looking guy." Two girls were walking and chatting happily, apparently intending to come in. Many other girls were also coming and going, leaving Zhang Hao flustered and at a loss. Having entered the women's restroom by mistake and being drunk, he imagined himself as the prey in this ridiculous situation. Inside a small stall, through the gap in the door, a pair of sports shoes and high heels could be seen facing each other. Ruan Nan said seriously, "I understand you want to avoid me, but why am I the one hiding with you?" The two stood close together in an unavoidable situation, and he thought to himself that he was indeed dragging her into trouble. He answered softly, "I had a bit too much to drink. My head's a little fuzzy." Hearing that, Ruan Nan let out a soft laugh. Then she took his hand and pressed it against the door, creating a faint sound. At the sink area, a few girls turned around and gossiped about the strange noise, the atmosphere turning curious mixed with an unspoken playfulness. Zhang Hao, held back, asked in a panicked whisper, "What are you doing?" Ruan Nan leaned in close and teased, "Don't understand? In this situation, the one who should be scared is you, a defenseless young man." She looked at him deeply and asked, "Why didn't you call me?" Due to the close distance, Zhang Hao's gaze accidentally brushed over her, but he quickly turned away, his face red with embarrassment. He averted his eyes and replied, "I was planning to see you tomorrow to talk things out. Who knew I'd run into you here today?" Ruan Nan tightened her grip on his hand, her voice turning serious. "I've changed my mind. I don't need you to sign the contract anymore. I just need you to be mine." He let out a chuckle, held her hand back and asked, "Are you playing the domineering CEO? We've only met twice. The person from before doesn't matter anymore." Ruan Nan replied calmly, "You mean Liu Xin? She was involved in illegal transactions, so my people have detained her." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What does she have to do with you? Why didn't you hand her over to the police?" Ruan Nan simply said, "Men really overthink things." With his hand held, he said uncomfortably, "Whatever you say, this isn't the right place. Let me go." She answered firmly, "I want an answer today." He repeated, "My answer?" Then he used his other hand to poke her lightly, making her flinch in surprise. Her face reddened, and she quickly pulled her clothes back, gritting her teeth. "What are you doing?" A slight shift in her gaze made it sharper. Zhang Hao immediately opened the door and ran out, not looking back, thinking as he ran that he had to escape this situation. He chuckled inwardly with pride at his trick, telling himself it was indeed an awkward situation, but quite interesting too. Leaving the restroom, he staggered along like a lost soul. Kin came over worriedly and asked, "Why were you gone so long? Are you okay?" He trembled slightly but replied, "I'm fine, sis. I think I'm just a little tired." Then he raised his hand to his mouth, as if trying to suppress a feeling of nausea. He leaned lightly into Kin's arms while she said softly, "Well, all right, let's go home and rest." A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He looked at the clock and saw it was past 11 p.m. Kin brought hangover soup into the room and called Zhang Hao to drink some. At this time, he was still groggy, leaning against the chair and muttering that he didn't want to drink anymore, nor did he want to sit with those kids. Kin placed the tray of hangover soup and a glass of orange juice beside the bed. She stood looking at him for a while, unable to hide the joy in her heart, thinking to herself that Zhang Hao looked very cute when drunk. Her gaze gradually softened, a flustered thought passing through her mind. In that moment, she gently leaned down and made a close gesture toward the sleeping Zhang Hao. The two of them inadvertently had very close contact, making the atmosphere awkward. Kin gently raised her hand to touch his cheek, her eyes full of concern. Then she leaned down closer, staying beside him for a long time in a state of mixed emotions. Suddenly, Zhang Hao opened his eyes and woke up. He dazedly wondered what had just happened to him. He felt as if he had just dreamed of Kin being very close to him with a strange look and vague emotions. In the dream, he subconsciously hugged her waist, thinking everything was just an illusion. He suddenly changed his position, causing the two of them to fall into a slightly closer situation. The image in the dream became clearer, making the atmosphere indescribable. Conflicting thoughts between reason and emotion appeared in his mind, both flustered and trying to stay calm, but still reminding himself not to cross the line. Those thoughts continued in his mind, making him break out in a sweat from the psychological struggle. He remained in that position for a long time, making Kin slightly flustered as well. In the end, Zhang Hao only gently kissed her forehead and then stopped. Afterward, he lay down, closed his eyes, and muttered that even if it was a dream, he should not cross moral boundaries. Kin stared at him blankly and then softly asked if he had fallen asleep again. Then she gently rubbed his head and looked at him with affectionate eyes. Zhang Hao was fast asleep, so she gently tucked the blanket around him. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone rang, showing a call from Zhao Ying. Kin reached out and picked up the phone. Then she answered the call and put it to her ear. On the other end was Zhao Ying's hurried voice, asking why Zhang Hao had been avoiding her lately and whether he hated her, because she really liked him. Tian Qin immediately cut her off, introducing herself as Zhang Hao's sister and confirming the caller was Zhao Ying. Without letting the other party say more, Tian Qin warned that she knew all about the 2-year pursuit and firmly stated that Zhang Hao could not be in a relationship while still in high school. She coldly demanded that Zhao Ying stop and not continue to bother him, her voice growing sharper. Then she hung up the phone. Tian Qin looked at the sleeping Zhang Hao, her gaze sinking into deep thought, wondering when he would only belong to her. She leaned down and gently kissed his forehead before reassuring herself that she would slowly control her emotions. Early the next morning, as the sun rose higher, sunlight streamed through the window of Zhang Hao's room. He woke up and noticed some faint marks on his neck left from the night before, leaving him slightly flustered. Zhang Hao sat up with a dazed expression, trying to recall what happened last night. He blamed himself for drinking too much, feeling that his body was too weak. He went into the bathroom to wash his face, trying to remember the dinner with Tian Qin and those strange dreams. When he looked in the mirror, he was startled by the marks on his body. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what was this all about? He examined those marks more closely with a suspicious look. Just then, Tian Qin walked in and asked if he was awake. He turned around to answer and began to suspect what had happened the night before. Tian Qin pretended to ask how he was, saying he might have an alcohol allergy, which surprised Zhang Hao a little. He turned back to look at her with suspicion, many bewildering thoughts arising in his mind about the situation. Tian Qin stepped closer to examine him and said she would check it for him, since she had some medical knowledge. He awkwardly dodged, calling out to her in embarrassment. After checking, she concluded it was just a mild reaction, nothing serious, and told him to be more careful when going to school. Zhang Hao was still puzzled, wondering if it really was just an alcohol allergy. Tian Qin gently urged him to wash up and change clothes to make it to school on time. Still, he felt in his heart that something about the whole situation wasn't right. Outside, the sky was clear, birds flew across the sky, and students bustled in front of the school gate in a lively atmosphere. Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong were walking on the road when Lin Yilong called out to him. Lin Yilong looked at him in confusion because he was wearing a turtleneck in the hot weather. Zhang Hao tried to act calm, saying there was no problem, but inside he was trying to hide the marks on his neck. Suddenly, someone grabbed Zhang Hao by the collar and shouted loudly, ordering him to stop. 3 students from another school blocked his path, warning him to stay away from Zhao Ying because she was the one their school's belle had her eye on. Zhang Hao immediately turned cold, staring at the other's hand and demanding he let go. That guy still brazenly questioned him back, pretending not to have heard his words. Zhang Hao's eyes darkened, and he immediately grabbed the other person's hand tightly. Then he easily turned around and threw him back down. In the end, that man was slammed heavily to the ground, his arm throbbing with pain from the impact. He panicked and called out for young Nasterlin's help, even taunting that the opponent's strength was as weak as a girl's. A faint smile appeared, and he said no wonder he was the one who had captivated Zhao Ying. Then he scratched his head and introduced himself as Lin Zhongzhong, even though no one had asked. Lin Yilong leaned close to Zhang Hao's ear and whispered that Lin Zhongzhong was the captain of Zhao Ying's class basketball team. Zhang Hao walked past with his hands in his pockets, coldly saying he did not want to cause trouble, telling him to keep his people in line, and that if he wanted to care about Zhao Ying, he should go find her himself instead of relying on others. Lin Zhongzhong replied with a sly smile, "Just you wait, school beauty, there is still a long way to go." After walking for a while, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong encountered a girl with long legs wearing white socks. Min Yuhua had witnessed the incident and asked if she needed to step in and teach that guy a lesson. Zhang Hao grimaced, thinking to himself, how would he dare? She was strong enough to kick a door down. He patted her shoulder to refuse, saying it was not necessary, just continue teaching him boxing. A man had to train himself. Min Yuhua nodded in agreement. Lin Yilong overheard and stuck his head in to ask what kind of boxing they were training, and what were they doing after school. Zhang Hao ruffled Lin Yilong's hair and invited him to train after school, saying it was not good for a guy to be weak. Lin Yilong laughed awkwardly, claiming he was weak and gentle. Zhang Hao put his arm around his shoulder and continued the invitation, saying a man could not hide behind a girl. Lin Yilong quickly begged him to go easy and said he only wanted to try swimming. At the Ruanan swimming pool, she had just finished swimming after a tiring day of work. After swimming, she stepped up out of the pool using the stair railing. She wore a black swimsuit, her wet body glistening enticingly in the sunlight. She stepped up and accepted a towel from the maid. Ruanan dried her hair while thinking in annoyance that brat Zhang Hao really was troublesome. Closing her eyes, the image related to Zhang Hao from that day surfaced in her mind again. Her gaze sharpened, and she told herself not to let that happen again. Then she turned to give instructions to the person beside her. At the school storage shed, Zhang Hao, Lin Yilong, and Min Yihua were inside. Zhang Hao warmed up his wrists, saying today's training was for increasing stamina because he was still weak. He said he wanted to get a six-pack soon and recover a better physique, the image of a muscular body appearing in his mind. Manhwa heard this and asked him what he meant. He talked about abdominal muscles, then lifted his shirt a little to ask, revealing a visibly defined and firm waistline. Zhang Hao shyly covered his face but still peeked through his fingers, awkwardly saying he could not see anything, then asked her about her abdominal muscles. He stepped closer, tentatively touched her abs, and exclaimed in amazement that they were so defined, both admiring and surprised. Manhwa turned away slightly embarrassed, while Zhang Hao said he wanted to train to be like that, but it would take time. Lin Yilong looked with a magnifying glass and then said the two of them were acting strange. Zhang Hao asked why she did not refuse him, causing the atmosphere to freeze. She answered blankly that if he wanted to see, she would let him look. Lin Yilong whispered in Zhang Hao's ear that she was very weird, she would listen to anything, maybe they should try asking for something more. He also realized that this girl seemed to have never refused him. He decided to try it and raised his hand. Zhang Hao put on a serious face and asked her how much money she had on her, telling her to give it to him. Lin Yilong panicked, thinking it was about to turn into a scene of extorting a classmate. Manhwa started rummaging through her bag for money. She took out some cash, even dropping a small item on the ground, and then said there was still money on her phone. The payment password was... Lin Yilong hurriedly covered her mouth, panicking, saying it was just a test. There was no need for passwords or money, or else they would be misunderstood as extortionists. Zhang Hao asked helplessly why she always did everything he asked. Manhwa replied that it was because they were friends, so she could not refuse. Hearing this, Zhang Hao realized that she probably had few friends, so her social behavior was skewed. He recalled the past, when she once considered him the most precious thing and wanted to be friends forever. He also remembered the moment she hugged him and said she wanted to stay together and never leave. He fell into deep thought, and he corrected her concept, saying that is not what friends are like. He explained that a friendship must be equal, and she should know how to refuse things she did not want to do. She listened but showed no clear expression. He again obediently nodded and said, making him unsure if she understood or not. A sound came from outside the shed signaling the end of the training session, and they agreed to continue tomorrow. It was dark. Zhang Hao walked alone through a deserted alley, in a pretty good mood after the training session, little knowing that someone was already waiting ahead. He suddenly stopped walking. A sense of unease rose because the road was too empty, and he wondered if something bad was about to happen. He was about to change his route when a little girl suddenly appeared, tugging at his hand and calling out, "Big brother." The little girl held out some candy and smiled, asking if he wanted to eat some. Zhang Hao was surprised. He crouched down and asked her why she was here alone so late. The little girl innocently replied that they were doing a social activity, spreading warmth to strangers. The teacher told me I had to give away all this candy, otherwise I would not receive the little flower, the girl said as she looked down at the small pouch she was carrying. Zhang Hao forced a smile, thinking to himself that elementary school students these days were really hardworking, still doing work this late. Then he reached out to take the candy and said he would take the girl home. It was late and it was not safe to go alone. The girl politely thanked him. He put the candy in his mouth, chewed for a while, and felt a strange taste in his throat like smoke. Then his vision blurred. Everything seemed to explode and repeat several times. A moment later, Zhang Hao woke up with a start, letting out a small cry. In front of him was a man with brown curly hair wearing sunglasses leaning down to ask. Beside him was the girl from earlier, now dressed in a suit, holding a cigarette. Zhang Hao was tightly bound hand and foot on the bed. Surrounded by a group of people in black suits, he shouted in panic, not understanding what was happening. He struggled with all his might, but still could not break free from the ropes. He cursed inwardly in despair, his whole body fixed to the bed as if about to be completely controlled. He panicked, asking himself who he was and where he was. Looking at the cold crowd in black around him, he was terrified, thinking about what they wanted to do to him. A sense of danger enveloping him. Girl smoking reported to the woman above that Zhang Hao had woken up. Recognizing that person, Zhang Hao immediately shouted, so it was her. He loudly accused her of kidnapping him, while warning that this was illegal. He turned to the smoking girl and yelled at how an elementary school student could smoke like that. The girl put down the cigarette, exhaled a puff, and coldly said she was 30 years old, just looked younger. Zhang Hao was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Just then the woman spoke, telling everyone to leave. The group in black suits replied in unison yes, and then retreated. She continued working and coldly reminded him to behave and not disturb her while she was busy. Zhang Hao let out an angry laugh, sarcastically saying she kidnapped him and then pretended to work, asking if she had a tyrant CEO syndrome. Ruan Nan stopped writing, saying nothing. Then she stood up. She walked to the bedside, looked down at him, and brought up the matter of him running away last time. Now he was being rude to her. She continued to threaten, thinking he was too unruly and did not believe she would not dare to do anything, then reached out to perform an action that made him confused and uneasy. He helplessly thought perhaps being tied up was also related to this matter. He seriously retorted, saying he did not understand the matter of being your man, and thought she had no real interest in him. His words caused her to fall into silence. He continued to ask if she truly wanted to get to know him, or was just using him. Ruan Nan was the chairman of Hongfuan Corporation. She was the current head of the Nguyen family, having taken over a family with a complex history, then reformed and led the family onto a legal path. Under her, the family merged into the Hongfuan Corporation, expanding into multiple business sectors and becoming a major power. He analyzed that someone like her, considered a goddess in her circle, could hardly casually take notice of him, so he did not believe it. Her expression gradually darkened, but he continued speaking, saying she was forcing him to become an artist, even though he did not understand the purpose. He asserted he only wanted to live peacefully, not wanting to be involved with her or these troubles. He demanded she release him, and after speaking, he jerked hard at the ropes. Ruan Nan frowned, saying, "Just as I thought." She looked at him and asserted he was not Zhang Hao, then smiled an unreadable smile. Sounds of collisions rang in his ears, making Zhang Hao panic. She continued, saying perhaps from that day he was no longer Zhang Hao. He was completely stunned by those words. At this moment, Zhang Hao had freed himself from the ropes. He rubbed his sore wrists and asked suspiciously what she was talking about. If he was not Zhang Hao, then who was he? Ruan Nan returned to her chair, saying she had investigated him very thoroughly. She lit a cigarette, glanced at him, and asked if he knew what he was like before, mentioning the title of school heartthrob. She said he grew up in a single-parent family, raised with difficulty by his father, which made him anxious. She continued talking about his academic history and educational environment, along with his good reputation in school. He became the object of pursuit and attention for many people. The evaluations around him described him as gentle, adorable, and considerate of others, making Zhang Hao want to explode emotionally after hearing it. Ruan Nan said that currently he was like a completely different person, as if two personalities coexisted in one face. He thought to himself that everything had been completely exposed. He recalled his transmigration after the Blood Moon incident, and not having had time to fully understand his previous identity. He frowned, wondering how she could conclude that based only on that information. Ruan Nan continued, saying that when he met her, he had no unusual reaction. He was stunned, asking in disbelief why he had to be excited just because she was famous. She calmly replied that it was because he used to be her crazy fan. Zhang Hao was horrified, breaking out in a sweat, unable to believe the situation was like this. She reiterated that he had publicly confessed his liking for her on social media, and told him he could check again. Zhang Hao's gaze at this moment became heavy and sank. He took out his phone from his pocket to check the information. Then he scrolled through his own profile page. 4 months ago. Been staying up late lately. Got a pimple near my eye. That new bag of Lin Yalongs is really pretty. I have to buy one next time. Haven't dared to go home alone recently. Switching to a post from 8 months ago. Someone confessed again. Rejecting someone alone is really tiring. Zhang Hao's expression suddenly turned panicked. Posts from a year ago. Waking up early to watch the sunrise. Constantly praising Ruan Nan. Getting into arguments to defend her. Even people asking for her photos. Those statuses about Ruan Nan made Zhang Hao's head spin. He told himself he had to study hard to be worthy of her, and he was even afraid she would fall for someone else. Checking more of the old posts made him break out in a cold sweat. He never expected his account to have so many posts. He skimmed until 3 months ago before stopping, too shocked to continue. Ruan Nan, sitting beside him, said it seemed he no longer remembered his time as her fan. She folded her arms and smiled, saying he might have amnesia or multiple personality disorder, but a person still had to learn and couldn't just acquire new skills out of nowhere. Those words made Zhang Hao even more uneasy. You are a game streamer. In over a month, you entered the top 100, rank 96 with 32,007 points. But the data shows you never played games before, and you even escaped thugs in a way others couldn't. So I'm certain it's not multiple personality disorder. It's a soul exchange. Ha, that's really crazy. No normal person would think that. After saying it, he felt a little pleased that he had thought of another possibility. He asked again, if we consider it a soul exchange, what do you want to do? Ruanen wore a calculating smile. Zhang Hao asked again, assuming it was a soul exchange. He asked coldly, what do you want? Now for the main point. My team is researching the once-in-a-century blood moon phenomenon. Hearing blood moon, Zhang Hao was startled, strange images flashing in his mind. She stood up and said that according to her investigation, the change in his personality happened after the blood moon appeared, so he was connected to it. Zhang Hao asked in confusion why she was so certain. Ruan Nan put her hands on her hips and said if he cooperated with the investigation, she would explain. He was silent for a moment, then scratched his head and said with difficulty, this matter. She smiled mischievously to reassure him that she wouldn't take him in for experiments, but it only made him more worried. She said there was a contract on the table that outlined the cooperation terms, telling him to read it carefully and think it over. He asked if anyone besides her was researching the blood moon phenomenon. She replied that as far as she knew, she was the only one. Zhang Hao took the contract and said he understood. He stood up to leave, saying he would read it when he got home. Worried, he pondered the blood moon in his mind, deciding to observe things for now. He said goodbye, saying he had to head back because it was late and he was worried his family would be concerned. Ruan Nan smiled and said she hoped he wouldn't keep her waiting too long, then added, also. The word also immediately made Zhao panic. The next moment, he was grabbed by the back of the neck and pinned against the door. Held firmly, he panicked and asked her what she was trying to do. Ruan Nan leaned in, held his chin, and said this was payback for his earlier sneak attack, leaving him stunned. Then she raised her hand. Zhang Hao panicked and quickly tried to stop her, telling her to calm down and talk things through. From inside came a series of smacking sounds, making him cry out in panic. After a moment, he rubbed the sore spot. Pain and anger, his eyes welled up from being overpowered by a girl. Walking and rubbing, he cried and fumed, silently marking this matter as he hurried home because his phone kept ringing. When he got home, the lights were still on. He stepped in and said, "I'm home," then froze. Seeing Tian Qin putting on her shoes to go out, she questioned him rapidly, startling him. Tian Qin suddenly called out his name loudly, making him jump. She hugged him tightly, saying anxiously that he was finally back, and she had been so worried about him. Hugged tightly, he apologized for worrying her and reassured her that he was back in time. Tian Qin said their parents had gone to their room, asking where he had been so late. He replied that he just went for a walk and lost track of time. He was about to go take a shower, smiled awkwardly in farewell, and walked past her. Suddenly, Tian Qin grabbed his wrist, telling him to wait. She asked seriously if he had been out with some girl. Her gaze turned sharp, saying he smelled of perfume. Zhang Hao sniffed himself and said there wasn't any. He was alone and didn't understand how he got any girl's perfume on him. He silently thought that Ruan Nan's perfume scent was too strong. He quickly explained that maybe he got the scent on him while in a crowd buying ice cream. Tian Qin stepped closer to inspect, telling him to be careful next time so others wouldn't take advantage of him. He said he was going to shower first and excused himself to change clothes. Tian Qin told him to go ahead and that she would wash his clothes. Suddenly, the sound of a knock came from the door. Knock knock. Ruan Nan's secretary knocked and entered, then called out, "Director Ruan." She responded with an Then she handed over a file on a person and requested further investigation. The secretary immediately replied, "Yes, Director Ruan," then accepted the file. After looking it over for a moment, the secretary asked in surprise, "Tian Qin, Zhang Hao's stepsister?" Ruan Nan's expression darkened, and she replied, "That's right, investigate further what she has been through recently. I always feel something is off." At this time, on Tian Qin's side, she was holding a uniform shirt in her hand with annoyance. She said angrily, "Zhang Hao doesn't need it. It might have been dirtied by someone else." A moment later, Zhang Hao came out after showering, a towel in his hand drying his hair, and said, "Sister Tian Qin, I'm done showering." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused as if remembering something. Tian Qin was rummaging through the refrigerator at this moment, her figure striking a rather seductive pose. She turned around and asked if he was done showering and if he wanted a drink, making Zhang Hao blush and stammer. Then he thought to himself that her figure was really beautiful. She handed him a carton of milk and said, "Go the room, I'll dry your hair for you." He replied, "Okay." At this moment, the room was quiet. Zhang Hao sat thinking, finding it a bit puzzling that he had been pulled into the room like this, while Tian Qin cheerfully dried his hair. Suddenly, he saw something. On the screen was a message from an account named My Painful Dream, with images and a strange confession sent to Tian Qin. Seeing the content, Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse inwardly. He thought angrily, what a pervert, the police need to be called. Then he turned and apologized to Tian Qin for accidentally seeing that message. She calmly dried his hair and said it was fine, just needed to tell that person clearly that she already had a boyfriend. Zhang Hao, while operating the computer, said angrily that there was no need to bother with that kind of person. Such excessive behavior was hard to accept. Tian Qin looked at his angry expression and couldn't help but smile. She happily hugged Zhang Hao from behind, saying that him caring about her like this made her very happy. Then she left and instructed, "I'm going to shower. You help me turn off the computer and handle that message for me." He replied, "Okay." Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly while using the mouse. Suddenly, he discovered something on her computer and let out a soft exclamation. He blurted out, "This is Angel Zhang Hao." He thought in surprise he didn't expect that in Sister Tian Qin's contact list there was a separate group like this. Then he accidentally saw a book on the shelf titled The Secret of Quan Embroidering. The open page revealed quite sensual images and a gaze full of allure. Zhang Hao immediately blushed, telling himself not to have any strange thoughts. This was Sister Tian Qin. Two trains of thought appeared in his head, one side warning of danger, the other side thinking she was very attractive, making him even more confused. In the end, he slumped onto the table like a lost soul, thinking he was having two dangerous thoughts about the person beside him. The next day, the weather was nice and a new day began. During recess, Zhang Hao sat alone on a bench in the yard, looking up at the sky. His gaze became dazed, as if he was thinking about something distant. He recalled the scene the previous day when he was with Tian Qin, the words they called each other making him both embarrassed and flustered. His memory, Tianqin smiled and asked him if he liked things like that. Thinking back, he felt that when he lost his composure, she seemed to have an unusual reaction too. As he was thinking, a sudden call startled him. He turned around and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair and coldly asked the other person what they wanted. Seeing the provocative attitude of the person in front of him, he let out a light snort. The other person declared they wanted a popularity contest to see who received more gifts. Zhang Hao listened silently as the other person spoke. After he finished speaking, he turned his face away and coldly said he wasn't interested. Lin Zhongzhong immediately used provocative words, asking if he was scared. Zhang Hao immediately refuted sharply, saying the other person was just bored and causing trouble. Also insulted their brain as having a problem, then warned that if they liked making trouble, he would assign them cleaning duty. His gaze turned cold, saying he didn't have time to argue. As expected, Lin Zhongzhong was furious and speechless. Zhang Hao continued to mock, saying if they couldn't speak, they should go see a doctor. Lin Zhongzhong was angry, still trying to appear provocative, and said that tonight he would definitely lose. Lin Yilong appeared, loudly defending Zhang Hao, saying he would definitely not lose. Lin Zhongzhong walked away, still throwing out a challenge before leaving. Lin Yilong confidently encouraged Zhang Hao, saying he would definitely win, while he was still a bit doubtful. That evening the moon was high, and the whole room was brightly lit. Zhang Hao sat in front of the livestream screen, not wearing a mask because of the heat, his mind only on the competition and receiving gifts. Time passed with consecutive elimination announcements sounding. Double kill, then quadra-kill appeared in succession. In the end, Zhang Hao achieved MVP with a KDA of 1672, looked at the screen, and smiled contentedly, confident that no one could surpass him today. The comments exploded fiercely, everyone admired the male god, continuously gifting yaks and capturing moments of his face, never getting tired of looking. Taking a deep breath, his face briefly appeared. The system notification shook everything. The number of yak gifts skyrocketed to 999. 9 yaks. Zhang Hao was so shocked he blurted out a curse. What the hell is this? Ruan Nan appeared on the luxury yacht, her hot figure in a bikini making it hard for others to look away. It was her. Zhang Hao thought with a dark expression. Was she reminding him to reply to that agreement early? He remembered the terms: stop all studies, move to a designated place, cancel external contracts, party covers expenses, salary of 30,000 yuan. He tightened his grip on the paper, trembling. 30,000 yuan. Zhang Hao threw the paper hard on the table and yelled, "What kind of contract is this?" He thought about the Blood Moon mission, felt it was still unclear so he shouldn't rush into being bound, needed to clarify before deciding, temporarily refuse and return the yaks later. After 999 yaks, Zhang Hao's livestream room immediately rose to number 1, with a huge gap from those below. The top 3 belonged to Lin Zhongzhong, a streamer at home. This person wore cat ears, dressed in women's clothing, held his stomach saying he felt unwell, so he asked to end the livestream, thanked for the yacht gifts, then turned off the room. Muttered to himself, then turned off the stream. His expression was fierce. Inside he was screaming curses, calling Zhang Hao fake, clinging to a sugar daddy while acting innocent. He had to destroy him. Lin Zhongzhong called someone, his voice full of scheming. He sneered coldly, asked that person to help with a matter. Money was no issue. His mind only focused on making Zhang Hao ruined and disgraced. The main character walked beneath a clear blue sky, gentle sunlight spilling onto the peaceful road. He looked at the flower shop by the roadside. Scratching his neck, Zhang Hao remembered that Tianqin said she wanted to buy lilies. He did not know that not far away, 2 girls were observing him with binoculars. 2 whispered, talking about Zhang Hao and Lin Zhong's plan. The one called Sister Mo softly replied. One girl looked at his back, found it somewhat familiar, her eyes gradually narrowing. Suddenly she jolted awake as if struck by lightning. She panicked and called someone else, demanding they immediately contact President Ruan at the high-rise building of FH Company. The secretary entered and reported there was a matter regarding Zhang Hao that needed to be presented to President Ruan. President Ruan was a beautiful female CEO. She took off her glasses and coldly said to go ahead and report. The secretary reported that someone on Diaoyu wanted to harm Zhang Hao, even demanding to take sensitive photos of him, but because they knew he was President Ruan's person, they did not dare do anything further. President Ruan immediately ordered the contract with Lin Zhongzhong to be terminated. The rest was left for the secretary to handle, decisively ending this matter. Scene shifted to his home. He was holding a flower vase while thinking the yacht money was too much, not knowing how to handle it when his phone rang. Zhang Hao answered, and the voice on the other end said bluntly, "This is Ruan." Before he could say anything, Tianqin standing behind him startled him, making him jump like a cat with its tail stepped on. He hurriedly hung up, forced a smile and said it was nothing, just an insurance advertising call. He was worried, feeling like he had just stepped into big trouble. On the other end, President Ruan was angry at being hung up on, veins bulging. She flew into a rage, immediately ordering the car to be prepared. Zhang Hao sat alone reconsidering, thinking hanging up like that was not good. He probably should discuss how to return the yaks. The phone lit up again, still President Ruan calling. As soon as he said hello, he was overwhelmed by the other party's momentum, demanding he either come out or she would send people in to get him. him. Zhang Hao immediately got angry and shouted back through the phone, "Does being a CEO give you the right to barge into someone's home?" Right after the sound of car horns rang out outside, Zhang Hao was stunned by the situation before him. His face gradually turned pale. A long line of cars parked densely outside sent a chill down his spine. He yelled into the phone, "Did you really come? I will call the police." President Ruan calmly replied, "Go ahead and try. See if this line of cars is breaking the law." Zhang Hao immediately fell silent with no words left to say. Finally, helpless, he had to agree to go out and meet her. He ran downstairs and told Tian Qin he was going to the convenience store to buy something. She asked if he needed company. He quickly refused, saying he could go alone, then left. Zhang Hao walked out with his hands in his pockets, saying into the phone that he was outside now. President Ruan asked again, besides her, who else had he offended? A cold female CEO, wearing black stockings, crossed her legs. Calmly but sharply said that there were people still watching him. Ruan Nan continued to instruct Zhang Hao to move according to her directions over the phone. He walked near a black car, at the same time being directed to the suspected positions of people and hidden weapons, the tense feeling increasing. Zhang Hao worriedly asked if this was reliable. He was just an ordinary student, afraid of a sudden attack. Ruan Nan sat in the car, explaining that letting the other party continue surveillance would be more dangerous. She would assist in handling it, telling him to act as bait. The female CEO reminded him to keep his distance, stand still, and wait for instructions. She ordered her subordinates to surround the area, prepare to act, and not let the target escape. Ruan Nan turned back, his gaze sharp. He asked again if there was something, but the other immediately replied there was nothing. Zhang Hao whispered through the phone, urging him to hurry up, worried about the other side. Go on up. It seemed the other party could no longer wait. A figure stepped out from a distant alley. From the silhouette, he could tell it was a girl in a gray cloak, with a man appearing behind her. "Damn it," she muttered angrily, making the air heavy. Zhang Hao was startled but kept calm, asked again who she was. This person did not seem normal. Suddenly she let out a fierce scream, then rushed forward in an uncontrolled state. Damn it, she immediately charged straight into an attack. The mysterious figure threw a hook from right to left, but Zhang Hao managed to dodge in time. This girl was not weak. She kept attacking but still could not touch her target. Zhang Hao quickly retreated, combining dodges to maintain a safe distance. She gritted her teeth and said, "Annoying, fast as a mouse." Zhang Hao silently observed. Long thought the opponent was strong but not fast enough. The mysterious woman again lunged forward, throwing punches, her attitude extremely aggressive. Zhang Hao's eyes widened, realizing the opportunity for a counterattack had come. Zhang Hao lightly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow very cleanly. He used his leg to sweep lightly, breaking the opponent's balance. Girl immediately lost her balance, her body lunging forward. She slammed heavily onto the ground with a very loud thud. The opponent's back was controlled and pressed firmly down. Zhang Hao held the girl down on the ground, vigilantly asking who she was. "Why did she attack me?" The other replied that it was all because of him. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in this situation. Zhang Hao was confused, demanding the opponent remove her mask and explain clearly. The opponent slowly raised her hand. Just when he thought she was taking off the mask, she suddenly twisted her body and struck backward hard with her elbow. Zhang Hao was thrown to the ground, cursed softly because the blow was too strong. The opponent stood up, her gaze becoming sharper and more dangerous. She screamed that she wanted to kill him. A knife appeared in her hand. The situation became serious. Zhang Hao's expression immediately changed. At that moment, another person appeared just in time. A sudden punch came from the left, aimed straight at the attacker. A beautiful woman with a CEO aura appeared, her strike extremely fast, causing the knife to fall to the ground. The mysterious figure's mask was knocked off, blood flowing from her mouth. Ruan Nan had saved Zhang Hao in time. Ruan Nan said coldly she still dared to come back and cause trouble after the previous incident. Only then did Zhang Hao realize he blurted out, so it was her. That was Liu Xin, the one who had wanted to make a move on Zhang Hao. One side of her face was swollen red. Zhang Hao could not believe it. "Just because I rejected your offer of support, you wanted to kill me." Liu Xin roared angrily, "'Cause you got me detained. Men only change for money." Zhang Hao got angry and cursed back, "What nonsense are you talking?" Ruan Nan immediately cut in, demanding both of them stop. Ruan Nan explained that the detention had nothing to do with Zhang Hao. It was because she had caused too much trouble. He continued to tie her hair, her voice sharp, accusing Liu's group of using their reputation to extort and bully others. Ruan Nan said bluntly that she could not tolerate such behavior. She asserted that she would deal with Liu Xin to the end. Liu Xin was furious, yelling that someone like her, a rich young lady, understood nothing. She lunged forward to attack in an uncontrolled state. Ruan Nan calmly replied, "Maybe I do not understand everything." But whatever the reason, she could not use her fists to justify it. She easily controlled Liu Xin's attack. Sweat fell, the distance between the two grew increasingly dangerous. An extremely powerful hook made Liu Xin burst into tears, her body staggering. Ruan Nan ended the fight. Liu Xin collapsed to the ground, completely helpless. Zhang Hao stood to the side, his face pale, thinking that she had very lenient with him before. A moment later, the police arrived and took Liu Xin away. She would probably have to pay the price. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thanked Ruan Nan, then asked her to take him back because he was afraid his sister would worry. Ruan Nan did not answer, only asked him back if he had forgotten the reason she came to find him. Zhang Hao was stunned, then remembered the contract from last time, speaking while looking at her expression. Ruan Nan said bluntly, "Besides the contract, I also wanted to warn you that someone is planning to take your photos secretly." Zhang Hao was confused. Who would do such a strange thing? Ruan Nan changed the subject, emphasizing that the important thing was that he had hung up on her while she was talking to him. Is that so? Zhang Hao looked over and immediately sensed the other person's emotions. He bowed 90 degrees, sincerely apologizing for troubling the CEO. Unexpectedly, he continued, "Hanging up on you was my fault, I apologize." Ruan Nan's face flushed slightly, her mood seemingly improved. She asked, "So, are you ready to accept the punishment?" "Yes, please punish me." Zhang Hao asked in surprise, "Huh? What blessing? What punishment?" Ruan Nan stepped closer, gently touching his cheek. Due to the height difference, she had to lean down slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly kissed Zhang Hao on the lips. The beauty's eyes slightly closed, revealing a satisfied expression. Zhang Hao's heart pounded wildly, his mind a mess. What is happening? Am I being kissed? What should I do now? Push her away? Zhang Hao was utterly panicked, flustered, yet the feeling was very pleasant, making him even more embarrassed. Furthermore, Ruan Nan was an extremely beautiful woman, with strong charisma and allure. After all, he was just an ordinary person, so when she took the initiative, he was nearly defenseless. Just then, Tianqin's figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Hao hurriedly pushed Ruan Nan's shoulder away, wiped his mouth, and asked awkwardly, "President Ruan, do you have some strange habit? Why do you tease me time and again? And that was my first kiss." Seeing Ruan Nan's slightly curled lips, Zhang Hao thought she was quite a troublemaker, while she secretly thought it turned out to be his first kiss. Zhang Hao quickly said, "That's not the point. Consider tonight's events as your help to me, and the kiss is water under the bridge. About yesterday's livestream, I'll pay you. Give me your account number." Ruan Nan's voice instantly turned cold. "Just a paltry sum. Who do you think I am? Are you trying to cut ties with me? Not planning to sign the contract anymore?" Her gaze sharpened. Zhang Hao replied, "I can't sign that contract for now." Ruan Nan's expression immediately darkened, only saying 2 words. "Reason?" Zhang Hao averted his gaze, his voice slightly hesitant. He quickly turned around, hands in his pockets, intending to leave. "You've had a long day. Go home and rest." But as he left, Ruan Nan remained silent without a reply. Watching his retreating back, she thought to herself, "Zhang Hao, I'm not letting go so easily." He returned home according to his daily routine. As soon as he arrived, he immediately lay down to rest. His mind was still a mess. While near Ruan Nan, he suddenly remembered Tianqin and wondered what he was thinking. He quickly slapped his cheeks hard, reminding himself to stay focused. "Zhang Hao, what are you thinking? That's your boss. Don't think nonsense." Next morning, the high school was bustling with noise under the clear blue sunlight. The atmosphere was peaceful. A call from Min Yuhua rang out. The sound immediately attracted the white-haired, red-eyed girl with a lovely face. The caller was Zhang Hao. He smiled. "Min Yuhua, good morn." "Good morning." Zhang Hao thought happily after a day with the domineering CEO. Being with Min Yuhua made him feel much more relaxed. At this moment, Zhang Hao's attention was caught. Min Yuhua's long legs in black stockings stood out even more. This was probably the first time he had seen her dressed like this. Min Yuhua tilted her head slightly and asked, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Hao quickly covered up. "Ah, no, I have a gift for you." He held out a gun-shaped keychain and said, "Thank you for teaching me martial arts. It was very helpful. I saw you liked it the other day, so I bought it for you." "For you." Min Yuhua looked at the gift. She gently grasped it and smiled. "Thank you. I will treasure this gift." Her voice was very sincere. Zhang Hao scratched his head, slightly proud. "Haha, I'm glad you like it." He suddenly remembered something, looked at Min Yuhua's black stockings, and felt something was different. Min Yuhua had just put away the keychain when she noticed something else. She looked at him, then followed his gaze down to her own legs. "Zhang Hao," she called softly, startling him. Min Yuhua slightly closed her legs, covering them, and asked, "Is there something wrong with my legs?" At noon, Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua were alone in a room. Zhang Hao seemed to realize something. He asked, "Why are you staring at my legs?" Min Yuhua calmly replied, "You looked at my legs many times today. Do you like them?" Zhang Hao was startled and coughed awkwardly. He tried to hide his feelings and said, "It's not like that. Is that so?" Zhang Hao looked at her and admitted with a bit of embarrassment. Hearing this, she just smiled faintly. She continued, "Zhang Hao, can you—" Zhang Hao froze, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he just heard. Min Yuhua calmly said, "After getting to know you, I feel very happy to have someone to eat with and care about me." She was happy but a little sad not getting a response from Zhang Hao, so she moved closer and whispered, "Do you not want to?" He had not yet understood what was happening, merely replying in a confused and vague manner. His mind was screaming, such a good girl being this proactive, but he forced calm on the outside, though his heart was slightly shaken, an indescribable feeling stirring within. He put the boxed meal down on the table, hesitating slightly before saying, "Is that so?" He asked back, "What if I told you to sit on my lap right now? Would you agree?" She looked a little flustered. Manhwa placed the boxed meal down and stood up to speak. Without hesitation, she sat on his lap and asked back, "Is that enough now?" The action stunned him. He thought to himself, she really is this obedient, truly such an innocent person in a world of female empowerment. Zhang Hao happily said while she was sitting on his lap, "I wish I had a good little sister like you. Aren't you uncomfortable?" She thought for a moment, then raised her hand to cover her mouth, as if pondering something slightly silly. She answered softly, "Just a little." Then she placed her hands on his shoulders, pulled herself closer, and said it felt quite comfortable like this, that no one had ever held her before. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's heart softened slightly, thinking she might be starved for affection, perhaps related to her family situation. Suddenly, Zhang Hao noticed the ring on Manhwa's hand. He asked back, "Isn't this the keychain I gave you?" Then he wondered why she had it on her hand. She blushed slightly, saying it was the first gift she had ever received from a friend, so she wanted to keep it with her always. Hearing this, he was even more surprised and asked to confirm, "Really your first gift? No one has ever given you anything before?" She lowered her head, her eyes a little sad as she answered softly, Before, friends just gave money, not gifts." He patted her head to comfort her, saying those were not good friends. Do not worry about them anymore, but inside he thought those people were truly going too far. She calmly replied that Huang Yuanyuan had once given her many strange books and movies, but she had listened to him and did not watch them anymore. He felt a little annoyed and glanced away, thinking Huang Yuanyuan was definitely a problem. He hugged her and said this keychain would look better on a backpack. He would buy her a more suitable one. She happily leaned into his embrace, while he urged her to eat quickly so they could go to class, and she only responded softly. She nodded in agreement. Then the scene shifted to in front of the classroom. In the classroom, he sat looking around in a daze. The lesson had just begun. He was surprised to see a strange object appear. In his daze, he instinctively picked it up, but it was snatched away by someone immediately. The class monitor shouted in panic, "Zhang Hao, how could you bring this to school?" He was baffled, not understanding what was happening, his mind in a mess. The class monitor continued to loudly accuse him of destroying the school's morals and making the female students jealous because they were chasing after him. People around also started gossiping, some sneering that he was only pretending to be innocent but was rotten inside. Some female students argued back, saying Zhang Hao was not that kind of person, and a few others also spoke up in his defense and demanded clarification. He cursed in anger, not expecting to be surrounded and misunderstood by these people. He stood up, opening his hands to show the letters inside his desk, telling everyone to see the truth clearly. He pointed at the item in the class monitor's hand, asserting that he had nothing to do with it and would not be framed. He warned coldly if they continued to blame him, they should not blame him for being impolite. The crowd began to hesitate and then dispersed, murmuring that this situation was really confusing. Seeing him tense, Manhwa came over and asked if he was okay. Another person also voiced suspicion, and a few other female friends still trusted him. He rubbed his head tiredly and said it was fine, nothing big. In a hidden corner, someone was secretly watching the entire exchange. The next morning, he saw strange things appear under his desk again. He exclaimed in shock, "Is this not over yet?" He quickly gathered them up and threw those things into the trash can. The next day, things continued again, making him furious. He kicked the trash can hard in his anger. His voice rang throughout the class, angry that something absurd happened every single day. Lin Yilong, while stretching, asked him about the rumors these past few days, suspecting someone was deliberately trying to harm him. He calmly replied that he did not know, only that every morning he would find strange items in his desk, and that someone was trying to frame him. Lin Yilong worriedly asked what he should do. He calmly answered that he would handle it himself, then asked Manhwa for help. Manhwa happily ran over and asked what he needed her for. He leaned in and whispered, asking if she could do him a favor. After hearing him out, she calmly agreed and said she would ask the butler to handle it after school. Things were temporarily arranged smoothly. Time passed and the classes proceeded normally. That evening, a tired Lin Yilong said they definitely had to catch the instigator this time. The next morning, a new day began again. A stranger walked into the classroom. He was wearing a conspicuous yellow hoodie. He hurriedly bent down, searching for something under a desk. Suddenly, a beeping sound rang out, causing that man to look around in panic. Their eyes met, and he was startled to see him holding a phone to take a picture of the item. Beep beep. He frowned, gritting his teeth to endure it, his body trembling slightly from the constant signal. He forced a smile, still holding the pile of contraband, saying it had been 8 days now, that he prepared supplies for him every day and spent a lot of money, so do not waste it. Keep this money, do not throw it away. The coin was thrown straight toward him, and he shouted at him to pick it up himself. 53. He tremblingly took the item in his hand, his expression dazed. Veins bulging from anger, he asked in a harsh voice how he got discovered. He calmly replied that this was a high-tech anti-theft system. Forget it. He waved his hand to open the door, smiling and saying, "See you at the office." He angrily shouted, said, "Do not let him escape." OMG, a group of thugs rushed out, their clothes disheveled and ferocious. He turned around and saw them, saying you even called for backup, but thought to himself that it was bad, because the opponents looked like they knew how to fight. He glanced over, pointing directly and ordering them to drag him into the restroom. That group of people rushed at him like arrows. Waves of consecutive attacks converged on him. Turning toward him, he also quickly dodged. Indeed, fighting one against many was very hard to withstand. Korat was also kicked far away by in person. He was hit and flew far away. Seeing this, Manhwa called out loudly Zhang Hao. The gray-haired man was also startled. She witnessed him being beaten and immediately became furious, her face tensing up. Another person saw her anger and sneered, telling her not to meddle in other people's business. Turning back to him, the blonde man lunged forward. He was distracted and lost his bearings. At that moment, she rushed over from a distance like the wind when she saw him being hit. Immediately after, that man was kicked by her, blood spurting from his nose. He fell to the ground, his body sliding far. She approached her opponent. That man held his ground, planting his feet firmly on the floor. She looked down, her cold gaze making the opponent tremble in fear. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. She immediately grabbed the opponent by the collar. He cried out in panic, tremblingly begging for mercy. Even though the opponent begged for mercy, Manhwa did not stop. She was about to strike again when Zhang Hao stopped her. He quickly intervened, telling her to stop, saying he was fine, but if she continued it would cause a lot of trouble. The teacher suddenly rushed in and shouted loudly, demanding them to stop immediately. He said softly to Manhwa, telling her to stop. The school loudspeaker broadcast disciplinary notices. Lin Zhongzhong received a warning. Manhwa got a reminder for fighting for the first time. He and Lin Yilong stood at the window looking down, their expressions full of worry. Lin Yilong worriedly asked Zhang Hao if he knew Manhwa was okay, having heard that someone was taken to the hospital. He replied anxiously, not sure, feeling uneasy himself. He looked toward her, thinking her family was very strict, not knowing what would happen, his gaze full of concern. The sky suddenly poured rain, and he ran alone in the heavy downpour. When he got home, his father handed him a towel and asked why he did not bring an umbrella, why he did not call, afraid he would catch a cold. He took the towel and said he was fine, asking to go to his room first. He hurriedly ran upstairs, and his father watched him go with a doubtful look. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately took out his phone and called Manhwa in worry. The phone only emitted a long, repeated beeping sound. The call connected. She answered, her trembling voice calling his name. He asked back with concern, thinking she was crying. He asked back in a panic why was she crying. She cried and spoke in panic, her voice fragmented. He anxiously asked where she was, his gaze full of unease. She said her mother locked her in the dark room for self-reflection. He blurted out unconsciously, too shocked. She told him that every time she made a mistake, she was locked in the dark room for 2 days to think, which was terrifying. The room was very dark, and she said she was truly very scared. He immediately comforted her, saying he would stay and talk with her. She replied timidly, her voice soft. She asked him not to hang up the phone. He agreed and said he would tell her a story from a novel. He was talking when he paused because of a strange noise. He told her that if he fell asleep, the phone would stay on, and began telling the story. He talked about the novel The World of Real Men, where men are strong, have six-pack abs, and handle all the heavy and dangerous work. He quickly introduced the characters in his story. The male lead was a reincarnated cultivation immortal, the strongest man in the world who bore the heavy responsibility of saving the old world. On that journey, he continuously killed monsters to level up, met many beautiful and gentle girls who all admired his strength, and also had many who pursued him for his appearance. For example, the male lead of my story, however, is completely the opposite of that world. She smiled happily until her eyes narrowed, then told Zhang Hao that the novel he wrote was very good but lacked reality. The men were too weak to shoulder anything, while the women were stronger and should be the ones to protect and save the world. After hearing her opinion, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Yes, this world had already changed. On the other end of the line, hearing a hint of melancholy in his voice, she hurriedly said, "But I think your world is very interesting. You write very well. I will read your novel. Can I give gifts? I see everyone reading gives a lot of gifts. I can also give you gifts as long as you are happy." He looked out the window and replied that if you want to read, just leave a few comments. That would make me very happy already. He added, "Are you still scared now? Or tell me about the everyday things you like to do." She quickly replied that she was no longer as scared as before. Usually she liked watching action movies. The lively conversation went on like that until the rain completely stopped. Rain had stopped. The next morning, he woke up with a tired face and softly said his head hurt. Subconsciously, he felt a cloth placed on his forehead. The person taking care of him was Tian Qin. She smiled and said she was going to wake him for breakfast but saw he had a fever, so hurry and take the medicine. His voice trembled as he said his body had no strength left, thinking that just getting caught in light rain had done this. His body was truly weak. She smiled back and said, "Is that so?" Then she suddenly moved closer, making him immediately blush in embarrassment. She brought the pill to his lips and softly said, "Take the medicine." He panicked, thinking he had to take it with his mouth. His face flushed red as Tianqin gradually moved closer. Suddenly it was all just his imagination. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes in embarrassment, saying, "No way, we are siblings," while Tianqin looked confused, not understanding what was happening. She helplessly asked Zhang Hao what was wrong. "Didn't you say you had no strength? I'm just helping you sit up." He woke with a start and hurriedly spoke. His mind panicked, thinking what was that dream just now, then quickly replied to Tianqin, "Then sorry for the trouble." She quickly helped him sit up, and in his mind only 3 words kept repeating. He took the medicine, his eyes turning red, a feeling of fatigue enveloping his entire body. Tianqin then secretly thought that Zhang Hao seemed a bit resistant to her just now. Could he have sensed something? She was a bit flustered, then said, "Right, Zhang Hao, but since you have a fever, just finish this bowl of porridge." He looked at her with a contemplative gaze, wondering if any sister would take care of her younger brother this thoroughly, or if he was the only one treated so specially. He shyly asked Tianqin why she was so good to him. It felt even more than a biological sister caring for her brother. She paused, then smiled lightly and said naturally, "Of course, because Zhang Hao deserves it." She continued, saying she was willing to take care of Zhang Hao for his whole life. Spoon after spoon of porridge was thus brought to his mouth. He blushed, thinking this was an excessive level of intimacy between siblings, like a proposal. He awkwardly said, "Tianqin, I can eat by myself now." He then thought to himself that Tianqin seemed very beautiful today. He calmed himself, thinking maybe he was overthinking it. She was just taking care of her younger brother. After finishing the porridge, he told Tianqin to go to work and let him rest. She immediately said that since he was sick, she couldn't rest easy and wanted to stay and take care of him. Half-conscious, he looked at her, still feeling something was off. But Tianqin's presence made it hard for him to rest peacefully. It made him feel both reassured and inexplicably flustered. But in this situation, who could sleep? Just as he thought that, he began to drift off. About 5 minutes later, he was fast asleep. She quietly watched him. Looking at his sleeping face, she fell into thought. Zhang Hao was truly asleep. If it were before, this would have been impossible. She softly thought, "Impossible, Zhang Hao. I really want you to know, but you might hate me." Then the scene shifted to a dark place. In the darkness, Ruan Nan sat with an authoritative air. His name softly escaped her lips. Zhang Hao, images of the past surfaced. They swirled in her mind, making her blush as she covered her face, not expecting she had once been so weak and adorable in front of him. He exuded confidence and arrogance from within. In her eyes, he was the most special boy she had ever met. A cigarette was slowly brought to her lips. While savoring the cigarette, she suddenly blushed and thought, "Ruan Nan, could you actually like him?" Midnight, Zhang Hao was sleeping soundly in his warm bed with blankets. Beside the bed, his phone suddenly vibrated non-stop. Zhang Hao was annoyed, wanting to smash the phone that was disturbing his sleep. His still sick body made him even more uncomfortable, and even reaching out his hand felt heavy. He barely managed to reach his phone and answered hoarsely. The other end of the line was silent. He asked in confusion who was calling in the middle of the night without saying anything. When he was about to hang up, the person on the other end finally spoke in a hesitant voice. The caller was Ruan Nan. Zhang Hao was now half awake, tired, but still managed to reply half-jokingly. The other end only replied with a short sentence in a calm voice. Before he could fall back asleep, the call left his mind spinning, feeling like a panda from lack of sleep. He looked at his phone clock, it was 2:01 a.m., and began to show clear annoyance. Kuei did not dare to act rashly, otherwise tomorrow he might have ended up a dead body at Ruan Nan's hands. He had to sit up, taking deep breaths to calm himself. "Boss lady, look at the time, it's 2 a.m., and you're calling a high school student. Do you want me to tell you a fairy tale to put you to sleep or sing? Only good fathers are good in this world, Ruan Nan. It's just the typical domineering female CEO routine. Even if you disturb others in the middle of the night, you should be careful with your words. Pay some attention when talking to me." Zhang Hao was still trying to suppress his anger, truly a domineering CEO, calling to disturb in the dead of night, and still demanding politeness from others. Ruan Nan had to find a random topic to talk about, mentioning the martial arts techniques he had learned from someone named Manhwa. At the mention of that person, Zhang Hao's expression immediately turned cold, his eyes sharpened, and his voice dropped noticeably. The other party just remained silent, slowly taking a drag of a cigarette, maintaining a calm demeanor. The cigarette smoke exhaled formed a faint white mist in the space, the smell of tobacco slightly heavy. Amidst the darkness, her face was faintly visible in the haze. Manhua's skill level is only average at best. For a moment, the usually nonchalant eyes of that domineering CEO flashed with a hint of depth, but quickly returned to normal. She even suggested he join a professional training team, saying with a good foundation he could become a world-class bodyguard, gaining both fame and fortune. Ruan Nan's words left Zhang Hao speechless. One moment she said to become a celebrity, the next she wanted him to be a bodyguard. The treatment truly changed too fast. But he didn't know she was just finding excuses to keep contact in the dead of night. Zhang Hao replied seriously, "Not interested, don't brainwash me. I just want to keep my distance from you. I only train after school, don't call anymore or I'll change my number." Ruan Nan still thought Zhang Hao had feelings for her, so she assumed his words were because someone was nearby, making it inconvenient to speak the truth. She asked back, "Wait, there's no one beside you right now, is there?" Zhang Hao was too sleepy to care. He said a firm sentence and hung up sharply, leaving Ruan Nan listening to the long dial tone on the cold screen. Normally, she was the one who hung up on others, but today she was hung up on first. The feeling of being hung up on by someone else made her a bit uncomfortable. Looking at the black screen, she felt an inexplicable emptiness and irritation. She leaned back, calming herself, treating it as a small matter, then consoled herself. A long night passed, the sky quickly brightened, the clear space gradually appearing. Early morning, white clouds drifted and birds sang. Zhang Hao woke up from the disturbed sleep, draped on the jacket Tian Qin had prepared, then sent a message. Tian Qin also reminded him, if he went to the bathroom, to remember to put on the jacket. Zhang Hao put on the jacket, before sitting back on the bed to read the note his sister left on the table, thinking that sister Tian Qin always treated him like a child. That's why she cared so meticulously. Immediately after, a voice sounded in his ear as if repeating the reminder. A knock came at the door. Tian Qin gently opened it, poked her head in to ask, "Zhang Hao, you're awake, perfect timing, help me choose some clothes." She was very close to him. She treated him like a real younger brother, so she was very natural, not at all awkward when asking for his opinion. In her hand, she held two outfits, somewhat hinting at a choice. Zhang Hao nearly had a nosebleed from his stepsister's alluring figure. He quickly told himself to restrain, otherwise he might have actually lost blood. But the scene was too much, forcing him to hold back, coughing a few times to stay calm. He awkwardly pointed at one of the outfits in her hand, this one. Tian Qin happily took the two outfits and left, her voice full of affection for the brother she considered blood. But just as she turned to walk away, Zhang Hao suddenly noticed something. On Tian Qin's waist area, he faintly saw a large tattoo, only partially exposed as it was covered by her clothes. Zhang Hao couldn't help but be astonished, his eyes open. His gentle sister, always tenderly caring for him, actually had such a large tattoo. Because his body hadn't fully recovered, Zhang Hao didn't go to school today. He sat eating breakfast at the table, enjoying the meal Tian Qin had prepared, while she organized her things to go to the research lab. Before leaving, she told him to rest well at home. After she left, he ate breakfast while thinking about life. This world was very good, but he still missed the relatives and friends from the old world, having tried writing novels and live streaming to earn money to go back, but still without a clear direction. Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he stopped eating. He remembered he had previously reported the Liu Huan case, and could claim a 50,000 reward. He had to go check it out today. Thinking that, he stood up and headed to the police station. Not long after Zhang Hao arrived at the police station, he came to claim the reward money. "Hello, last time I reported the Liu Huan case, you said I could claim a 50,000 reward. I was busy before, so I didn't come. Can I collect it now?" The female officer who received him was quite friendly, smiling. "Ah, I remember you, the handsome boy, right? You're still a high school student, aren't you? Maybe you can't collect it today. You need to go through procedures. The earliest might be about a month." Zhang Hao didn't give up, showed his ID to prove he was of legal age, and continued explaining. But the police side still shook their heads, saying they couldn't directly pay out the money according to regulations. Only then did he freeze, feeling that claiming the money was truly too difficult. He asked who the payer was and was told he had to contact the reward provider. If he wanted to know more, he could go to the Phoenix Hong group to meet the person in charge. Zhang Hao could only thank them and leave. At the director's office of the Phoenix Hong Media Group, Ruan Nan lounged in her chair, listening to the report from the female officer about Zhang Hao wanting to claim cash. She calmly said to let him come meet her, then hung up. Afterwards, she sat quietly, looking at her phone and muttering, "Getting hung up on last night, now he's proactively coming to see her," but then she rationalized it as him coming for her, not the money. At the entrance of the Phoenix Hong group, Zhang Hao appeared with his striking platinum blonde hair, quickly attracting the attention of everyone around. Although a bit hesitant, he decided to enter, not wanting to overthink yesterday's events, just focusing on claiming the money. Entering such a large building for the first time, he didn't know where Ruan Nan's office was, so he politely asked the receptionist how to get to the top floor. In the elevator, a female employee looked at him, blushing from the impression, her attitude becoming more enthusiastic, constantly trying to strike up a conversation, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. He simply explained that he wasn't a company employee, just there to see an acquaintance. The girl kept asking questions, curious about where he was studying, saying he looked very young, like a student. The girl even inadvertently pushed him into a corner of the elevator, forcing Zhang Hao to silently calm himself, trying to keep his distance. The conversation was interrupted when the elevator stopped. Zhang Hao quickly said thank you and planned to leave when reaching the top floor, no longer needing guidance. But the female employee seemed reluctant, grabbing his hand, not wanting to let go, revealing her true feelings that she really liked him. She turned him around and straightforwardly confessed her feelings, believing in love at first sight. The girl grew more infatuated as she spoke, making Zhang Hao somewhat panicked. Just then, the elevator opened, and the female Big Demon King appeared right at the door. That person's arm immediately blocked the elevator door, pressing the button to keep it from closing, her gaze full of displeasure witnessing the scene before her. The other girl froze, finally feeling the pressure, and fell silent. The Big Demon King of the group stood right at the elevator door, coldly observing the entire situation that had just unfolded. Zhang Hao and his sister stood in the elevator, sweat pouring off them as if facing imminent danger. He did not know how terrifying Ruan Nan was within the corporation, so he remained fairly calm, only slightly surprised. Meanwhile, his sister's face turned pale, and she stammered, unable to speak properly. President Ruan. Zhang Hao had been facing away from the door, so he did not know who had just entered. Only upon hearing that did he grow curious. If the Big Demon King Ruan Nan frowned, her eyes bloodshot with anger, she would coldly say, "Get lost, no need to come to the company ever again. Dare to touch my people, and you will have no chance." His sister suddenly felt regretful, unwilling to lose her precious job, so she hurriedly knelt down. Before she could even understand what she had done wrong, she immediately began apologizing repeatedly. "President Ruan, I was wrong. If she had not caused any loss to the corporation, why would she be fired? She had not done anything wrong. On what grounds could such a senseless termination happen?" Meanwhile, his sister remained kneeling obediently, her face twisted as tears threatened to fall. Ruan Nan remained cold, her face expressionless, and asked in a flat tone, "Are you trying to plead on her behalf?" His sister panicked and defended herself, insisting she worked diligently and had never made a mistake, begging not to be fired and promising she would not make casual talk anymore. Zhang Hao paid no attention. He helped her stand up and said, "Get up, your knees as a girl are precious. If it does not work out, find another job." His sister worriedly said that if news of being fired by President Ruan spread, no one else would dare to hire her. Zhang Hao was not from this circle, so he did not fully understand Ruan Nan's influence. He had only ever thought of her as a successful businesswoman, so he was slightly startled. Ruan Nan ignored his sister and directly grabbed Zhang Hao's arm, pulling him into the office. Being dragged away in broad daylight, Zhang Hao angrily shouted, "What is wrong with you? Are you having another domineering CEO episode?" Once inside, Ruan Nan pinned Zhang Hao against the corner of the wall, blocking all escape routes. "You dare to flirt with someone else right in front of me." But clearly, the two of them had nothing between them yet, with no defined relationship, so how could she forbid others? Zhang Hao felt helpless, thinking that he and she had no connection whatsoever, and he had not been flirting with anyone. Zhang Hao retorted irritably, "Which eye of yours saw me flirting with her? I was just telling her to get up." Pushed her restraining hand away, calmly saying she just gave me some directions. "Firing her like that is too unreasonable." Ruan Nan asked back in surprise. A lot. Even though they had no romantic relationship, Ruan Nan still felt annoyed seeing Zhang Hao interacting with another woman. She sat down on the sofa and said coldly, "You are provoking me." "There you go, nothing we said had anything to do with you." Ruan Nan was used to controlling others, but when she met Zhang Hao, she faced resistance and was momentarily speechless. Though accustomed to handling difficult situations, Ruan Nan realized she could not force someone who would not comply. She crossed her arms, sitting on the desk, and said, "You really know how to provoke people." Zhang Hao was surprised by Ruan Nan's domineering nature, but he was also drawn to her aura and her toned physique from training. Someone as violent as her, when she fights, is she not afraid of exposing something? Ruan Nan had already noticed Zhang Hao's gaze and realized he was looking at her. Zhang Hao realized the seriousness of the problem when her eyes locked onto him, making him feel as if he was being seen through. Ruan Nan let out a light sigh. "Ha, you want to protect her? Then let us play a little game." Ruan Nan took out a cigarette, presenting a challenge. "I will toss it up, I use my left hand and you use your right. Whoever catches it first wins." Zhang Hao seriously accepted the challenge to secure his sister's position. He rolled up his sleeves, confident in his reflexes, but unaware that this was a trap. When he rolled up his sleeve, revealing his fair arm, Ruan Nan was taken aback by the contrast between his appearance and expectations. She was momentarily stunned. In that moment of carelessness, she dropped the cigarette. Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise, starting without warning. He lunged forward, trying to catch the cigarette to salvage the situation. Ruan Nan realized she had dropped the cigarette and immediately reacted. She immediately lunged after it, her body tense like a drawn bowstring. Zhang Hao was a step faster and snatched the cigarette. If he caught the cigarette, his sister would keep her position in the corporation. Due to the momentum being too strong, she lost her balance and fell towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao experienced such close contact for the first time and stood completely frozen. Both of them stood still for a few seconds in surprise. Ruan Nan lay on top of him for a moment, then propped herself up and stood, saying she had won. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I lost." Zhang Hao began to doubt her true intentions. He dismissed that thought because he felt he had not lost anything, but unconsciously he touched her. Ruan Nan was startled by the sudden action. She felt a surge of heat and immediately scolded him for being a pervert, having no sense of restraint. Zhang Hao reacted, saying she had taken advantage first, so he was just retaliating. He admitted his fault but reminded her of the agreement. A win meant keeping his sister. Ruan Nan said bluntly that he was the most attractive person of the opposite sex she had ever met. She had never encountered anyone like him. Zhang Hao felt embarrassed, blushing, and said he would rather she just gave him 50,000 yuan than a compliment. Just then, Ruan Nan used the excuse of going to the restroom and left. Zhang Hao was left alone in thought, feeling the situation was like being on the eve of a great battle. His phone rang. Tian Qin was calling to check on her younger brother. He replied that he was helping a friend with homework and would be home soon. Tian Qin told him to come home early, worried about his health. While he had not yet hung up, Jiahui asked Tian Qin why she had not come in to sing yet. The two were talking as they walked inside, and Jiahui noticed the tattoo on Tian Qin's back. She complimented the tattoo, saying it was very beautiful. Tian Qin hesitated slightly, held up her phone to see the caller's name. Tian Qin continued the call while Zhang Hao only vaguely heard someone asking about his sister's tattoo. She nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping past quickly. The cigarette butt was neatly placed on the tea table, and in his hand he still held a half-smoked cigarette. Ruan Nan had just lit a cigarette with a lighter, took a puff, and remarked that the taste was quite good, truly worthy of a domineering clan. The cigarette was almost burnt out. Zhang Hao leaned down to flick it into the ashtray, but his gaze paused on the beautiful girl in front of him. This was his first time seeing Ruan Nan in this state, and she was indeed very different. When not bearing the aura of a domineering CEO, she was still a beautiful girl no less than Tian Qin. Her suit jacket was off, leaving only a thin shirt with a few buttons undone, revealing a black undershirt inside, and her skirt had also been changed to black. The black stockings had been removed, revealing smooth white skin still speckled with a few beads of sweat, as if she had just endured a tense ordeal. Although Ruan Nan spoke lightly, she still maintained a stern expression. Realizing her cigarette had been used, she immediately frowned. "A kid smoking. What?" Zhang Hao only replied absent-mindedly, his attitude quite indifferent. He put the cigarette out in the ashtray and then said calmly he was just trying the smell. But when she went to the bathroom, did she also change clothes? A teasing smile flickered across Zhang Hao's face as he asked further, "Was she doing something in the restroom?" Ruan Nan answered bluntly, "I am just an ordinary woman too, so don't make decisions for me on your own from now on." I couldn't resist your charm." Zhang Hao was quite surprised because Ruan Nan usually valued her image, yet today she did not deny what others said, leaving him momentarily flustered. He coughed a few times, almost spurting blood from his nose from the sheer surprise. He quickly regained his composure and returned to the main matter. "Today I came to get the 50,000 yuan. Hand it over to me so there are no misunderstandings." Ruan Nan settled both old and new debts, saying the 50,000 yuan no longer needed to be repaid because that special cigarette was worth 60,000 yuan, so he actually owed her 10,000 yuan instead. Zhang Hao did not expect to be countered like this. He immediately got angry and shouted that a single cigarette costing 60,000 yuan was clearly a scam on a student. Ruan Nan calmly placed a cardboard box on the table and told him to check it himself if he did not believe her. Zhang Hao was stunned, never imagining a cigarette would amount to 60,000 yuan. He had ended up working for nothing, and even owed 10,000 yuan. She burst out laughing at his reaction, making him look nothing like someone who had come to collect a debt. "The pawned money," Zhang Hao muttered, feeling as if she had played a trick on him. Ruan Nan put the cardboard box down on the table and calmly explained that the price of the cigarette was real. She was not lying. 50,000 yuan was all inside, returned to him. Inside this, Zhang Hao took it and opened it to inspect carefully. After counting it, he gripped the cardboard box tighter and said that although she was difficult, she was still trustworthy. And he admitted his mistake, acknowledging that his previous actions were inappropriate. He suggested letting bygones be bygones and that from now on it would be best if they did not meet again to maintain work efficiency. Ruan Nan sat still, arms crossed, showing no response. Zhang Hao turned around and left, waving his hand to tell her not to see him off and to remember to wipe her hair. He also told her to keep her things, since she had just recovered. She should be careful not to lose them. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Hao stopped for a moment to think. He thought to himself that the domineering CEOs in novels were all possessive, so it was best not to talk too much with her. If Ruan Nan really liked him, it would be quite dangerous. The empty hallway made him feel even more uneasy. In the room, Ruan Nan lit a cigarette and thought, "Delete everything. How could it be that easy? I will not let you leave that easily." The family estate. Tian Qin and Jiahui were looking through an album of Zhang Hao's childhood photos, curiously discussing the boy in the pictures. Tian Qin proudly said this was her younger stepbrother, and that the two of them had known each other since childhood. The two of them looked at photos of Zhang Hao from childhood to adulthood, from birthdays to trips to the beach, and Jiahui could not help but remark that the boy was very cute. Tianqin said he was her treasure, and there would be even more photos in the future, that they could take as many as they wanted since he was family. As the two were looking at the photos, the sound of footsteps suddenly came. They both turned their heads toward the door. Zhang Hao entered, greeted them, and asked what everyone was looking at. Tianqin panicked, nearly revealing the secret she had kept for years. Jiahui was cut off before she could finish her sentence. She got pinched hard, letting out a soft cry. The two signaled each other to hide it, while Zhang Hao was full of question marks. Tianqin coughed a few times, stammered that they were reading research materials, then turned to look at Jiahui for confirmation. She secretly signaled Jiahui to hide the album behind her back. Jiahui understood, immediately cooperated, and said that yes, they were reading materials. But Zhang Hao was still curious, pointed and asked what kind of materials they were looking at. Tianqin quickly stepped forward, a bit flustered as she called his name. She rushed over but was fortunately caught by him in time, otherwise she would have fallen. She worriedly told her younger brother to rest, that he shouldn't go out much since his health wasn't stable. Zhang Hao thought he couldn't tell the truth, so he used the excuse of going out for a walk to brush it off. Tianqin affectionately pinched her younger brother's cheek, both worried and doting. Zhang Hao reassured her that he would take care of himself. He quickly went upstairs to avoid getting his cheek pinched again, said goodbye to everyone, and left. Yahui was still curious as to why Tianqin had to hide that album. Tianqin turned back, her tone flat as she said, "Don't meddle in my affairs. Also, that girlfriend of yours looked at me with a sharp, knife-like gaze. Do not fill her head with those twisted ideas, or else we will no longer be friends." Hearing this, Jiahui immediately became scared and helplessly compromised with her best friend's baffling request to preserve this rare friendship. "Fine then, I will not ask any more. Alright." Zhang Hao, having free time upstairs, let his mind wander. Every time he met Ruan Nan, why did he feel so exhausted? He looked outside through the clear glass, his gaze still fixed on the scene below, curiously wondering, who is that person? In the area opposite, below, there was a man lurking and observing very discreetly. Unclear if he was looking towards his house or somewhere else. That man wore a windbreaker jacket, long black pants, and a wide-brimmed hat, like the surveillance style in movies, looking quite suspicious and unnatural. Zhang Hao did not know who that was. The thought briefly crossed his mind that maybe he was being followed. But the other party was a man. He then thought far-fetched that someone came looking for him over a romantic matter, but he was not the type to accept both men and women. His eyes clearly showed annoyance and fatigue. Finally, out of worry, he intended to tell Tianqin that their father and aunt, Truong, had been away on a business trip for the past few days. Zhang Hao pulled the curtain and went downstairs, catching the quick farewell scene between Tianqin and Jiahui. Jiahui told him to meet again next time when free, then reminded him to lock the door and left. Zhang Hao waited until she was completely gone before talking to his sister. Tianqin wondered why her brother was back so quickly. He had just changed his shirt and saw Jiahui already gone. She asked if she was busy and told Zhang Hao to rest. Zhang Hao seriously told her that he had just seen a man sneaking around observing outside the house, his purpose unknown. He reminded his sister Tianqin to be careful when going to work these days. Tianqin treated her younger brother like a little treasure, smiled, rubbed his head, and praised him for caring about her. The warm scene between the two of them was different from an ordinary family. Tianqin gently said that the man outside was someone pursuing her. Zhang Hao had actually met him before. Zhang Hao could not remember clearly and could not recognize him, so he asked if it was true he had met him. The two siblings sat on the sofa. Tianqin reminded him that the other person was the one who had talked and sent pictures to her that night. Zhang Hao finally remembered. His face immediately darkened and turned ugly, blurting out that it was that ugly pervert. Zhang Hao realized that being pursued all the way to one's home was very dangerous. He told Tianqin that the person showed suspicious stalking signs and did not feel safe. Only the two siblings were in the house. If something happened, there would be no one to rely on. This matter had caused Tianqin prolonged worry and had yet to be resolved, making her extremely troubled. Zhang Hao, seeing that he was free, offered to help his sister with something instead of just lazing around. Hearing this, Tianqin immediately became happy, feeling in her heart that this was an opportunity. She gently told Zhang Hao to let her lean on him for a bit because she was tired. At first, Zhang Hao was comfortable, but then he realized the distance between a man and a woman, became a little flustered, and thought his sister did not notice that. Tianqin slightly opened her eyes to observe her brother's expression. Hao lightly stroked his chin and asked his sister what was the matter. Suddenly she pressed her beautiful face close, causing Zhang Hao to blush like a tomato, and sweat began to break out. Zhang Hao coughed softly and backed away, saying he could go back to school normally tomorrow. Tianqin half-jokingly teased him. She asked if he was in such a hurry because he had a girlfriend at school. Her small face got closer and closer, making him nervous. The atmosphere made him feel breathless, as if he was about to faint. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand to deny it, asserting that he was not dating early, he just wanted to go to school normally. quietly. Hearing this, Tianqin felt more at ease, hugged her younger brother's neck, and told him not to hide things from her. She also felt that having a handsome younger brother was both a joy and a trouble. Tianqin pulled her brother a little further away, looked at him affectionately, and said she wanted to keep him by her side forever. Zhang Hao was surprised and asked what his sister had just said. He just patted his shoulder and said it was nothing. If he was going to school, she would drive him tomorrow. The next morning, a luxurious white Lamborghini parked in front of the school gate. Tianqin drove her younger brother to school herself. She told Zhang Hao to rest in class today and not go outside because his wounds were not fully healed. Zhang Hao replied that he understood. Tianqin left and Zhang Hao entered the classroom. At this time, the hallway was quite empty because it was not yet time for the main class. Entering the classroom, he met Lin Yilong, who was greeting him. Zhang Hao did not understand what was going on, so he asked again. Lin Yilong told him during his absence the past few days, Min Yuehua had been shunned by friends because of the earlier incident involving Lum Trung Trung, causing many people to be scared and avoid her. Zhang Hao blamed himself for knowing about this late, thinking he should have gone to see her sooner. During the break, Zhang Hao went to class 11-3 to find Min Yuehua. That morning, Min Yuehua was still as usual. Nothing had changed. She still greeted him happily as usual. Zhang Hao pulled a chair and sat down opposite her to talk. He apologized for the previous matter that caused her to be implicated, promising to learn from the experience next time. In Min Yuehua's eyes, a hint of sadness flickered and then faded. Zhang Hao considered her a close friend. He affectionately rubbed her head like a friend. She asked him if he was afraid of her. Min Yuehua said with relief that as long as Zhang Hao was by her side, she feared nothing, even if everyone else shunned her. Only he always treated her like a normal person, making her feel understood. The bell for class rang loudly, and students hurried into the classroom. Zhang Hao bid her farewell, promising to eat lunch together, and then returned to his classroom. Any students who saw him come out of her classroom were curious and gossiping. They spread unkind rumors about Min Yuehua, also saying she was violent but was cared for by Zhang Hao, which caused jealousy. Time passed quickly. Soon it was 12 o'clock noon. That noon, Min Yuehua and Zhang Hao ate lunch together in a secluded corner. Zhang Hao ate while complaining of hunger, gnawing on a steamed bun from his lunchbox. Min Yuehua beside him slowly opened a colorful lunchbox, looking far more appetizing than Zhang Hao's simple lunch, a world of difference. Inside were fried shrimp, egg salad, and several Japanese bento dishes. Full nutrition for a high school student, enough energy for the whole day. She divided the lunchbox, intending to invite Zhang Hao, and softly asked, "Do you want some?" Zhang Hao saw a student lunchbox that looked as beautiful as a five-star restaurant for the first time, almost drooling, and asked if his family ate this well every day. He quickly grabbed a fried shrimp with his bare hand, and Min Yuehua hurriedly reminded him, "Zhang Hao, your hands." Zhang Hao looked blankly at the young girl and asked back, "Huh? What about my hands?" Min Yuehua asked directly, "Can I touch your hand?" Zhang Hao was startled and dropped the shrimp, thinking that in this world a boy's hand was quite sensitive, easily leading to misunderstandings, making the situation awkward. He then asked back, "Who taught you this?" Min Yuehua answered innocently, her hands clasped together, "No one taught me, I just thought of it and wanted to try." Zhang Hao froze upon hearing this, his expression stiff as if frozen. He said calmly that this matter was not serious, but if Lin Yilong found out, he might misunderstand and scold her. Zhang Hao was truly worried about her, remembering the time she had let him touch her thigh as a reciprocal exchange. Min Yuehua gently extended her hand, her warm palm touching his hand. In the quiet room, the two held hands, the atmosphere carrying a subtle, indescribable awkwardness. She stated her feelings directly. Everyone in class said she had never held hands or kissed anyone, that it was a waste of her face. They also said she was foolish, that she would never have the chance to experience such things in her whole life. Her eyes were full of melancholy, making others want to protect her. All the pent-up feelings of a long time were finally spoken. Zhang Hao explained that many people considered early experience as status, but it was actually just showing off, and she should not mind it. Min Yuehua's eyes were still glistening with tears, remembering her grandmother's words that a girl should not let others look down on her. She shyly lowered her head, avoiding Zhang Hao's gaze, stammering as if wanting to say something. "Can I kiss you a little?" Zhang Hao was heavily shocked, his face turning red, looking at her speechlessly. She looked up and hesitantly asked again, "Is it not allowed?" Her eyes were like a little puppy's, full of anticipation, making it hard for him to refuse. Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, agreed, but still reminded her not to care too much about what others said. He smiled, his face slightly red, saying he did not mind, but in his heart he thought it was hard to refuse her. She stammered in agreement, her face bright red, and he gently replied in return. She raised her head and approached, the two facing each other at a very close distance, their eyes meeting in confusion. He gently reminded her that if she was shy, she could close her eyes. She became even more flustered, her eyes reddening, not daring to believe what was happening. He gently leaned in, placing his hand on her cheek. She closed her eyes and wait, their lips touched, sharing a first kiss full of hesitation. She suddenly took the initiative and tightly gripped his hand. Unexpected kiss was given. Zhang Hao could not react in time, the quiet space only had the sound of pounding hearts. Both were flustered. Zhang Hao fell into a passive position, completely unable to react. He looked at the other person, cold sweat barely breaking out from nervousness. While the two were still close, footsteps sounded outside the door, startling Zhang Hao. He quickly pulled away, leaving Min Yuhua flustered and disappointed. But Min Yuhua had prepared beforehand. She said the door was already locked. Those outside could not open it, so they wondered. One person said it was open yesterday. Then they invited each other to go elsewhere. Zhang Hao sighed in relief inside the room, having almost been misunderstood, and thanked her. He said that this kiss would help her avoid being looked down upon by others, but she should also not care too much about their words. Min Yuhua smiled gently and nodded in satisfaction. She held his hand tightly again without letting go, actively expressing closeness. She worriedly asked if a fast heartbeat meant she was sick. Zhang Hao remained calm on the surface but was panicking inside, because she was too innocent. He patted her head, explaining that it was just a normal feeling of excitement, then tried to calm himself down. He realized she was too naive and did not understand the situation clearly. She suddenly asked if they could kiss often from now on because the feeling was very pleasant. Zhang Hao was so startled he almost fell off his chair. He blushed and explained that only lovers were allowed to kiss, and she should not ask others like that. She was a little disappointed but said nothing more. He brushed it off, told her to keep eating, and said he would teach her slowly later. The school day passed quickly, the sky darkened gradually, and the moonlight rose high in the sky. Min Yuhua's villa, she sat on the large bed browsing a tab. She accidentally accessed an adult content site, initially thinking it was a romance movie, so she watched and commented on the characters' physiques. She chose to watch other content, still not understanding its true nature, continuing to make naive comments. In the large room, the sound from the video played incessantly, breaking the evening's tranquility. Min Yuhua looked at that thing without any emotion. She did not even realize she had just watched something sensitive, and she even compared it to the feeling of kissing Zhang Hao that morning, yet her heart still did not flutter. Her cute face fell into confusion. She wondered why it was like this. Clearly, Huang Yuanyuan said watching those things would make your heart race, but for her, only kissing Zhang Hao gave that feeling, and she disappointedly let go of the computer mouse. She reached out her hand to pick up the phone on the table. Sitting on the bed, she stared at the phone and thought Zhang Hao said he would teach her gradually, so now she could call him to rest for a bit. On Zhang Hao's side, he was about to take a shower, his hair still wet and messy, a towel draped over his shoulder, when the phone on the table suddenly vibrated, showing Min Yuhua's name. He immediately answered the call, feeling a bit of anticipation, thinking there must be something important for her to call at this hour. Min Yuhua on the other end spoke softly. "Hello, Zhang Hao," he asked after her with concern, but the kiss from this morning surfaced in his mind, making him feel an indescribable awkwardness just thinking about it. Min Yuhua hesitated, saying just watched the video Huang Yuanyuan sent but did not feel her heart race, and asked Zhang Hao if she had watched it wrong somehow. Zhang Hao was startled, asking loudly if she had really watched that video, his mind in disarray, not understanding why Huang Yuanyuan would send something like that to her, while she was still so innocent. Finally, his face turned serious, beginning to realize the problem might be more severe than he thought. He wondered if her asking so bluntly was because she had absolutely no knowledge about that matter at all. Yuhua sat with her legs curled on the bed, nervously asking if her question made him uncomfortable. She would not ask anymore. Walking and talking, he told her it was a bit strange but nothing to worry too much about, just that she should not ask other men about this matter. He added that he would answer this question, but she should not ask other men. He told her to wait a moment, he would finish his shower and then continue talking. On the other end, Min Yuhua stood up abruptly, saying she wanted to learn too. She asked Zhang Hao if he could not hang up the phone and keep talking while he showered. Zhang Hao was taking off his shirt while heading to the shower. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised, also thinking about his own body and his unclear abs, telling himself this was really hard to train. Min Yuhua obediently sat on the toilet lid, agreeing to keep talking while reminding him to be careful with his phone so it would not get wet. She responded happily, very loudly like a child given candy. Then she placed the phone on the rack. She said she had set it down, then said she would start taking off her clothes. Zhang Hao on the other end said helplessly that there was no need to report every single step like that. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom rang out clearly. The atmosphere became relaxed. Min Yuhua asked him what he was doing while she showered. He cheerfully replied he was showering, Also mentioned her long hair could be trimmed shorter, but he still found calling while showering very strange. At that moment, outside the bathroom, Tianqin walked over, holding a towel in her hand. During the conversation inside the bathroom, she stopped, feeling uneasy, thinking Zhang Hao might be talking to someone, even while showering, which made her a bit unsettled. She did not think any further, put the towel down. Then she turned around and closed the door, but she still wondered in her heart if she should do something about it. Tianqin went back to her younger brother's room. She sent a message asking Lin Yelong, Zhang Hao's classmate, about the situation at school. Lin Yelong said Zhang Hao was very popular. Many people liked him. She then asked if he had a girlfriend yet, if anyone was chasing him, and worried he might go astray. Lin Yelong reassured her that there was not. Everyone just admired him. She thanked him and hung up, her gaze turning heavy. She put the phone down on the bed and thought. In her head, she calculated if Zhang Hao did not have a girlfriend yet, then she still had a chance. She slipped off her slippers, walking barefoot inside the house. She paced around the room on the warm floor. Upstairs, Zhang Hao finished showering, drying his hair while holding his phone, said he was almost ready and would send some knowledge for her to learn, then temporarily hung up. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was better for her to watch proper knowledge than those random things. As soon as he opened the bathroom door and stepped out, he saw a strange object curled up at his feet. He bent down to see what it was. It was not there before. Now it appeared suddenly. It turned out to be his stepsister Tianqin. Tianqin lay sideways on the bed, wearing a short nightgown and thin black stockings, softly saying it was too hot. Zhang Hao was startled, finding the scene before him too alluring. Panic-stricken, he asked why she was lying on his bed. Tianqin sat up with difficulty, saying she came to call him to watch a movie but waited so long she fell asleep. Zhang Hao gave an awkward laugh, scratched his head, said he would get ready a bit and come over right away. His hands trembling, he pretended to look for something on his phone, actually wanting to hide her activity. Because Tianqin was here, he did not dare do anything obvious. Thought he would just send a few clips to Manhwa and be done. The explanation could come later. After sending it, he breathed a sigh of relief that he was not caught, otherwise it would be big trouble. Done. He went back to playing the role of a good younger brother and asked Tianqin what movie she wanted to watch. Tianqin said gently she had not chosen yet. Let him decide. She wanted to watch a horror movie. He agreed immediately, no problem. Tianqin said she had sweat on her body and wanted to take a shower. She told Zhang Hao to wait in the living room. He could turn off the lights too. Her gaze made him a bit flustered. Zhang Hao went downstairs thinking as he walked. He recalled that in horror movies, girls would usually get scared and lean into the guy. But in this world it might be the opposite, making him wonder if he would have to do that later. Sat on the large sofa. Even though he was not scared, he still felt flustered because he did not know the rules in this situation. He told himself that men here seemed to be somewhat unusual somehow. He imagined the scene of himself leaning into Tianqin's arms and then shuddered, finding it too weird. He sighed, thinking he should drop that thought, and at that moment Tianqin had just finished her shower and was about to come out. She was only wearing a white shirt, her stockings not quite in order either. It truly was an enchanting voice, as if luring the listener in. Have you finished choosing? Zhang Hao was startled by the bold outfit and replied that he was done, thinking to himself that Sister Tianqin must be used to wearing clothes like that at home, but he needed to watch a horror movie to cool down. Tianqin teased with her pretty face, asking why Zhang Hao's face was so red. Seeing Tianqin in a white shirt that hinted at her curves, Zhang Hao blushed deeply and turned away, stammering that he was just a little hot. He sat down on the sofa, quickly grabbed the remote to change the channel, and urged her to watch the movie with him. Zhang Hao was worried that if she came any closer, he would not know how to handle it. The feeling was too hard to control. He looked for a movie while Tianqin smiled at him with keen interest. She thought to herself that she should take it slow and not scare him. Later, while watching the movie, he would naturally come closer to her. All the lights in the house were turned off, plunging the space in darkness. The two of them watched a horror movie together. The ghost Manhwa in the movie appeared extremely frightening. However, Zhang Hao was very calm and not scared at all. On the contrary, Tianqin suddenly screamed in panic. She immediately lunged and tightly hugged his arm, her face trembling with fear. Zhang Hao laughed and asked, "Are you scared, Sister Tianqin?" She asked him pitifully if he thought she was useless, since a man was not scared, but she was afraid of ghosts. She regretted picking a horror movie and reassured herself that being scared of ghosts was normal. Zhang Hao patted her shoulder comfortingly, telling her not to worry. He did not mind, and she gradually calmed down. She felt very satisfied because it was rare for Zhang Hao to be so proactive. A calculating glint flashed in her eyes. She had not expected to have the upper hand in this situation. Zhang Hao blushed, and although his heart pounded fast when she leaned on his shoulder, he still tried to stay calm, not daring to think too much. His hand was on her shoulder, and being close to her chest made him even more nervous. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Your father will arrive in 5 seconds to teach you a lesson." Zhang Hao panicked, muttering, "No, if Dad comes, I am dead for sure." Tianqin heard him muttering and asked, "What is Zhang Hao saying?" He scratched his head awkwardly and said it was nothing, not wanting her to know. The horror movie finally ended. It was past midnight. Zhang Hao stood up and said it was late. Since the movie was over, they should rest. Tianqin grabbed his hand. She smiled and nodded, then went upstairs with him. Zhang Hao thought she was still scared, so he felt a little proud, thinking he was very manly. The house was completely dark, with only the dim yellow light from one small room remaining. He held her hand and led her up the stairs. When he reached his room, he opened the door and walked in. He turned back and saw her still standing there, so he asked why she was not going to her room. She blushed and hesitantly asked if she could sleep with him tonight. He thought she was still scared, which was why she acted this way, but looking at her in her thin shirt made him even more flustered. He was worried that if they slept together, he would not get any sleep all night. She acted weak and asked him again. He stammered and agreed, saying if she did not mind, then he did not either. The night was moonless and starless, pitch black outside. Lying on the bed, she whispered that she was actually not scared. It was just that she had been startled by a shadow outside the window. He comforted her, saying she did not need to hide it, she could be at ease with him. She was moved and softly called his name. Then she hugged him tightly and said he treated her too well. The close distance made him clearly feel her hot breath. He lay still, not daring to move, trying to restrain his emotions. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window frame. She woke up, stretched comfortably, and felt very happy sleeping in his arms. She turned and said morning to Zhang Hao. Seeing him lying there listlessly, she was startled with worry. She asked him hastily if he was okay, about to check on him when he quickly said he was fine. In truth, he had been awake all night because being held so closely made it impossible to sleep. She thought he could not sleep because he was scared by the movie, and even told him not to watch them anymore and that she would make it up to him. He thought to himself that he really did need compensation, but the feeling of exhaustion was puzzling to him. Just as he was brushing his teeth in the morning, his phone rang. Lin Yilong sent him a series of memes of Zhang Hao with various funny expressions and captions. Lin Yilong messaged that these were memes he made for him, and that he was very embarrassed when they leaked online. After reading the message, Zhang Hao seemed to explode, yelling and cursing, saying baby my ass, baby my foot. Zhang Hao turned around anxiously. No way, why was Brother Long doing these weird things? He had to straighten him out and restore his masculine aura. He went downstairs to call Sister Tan. He saw Tian Qin sitting on the sofa, wearing tight-fitting clothes looking quite seductive. Seeing Zhang Hao come down, Tian Qin asked if he was going to school and told him to be careful. Zhang Hao obediently smiled and replied, Sister Tian Qin. He was suddenly surprised to see her watching something on the tablet. Zhang Hao curiously asked what Sister Tian Qin was watching. She was a bit embarrassed and said he caught her. She was chatting with a friend and happened to receive the meme he sent. He handed the tablet to Zhang Hao to see the message sent at 6:17 a.m. with the pouting meme, baby is angry. He awkwardly scratched his face, saying Lin Yilong made it out of boredom, and told Sister Tian Qin not to use it. Tian Qin laughed and said okay, she would not use it. Her voice suddenly turned serious, carrying a hint of possessiveness, saying Zhang Hao's beauty should only belong to her. Zhang Hao had not heard clearly and asked Sister Tian Qin what she said. Her face briefly became expressionless. She quickly regained her smile and said it was nothing. Hurry to school or Dad would scold if he was late. When he arrived at school, the girls around were gossiping about his meme, finding it hard to believe they met the real person. How could such a thing happen? Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. What a disaster. Lin Yilong spreading that meme made him famous. Other students gathered to ask if this was his meme, saying it was so cute. With such good looks he would become a campus heartthrob, asking for an autograph. Zhang Hao panicked and ran away, hastily saying it was not him. He was almost late. Zhang Hao sighed. How troublesome. He did not expect that meme to spread so fast. He could not stand being disturbed constantly. As soon as he entered the classroom, he opened the door and yelled, Lin Yilong. He pointed straight at him. Come here. Lin Yilong teased back, asking if he wanted him to make more memes. He still had photos. Zhang Hao angrily shouted to delete them all. Did he hear clearly? A real man would not accept those pictures. If he saw them again, it would be over. Suddenly a soft female voice sounded, Zhang Hao. Min Yuho asked if he was unhappy. Zhang Hao said it was nothing, just a small matter, then asked if she had cut her hair short. She touched her hair and replied yes, because he said her hair was too long so she cut it. He smiled and complimented that it looked great. Seeing her being obedient improved his mood. Min Yuhua softly said at noon she would take him to a secret base that would help his mood improve. At noon, both of them were in an old classroom. The two of them blushed and hid under the desk. Outside they could hear the intimate sounds of a couple, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. He did not expect to run into a love scene here. He had just wanted to avoid the noise. Who knew he would stumble into such an awkward situation? Zhang Hao helplessly rubbed his forehead, just trying to find a quiet place but running into this. Min Yuhua softly called Zhang Hao. He immediately covered her mouth, signaling for silence. She blushed, her whole body trembling slightly. Zhang Hao noticed she was a bit unusual. He panicked, realizing she was doing something a little strange with his hand. Hearing what she said, Zhang Hao was shocked, quickly pulled his hand back, while she blushed and sat beside him, causing him to whisper in confusion. She shyly said that she also wanted it. Zhang Hao stood frozen. Before he could react, she moved closer. In the moment their lips touched, Zhang Hao thought she really wanted to be close to him, and felt a stir in his heart. He gently closed his eyes, thinking maybe he should try dating Min Yuhua. He reached out to hug her and pull her closer, a thought about this relationship flashing through his mind. Suddenly a sound jolted him back to reality. Min Yuhua hurriedly pushed him away, breathing heavily. She blushed. It was her first kiss, so she ran out of breath, needing to breathe deeply, very embarrassed. Zhang Hao worriedly said even kissing required breathing, do not hold it like that. She shyly smiled and said she knew. She would pay attention next time. Whispers sounded in the classroom. Zhang Hao blushed and awkwardly said everyone was gone. The two silently walked along the long hallway of the school. Zhang Hao held her small soft hand. He remained silent, still hesitating in his mind whether he should date her or not. He unconsciously thought of Sister Tian Qin's seductive image, and also the adorable Min Yuhua, making him confused about who to choose. While she did not understand what he was thinking, at the headquarters of Huanghong Group, an authoritative voice rang out saying without their help, Zhang Hao could not have become famous so quickly. The secretary explained that Zhang Hao was not a contract signatory, but because of his natural appeal he still rose online, and had even gone viral once while shopping. The long-haired girl softly sighed, saying he was truly a man who attracted attention. President Nguyen said thoughtfully that he did not want his image spread online, as excessive fame would affect daily life. She immediately demanded measures to handle it, but the secretary panicked and reported that the photos had already spread widely. Many people had saved them, and even his middle school photos had been dug up, making recovery nearly impossible. Ruan Nan immediately shot the secretary a cold glare. The secretary hurriedly replied yes and immediately went to handle it, afraid that staying longer would lead to big trouble. President Nguyen picked up her phone and opened the Weibo app. An account called Human Hottie Collection posted 3 photos of Zhang Hao drinking water, riding a bike, and playing ball, attracting massive interaction with lively comments. President Nguyen gritted her teeth in anger, saying that her man was not for those people to fantasize about. Looking at the 3 photos on Weibo, she reassured herself that they were probably old photos and might not reflect the present. She affirmed that the person who currently caught her attention the most was Zhang Hao. That was his true self. Before lay a mountain of documents stacked high, as if beckoning her. President Nguyen sighed with a headache. She had spent the whole day thinking about Zhang Hao, had not processed any documents. Her gaze softened, and she thought to herself that he truly was her lifelong nemesis. Why would he not obediently accept her? Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought that if he continued to resist, she would not be able to control her emotions. Suddenly, she raised her hand and lightly touched her lips. A trace of indescribable turmoil flickered in Ruan Nan's eyes. She turned to the door and declared decisively that no one was allowed to think about him. He could only be hers. Zhang Hao was strolling along the familiar road near his apartment. He suddenly saw a familiar car parked near his door and wondered what was going on. Window rolled down, revealing Ruan Nan's face, making Zhang Hao jump and yell, asking why she was here. He walked over and coldly said he had already made it clear that they should erase everything, and that not meeting was better. He questioned what she wanted now, asking if she had gone back on her word. Ruan Nan avoided his gaze, saying she also wanted to comply but could not control herself. Zhang Hao was speechless, thinking she was a president and yet talking like this. She said his photos were spreading all over the internet. She could barely avoid seeing them, even if she wanted to. And there were many unpleasant comments. President Nguyen reached out and tugged on Zhang's tie, her voice lowering. The two were close, and she asserted that no one was allowed to touch her man. A serious look appeared on Zhang Hao's face as he slightly furrowed his brows. Looking at the house in front, he thought that arguing would cause a commotion and easily attract Sister Tian Qin's attention. Zhang Hao told her to let go and suggested they talk inside the car to clarify things. Getting into the car, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and repeated that the person he liked was the gentle, obedient type, not someone domineering like her. He glanced at her, thinking that being with her always felt controlled and uncomfortable. Ruan Nan let out a soft laugh. She took a lighter from her vest pocket and said she did not expect him to like the type of girl who was easy to manage. Then she lit a cigarette. Blowing out smoke, she looked straight at him and asked if, in his world, women were all like that. Zhang Hao glanced at her with displeasure. He replied that she'd not need to overthink. It was all in her imagination, and the person he liked was not her type. Ruan Nan asked back, how could weaker girls compare to her? She had money and status, and all he needed to do was stay by her side. Zhang Hao thought to himself that a lifestyle of just eating and lying around did sound quite tempting. He cleared his throat and said she had misunderstood. Feelings were not like that, and advised her to meet more people. He added that interacting with more people would make her less bored with him. Ruan Nan immediately pinched his mouth shut. Murderous aura around her surged as she asked why he understood it so well, whether he had someone else, and then mentioned Min Yuhua. Zhang Hao grabbed her hand and warned her not to drag others into this, especially Min Yuhua. President Nguyen coldly repeated the name Min Yuhua with an unpleasant attitude. He annoyed and told her to stop, then joked that he would call her by nicknames like Xiao Nan or Nan Nan. Ruan Nan, who was angry, suddenly softened. She shyly turned her face away and said enough, leaving Zhang Hao feeling helpless. He explained that this was just a friendly form of address, nothing more, and if she would let up a little, they could be friends. He thought to himself that he would use this method to stall for now and avoid her digging further further. Ruanan remained silent in thought. Zhang Hao finished speaking and then left, telling her to go home and eat. The car still stood silently in front of the gate. Looking at the unmoving car, he thought it would not be easy for her to let go. Suddenly, a young man in a hat walked toward Zhang Hao. He greeted him and claimed to be a friend of Tian Qin, which slightly surprised him. He took off his hat, revealing his purple hair, and asked him to pass a gift to Tian Qin. Zhang Hao found this person quite familiar. He recalled a strange photo from before and immediately recognized him. Zhang Hao blurted out that it was him, and the other replied in confusion. He said he had seen some random photos that he had once sent to Tian Qin. The male lead warned that he was Tian Qin's younger brother. Her matters were also his matters. If it happened again, he would report her for harassment. After speaking, he coldly drove her away, leaving that man so angry he stammered, unable to speak. "Huh, what?" That man muttered disdainfully. "Just a high school student who thinks he's all that. He must make Tian Qin notice him." As Zhang Hao opened the door and walked into the house, he said he was back. Tian Qin happily replied, "You're back." She smiled and said that mom and dad weren't coming home for dinner today, and she was too lazy to cook, so she bought McDonald's. "Let's eat fast food." Zhang Hao nodded and said okay, he had no problem with that. Tian Qin picked up a French fry and brought it to her mouth to take a bite. She said eating fast food like this once in a while was pretty alright. Zhang Hao replied a bit awkwardly, yeah. He thought to himself that he couldn't control his emotions. The woman in front of him, with a full figure, was unconsciously bringing her finger to her mouth. She gently licked that finger with her tongue. Zhang Hao didn't dare to watch any further, so he turned away thinking Sister Tian Qin was always so oblivious, which made it very hard for him to stay calm. The girl opposite him suddenly sighed softly. He asked worriedly, "Sister Tian Qin, what's wrong?" Seeing her expression, he added, "Is something bothering you?" Tian Qin said Zhang Hao is famous online now, and today at McDonald's, many people were looking at him. She was a bit jealous. He replied, both surprised and amused, "Don't tease me anymore, sis, I don't want to be an internet celebrity." Tian Qin added that being an internet celebrity isn't all good either. Many people go overboard for fame, but Zhang Hao can't do that. Only she gets to see him. After hearing this, Zhang Hao almost choked, thinking to himself that this sounded really dangerous. Tian Qin quickly laughed and said she was just joking. Look how scared he was. Drink some water. She thought Zhang Hao already got a lot of attention at school. If he became famous online too, then there would probably be even more people chasing after him. Tian Qin concluded there's no time left, she had to do something. That evening, she came to knock on his door. Tian Qin asked if she could come in. Zhang Hao replied yes. She continued asking what he was writing. Could she come in and work together? Would she disturb him? Before he could answer, he was a bit surprised by her appearance today. She felt like a gentler older sister than usual. Zhang Hao thought to himself, truly a beautiful sight, then said, "It's fine, you're not disturbing me." She happily said, "That's good then." She really liked being with Zhang Hao. Working felt much more enjoyable. He replied, "Me too." Tian Qin remembered something, took out an envelope, and said this was her salary for one day, 3,000 yuan. She handed him the envelope, saying she had been spending a bit too much lately, so she wanted him to keep it for her. The male lead was surprised that she earned 3,000 yuan in one day at the hospital, feeling it was unfair compared to his past part-time jobs. She explained that although she was still a student, she had assisted in surgery today, so she had this income. It wasn't always this much. Tian Qin thought to herself that she had to show Zhang Hao her ability before he had too many admirers. The male lead asked in shock, 3,000 yuan a day and you still call that not much? Tian Qin said that for her, this was still nothing significant. She just had a bit of special ability. She proudly recounted that she had topped the college entrance exam, participated in research early on, and was admitted to the hospital for clinical internship. Even a good cardiac surgeon with a doctorate might not have reached the level of a primary surgeon before the age of 30. Tian Qin smiled and said that although she wasn't the primary surgeon yet, her skills were highly regarded, and many major hospitals were trying to recruit her. Zhang Hao praised her, saying she was amazing, and he wished he could earn that much money in the future too, so Dad and Aunt Zhang wouldn't have to work so hard. She hugged him and said he was very understanding, but actually their parents weren't working overtime. They were taking on a new project and might have to go on a business trip. He asked again, both of them are going on a business trip. Tian Qin replied, yeah. The male lead thought that soon it would be just him and his sister at home. It felt like they were living together. At the sink, Zhang Hao silently sighed. Why weren't his parents back yet? His nose was stuffed with cotton balls. His face was flushed red. He told himself he was in the prime of his youth. Being next to Sister Tian Qin like this was really uncomfortable. He pulled the cotton out of his nose and muttered to himself to stop thinking wildly. Immediately after, his nose started bleeding heavily again. Seeing her in her pajamas on the bed, Zhang Hao panicked and asked, "Sister Tian Qin, why did you change clothes?" While he was holding his nose, Tian Qin explained that she had just changed into her pajamas, so she could sleep right after finishing work. She smiled and asked him what was wrong. He quickly replied, "Nothing, just go ahead and work." Zhang Hao secretly watched her as she sat working. He thought that even though he had been with her for a long time, he had never gotten tired of sister Tian Qin. Suddenly, she caught him secretly staring at her. He awkwardly immediately averted his gaze. As if guessing something, Tian smiled softly. She gently squeezed her shoulder and sighed softly that sitting at the computer for a long time made her shoulders a bit sore. Tian Qin gently asked if Zhang Hao could come over and give her a massage, her voice carrying a pleading tone. The male lead froze, then asked back in a fluster, "What massage?" His hand slowly moved across her smooth, white back. Zhang Hao blushed with embarrassment, while Tian Qin softly moaned in comfort, a sense of relaxation spreading throughout her body. He only remained silent, not knowing how to react. Tian Qin softly said she was free this weekend, and she would take Zhang Hao out to play. Zhang Hao was startled but quickly replied, "Okay, I am free anytime," thinking inwardly that he had never gone out alone with her like this. She happily continued, "Then we have to plan it carefully after all. This is my first time going on a date with Zhang Hao." Hearing that, he thought to himself, what date, what does she mean by that? Or is it just a normal outing? On the wall, the clock had struck 11 p.m. Zhang Hao hinted that it was already 11 o'clock, we should go to sleep. Tian Qin reluctantly asked if it was that fast. Tian Qin stood up to say goodbye, saying she was going back to her room. He replied wishing her good night. Tian Qin smiled and wished him good night, thinking inwardly that although it had not progressed further, at least the relationship was not distant, and she had to maintain it well this time. After she left, Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He eagerly thought about going out with Tian Qin on the weekend, feeling a little anticipation in his heart. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, he sighed helplessly. Here we go again. As soon as he answered, Zhang Hao complained, "Sis, stop being so stubborn. If you don't have a boyfriend, I will introduce one to you." Ruan Nan on the other end coldly replied that she hates men. Not just anyone could be her boyfriend. She seriously said she just wanted him to talk to her. Zhang Hao shot back, "You hate men, but you still cling to me." Ruan Nan sat looking at her glass of red wine, her voice dropping as she talked about her childhood and an environment full of opportunistic men, which formed her disgust. Recalling the past, she coldly said those who used power and fame for gain or manipulation made her extremely hate men. Suddenly, her voice softened, "But you are different, Zhang Hao." She looked at the moon and opened her heart, saying she had lived under pressure since childhood, spending most of her time on work, not knowing how to care for others or make them happy. She seriously said if he wanted anything, she would provide it, even plucking stars from the sky if needed. Zhang Hao was caught between laughter and tears. "What would I need stars for? I just want you to stop clinging to me." Ruan Nan immediately refused, saying, "No, make another request." He said helplessly, "Fine, I want to sleep, you should sleep too." After hanging up, Zhang Hao lay down on the bed, sighing as he thought Ruan Nan was probably very lonely. That was why she acted this way. He closed his eyes, deciding not to think about her today. In the pitch-black dream, he heard a voice asking if he was married yet. A silver-haired child replied, "Not yet." A little girl with glasses appeared, happily saying, "From now on, I am your wife. You are not allowed to look at anyone else." At Kangtrang School, a new bustling day began. He texted Tian Qin, saying he had arrived at school, for her to rest assured. He thought that recently Sister Tian Qin seemed more worried since he went viral online, even wanting to drive him herself. Min Yuhua walked up from behind and greeted Zhang Hao good morning. He replied and asked why she was late today. She honestly said she could not sleep because she was thinking about kissing him. Zhang Hao was startled and immediately cut her off. "Stop right there." He pulled her closer and whispered that this was a secret, only to be said when they were alone. She obediently nodded. Her fingers lightly touched his hand. Min Yuhua gently called out Zhang Hao. She held his hand and whispered, "Now that we are alone, I want a kiss." Zhang Hao was stunned, blurting out, "Huh, what is that?" The wind blew through, rustling the leaves. He was caught in an awkward situation. Seeing his female classmate's flushed face, he felt extremely embarrassed. Finally, he pulled his hand away and said last time was just an accident. He awkwardly explained that kissing was only for close people and should not be done at school. She innocently replied, "Then you come to my place or school, that way we can kiss." Zhang Hao quickly dodged, telling her not to say anymore. Class was about to start. She nodded disappointedly. He felt guilty just refusing made her that sad. Zhang Hao thought the concepts of the two worlds were different. Kissing could easily cause misunderstandings and go out of control. He looked up at the sky and silently complained that the heavens were unfair. The lunch break finally arrived. Zhang Hao invited Lin Yilong to the cafeteria. He nodded in agreement. As soon as they left the classroom, a voice called out, "Male God." A crowd of fangirls rushed to the hallway, screaming for autographs, photos, cheering, and making a racket everywhere. Zhang Hao stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Yesterday was still normal. Lin Yilong held up his phone excitedly, saying he was about to become a star. He handed the phone to Zhang Hao to see a compilation video of his photos going viral. Everyone was saying he was a rare, beautiful man. In the video, Zhang Hao wore a dreamy smile against a romantic pink background. After watching it, Zhang Hao only wanted to spit blood on the spot because it was too cringy. Behind him, a face full of malice and ill intent suddenly appeared. Two hands unexpectedly reached out and touched the male lead's buttocks. He thought in panic, who was it that was touching him? A sharp scream rang out, "My hand hurts." Min Yuhua, with a fierce expression, was gripping a short-haired girl's hand tightly, coldly saying that Zhang Hao did not like that. She was not allowed to touch him. The continuous screams immediately silenced the other female students, not daring to make a sound. The male lead hurriedly intervened, telling Min Yuhua to let go, but she still did not agree, insisting the other party was wrong. Just then the supervisor heard and shouted, "What are you girls doing? Disperse now. Do you not want to go eat? Standing here wanting to go to the teacher's office." The whole group panicked instantly, screaming, "The big devil is here, run," then scattered like a disturbed beehive. Class monitor recounted that a girl who had once been very close and always followed Zhang Zhang had now switched to liking Zhang Hao, upsetting him, and he said Zhang Hao was just a vase. He snorted coldly, believing that Zhang Hao's aura was only skin deep, not worth worrying about. A group of students ran over to chat, saying there was a line of super luxury cars outside the gate. Probably a rich young lady came to pick someone up. Zhang Zhang stood frozen, while the group of friends guessed it might be to pick up Zhang Hao, because he was very popular right now, and they all went to look. Class monitor saw the friend beside him looking dazed and called out to him in worry. He bit his lip to hold back tears, telling himself he was not jealous. Definitely not jealous. In front of the school gate, a row of luxury cars were parked neatly, their enormous value stunning everyone. Behind the most expensive car, through the window, President Ruan could be seen wearing sunglasses, sitting with arms crossed waiting, making Zhang Hao shiver. Chatter in front of the school gate grew louder, everyone's eyes fixed on the unfamiliar fleet of cars. Lin Yelong excitedly called Zhang Hao to come see the unprecedented line of luxury cars, his face full of amazement. Zhang Hao calmly said there was nothing worth seeing, urging his friend to go buy food before they got surrounded, a helpless expression on his face. He sighed to himself, lamenting how he had become a celebrity, then reflected on how he himself had once looked down on famous beauties in the past. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang, catching both Zhang Hao's and Min Yuhua's attention. He looked at the screen, which showed the familiar name Ruan Nan. Zhang Hao answered the phone, complainingly asking if sister was following him again, while the other side talked about taking him to eat without any clear explanation. He looked at the line of cars outside the gate and refused, saying he would eat with his classmates. In the car, Ruan Nan smiled, saying she had anticipated that and had another plan, confusing him. Zhang Hao was stunned, asking back in surprise. Ruan Nan stepped out of the car. She looked around at the crowd with a calm gaze, her assistant waiting behind her. She walked forward, immediately causing the students to gather around to watch the commotion. Ruan Nan snapped her fingers decisively. The bodyguards carried out many food containers one by one. She said that if he did not come out, she would bring lunch into the school for him. After speaking, she made a firm decision, declaring she would go into the school to find him. Zhang Hao panicked and ran over, shouting for her to stop, still holding the phone. Min Yuhua saw his flustered state and asked who he was calling. Turned back with a forced smile, saying he had an urgent matter. He quickly told Lin Yilong to eat with Min Yuhua and then ran off. Without waiting for a reaction, he dashed straight toward the gate. Min Yuhua wanted to call him back but only lowered her head in silence, her eyes sad. Ruan Nan saw him from a distance. In front of the crowd, Zhang Hao signaled with his phone awkwardly, while students continuously took videos. She smiled slightly when she saw that scene. She handed her phone to the assistant, her gaze still fixed on him with a meaningful look. Hearing her ask if he liked it, Zhang Hao retorted angrily, saying he did not like showing off and always refused that kind of relationship, while still observing the crowd. Ruan Nan remarked that men usually liked flashy things, then said she had prepared another plan, making him immediately change his mind. Zhang Hao demanded she leave the car and use the side gate, also warning her not to start any rumors. Ruan Nan laughed, finding his irritable demeanor quite amusing. She ordered the bodyguards to pack up and leave. After the crowd dispersed, Ruan Nan waited at the gate in a low-key manner. Zhang Hao called her from a distance. Ruan Nan turned to look at him. Zhang Hao asked if they really had to eat together today. She nodded in confirmation. He suggested that if they were going to eat, it had to be his way, and she agreed. Ruan Nan gently nodded her approval. The two left the school gate. Arriving at a small eatery, he put his hands on his hips and asked her if she was sure about eating here. She looked at the place and remarked it was a bit old and somewhat messy. He teased with a laugh, saying it was his favorite spot, and told her that if it was not to her liking, a president like her could just go back. Ruan Nan looked at the store with little favor, pursed her lips slightly at his naivete, and crossed her arms over her chest in deliberation. Zhang Hao nearly exploded inside, black-faced and forcing a laugh in his gut, thinking, please just hate me. At a small eatery, Ruan Nan cautiously stepped in while Zhang Hao walked ahead confidently. Before them lay a messy heap of scattered bowls and chopsticks. She stared at the chaotic scene inside and froze, speechless. She stammered, asking him about this place, while he stood with arms folded at the side, acting indifferent. She took out a black card. She decisively said she wanted to cover the whole bill, shocking Zhang Hao so much he choked on his saliva. He quickly raised a hand with 5 fingers spread and shouted, "Hold on." Zhang Hao winked and explained, "I know you have money, but poor people like us still eat like this. If you spend money here, don't eat with me anymore." Hearing that, she closed her eyes and sighed, muttering that men were such a hassle. Zhang Hao quickly ordered 1 bowl of beef noodles with extra egg. The group sat down at the table, placing chopsticks neatly. Ruan Nan held the menu in her hand, staring at it intently. The owner stood waiting. Ruan Nan doubtfully asked if a dozen yuan per bowl was edible, while Zhang Hao insisted he had eaten there for ages and was fine. The owner glanced at her irritably and urged, "Anyone else ordering? If not, don't delay business." Faced with that attitude, he smiled and waved his hand, saying to just make it the same as everyone else's bowl. Ruan Nan glanced at the owner and added demands for cleanliness, wearing gloves, and food being fresh. At the somewhat annoying words, the owner clenched her fists, about to flare up in retort, then stopped. Ruan Nan handed out a few red bills, making the owner pause. The owner instantly changed her attitude, respectfully promising to do it right away and wear gloves. The owner turned to cook, happily muttering, "Made some money," making Zhang Hao inwardly sigh at her pragmatism. She pinched his cheek lightly, scolding that he should be looking at her, not the owner. Zhang Hao flinched back, rubbing his pinched cheek, and stammered that even the owner had his jealousy. Ruan Nan looked around and asked if he used to eat here. Zhang Hao calmly confirmed it was true. Zhang Hao explained that guys like him were used to cheap food, not clean but still okay. He thought she didn't belong here and advised her not to seek him out anymore. Hearing that, Ruan Nan fell silent, lowering her face without a word. The owner brought out the bowls of noodles, cheerfully saying here were the customers' noodles. The owner set the bowls on the table and left. Ruan Nan looked at the bowl before her, quiet and not speaking. She slowly said she had done military service, and could eat things even worse than this. Her eyes narrowed slightly, then hesitated as if wanting to say something but cutting herself off. Then she said softly, "I just feel sorry for you." She continued, not wanting him to eat things that were both dirty and lacking nutrition. Ruan Nan picked up the chopsticks, ready to eat. Zhang Hao sighed, thinking she was like a overly concerned CEO, then said it was up to her. Ruan Nan suddenly asked why he was so skilled at kissing, whether he had kissed anyone before, making him choke. Zhang Hao awkwardly replied he watched movies and practiced, and asked if that question was necessary. She ate while warning him not to get close to any other woman. If not, she did not know what she would do, her eyes turning sharp. "Brother Hao, what are you thinking?" She waved her hand before his face. In the room, Lin Yilong lounged on the bed asking him about lipstick color, chiding him for being distracted. Zhang Hao complained he could not tell lipstick colors apart and wanted to go home. Brother Long tugged his hand playfully, saying he would show him Lin Ling. Hearing Lin Ling's name, Zhang Hao froze. "Huh?" Recalled the little girl who had once hugged him, calling him in a whiny voice, making him think. The two peeked into Lin Ling's room full of curiosity. Zhang Hao asked what they were doing. Lin Yilong told him to just wait and see. Lin Yilong suddenly burst into the room, shouting to ask what Lin Ling was doing, putting Zhang Hao in an awkward spot. Lin Ling screamed in panic when she saw the two barging in. All three sat on the floor, the atmosphere awkward. Zhang Hao held a sketchbook. He gradually turned serious, saying nothing. The little girl trembled, not daring to look at him. She quickly explained it was just a drawing that was misunderstood, while Zhang Hao was both flustered and embarrassed. The little girl cried, explaining it was not her intention, just a friend showed it to her. Zhang Hao blushed, trying to cover his mouth, hurriedly saying it could not be like that. Zhang Hao was horrified to discover he had been put into such sensitive fantasies. He calmly asked again. Lin Ling quickly denied, blushing, saying she'd not draw it. The little girl said it was a friend who showed her, not her own work, her voice full of panic. The little girl sobbed, begging him to believe her, saying she dared not look at such things. Zhang Hao sighed, placing his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. He asked seriously again, if she had never seen it, how did she know the content, making the little girl flustered. Zhang Hao opened the computer, turned the screen toward the little girl, and asked, "Then what is this?" He opened a dark page on the computer, commented that it was truly childish to watch such unhealthy things, and Lin Yalong was shocked to see the capacity reached 500 GB. Lin Ling jumped up in panic, her mind full of questions. Why did Zhang Hao know so clearly? She had hidden it so well yet was still discovered. Zhang Hao coughed lightly and gave an awkward explanation. He could only say she was still too naive. As a friend of her brother, he had to re-educate her, and then declared he would confiscate all the materials. Lin Ling cried out in grievance, but no one responded to her. He patted her head and seriously told her that those things were for adults. She was only 10 and needed to focus on studying, then promised if she improved, he would grant one request. Zhang Hao took his hand off her head. Lin Ling immediately asked happily, "Really, Brother Hao?" Seeing her expectant eyes, he smiled and confirmed it was true. Lin Ling excitedly said that even though it felt a bit controlling like a child, she would still accept it for the sake of the promise. Zhang Hao heard this and felt something was slightly off but could not say anything. His phone rang. Zhang Hao answered and heard Tian Qin's voice asking if he was at his friend's house. Did she need to come pick him up? On the other end, Tian Qin gently told him to come back early and be safe. He replied that he could get back on his own. Jia Hui stood nearby curiously asking who Tian Qin just called. She just glanced over without answering. Tian Qin said nothing, just turned away with a light smile and took off her lab coat, startling Jia Hui as she asked where she was going. Jia Hui chased after her asking if she was busy this weekend, then invited her out, saying there would be many handsome men. Tianqin smiled with anticipation and said she already had a target and agreed to meet this weekend at the square. Yahui was deeply shocked, repeatedly asking if it was true or a joke, then pressed for who it was but got no answer. Tianqin only smiled lightly, saying she would tell her later once she had results. Yahui hugged her from behind teasingly, saying she would give her a little treasure, making Tianqin blush. Tianqin instantly flushed bright red, letting out a soft cry. Jiahui mischievously pulled her hand back, told her to be safe, then left, leaving Tianqin blushing in confusion. Outside, a man was holding documents and eavesdropping, while inside Tianqin watched him leave then sighed, commenting that her friend was too mischievous. The man outside turned pale, hearing the phrase private date, and was severely shocked and bewildered. He had a mental breakdown of his image, continuously asking himself then inwardly screaming about that name, the square. At Zhang Hao's house, night had already fallen. Tianqin stepped into the house, holding her coat and softly called out to Zhang Hao that she was back. Seeing the house was quiet, she guessed that he was probably live streaming at this hour. In his room, Zhang Hao looked at the screen and was secretly panicking. The chat community was buzzing with discussion, suspecting the room host was the male god seen once in 70,000 years of Shut-In Girls. Many compared and confirmed it was identical, making Zhang Hao break into a sweat from being recognized. He quickly explained that he was not that person. Do not misunderstand, if he were that good-looking he would not be grinding games. Posts about him climbed to the top, accompanied by the title The Strongest Man on Earth and massive interaction. His fame skyrocketed. Comments flooded in, from doubt to affirmation that he was the game male god, continuously spamming requests for him to remove his mask, making Zhang Hao flustered. Suddenly, an arm reached over and turned off his computer. He turned around in surprise and asked Sister Tianqin. She only leaned down to look at him. Tianqin said with a serious face that he could not continue anymore, then told him to stay seated. Next morning, Zhang Hao walked through the campus, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. He quietly sank into thought, his face expressionless. Thinking about Sister Tianqin's reaction last night made him pause. He remembered his sister tightly gripping his wrist again. Zhang Hao looked over and saw that she had taken off her mask, looking confused, so he stammered, "Sister Tianqin." She urged him not to stay any longer. Tianqin screamed in panic that they had recognized her. If she continued the livestream, everyone would know who she was. Then she pointed at herself. She screamed again, pleading that she did not want her younger brother to become famous. Could he just stay home with her and she would support him? Hearing this, Zhang Hao looked at his sister even more confused. Her tears welled up, and she spoke continuously in anxiety. She was afraid someone else would take him away. Among those who liked him, there would surely be someone better than her, and then he would forget about her. Zhang Hao stepped forward, grabbed her shoulders, and seriously explained that she should not think nonsense. The livestream was just a temporary job. Others were still others, and she was family. How could he forget her? Tianqin listened silently. She lowered her eyes slightly, still uneasy, and muttered, "But..." Returning to the present, Zhang Hao sighed, realizing that Sister Tianqin had become increasingly sensitive lately, as if she wanted to control his every move. He could not help wondering if she was just overly worried about her younger brother, or if there was another reason. As he walked, Zhang Hao's phone suddenly rang, and he looked over. Zhang Hao opened his phone, looked at his like count, and was shocked, his eyes widening. This was the prophet from last night's livestream. He widened his eyes, an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the phone. No selling, no asking for gifts, and the app still paid. By calculation, earning 33,000 yuan a night, 100,000 a month, over 1.2 million a year. Sunlight streamed through the tree canopy, and Zhang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Was this the power of an internet celebrity? But it did not seem entirely like what he had once wished for. At school, everyone was still bustling to class as usual. Zhang Hao stood frozen for about 5 seconds, screaming inwardly at the sight before him. A group of students held up signs with words supporting Zhang Hao. They cheered passionately, leaving him speechless and frozen. A classmate waved at him, excitedly asking, "Zhang Hao, did you know? You have a fan club now." Hearing this, he raised his hand to rub his forehead, feeling utterly helpless. Just the other day his homework was not done, and now he was a celebrity. 2 girls from the disciplinary team also ran over happily, saying they had joined to support him. Zhang Hao awkwardly backed away, continuously waving his hands. A group of male students stood outside discussing. Some said the more famous he got, the more he would be liked, while others dismissed it as just his looks. The class monitor stood by with a faint smile, still holding his phone. He smirked sinisterly at the screen, thinking that internet celebrities rose fast but also fell easily. In changing room number 5, the door was tightly shut. Zhang Hao took off his shirt and calmly opened his locker. Beside him, the class monitor also opened his locker, secretly raised his phone to take a covert photo, and smiled smugly. The phone was hidden in his hand, with only the camera lens peeking through the locker gap toward the target. Suddenly, Lin Yilong ran over and shouted, "Zhang Hao," accidentally bumping into the class monitor. Lin Yilong chirped that he seemed more muscular. Had training with Min Yuhua been effective? The class monitor irritably glanced over and muttered, "No eyes." He grinned slyly, still holding the phone, his eyes full of calculation. Lin Yilong and Zhang Hao simultaneously turned toward the sound behind them. The class monitor turned pale, hastily bent down to pick up his phone, panicking inwardly, thinking he had been found out. His face turned green, sweat poured out, and he kept looking around fearfully. The other two continued talking as if nothing had happened. The class monitor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was lucky not to have been caught. Suddenly Zhang Hao curled his lips slightly into a smile. The class monitor raised his phone screen, regretting that he had not taken a clear photo, then suspected Lin Yilong had done it on purpose. Behind him, two figures approached with cold eyes and a smile that made the class monitor shudder, his hand tightening on the phone. Lin Yilong and Zhang Hao cornered the class monitor, causing him to cower in the corner by the locker, stammering, not daring to speak. Zhang Hao punched his hand hard against the wall, startling the class monitor, whose face turned pale as he stared. He smiled amiably and asked what the hurry was, then said he wanted to talk. The class monitor immediately broke into a sweat, clearly anxious. He snatched the phone and asked softly what secrets it held. The class monitor screamed in panic when he saw Zhang Hao open the phone. Lin Yilong curiously looked in, while Zhang Hao coldly said he had seen all the sneaky photo-taking behavior. He unbuttoned one button, turned the front camera toward himself, and calmly said to go ahead and take a picture if he wanted. The class monitor panicked even more, his face pale, stammering incoherently. Zhang Hao coldly ordered him to delete the photos if he was not taking them, his attitude making the class monitor hastily agree. The class monitor ran out of the changing room, cursing under his breath as he fled. Lin Yilong asked Zhang Hao in surprise why that guy acted that way, suspecting he wanted to smear him. Zhang Hao crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said it was just a petty trick. He did not care about being smeared. Lin Yilong looked at him in surprise. Zhang Hao thought to himself that if he had not transmigrated with his current muscles, he would even want to show off online, but now he understood he could not let others look down on him. Zhang Hao quietly followed behind the class monitor. Lin Yilong thought they should hold that guy back to avoid trouble later. Class monitor walked away, grinding his teeth and cursing Zhang Hao, vowing not to let this go. Zhang Hao persistently tailed him from behind. He intended to talk things out clearly when he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. Dragged away abruptly, Zhang Hao panicked and chased after. Zhang Hao froze when he saw the people who had seized the class monitor, hastily asking what they were doing. He asked if Ruan Nan had sent them. Ruan Nan's underling calmly replied that they knew nothing. He said to just pretend he had not seen anything. The car drove off under his stunned gaze. He wondered why the class monitor was taken, whether Ruan Nan had people in the school and wanted him to owe a favor. Back at the F8 Corporation, Ruan Nan received a check-in call from Zhang Hao. "Did you take our class monitor?" Ruan Nan didn't explain further, only asking back, "How did you know it was me?" Zhang Hao was too lazy to argue, thinking to himself that she took the guy right in front of him, then asked what she intended to do with him, telling her not to say it was to vent anger for him. Still as calm as ever, she replied that if he dared to provoke, he had to pay the price, telling him not to worry about this matter, that she would handle it properly so that he wouldn't dare cause trouble in the future. "I have eyes and ears in the school. I've said it before, don't meddle in my affairs, I can handle it myself." Ruan Nan answered coldly, "I just want to know about the situation at your school. I don't care about your previous methods. Now you just need to stay behind me and not worry about anything else." Zhang Hao was genuinely annoyed by that domineering tone, hung up in irritation. Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. The man behind you, what the hell, it was truly impossible to talk with Ruan Nan. Was this kidnapping really okay? He hoped the class monitor would still be in one piece tomorrow. The next morning at school, luckily he saw the class monitor still had all his limbs. It's just that as soon as he saw him, that man immediately shot back as fast as lightning. He respectfully invited him into the classroom. Zhang Hao wondered what exactly Ruan Nan did to the class monitor yesterday to make him so deferential today. The room at this time were only Hanan and Min Yuhua. Noticing something off about his expression, Min Yuhua couldn't help asking. It seemed he was unhappy. He sighed, saying it was nothing, just a little troubled and had a slight headache. Min Yuhua carefully studied his expression, pondering something. Then she walked straight up to him. Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled, not knowing what she intended to do. Min Yuhua gently massaged the bridge of his nose. "Is this better? At the amusement park back then you did this for me. It felt very nice." Zhang Hao chuckled, asking if she still remembered that, then thanked her and said he felt much better. Zhang Hao froze a little when she hesitated before sitting on his lap. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Min Yuhua blushed and answered that she wanted to hold him for a bit. "Hugging Zhang Hao makes me very happy, kissing does too. I also want to make you happy." The look Min Yuhua had right now was really so cute it was against the rules. Zhang Hao could only thank the girl. Min Yuhua weakly rested her head on his chest. Though he had hugged Tian Qin and Ruan Nan, holding Min Yuhua felt the most comfortable. With a beautiful older sister figure like Tian Qin, he didn't dare think wildly. As for Ruan Nan, her possessiveness was too strong. Being near her made him worry something uncontrollable might happen. It seemed being with Min Yuhua was still the most comfortable. A soft, fragrant girl, bringing a rare sense of peace. That peaceful atmosphere suddenly vanished. It was only then Zhang Hao realized she had slipped her hand inside his shirt at some point. Min Yuhua breathed heavily, whining for a kiss. Zhang Hao quickly grabbed her wrist tightly, telling her to calm down, not to get excited. He didn't want to do too much at school. But Min Yuhua still hadn't calmed down, asking back in a confused state what did calm down mean. Zhang Hao hurriedly pushed her away, telling her to either read the 3-character classic or the Diamond Sutra or something to sober up, but she shook her head saying she didn't know them. Zhang Hao held her face, telling her to just calm down first. He said seriously again that those films Huang Yuanyuan gave her were only for lovers. She should watch a youth campus movie first, understand love, and then think about it. Min Yuhua answered naively, okay. She then asked what love was. Zhang Hao explained somewhat awkwardly that it was when you love someone, want to be with them for life, and are willing to do anything for them. Looking at his unconscious smile and her innocent expression, Zhang Hao wasn't sure if his explanation was too difficult to understand. In short, it was the comfortable feeling of being with someone, being able to show weakness without fear of being laughed at or looked down upon. Then do you feel that way about me too? I hope that if I date someone, it's for true love, not lust. Zhang Hao seriously expressed his thoughts. But Min Yuhua continued hesitantly to ask. Zhang Hao just smiled, saying it was okay not to understand, just watch more youth movies and it will become clear. Now let's go back to class. He thought to himself that he was treating Min Yuhua as a true friend, which was why he patiently explained like this. He was truly too kind. Just as the two were about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was Brother Long calling, asking on the other end if he was going to eat with Min Yuhua again, saying the two of them had been together all the time lately. Also reminded him that Huang Yuanyuan showed her some random things, and if he was worried she might do something weird, remember to protect himself. Men often end up at a disadvantage. Zhang Hao just gave a forced laugh, telling him to rest assured. Thinking about Ruan Nan being jealous and having eyes and ears at school, Zhang Hao also felt he should keep some distance from Min Yuhua for safety. It seemed at school, the two of them were already too close. Leaving the classroom, Zhang Hao separated from Min Yuhua, saying he was going to buy a bottle of water. As she was about to call him back, he had already quickly walked away. She was a little unhappy, because in the past the two of them always went together. That evening, Zhang Hao was sitting as usual when Zhang Tian suddenly appeared. Cam suddenly stepped forward, took the microphone, and said, "My darling needs rest. We'll stream again next time." Seeing a woman appear, the fans immediately erupted into chaos, some even threatening to leave the fandom. Zhang Hao looked at her and said, "Sister Tian Kin, I'm not tired yet." Tian Kin explained that every live gaming stream consumes a lot of mental energy and that proper rest was necessary for well-being. She told him to lie down so she could give him a relaxing massage. Lying on Tian Kin's lap, Zhang Hao couldn't help but admire how thoughtful she was in taking care of others. Tian Kin said there were many bad people in the streaming room. It was best for Zhang Hao to stream less often from now on. No matter how many gifts they received, he must not comply with their excessive demands. Understand? Zhang Hao wondered what the fourth curve was, as he had only ever heard of 3 curves. She laughed at his innocence. Not even knowing that concept made her even more worried. "Today, I'll help you understand it thoroughly." Zhang Hao blushed, awkwardly mentioning body measurements like chest, waist, and hips, along with another concept that left him flustered. He was deeply embarrassed when Tian Kin stood too close, also carrying a very pleasant scent. Tian Kin slowly moved closer, gently pulling up his shirt to look. She was surprised to discover Zhang Hao had quite defined abdominal muscles. She delightedly traced the muscle lines and complimented him on having a good physical foundation. Each time she touched him, Zhang Hao flinched with an instinctive reaction. His reactions only made Tian Kin find it even funnier and more teasing. Zhang Hao panicked when he saw her about to adjust his clothing. Tian Kin reassured him there was no need to be shy. This was just a basic body check, nothing serious. She explained that the fourth curve was just a joking way to refer to a sensitive male measurement, and he didn't need to overthink it. Zhang Hao shyly called out to Sister Tian Kin. While still not fully understanding the situation, he asked cautiously whether she really wanted to see. Atmosphere between them became awkward and uncomfortable. Tian Kin quickly forced a laugh, saying she was just joking. They couldn't be so casual. She told Zhang Hao he must learn to protect himself. She told Zhang Hao to get some rest and left the room. He wished her good night. Tian Kin walked out of the room with a somewhat uneasy mood. She had almost lost control of her emotions. Zhang Hao looked towards the door, wondering if Tian Kin had just been embarrassed. Thinking back, that expression on her face was quite cute. The weekend arrived. Zhang Hao let out a long yawn, greeting the morning, while Tian Kin, who was cooking, called him to come eat. Today was their private outing day, so Tian Kin wanted to prepare a bit more thoroughly. Zhang Hao was flustered, thinking that a date sounded like it could easily be misunderstood. He quickly corrected his thoughts, avoiding letting his mind wander and making things weird. About half an hour later, Tian Kin was ready. She wore a white top with a short skirt paired with black stockings, looking incredibly attractive and elegant. Zhang Hao thought to himself that she was even more beautiful than many online celebrities. He awkwardly complimented her, saying she looked very beautiful, which made Tian Kin quite pleased. Zhang Hao also went to change his clothes to better match her style. Afterwards, they both headed to Van Dyck Square. The place was very crowded. Zhang Hao couldn't help but be surprised by the bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a stranger. That person was sitting at a nearby drink stall, acting quite secretively. Tian Qin also noticed and said they had probably been under surveillance for a while. Today they might be followed all day. Zhang Hao asked if the man in the black hat was someone pursuing her. Tian Qin confirmed he had been following her for a long time. Zhang Hao was worried and wanted to call the police for the harassment. Tian Qin quickly stopped him, saying she didn't want to make a scene because he was a former research colleague. She asked Zhang Hao if he could help her with something. Zhang Hao immediately agreed, saying he would do anything to help. Tian Qin said she wanted to make that man give up his intentions today, so she asked Zhang Hao if he could pretend to be her boyfriend. Tian Qin was almost pleading, as she didn't want to continue being followed. Zhang Hao agreed at once. If she needed him, he would help. Tian Qin was surprised he accepted so quickly. She showed her happiness openly and thanked Zhang Hao. Afterwards, she invited him to go to an interesting place. They both walked into an entertainment complex. Tian Qin brought him here because she thought boys usually liked these kinds of games. She pointed at the claw machine and said she would win a few prizes for Zhang Hao today. Zhang Hao stood by her side, watching her play the claw machine very intently. Finally, they both sat down to eat ice cream. The atmosphere was quite intimate and cheerful. Not only that, the two continued to have fun and take all sorts of photos until the afternoon. Tian Qin seemed very interested and had an absolute blast. "Are you tired, Zhang Hao? Let's go over there and rest for a bit." While walking, Zhang Hao suddenly called out to Tian Qin, "Wait." Before Tian Qin could understand what was happening, Zhang Hao grabbed her hand. Her face flushed, and she softly called out, "Zhang Hao, Zhang Hao glanced quickly at the nearby building. That man still hadn't left. "If we're pretending to be lovers, I think we should act a bit more intimate. But that pervert sure is persistent, following us for so long without giving up." Tian Qin agreed. He's been working at the same research institute as sister for years, so he knows her social circle quite well. Zhang Hao wondered, does that mean he still doesn't believe we're dating, so he's tailing us? Tian Qin nodded, probably so. Right at that moment, she suddenly cried out, "Oh no, I think he's coming back." Before Zhang Hao could understand what was happening, Tian Qin unexpectedly kissed him. His entire body heated up. His face turned as red as wine, his heart pounding erratically. The stalker saw that scene and was deeply shocked. Covered his face, tears welling up. How dare they kiss in public? "Shameless bastards," he yelled loudly before running away in tears. Tian Qin had witnessed the entire scene. "You really didn't disappoint me." She'd noticed this stalker a long time ago, so yesterday she deliberately spoke very loudly. Time and place were all set up for him to hear and come running. She even added with a sneer, "Don't you forget." Back to reality, the two finally broke away from the passionate kiss. Tian Qin pretended to be innocent. "I'm sorry I kissed you without your permission. Did I scare you?" Zhang Hao just gave her a smile. "It's fine." Zhang Hao turned back to check if the pervert was still lurking around. Tian Qin smiled and replied, "It seems he's gone." Observing Zhang Hao's expression, a glimmer of hope reignited in her heart. "Am I dreaming?" It seems Zhang Hao isn't angry, he even looks a bit embarrassed. Earlier he didn't push me away, nor did he curse or blame me. Doesn't this prove that Zhang Hao doesn't dislike being intimate with me? Tian Qin kept pretending to be cute and apologetic. "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I was just trying to act. It was unintentional. But I was too anxious and nervous, so I accidentally crossed the line. You can hit me, scold me, punish me however you want. Just don't be mad or ignore me." Zhang Hao replied awkwardly, "Sister Tian Qin, I'm not angry." Saying that, but he still felt a bit troubled inside. "Though she's not my blood sister, is this going too far?" Zhang Hao wanted to say something, but then stopped himself. As long as he could help her deal with that troublesome stalker, it was fine. Tian Qin happily said, "Really, I'm glad you don't mind, Zhang Hao. Actually, you don't need to worry about our sibling relationship. We're not blood related, and abroad, there are many cases of such closeness. Our feelings are so good, really. Kissing isn't a problem at all. Besides, just now, Zhang Hao, you also liked kissing me, right?" Zhang Hao was startled, wondering why Tian Qin would ask that so seriously. As a man, he normally didn't find it repulsive, especially with the way Tian Qin looked earlier. It stirred something in him. If he answered yes, his relationship with Tian Qin would take a step forward, but he also didn't want to disrupt his current family life. Zhang Hao thought it over carefully and replied, "I don't find kissing you repulsive, but right now we are family. You're my sister, so it's best not to act casually." Tian Qin froze, only catching 4 words, "not find it repulsive." Zhang Hao truly isn't repulsed. That means he has feelings for me. Otherwise, a man would hardly not feel repulsed kissing a woman. Tian Qin brazenly moved closer to Zhang Hao, saying that today they weren't siblings but lovers, so they should try being lovers for a day, since that stalker wouldn't give up easily. And then she led him to eat something delicious. The sibling thing was something she only dared to think about. In the distance, 2 thugs saw the intimate scene and felt annoyed, discussing how the woman had money and the man was quite handsome, deciding to demand money because they had just lost at gambling. "Let's go shake them down for cash." The 2 approached them and shouted loudly, "Hey, you two! I've seen you lovebirds here too long, hurting us single folks, so pay up. Tian Qin's expression instantly changed. Good. She slowly reached her hand into her dress pocket. The thug continued cursing and threatening loudly, demanding compensation or there would be trouble. Tian Qin thought about the knife she always carried in her coat pocket. If she used it, she could take down the opponent without getting hurt. Zhang Hao was still here. If she made a move now, he might get injured. She decided to toss a few small coins towards them as charity and told them to get lost. Beggars can't be choosers. They're being so picky about such a small amount. You're not leaving here without coughing up 2,000 yuan. He thought to himself that this woman had money, so they should demand more. He continued to threaten, if you don't pay up, don't blame us for getting rough. Don't complain if we mess up your boyfriend's face. Right then, Zhang Hao unexpectedly spoke up. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much. Can't handle it. Tian Qin was surprised by his attitude. The two thugs were stunned upon hearing that. Oh, you don't talk to a woman like that? Tian Qin quickly warned Zhang Hao, run now. However, her expression quickly changed when she saw Zhang Hao unleash a move. He threw a decisive kick toward them. He confidently taunted, so want to fight? Both of them immediately left her behind and ran away. Zhang Hao happily turned back, smiling at Tian Qin. See, I handled it. Tian Qin trembled slightly. When did you become so skilled? Your personality wasn't like this before. Starting from childhood, Tian Qin had never left Zhang Hao's side. When they were young, she always held his hand tightly. Although Zhang Hao initially said he did not want to see her again, she quietly avoided appearing before him but still watched from the shadows. At that time, Tian Qin observed Zhang Hao from a distance. Waiting until Zhang Hao started using QQ, she immediately added him as a friend with her own account. Tian Qin had to try for a long time to become an older sister figure he could confide in online. Zhang Hao's childhood messages came continuously, mostly about daily things, items, exams, favorite movies, and even being confessed to at school. Tian Qin silently thought. Lately she did not understand why Zhang Hao was no longer as clingy online as before. Looking at Zhang Hao drinking water on the other side, Tian Qin secretly suspected everything from their parents' remarriage to his writing of a novel. He also messaged her less. Sometimes when they talked he did not send cute stickers, nor did he say boo-hoo-hoo like before, and he even went to learn Muay Thai on his own. Tian Qin sat cross-legged on the sofa, murmuring to herself, wondering if it was because he was growing up or if something had happened. Just as Zhang Hao walked in and heard, he asked, "What are you talking about?" Tian Qin hurriedly changed the subject. "It's nothing. You must be tired today. Go take a shower and rest." Zhang Hao obediently replied, "Okay." Tian Qin carefully opened the door to the room, stealthily looking around to see if anyone was there. She gently sat down in front of the computer. She held the mouse and began to operate it continuously. The mouse cursor moved to a text file titled, "A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World." Discovering that, Tian Qin was extremely shocked, whispering softly, "Did Zhang Hao write this novel?" In the bathroom, Zhang Hao relaxed under the shower, the white soap bubbles like clouds. He breathed a sigh of comfort. Busy all day, a hot bath is really refreshing. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Hao looked up. That's right. Zhang Hao muttered to remind himself, "I need to update the novel tonight. It's been a few days since I posted a new chapter." On the other side, Tian Qin was still staring intently at the computer screen. Her fingers continuously scrolled the mouse without stopping. Tian Qin could not believe it, wondering why Zhang Hao would write such a story. Zhang Hao had finished showering, casually walked toward his room, reaching out his hand to turn the doorknob. The door clicked open with a sound. Zhang Hao entered the room. Everything inside was as usual, nothing had changed, proving Tian Qin had concealed it very skillfully. Zhang Hao sat down on the chair, flexed his hands to loosen his muscles and said, "All right, let's start writing." When he turned on the computer, Zhang Hao was slightly suspicious. "I think I stopped here last time. Not sure, whatever." Tian Qin knocked on the door. He held a glass of milk, saying, "Zhang Hao, drink some milk before you write." Tian Qin approached Zhang Hao, asking, "What are you writing? Can I take a look?" Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "It's nothing, Sister Tian Qin. I'm just writing something random." Zhang Hao thought to himself that today's actions might have made Sister Tian Qin suspicious. The world in the novel he wrote was quite detailed. It was best not to let her see it. Tian Qin asked insinuatingly, "Or are you writing something I'm not allowed to see?" Hearing that, Zhang Hao blushed and was startled. Tian Qin smiled, her eyes a bit mischievous. "That's not allowed." She reached out and gently touched Zhang Hao's face. "You've been acting strange lately." Tian Qin said, "Not only did you go learn Muay Thai, but today you even rushed ahead of me." Tian Qin looked at him with worried eyes and said, "Compared to before, you've changed too much. I'm very worried about you." Zhang Hao thought to himself, as expected, Sister Tian Qin is suspicious of me. Zhang Hao was startled, realizing the anomaly, feeling a bit annoyed inside. Wait a minute, why say compared to the previous Zhang Hao, what big change? Zhang Hao thought to himself, does Sister Qin really know me from before? Zhang Hao stammered, "We only became siblings not long ago, right? What do you mean compared to before? Did we know each other before?" Tian Qin immediately paused, not expecting Zhang Hao to hit the nail on the head so quickly. She lowered her head, remaining silent. Then Tian Qin said, "Zhang Hao, Actually, we have known each other since childhood. Zhang Hao asked in disbelief. Known each other since childhood. He thought to himself, what is this? The original host's memories have no part like this. Tian Qin recounted, when we were little, we attended the same kindergarten. She asked worriedly, do you really not remember anything? You don't even remember me? Zhang Hao gave an awkward laugh. Haha, it's been so long, I really don't remember anything. In his memory, when they first met, she once hugged him and asked intimately, Zhang Hao, do you remember me? Zhang Hao recalled and gradually understood. So our first meeting was actually an acquaintance from childhood. We must have had a very good relationship when young. Sister Tian Qin was also very warm. Zhang Hao looked at the silent Tian Qin before him, thinking she was sad because he forgot the old memories, but he could not tell her about transmigrating here due to the blood moon phenomenon. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat, trying to think of a way to play dumb and let it pass. After all, he did not want Sister Tianqin to be sad. So Zhang Hao continued talking nonsense. Sometimes I dreamed that when I was little, there was a very scary little girl who used to fight. Her eyes were quite fierce. Tianqin trembled slightly. Zhang Hao recounted that there were many troublemakers at school, making him want to become stronger to protect himself, so he always worked hard on physical training and learning Thai boxing. Holding Zhang Hao's hand, he said that facing those thugs today was because Tian Qin was by his side, and it was important that he understood that. He pressed Tian Qin's hand against his cheek and asked if she would definitely never let him be in danger. Tian Qin blushed and softly called out Zhang Hao. She shyly replied that of course, she would never let Zhang Hao get hurt, then gently pulled him into her arms. Zhang Hao blushed, thinking that acting weak in front of Tian Qin was indeed very effective. Tian Qin thought to herself that it seemed Zhang Hao still had not remembered things from when they were young, and he seemed to have been so afraid of her that the memories were suppressed. Thinking this, Tian Qin decided she would make it up to him, then said that Zhang Hao scared her today and had to be punished a little. Zhang Hao awkwardly asked what the punishment was. Tian Qin's hand slid gently down Zhang Hao's back and said, of course it was. She used the tickling trick that Zhang Hao feared most to tease him, making him laugh uncontrollably, calling out Sister Tian Qin between laughs. Zhang Hao laughed and begged for mercy, saying he knew he was wrong, please stop tickling. After a while, both of them were exhausted, lying on the bed catching their breath. Tian Qin told him not to scare her like that again. Did he hear? Zhang Hao quickly replied that he understood Sister Tian Qin. Tian Qin was silent, her gaze fixed on the sweat-soaked part of Zhang Hao's neck. Tian Qin brushed her hair back and said that today they had agreed to be lovers for one day. She reminded him that today was not over yet, so they were not siblings but lovers for one day. Zhang Hao thought to himself embarrassedly that this was what Sister Tian Qin meant. Zhang Hao said that no one was watching now, so there was really no need to keep pretending. Tian Qin replied that it was fine, just one day, and besides they had kissed before, so one more time would not matter. Zhang Hao embarrassedly thought that things were heading in the direction he feared most, and it seemed Tian Qin did not just see him as a little brother. Tian Qin leaned down slightly and called Zhang Hao's name. The distance between them gradually closed, their lips drawing near. From outside, a voice called that their parents were back, startling them both. Tian Qin quickly replied that it was clear Mom said she was coming back today, while Zhang Hao thought his father had returned from his business trip. Tian Qin told Zhang Hao to stay in the room, she would go out first, but he quickly called her back. Zhang Hao said her face was very red, so it was better to go back to her room first. Tian Qin agreed and said she would tell her mom she was feeling a bit dizzy and resting, while Zhang Hao anxiously thought the situation just now was really awkward. When he was little, his mother had left, her aloof silhouette with graying hair fading into the distance, leaving Zhang Hao and his father stunned in the night. After that, his father threw himself into work, having almost no time to take care of him and sending him to daycare. At that time, Tian Qin was standing watching from a corner of the room. She saw a child standing quietly, and little Zhang Hao was curiously wondering who that was. It was a little girl in a blue dress, with short neck-length hair, bangs, and large glasses. Zhang Hao took the initiative to go over and strike up a conversation, asking if she often played alone and if she was new here. He shyly invited her to play together. Then he introduced himself as Zhang Hao, 5 years old. Tian Qin did not reply at the time, only looked at him with a cold gaze. Then she silently walked past Zhang Hao and left. Tian Qin left through the door. Zhang Hao stood behind her, dumbfounded, watching her figure. That day, the sky was clear and peaceful. Tian Qin sat alone, lowering her head, thinking that the plan was going more smoothly than expected. She was like a teenage girl, secretly happy that hugging and kissing Zhang Hao, which he did not refuse, probably proved he liked her too. Tian Qin smiled softly, her heart full of joy. She thought to herself, Zhang Hao, I love you. On the other side, Zhang Hao lay on the bed thinking that Tian Qin definitely had feelings for him. Recalling the moment she leaned in, he thought that if his father had not come back suddenly, things might have been different. Zhang Hao embarrassedly realized that Tian Qin was very good, always gently taking care of him, making his heart race every time he faced her. He suddenly thought that if that was the case, then they might be very compatible. Zhang Hao lay on his side, boldly thinking that he had once dreamed of dating a girl like that. But that thought quickly subsided as he worried about his parents' reaction and decided to find an opportunity to test the waters later. The next morning, the whole family of 4 gathered around the dining table. Zhang Yan said it had been a long time since they had eaten together like this. He asked Tian Qin if she had taken good care of Zhang Hao while her parents were away, and Qin Qin smiled calmly and replied yes. She even said that Zhang Hao was actually grown up now and often took care of her instead, which made him embarrassed and deny it. Zhang Hao stood up and said he had finished eating and would be going to a friend's house today, so he would not eat lunch at home. Tian Qin asked if she should give him a ride, but Zhang Hao refused, said goodbye to everyone, and left. Zhang Hao's father looked at Tian Qin and said she seemed very happy today. Tian Qin smiled in reply, yes, what makes you so happy, son? Zhang Hao walked quietly along the street. Zhang Hao felt a little happy inside, thinking that this time Tian Qin did not nag much about him going out alone. Suddenly someone called out, Zhang Hao. It was Manhwa, wearing a white crop top with tight shorts and white socks. She waved friendly and said, I came to pick you up. Zhang Hao walked over and asked why she came. Hadn't she told him to wait at home? Manhwa said because she missed him, she wanted to come pick him up earlier. She hesitated and asked again, is that not okay? Zhang Hao could only smile helplessly inside, thinking about this girl. He rubbed her head, then said, it's fine, let's go. Manhwa happily murmured an okay. The spacious luxury villa was in European style with pure white walls. The two stood before the long staircase leading to the upper floor. Zhang Hao thought to himself, no matter how many times he saw it, this villa was still breathtaking. Manhwa led the way and said today her parents were not home, only the two of them. She asked Zhang Hao what he wanted to play today. Anything was possible. Zhang Hao thought she always said things that could be easily misunderstood. He stepped inside the spacious room. Zhang Hao stood by the swimming pool and said in surprise, your house even has a private pool. He thought to himself, in a big villa having a pool was not strange. Manhwa said she originally planned to take him to see the armory, but the butler said boys might not like it, so she switched to here. Zhang Hao thought the armory was probably like last time, just models. He said awkwardly, but I didn't bring swimwear. Manhwa calmly replied it was fine, the butler had already prepared some. Zhang Hao suggested a swimming race. Manhwa immediately agreed and asked what the bet was. He proposed a one-way freestyle race, whoever was faster would win. She agreed and went to change first. Zhang Hao awkwardly thought that habits from the old world were getting him into trouble. Normally when swimming in his previous world, he only wore simple swim trunks. But here, that probably wouldn't work, he would be misunderstood. He imagined being stared at and blushed. So Zhang Hao figured in this world he had to wear proper swimwear. In front of him were a few rather strange swimsuits, mainly for women, leaving him flustered, not knowing what to pick. Holding a tiny blue swimsuit, he sighed and said he could not wear this outside. Zhang Hao held his head tiredly. For the first time he so distinctly wanted to go back to the old world. Suddenly he looked to the side and let out a soft exclamation. He saw a fairly normal swimsuit and thought it might be usable. He walked over, picked it up to look, and nodded, but unexpectedly something black fell out. It was a thin piece of dark fabric with 2 elastic bands at each end. Zhang Hao bent down to look at the object. He picked it up with 2 fingers, wondering what this was. It looked like women's underwear. Zhang Hao felt uneasy, thinking why did it fall out of this swimsuit? This felt really wrong. He sighed, having no other choice, so he had to wear that suit. After a while Zhang Hao walked out in the snug swimsuit, uncomfortably tugging at the collar and saying it was a bit tight. Manhwa also just walked out and saw him. She walked over and said his swimsuit looked very nice. Zhang Hao replied, thanks, your swimsuit is also very nice. Manhwa wore a floral patterned swimsuit that draped down gently, smiling tenderly. Zhang Hao said, no more delays, let's start the race, let's see what your technique is like. Manhwa agreed. He laid out the rules. Whoever swims to the other side first wins. The loser has to serve the winner for a week. She agreed. Both stood on the diving blocks. The referee called ready. The referee shouted start, and both immediately dove into the water. Zhang Hao plunged to the blue water. He stretched his body and swam fast and decisively. Zhang Hao surfaced to take a breath. The referee panicked and shouted, something's wrong. The referee yelled loudly for Zhang Hao to stop and come back. Many bubbles rose behind him. The referee screamed that Manhwa was in danger. She seemed to be drowning. Zhang Hao froze in shock. Manhwa slowly opened her eyes. She coughed and choked, trying to push the water out of her lungs. Zhang Hao asked worriedly if she was okay. Manhwa weakly replied she was fine. Zhang Hao thought to himself it made no sense. The villa had a big pool. How could she not know how to swim? Zhang Hao reminded Manhwa that if she did not know how to swim, she should have said so and not joined the competition, because it was very dangerous. She whimpered that she had watched others swim and thought it was not hard. Did you catch our class monitor? Ruan Nan asked coldly in return, not explaining but merely wondering how he knew it was her. Zhang Hao thought to himself that this matter could not be explained simply, mostly because of a lack of general knowledge, making it hard to clarify. Manhwa awkwardly apologized to Zhang Hao. Min Yuhua was about to say "I" when she suddenly froze, unable to continue. The referee exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhang Hao's soaked clothes become thin and clingy. Min Yuhua stood frozen, only repeating "I." Zhang Hao's clothes were soaked through, sticking to his body and revealing his physique. He still dazedly repeated the word "clothes." He looked down, and Min Yuhua unexpectedly got a nosebleed before collapsing backward, causing the referee to frantically call for help. A moment later, Min Yuhua pressed a white towel to her nose. Zhang Hao had changed into a brown bathrobe and asked if she was okay. But Min Yuhua was still blushing, not yet over her embarrassment. Zhang Hao looked up to the sky, thinking to himself that men's swimwear in this world was designed precisely to avoid such wardrobe malfunction. Min Yuhua stood up and said there were many places in his mansion where they could have fun together. She listed entertainment areas like the movie room, the game room, the rose room, and even a secret base, one to take Zhang Hao on a tour, but he told her to rest first. Min Yuhua was a little sad, saying it was rare for her to invite him over, so she wanted to make him happy. Zhang Hao fell silent upon hearing this, thinking to himself. He asked if she was hiding a secret because she seemed quite unusual today. Min Yuhua clenched her hands, trembling slightly. She said that lately he had not been eating meals or going to class with her, so she thought she had done something wrong to make him unhappy. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand, saying that was not the case and she should not overthink it. He thought to himself that it was probably due to the pressure from Ruan Nan and her informants in the school, which forced him to keep his distance. Recalling Ruan Nan's warning about not getting close to other girls, Zhang Hao worried she might do something extreme to Min Yuhua. Zhang Hao told Min Yuhua that it was not her fault, but rather that he was having some trouble, and once it was resolved, things would go back to how they were before. Min Yuhua was surprised and asked if someone was causing him trouble, wanting to help, but Zhang Hao immediately refused. He said this was his own affair and did not want to drag Big Brother Long or her into it, telling her to spend more time with them. Min Yuhua sadly asked if it was because she could not help with anything that he was distancing himself. She said she would do anything he wanted, as long as she was not abandoned and could stay by his side. Zhang Hao coldly interrupted her, causing Min Yuhua to freeze. He said that this time, he really did not want to drag anyone else into trouble. Zhang Hao smiled, thanked her for her concern, apologized for being distant lately, and promised that when things were done, he would return to how he was before. Min Yuhua was still unwilling to let it go and wanted to say more. Min Yuhua's eyes welled up as she said she did not want to be apart from him, only wanting to stay by his side forever. Zhang Hao was stunned, not expecting her to say such a thing. He averted his gaze, turned away, and said he was sorry. Min Yuhua remained silent, not answering. She turned around and left, saying she was going to the changing room. Zhang Hao watched her retreating back as she walked away in silence. Zhang Hao sat dazed and alone, unaware that the butler was approaching. He let out a soft, frustrated sigh. The butler stepped forward to ask if he was all right, causing Zhang Hao to look up in a daze. The butler directly asked if the young miss of the house had caused him any trouble, making him a little embarrassed. The butler apologized for eavesdropping and said the young miss could be quite willful at times. Zhang Hao quickly replied that it was not her fault. Zhang Hao explained that for certain reasons, he had deliberately kept his distance from her. He said Min Yuhua was rather withdrawn, and since they had been close before, she was now feeling insecure. Zhang Hao guiltily blamed himself for not caring about her feelings, remembering the time he had caused her to be locked in a dark room, which made him even more remorseful. The butler smiled and said the young miss valued him very much. He recalled how she often mentioned him and that eating, studying, and having fun together had made her much happier than before. He was surprised because he rarely saw the young miss smile as much as when she was with him. The butler said that if he suddenly kept his distance, the young miss would surely notice and be very sad. He said that being alienated by a friend was the last thing the young miss wanted. Zhang Hao listened in silence, his heart heavy. Butler asked about the time the young miss was blackmailed by a classmate, startling Zhang Hao. He tried to recall the memory like an old man remembering the past. Remembered her once saying that a classmate had used money as a condition for friendship, and then confirmed that he had heard about it. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously if it was related to that past incident, and the butler confirmed it was. The butler explained that because of her good family background and withdrawn nature, the young miss had been taken advantage of and blackmailed under the guise of friendship. She naively thought that was how friendships were made, so she did not refuse. Gradually, her docility made her a target for bullying in the class. The family had no idea until she came home covered in injuries. The butler was alarmed when he saw and quickly asked what had happened. Min Yuhua only remained silent, not saying a single word. Tianshu's face darkened, her voice cold as she asked, "What exactly happened?" Before she could speak, the woman yelled loudly, scaring Min Yuhua into shrinking back. She stammered a reply, saying she was being bullied by classmates. Tianshu's expression instantly darkened, her eyes cold with killing intent. Was there really such a thing? She then personally went to the school, demanded that the involved parents and students confront each other, and only stopped after forcing them to apologize to Min Yuhua. The butler sighed, saying that thanks to the lady's intervention, the young miss got justice. But from then on, she was alienated by the entire school. Saying this, he looked at him with difficulty, saying it was now very hard for the young miss to make friends. She was afraid of losing them again, which was why she was so agitated just now. He bowed sincerely to apologize, causing trouble for you again. I apologize on behalf of the young miss. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand, saying it was fine. He did not blame Min Yuhua. He sighed and added, but hearing this made him worry about her even more. Perhaps he should have a clear talk with Min Yuhua. The girl lacked a sense of security. Having thought it through, he immediately turned to the butler and said, sorry for the trouble. I would like to see Min Yuhua to talk. The butler nodded, saying the young miss was in her room, then had someone lead him there. Zhang Hao replied, okay, sorry for the trouble. After a moment, the servant politely said, Master Zhang Hao, please this way. The maidservant stood to the side, clearing the path for him to enter. As soon as he entered, he saw the person he wanted to meet, Min Yuhua. She had now changed into a gorgeous dress, standing silently by the large window looking at the sky, her silhouette carrying a hint of loneliness. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua stood under the window frame, both looking up at the quiet sky. She sadly said that she used to love standing here watching the sky, because her father's plane flew past here every time he went on a business trip, so she always waited for it, hoping for the day he would return. Hearing her speak, Zhang Hao gradually understood the loneliness and sadness in her heart. He said softly that the butler had told him the story of her being isolated at school before. He looked at her gently to reassure her, I know you feel very insecure, but rest assured we are good friends, I won't leave easily. She placed her hand on the window glass, her voice low and sad, I know. Her eyes were pained because Zhang Hao had encountered danger, which was why he couldn't stay with everyone. Zhang Hao forced a helpless smile, well, let's just say that. She turned to look at him, saying she wanted to help, wasn't afraid of being implicated, didn't want to regret later for not doing anything. She recalled the past when she was little, holding a hair clip and giving it to a girl, hesitantly asking if they could be friends. She nodded, saying you were different from others, you genuinely wanted to be friends, so this gift is for you. Suddenly a group of mean kids appeared, laughing mockingly. Oh, making a friend deal again. The leader pushed through the crowd and asked, where are our gifts for today? When the matter was brought to the principal's office and parents were called in, the girl who received the gift cried in fear. The teacher sternly scolded, and the parents hurriedly apologized, but defended that it was only about snatching stuff, not joining the fight. Her mother looked at the girl beside her and asked, tell me the truth, is this serious? The harsh mother shot her a cold glance, I see. She immediately started trembling, tears beginning to fall. The tears just kept flowing unstoppable. Back to the present as Zhang Hao was listening to her sad story. She said he was the best friend. She looked him straight in the eye and said seriously, if it's for you, I would endure being locked in the dark room any number of times. Zhang Hao was astonished by her words, looking at her determined eyes. He hadn't expected her to be this strong. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. Patted her shoulder, praising her for being very loyal. She asked back blankly, loyal? Zhang Hao sighed and said, but it's really hard to help this time. At school, you should keep some distance, not just from you, but also from Huang Yuanyuan's group. He called out softly in pain Zhang Hao. He suddenly spoke more seriously, adding, but in return, if you want, I can come here often in the future. He thought this could help ease her loneliness. Min Yuhua was extremely surprised by his sincerity. She awkwardly asked if she called him over often. Would he find it troublesome? He laughed and said, of course not. Friends visiting is normal. He added excitedly, your house has so many places to play, and even a game room. It's a waste not to use such a big swimming pool. I can teach you to swim, and you can teach me boxing. As he was talking, she stepped closer. Min Yuhua suddenly hugged Zhang Hao tightly, startling him. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, not knowing how to react to the hug. She whispered in his ear, thank you. When she was little, she once followed a blonde girl, trying to say all sorts of things just to be friends, talking about the screening room, the game room, and the secret base. She was completely ignored by that girl, only receiving a cold thank you in return. It was Zhang Hao who had pulled her out of the darkness back then, actively starting a conversation, offering to be friends, and helping her. She happily grasped his hand. Now the two of them could embrace, and she softly said thank you for everything from the past until now. Her face reddened, eyes glistening as she said that she liked him the most. Tonight the full moon hung high in the sky, and from afar came patches of hazy black smoke and strange rustling sounds. From within the haze of smoke, Ruan Nan stepped out, her body covered in injuries and blood, looking extremely terrifying. Her face was smudged with dirt, along with blood stains and scratches. She looked down at her blood-soaked hands. Pain surged and she lowered her head, shutting her eyes tightly. Her hands hung limply by her sides, completely exhausted. Tears continuously spilled from the corners of her eyes. After a long sleep, Ruan Nan woke up, lying face down on the pillow and groaning softly in pain. She sat up, wearing only her underwear, and asked the person in front of her what time it was. The brown-haired girl wearing glasses replied, "President Ruan, it is past 11. Your sleep has been uneasy lately. Should I call a doctor?" Ruan Nan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said it was not necessary. She asked about the progress of the moon research, and the brown-haired, bespectacled girl said awkwardly that there was still no progress. Ruan Nan stepped down from the bed and said, "I understand, you may go to work." She stood up and draped a white shirt over her shoulders. She struggled to button each button by herself. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at the phone on the table. A thought crossed her mind, wondering what that little brat was doing. Min Yuhua held Zhang Hao's hand and said gently, "I'm very happy being by your side." She blushed, saying she wanted to be with him for life and never part. Zhang Hao was surprised and flustered. "Be friends for life?" But he still responded, and she shyly lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Suddenly, she called out to him affectionately, "Zhang Hao." She said, "I want to get married." Zhang Hao could not stay calm. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her gently. "Min Yuhua, where did you learn all this?" She hesitated and said she did not know. She simply wanted it that way. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Doing this at home would not be good if others saw. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling him. This was his chance to escape. He quickly ran to another spot to answer it. The caller was Ruan Nan. Hearing her voice, Zhang Hao immediately recognized her and was quite surprised. He asked coldly what the matter was, and she asked softly where he was right now. He replied rudely, "At a friend's house. Say what you need to say." His words stung Ruan Nan, and she closed her eyes to bear the pain in her heart. She calmly said, "Please come to my house for a visit," but he immediately refused. "I am busy." Ruan Nan leaned back in her chair and said flatly, "Then I will go see your parents. I have some gifts to give. You go ahead and be busy." Zhang Hao widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this. He angrily shouted, "Ruan Nan, I warn you not to go too far," but she calmly provoked him. He was truly enraged. She said, "Then leave the villa. I will wait for you at the gate." She hung up without giving him a chance to react. Just then the butler entered and called for Zhang Hao. He said worriedly that a group of people had arrived outside to take him home. Zhang Hao was surprised, picking me up to go home. In front of Min Yuhua's luxurious villa, a group of people in black suits and sunglasses stood waiting, making Zhang Hao break out in a cold sweat. Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua looked at each other with tension. Zhang Hao trembled, not understanding what was happening. Min Yuhua suddenly said, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." She pointed at herself and stated bluntly. Before Zhang Hao could react, he heard Ruan Nan's cold laugh, making him even more panicked. She smirked and said, "Protect him?" She refused to back down and retorted, "Don't think just because the Min family has money you can say whatever you want." Zhang Hao stood between them, extremely awkward, sweat pouring out. The two continued their fierce confrontation. Min Yuhua also angrily called Ruan Nan a wicked woman. Zhang Hao quickly raised his hand to stop them, worried that continuing would lead to conflict. He stepped in to mediate Ruan Nan. "Do you want me to come with you? Let's talk calmly." He turned to Min Yuhua. "She just wants to see me about something, and I also have something to say." "It's fine, just seeing me off here is enough, don't worry." Min Yuhua firmly said no. This made Zhang Hao even more astonished. She clenched her hands and said shakily, "No, she is not a good person. I cannot let you go with her." Zhang Hao angrily shouted, "Butler, quickly persuade her." The butler said coldly, "This rude bunch dares to block the Min family's door, and even dares to argue over the young lady's person." Zhang Hao thought he would help him, but he did not expect the butler to side with Min Yuhua. Ruan Nan's expression turned unpleasant. She had lost patience with this farce. She turned away and said in a cold voice, "He is my boyfriend. His matters are none of your business." She then ordered Zhang Hao to get in the car. Zhang Hao angrily roared in protest, "Don't talk nonsense, since when am I your boyfriend?" he stammered in anger. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Min Yuhua, who stepped forward to defend him. "Zhang Hao is neither her boyfriend nor her subordinate. You cannot give orders." Ruan Nan lost all patience and gritted her teeth as she said each word, "I will say this one last time, get in the car." These words carried a weight that immediately made the atmosphere heavy. Zhang Hao froze upon hearing this, and before he could react, a gust of wind swept past him. Min Yuhua immediately lunged forward to grab Ruan Nan, refusing to let him bully Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao panicked and hastily shouted to stop her. "Min Yuhua, stop!" Ruan Nan remained ice cold, as if accustomed to Min Yuhua's style of attack. She easily blocked Min Yuhua's arm. Even though she was the one who attacked first, Min Yuhua found herself at a disadvantage. She immediately became tense and anxious. Ruan Nan lifted her leg, preparing to counterattack. The kick was aimed at Min Yuhua, but she didn't actually strike, only intending to warn, so it was easily dodged. Immediately after, Min Yuhua lunged again to retaliate. Zhang Hao quickly pulled her back. "Enough, stop it, Min Yuhua." Ruan Nan still stood straight, her gaze icy, her high heels stomping hard on the ground. The butler and servants immediately stepped forward to shield Min Yuhua and Zhang Hao, warily saying she had made a move. Mr. Zhang Hao, step back." Ruan Nan thought coldly, that Min family brat. "Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Min Tianshu." He propped himself up and looked at her, asking coldly what business she had with him, to just say it directly. He looked at her with annoyance, then said coldly to talk when they got home, not to cause trouble in front of someone else's door like this. Ruan Nan looked at him with a sharp glare, retorting that she was the one who attacked first, while he blatantly blocked her at her own doorstep. He continued to taunt, telling her to fix her hot temper, and questioning how she even became president, whether it was through the back door. He continued, saying if she kept fighting, the newspapers would report tomorrow about a famous violent president. Ruan Nan trembled with rage, but he went on, saying if no one had stopped them, the police might have been called. Ruan Nan couldn't hold back and shouted back that it was because he was with another girl that she lost control. He pointed at himself angrily and asked back. She gritted her teeth and admitted she cared about him very much, that whenever it involved him, she lost control. He was a bit confused, telling her not to misunderstand, that his type wasn't someone like her. She immediately retorted, saying there had never been any man by her side as he claimed. He froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. He asked her again if she truly had never had a boyfriend, and she coldly replied what was the problem with that. He looked at the rearview mirror, his mind in chaos, not expecting her to be single, assuming she'd have many suitors. He thought he was just a joke to her. He became serious again, while she felt a bit awkward under his strange gaze. He rested his chin, thinking this wasn't good. The more serious it got, the more he had to keep his distance. A large mansion appeared under the clear blue sky, and the car stopped. In a room on an upper floor, the two sat facing each other on the sofa, and he tried to keep his distance. She asked about his relationship with Manhwa, and he replied they were just ordinary friends, asking what she had come for. She denied, threatening him, then moved closer, drawing his attention to her long legs and alluring figure. He asked again if she had come to find his parents. She smiled and moved even closer, saying she had come to his doorstep to propose to him. He froze, reacting strongly that what she was saying was absurd, that he had never agreed. She asked calmly in return. She played with her hair confidently, saying no one in this world was more worthy of him than she was. Ruan Nan said if she wanted to, she could have used his family to force him. He thought to himself that if so, he would be hard-pressed to escape. He pretended to analyze and refuse, saying they weren't suited for each other, advising her to find someone better. She firmly said there was no second chance in life, and what she wanted, she would take for herself. She looked at him and let out a soft laugh. She said maybe some people could have a second life, but that wasn't within the scope of her concern. He shivered slightly at that gaze. He stood up, saying he didn't understand what she was talking about, and was about to leave. She remained seated with her legs crossed, watching him. As soon as he stood up, Ruan Nan grabbed his hand to hold him back. He turned back irritably, telling her not to do that. She hugged him tightly from behind, holding him back so he couldn't move, almost pressing against him. She whispered in his ear about the red moon, saying she had researched it for a long time. She asked if he was really interested. She gently bit his hand. His face flushed red and he panicked, exclaiming in his mind. He hastily stepped back to break free from her embrace. His face bright red, he said he didn't care what she researched, that she couldn't force him. He stepped back forcefully, accidentally bumping into something behind him. He stood frozen. A loud crash sounded behind him. The precious plate fell and shattered, and he stood petrified on the spot. Ruan Nan looked at the shards and calmly said that was an item she really liked. He naively asked how much it cost. She held up 2 fingers. He panicked, guessing 2 million yuan. Hearing Ruan Nan say the value was up to 200 million, he turned pale as if about to faint, only able to stammer. She sat cross-legged, her gaze turning serious, and said coldly, "Let's go." He panicked, stammering and unable to speak, his attitude full of timidity. In his heart, he was extremely flustered, a feeling of despair rising, as he repeatedly said no, absolutely not. She sighed and said, "If you break it, you have to pay for it, and if you can't pay, then do it my way." He was stunned instantly, and she asked if there was a problem. She smirked and said, "I am also responsible for this matter. You only need to pay 100 million, divided over 10 months at 10 million per month. If you haggle, don't blame me." He was devastated, stunned by the 100 million figure, and the monthly installments, feeling he could not bear it. He secretly glanced at her figure and long legs, briefly thinking that Ruan Nan's conditions were indeed not simple. In his subconscious, the image of a pink-haired girl fleetingly appeared, making him even more confused. She suddenly pointed her finger at his forehead, startling him back to reality. He returned to the present, sweat pouring out, his whole body trembling. He raised his hand to touch his forehead to calm himself. Then he said resolutely, "Fine, 100 million it is." She suppressed her interest, thinking to herself that he was indeed very decisive. No wonder he was the one she had her eye on. He pointed at her, telling himself he was a grown man and couldn't work under a woman's authority, while Ruan Nan just silently watched him. In his heart, he silently resolved not to rely on anyone, and had to figure out how to earn this money himself. The sky turned to night, a crescent moon hanging over a quiet house. Tang Hao returned home, wondering why Tian Qin was waiting outside. Seeing him, Tian Qin beamed a bright smile and called out, "I was waiting for you, you silly cutie." He held his things while scratching his head shyly, saying there was no need to wait outside like this. Tian Qin replied that if she didn't see him, she wouldn't feel at ease. She shifted her gaze to the item he was holding and asked what it was. He forced a smile, saying it was just a broken antique item. The two chatted under the night sky. Tian Qin said if he liked it, she would buy it for him. He hurriedly told her not to waste money, still feeling pained inside. He coughed lightly, then asked Tian Qin how much she had saved recently. She smiled and said around 3 to 4 million. She didn't remember exactly. She looked at him, wondering why he suddenly asked about her account balance. She joked, asking if he was having financial trouble or wanted to manage her money, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. She was about to go get her account book when he stopped her, saying he was just asking idly, told her not to spend money recklessly, then pulled his hand back. He sighed in frustration, thinking her savings were nothing compared to that 100 million debt. Tian Qin, however, was happy, thinking he cared about her. He said it was almost time for the live stream, and that he was going to his room first. Tian Qin nodded in agreement. Back in his room, he thought the best way to make money now was live streaming, then began working at his computer, considering changing the content to something fresher. He put on a black mask, looked at the screen, and thought he should try a new idea. Maybe asking Tong King would be better. He opened the chat window with his manager Tong King and sent a message asking for content suggestions for today's live stream. A flurry of fan messages appeared, happily calling him their idol and saying they had been waiting for him since morning. In the chat room, someone asked what he was going to do today, play games or train. He was silent for a moment, said he hadn't thought of it yet, and would see. A comment caught his attention, saying if he took off his mask, they would gift 10 yaks, which surprised him. He blurted out in bewilderment, "Is there such a thing?" He hesitated, his hand nearly touching the black mask, weighing whether to take it off. Right at that moment, a message startled him. Tong King messaged that it wasn't time to take off the mask yet. He should wait until he was more famous to reveal his face for the best effect, as it could greatly boost his fame. He looked at the message, thought about it, and began typing a reply. As if awakened, he spoke in the live stream to apologize to everyone. He smiled and said if the channel reached the top in the future, he would show his real face. He asked the fans what they wanted to see today, saying he wouldn't play games or train anymore. As soon as the question ended, the chat exploded with all kinds of requests, from playing fun games to singing, overwhelming him. He helplessly said he would skip the sensitive requests, but could try eating duck or other content. He wondered if singing would boost viewership, then decided to try singing a few songs tonight. He picked up the microphone from his desk, thinking that even though he wasn't professional, he had sung a lot of karaoke in his past life. Music began to play in the live stream room. Chat room exploded, everyone amazed by his singing voice and continuously sending flowers. More and more gifts came in, and he thought silently that the effect exceeded expectation. A yacht appeared on the screen with a large gift message, stunning him with its enormous value. He blankly wondered what the 18 pulses was. Then he gradually understood the meaning of the gift being mentioned. He stared at the screen in amazement. His face reddened, he coughed lightly, worried the content might cross censorship boundaries, and asked the manager to intervene. He said he couldn't sing that song but could sing another one for the boss, and thanked him for the gift. He told himself that making money didn't require being too strict, then adjusted his voice and prepared to sing again. He began to sing in a sweet voice, performing a sentimental song for the fans. A girl watching the live stream blushed with delight, continuously sending more yaks, because she loved his voice so much. He looked at his phone and saw that the big boss had gifted another 5 yaks, so he quickly thanked him profusely. The livestream room was in chaos, with people demanding fame, asking for gifts, and requesting songs. He calmed them down, saying he would open VIP later, and they only needed to read out IDs. He was lost in thought, about to pick a random song, when he suddenly noticed the overwhelming number of gifts. He cheerfully replied that today, anyone who gifted over 3 yaks would have their request fulfilled, urging everyone not to rush. It was already 11 p.m. He ended the live stream, waved goodbye, and thanked everyone for their support. He said it could become a regular show, and those who wanted to could come early, then turned off the stream with a good night. After turning off the stream, he scratched his head, thinking he would have streamed all night if he wasn't afraid of his parents and sister Tian Qin, then took off his mask. He checked the revenue. After profit sharing, today's income was about 50,000 yuan. He sighed under the pressure. It still wasn't enough. His monthly goal was 10 million. As he was lying down to rest, his phone rang nonstop. The caller was Ruan Nan. He asked tiredly what was up, if she was there to collect a debt. On the other end, she said she wanted to see Little Fox, telling him to send photos over. He trembled with anger, asking who she was calling Little Fox, and she told him to behave. He replied irritably, mentioning the 100 million debt, then asked if she wanted a photo. He immediately set a price, 5 million per photo, giving her 30 seconds to think. On the other end, she was both embarrassed and shy, still trying to haggle, saying she wasn't selling her body, just photos. He threatened to hang up, so she quickly said 1 photo for 1 million. She slammed the table, face red, settling on a price of 1 million per photo, and would deduct the debt immediately. He shouted with joy, agreed, and told her to wait a moment. He smirked cunningly, thinking any amount saved was good. He took a weird photo with a goofy expression, crossed eyes, tongue out, and a middle finger, then felt it wasn't right. He sent it to Manhwa, then thought about ways to make money and increase his fame. He planned to pay off debts first, then use the livestream to boost his income. Seeing Manhwa reply slowly, he messaged again to explain it wasn't a scam. He just wanted to borrow money. She told him to wait a moment. Manhwa checked her drawer but didn't have enough money. She asked the butler for her card, wanting to withdraw a few million, surprising him. The butler forced a smile and said the madam had limited her spending. Each withdrawal was capped at 100,000, and she needed permission for more. She, in her nightgown, asked him to call her mother. The butler was surprised to learn the money was for Zhang Hao, and she replied that he needed it urgently. The butler looked at her with suspicion, not knowing what to say. He had no choice but to agree and told her to wait a moment. He thought that if the madam found out about this, she would definitely be furious, so he had to find a way to word it tactfully. Late at night, the full moon hung high. The magnificent castle revealed itself in the dim light. The butler reported that only a few tens of thousands could be lent, and Manhwa's eyes visibly darkened. He pouted, thinking what a cheapskate, and let out a light snort. She texted him that she could only give 50,000 in cash. He replied it was fine, he was just asking. He lay sprawled on the bed, sighing in helplessness. He cried out in despair. Making 10 million a month was truly too hard. Next morning, sunlight shone into his house. On the table was a planned notebook, goal of 10 million month, borrowing money, not selling his body, livestream singing. He crossed out the first two items, adding a new idea, selling photos to ruin Nan. He woke up exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing the deep financial deficit, he could only sigh. He picked up his phone, thinking that livestream singing seemed effective since viewers liked new content. He decided to call his manager to ask for more livestream ideas, then dialed, "Hello, Sister Tong Tong." Tong King on the other end was dressed neatly and, hearing his call, smiled and teased him lightly. She happily said she didn't expect him to take the initiative to call. He asked if she had any livestream ideas, cautioning her not to suggest over-the-top content. She laughed and said his singing from 2 days ago was very popular, suggesting he try a newly released game. He opened his computer while asking what game it was, asking her to send the information. Message arrived, a very popular FPS game, undefeated so far, with many streamers switching to it because it was trending. He said he would try it, and asked if he could get advertisements or a spot on the homepage. She laughed and replied that his fame had already increased, and tonight's game live stream would be arranged with a support slot. He thanked her and hung up, saying he would send the schedule that evening. He heard the game was very popular and difficult, but he was confident, thinking it was similar to PUBG, which he played fairly well. Time flew by, and it was already 8 p.m. He started the live stream, without turning on the camera or wearing a mask, greeted everyone, and announced he would be gaming today. The live stream room instantly heated up, with people constantly joining. He said it wasn't just to attract viewers, it would become clear soon. The live stream chat was chaotic, with supporters, critics, and curious people. He said they could watch in silence and not to spam. He entered the game, controlled his character, and held his gun ready to fight. He confidently said he would prove his shooting skills, and his character charged forward, looking extremely cool. The results showed he had eliminated 17 people, leaving only 13 alive. The viewers cheered, constantly praising him for playing so excellently. He felt secretly proud, thinking that after a few hours of playing, he had regained his form. Gunfire echoed continuously across the map, focused, aiming at the final target. The moment he finished speaking, a noticeable weight settled in the air. Zhang Hao froze at the result he had just achieved. Before he could recover, the viewer count skyrocketed. Livestream chat began filling with a barrage of arguments, some accusing him of using a voice changer, others fiercely defending and refuting him. Zhang Hao looked at the chaotic chat and felt so angry his veins bulged, unable to understand why he was always suspected whenever he played games. He replied irritably that the camera wasn't on today, and told those who didn't believe him to watch closely, then quickly put on a mask. He continued, saying he would play a few more rounds then take a break, thanked everyone for their support, and started a new match. Kin was sitting in her room, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao's screen. She was astonished to see how much the livestream's popularity had soared. A certain idea formed in her head, and she let out a soft chuckle. Just then, a knock came at the door, and Zhang Hao called out for them to come in. Kin walked in wearing her pajamas, gently called him to eat some noodles, and surprised Zhang Hao with her appearance. He ruffled his hair, telling him to rest early after eating since it was late, making Zhang Hao blush as he softly replied. The livestream chat exploded, with some teasing and others questioning the relationship between the two, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Kin kept ruffling Zhang Hao's hair, while he warily denied any romantic implications being read into it. She smiled faintly, her eyes full of amusement. She confidently said everyone could see how perfect they looked together, while deliberately flaunting her charming figure. Tian Qin draped her arm over Zhang Hao's shoulder and purposely asked again about the forbidden love everyone was gossiping about. She gently tugged at his ear, chuckled softly, and said that would never happen. She looked down at Zhang Hao with a tender and warm gaze. Zhang Hao stared at her, dazed, and softly called out, "Sis." Tian Qin took a few steps back and gently reminded him it was late, and he should rest soon. She winked playfully and teased that she would be waiting for him in bed. The chat instantly erupted, viewers wildly discussing sharing a bed, their sibling-like relationship, and even spinning all sorts of theories, making the room chaotic. Zhang Hao coughed and sputtered, blushing as he quickly tried to calm things down, saying the manager was watching and he didn't want the stream to get ruined. He looked at the clock, decided to stop, announced the end of the broadcast, and said he would see everyone tomorrow. After ending the live stream, the system displayed staggering statistics with hundreds of thousands of views and huge revenue, making Zhang Hao sigh, because it still wasn't enough. He took off his mask and groaned in exhaustion. Then Tian Qin called from behind him, making him turn around. Before him was the image of Tian Qin sitting on the bed looking seductive, calling him closer and saying he must be tired from gaming so long. Zhang Hao was flustered, feeling a strange confusion hearing her talk like that. She softly said she would give him a massage. Confused thoughts immediately rushed through Zhang Hao's mind. Both shy and suspicious of her intentions, he tried to politely refuse. Tian Qin insisted persuasively, saying it was fine and telling him to come closer to relax and feel more comfortable. Zhang Hao broke into a sweat, finally reluctantly agreeing. He took a deep breath and stepped forward as if preparing to enter a mental battle. Tian Qin watched him approach, her gaze somewhat focused. Zhang Hao stopped in front of her and said he wouldn't hold back anymore. Hearing that, Tian Qin's eyes widened as she looked at him, then she smiled. She softly replied, "Okay." Then she raised her hand and placed it on his neck. Then she gently pulled him down, whispering for him to relax his body. Zhang Hao blushed in embarrassment, while she gently said to just trust her. A short while later, Zhang Hao was lying face down on the bed as she massaged him, feeling both relaxed and finding the situation rather unbelievable. Seeing he was silent, Tian Qin mischievously asked if he was thinking something naughty. He quickly denied it and asked if she was cold dressed like that. She kept rubbing his back and teased back that he had learned to care, but she was used to dressing like that at home. Outwardly he said he didn't mind, but inwardly he was thinking about how hard it was to control the situation. Tian Qin's tone dropped a little, saying she was only afraid he would feel they were too close and it would make things awkward. She hesitantly explained that she had her own reasons, which made Zhang Hao curious and ask again. She pursed her lips, not answering right away. Her heart was conflicted, wondering if she wanted to be with Zhang Hao. Could she keep running from her feelings forever? After a moment she said she couldn't explain clearly just yet, that there were still barriers in her heart, and she was afraid of being rejected. She said she would wait for the right time to explain clearly. Zhang Hao agreed to wait, while she silently made her own plans. The next morning, Zhang Hao's phone rang incessantly, waking him up. He woke up groggily, annoyed as he asked who was calling so early. As he sat up, he remembered last night's events and how the massage had helped him sleep very soundly. Looking at his phone, he let out a soft, surprised grunt. A message from Ruan Nan appeared, its content provocative, causing him to instinctively let out an annoyed word. He held his head and groaned, nearly going crazy from the pressure and troubles constantly piling on. At Alistair Academy, on the classroom hallway, three figures quietly paced back and forth. Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. A female student heard it and was bewildered. What was wrong with her male god? Zhang Hao slumped over the desk, his eyes vacant and lifeless, whispering 100 million, non-stop. No one had called him, yet he jolted awake Zhang Hao. It turned out to be Min Yuhua. She greeted him. "Good morning." He politely replied, "Good morning, Min Yuhua." He glanced at the heavy backpack behind her and asked curiously, "Why is your bag so big today?" She suddenly slammed her backpack onto the table. Then she opened it, revealing shimmering gold, silver, and diamonds, saying it was all for him. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. She calmly said she didn't know how much these things were worth, but her grandmother said they were very expensive, then handed him a ring. Zhang Hao panicked and grabbed her hand, quickly interrupting, "Wait, my great-grandmother." He immediately reminded her, "You must have sneaked these from home, right? You cannot do this. Quickly call the butler to take them back." Min Yuhua looked at him sadly and asked, "Are you angry?" "I just wanted to help you." He patted her head to comfort her. "Why would I be angry? I am more than thankful. I just don't want you to make a mistake." Then he thought of something and continued, "Oh right," he said softly. "If you want to help, you can ask your family if anyone knows about antique appraisal and introduce them to me." Min Yuhua repeated the thought, "Antique appraisal?" After a moment, she confidently patted her chest and said, "I understand, wait for my news." A few days later, at the antique shop, the expert said happily, "Excellent, your eye is exactly like your mother's." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the conversation of the two women inside. "Hello?" Zhang Hao politely asked if Yang Fan was there. The girl in red looked at him curiously. The middle-aged woman replied, "Who are you?" Then he got straight to the point. "I want to request an appraisal for an antique." He smiled. A friend of Manhwa's, no problem, let me see it. He hesitated slightly and asked if there was a private room, as this matter was a bit sensitive. She was a little surprised. Muhang added an explanation. This is a very valuable item, so it's better to look at it in a private room. Everyone agreed and went inside. Yang Fan nodded, took out a cigarette and said, "Alright, follow me." A moment later, looking at the shards on the table, Yang Fan was stunned. Isn't this the Qianlong bowl? It was once auctioned for 200 million. How did this happen? She carefully picked up the shards and examined them closely. The patterns were vivid. It was indeed genuine. Zhang Hao felt pained hearing this. It was indeed impossible to rely on luck. Mu Hong calmly said, "This item once appeared at an auction. I didn't expect the buyer would be a rich young man like you." Yang Fan inwardly lamented. Zhang Hao said with a trembling voice, "A rich friend of mine bought it, ma'am. Can it be restored?" She replied that it could be repaired, but the value would be greatly reduced compared to the original. Zhang Hao was regretful. Mu Hong handed him a business card. "This is mine. Contact me if you need anything." He took it. She even suggested going to eat. Yang Fan watched, speechless. Zhang Hao took the card and politely said thank you, his mind already planning on reselling this antique. That afternoon, at the foot of a high-rise building, Zhang Hao sat scrolling on his phone to kill time. Suddenly a voice called out, "Little brother." Mu Hong appeared in a sexy dress and black stockings, smiling and apologizing for being late due to traffic. He looked at her helplessly, guessing she must have been doing her makeup, but still said it was fine. She happily pulled him along. The two entered the restaurant, and the staff noticed them from afar. The staff asked if it was just the two of them, and if they were lovers, they would get a 50% discount. He even winked at Mu Hong. She coughed. Well, Zhang Hao blushed, thinking to himself that this girl definitely had ulterior motives. The people around started whispering, "Look over there. That sister is so lucky." Everyone was envious seeing her with a handsome guy. He heard it all, and could only remain silent. What annoyed him more was that Mu Hong kept smiling triumphantly, which made him even more helpless. He screamed internally, this was too embarrassing, but he had to endure it because he needed her help. From a distance, someone stood silently observing them. It was a blonde girl, her gaze cold and unreadable. A moment later, the two were led into a private room. As soon as they entered, Mu Hong quickly apologized for making him go along with the act. He explained the whole pretending to be lovers for the discount thing. Zhang Hao laughed and waved his hand, saying it was fine. He asked how much he'd get if he sold the repaired bowl. She said at least a few million, because the last one was fiercely bid on. Before she could finish, a group of people kicked the door open and burst in. Leader was the earlier blonde girl, Mu Qingyun. She looked at Mu Hong and taunted her. Mu Hong stood up with a start and asked what she was doing there. Mu Qingyun ignored her, stared at Zhang Hao and teased, "It's such a waste for a handsome guy like you to be here alone." She threw out suggestive lines, "Little brother, come with me. I'll pay 10 times. We can play together every day." Mu Hong immediately got furious and lunged to punch her. "Don't you dare talk nonsense to my friend." Zhang Hao stood watching the chaos, thinking to himself that he had inadvertently become the center, attracting all the trouble. Then Ven Ven held her face after the punch, her face turning pale with fear as she screamed, "How dare you hit me? Finish him for me." The group of underlings immediately clenched their fists, sneered, and replied, "Yes, Sister Than Ven." One person's widened as he warily observed them. Then a series of thuds and slaps rang out, one after another. Zhang Hao watched and thought to himself, "Damn, how did this turn into a fight?" Right then, Mu Hong was held down by two men on each side, and another took the chance to punch her hard in the chest. She fell to her knees in pain, clutching her chest and coughing violently, while Than Ven clenched her fists and stared intently. She cursed coldly, "You leech, using my family's money and still daring to oppose me." She suddenly screamed, "Want to die," and lunged forward to hit Mu Hong again. Zhang Hao was startled. They are sisters, how can they hit so viciously? I still need her help with the selling. Thinking that, he immediately rushed in to grab Than Ven's hand and shouted, "Stop." She was shocked, not expecting the kid to be so strong. Then she hissed, "Men, stay out. I will deal with you later." He sighed and smirked, "Is that so?" His gaze turned cold, his voice deepening, "Then make your move." Immediately after, he threw a fast and vicious punch to her stomach, accompanied by provoking words, making her face turn pale. The underlings who witnessed this were stunned, mouths agape. This kid. A sudden kick whipped straight into the brown-haired woman's face, making her cry out in pain, while the green-haired man panicked. Immediately after, a vicious kick aimed straight for the opponent's groin. That man's eyes rolled back, his whole body convulsed, screaming in agony. In the blink of an eye, Than Ven's group lay scattered on the ground. Mu Hong angrily cursed, "You bastard." Zhang Hao looked at her, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." But she calmly replied, "You go ahead. That side has connections with the mafia. Let me handle it." He thought for a moment and then nodded, "That's right. It's your family business. You deal with it." He turned and said, "Okay, if they call people, Then you call the police for my sake. Leaving the restaurant, Zhang Hao quickly hailed a taxi and left. Sitting in the car, he sighed tiredly, finally out of that trouble spot. In a hidden corner, a girl wearing a hat silently watched the taxi he had just gotten into. She wore a mask covering her face, her eyes sharp as a predator's, and made a call. Old Zhang, there was a very handsome student who got into your car just now. Bring him to the boss. Zhang Hao drowsily heard a faint voice. Then someone said, take the money, consider you saw nothing today. He slowly opened his eyes. Another sharp voice rang out, get lost, just as he looked at the person opposite him. It was a woman with a scar across her eye, looking fierce like a gangster, smoking and saying, quality goods, this student is about to be ours. The heavily masked girl chimed in, boss, raise the price later. At this rate the young ladies will pay a lot. The female boss did not answer, only stared fixedly at Zhang Hao. Cut the tape for you, but don't scream. Saying that, she peeled off the duct tape from his mouth. He quickly asked, I am just a student. Who have I offended? She shrugged, it's business. Someone hired, we do the job. She said regretfully, such a handsome brother. Too bad he is about to be dealt with by Mu Qingyun. He was startled. These are Mu Qingyun's people. Female boss mused, if you agree to be Trentain Dao's man, there is still room for negotiation. Zhang Hao sneered, I prefer women who are more rough. Let me go, let's see who is better. A group of underlings burst into mocking laughter, truly a wild horse, caught and still doesn't know his place. Tang Dao became excited, I like this type, tie him up. In Ruan Nan's office, a respectful voice reported, President Ruan, the target is in position. The secretary added, all plans are ready. Ruan Nan said calmly, very good. She said coldly, there is no need to act until the very end. The secretary replied, understood. Ruan Nan gave the order, move out. Turning back, Zhang Hao faced Tang Dao. Surrounded by the underlings who were watching eagerly, he took a glance and assessed, this bunch sure is many. He spotted several weapons in the corner and thought to himself, if I can get those and use their openings, I can turn this around. Tang Dao urged, are you ready, sweetie? In a bit I will make you very happy. She lunged forward, little brother, here I come. Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly dodged her lunge, missing him. He ran straight towards the corner. Tang Dao laughed, where do you think you are going? The underlings shouted, Sister Dao. He grabbed a weapon. Zhang Hao had already managed to snatch 2 clubs. He threw them straight at Tang Dao. He froze, panic. But with quick reflexes, she leaned aside to dodge, the club whistling past her hair. Tang Dao sneered, some skill but not enough. As she spoke, Zhang Hao had already closed the distance, swinging the club with extreme speed. The club came crashing down, and Tang Dao hurriedly raised both arms to block the strike. Her face twisted in fury, both hands trembling as she clutched the pain, screaming wretchedly like a pig being slaughtered. Right after that, she angrily threw a kick. Zhang Hao immediately leaned back to evade. He quickly retreated several meters to maintain a safe distance. He thought irritably, he should have knocked this woman out from the very beginning. Tang Dao suddenly tensed up, the veins on his arms bulging, saying he didn't expect him to know martial arts, thinking he was just a mobile vase. She gritted her teeth and threatened him to obediently follow, warning that if he damaged the goods, the boss would not be pleased. Zhang Hao coldly looked at her, demanding to be released, otherwise there would be no room for negotiation. Tang Dao sneered, thinking he was too arrogant to want to resist the entire gang. The group of underlings immediately rushed forward to surround him. Zhang Hao glanced at the people tightening the encirclement around him. Then he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. He raised his middle finger in a provocative gesture, challenging them to come at him and stop wasting words. Tang Dao's gaze turned ferocious as she ordered everyone to charge. Mu Hong, with both hands tied, stood outside angrily warning Mu Qingyun not to cause trouble, that the 200 million item was no joke. Than Van sneered, saying having money didn't mean others would listen, then confirmed the target's location was here. Than Van contemptuously looked at Mu Hong, saying he was standing right in front of them. She excitedly pushed the door open hard, saying she no longer needed to hold back. As she opened her mouth to continue speaking, she choked up, only managing to utter a few broken words. Without needing to look, Zhang Hao swung his club fiercely at the brown-haired man behind him, sending him flying. He lunged forward and continued to land a heavy punch on the blonde-haired man in front of him. Mu Qingyun and his underlings stepped in, stunned at the scene before them. Both of them were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, their faces turning pale with shock. They exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Hao holding a club, with the thugs lying scattered on the floor. Zhang Hao glanced at Mu Qingyun standing frozen in the doorway, smirking as he asked if the boss had finally arrived. Before he could react, the door behind him was kicked open, and the group of henchmen behind were sent tumbling to the ground. That guy was knocked up into the air and fell back down like a sandbag, lying motionless, making Mu Qingyun break out in a cold sweat of fear. Right at that moment, Ruan Nan appeared, saying in a cold voice that Mu Qingyun daring to tie up her man was far too audacious. She curled her lip into a cold smile, her eyes emotionless as she stared straight at the opponent. Mu Qingyan trembled and stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, Ruan Nan cut him off, asserting that that person was hers. This time, Mu Qingyan was completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself that he was doomed this time. Ruan Nan coldly enunciated each word, her gaze sharp as a knife. She asked if he dared to touch her people, did he know the consequences? Mu Qingyan, terrified, immediately knelt down to apologize. She kept kowtowing and begging, President Ruan, I was wrong. I truly did not know he was your man. If I had known, I would not have dared even with 100 guts. Ruan Nan turned around, glanced at the woman kneeling on the ground, and coldly said that since she had touched the future of the Ruan family, apologizing was useless. All the territories within the King Gang's jurisdiction, we will take over completely. Mu Qingyan shivered as she listened to his every word. It seems the Mu family has 2 hairs, right? I will pressure the Mu family, strip your hair status, and expel you from the clan. Ruan Nan calmly smiled and said nonchalantly, either the Mu family collapses, or they sacrifice an hair to appease the Ruan family. I believe the Mu family will know how to choose. Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth, tears streaming down as she completely refused. No, no, no. Filled with rage and belated regret, Mu Qingyan screamed, let that mongrel Muhang inherit the family. I would rather die than let that happen. Zhang Hao was surprised to realize something was happening on the other side. He tried to listen carefully to what it was about. A woman pulled a knife from inside her clothes, thinking if she was going to die, she would die together. In that case, I will take you down with me. She lunged with the knife, intending to stab Ruan Nan. But just as the knife was about to hit Ruan Nan, it suddenly halted. Ruan Nan had only glanced over once. It turned out that a girl in a cap had grabbed Mu Qingyan's arm, stopping her. Without any wasted motion, the girl punched the knife out of Mu Qingyan's hand and then threw her to the ground. Her face scraped painfully against the floor. Mu Hong called out Qingyan from a distance. The girl in the cap pulled Mu Qingyan's face up. Then she showed no mercy, delivering a decisive blow that knocked Mu Qingyan out on the spot. Mu Qingyan seemed to die instantly, lying motionless and slumped on the ground under the shocked gazes of Mu Hong and Zhang Hao. Ruan Nan walked towards Zhang Hao. Girl looked around and said she hadn't expected him to handle a whole group of girls by himself. Zhang Hao, his face covered in dust and dirt, said, I take back what I said before. It seems you didn't use backdoor connections to get this chairman position. Zhang Hao praised, saying Ruan Nan's methods were quite good. All of this was arranged by you, was it not? Zhang Hao spoke sternly. I was just an excuse for you to suppress the Mu family, force Mu Qingyan to her end, and use that as a reason to swallow their power whole. Ruan Nan frowned, clearly angry. You think I would do something like that? Zhang Hao fell silent, then raised his index finger as if in praise. After a moment he said, actually we haven't known each other long, not enough to understand you, so I'm not sure. Ruan Nan's face suddenly darkened, her eyes turning red. Fine, you don't know me well enough, is that it? She put on a sly smile and said, it seems we should get a bit more intimate. Zhang Hao trembled, his face pale, raising his cane to block in front of him. Hey, don't get crazy, I have a weapon. Ruan Nan's face darkened again, and she asked coldly, so what? She charged straight at Zhang Hao without a word, making him tremble in fear. Zhang Hao cursed silently, thinking this time it was serious. He swung his cane at Ruan Nan, shouting, don't force me. She threw a strong punch at the cane, snapping it in half. The punch made Zhang Hao tremble in fear, sweat pouring out. Is this a person? No, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Ruan Nan gripped her still tingling arm and said coldly, come with me. Zhang Hao quickly said, I didn't say I wouldn't go, why did you suddenly lose your temper? He thought to himself that he was definitely no match for Ruan Nan, so he tried to find a way to leave first. After just fighting, I really can't move well. How about I call a car and go home first? We can meet next time. Ruan Nan approached and said, you don't need to go anywhere now. Let me help you. Ruan Nan picked up Zhang Hao and slung him over her shoulder, making him scream in panic. Put me down, I can walk by myself. She lightly patted his bottom as a warning. Behave, don't struggle. She carried him onto the helicopter and left. She also instructed the bodyguards to clean up the scene thoroughly. Zhang Hao sat in the helicopter, his face looking like he wanted to cry from the sheer humiliation of being carried off by a woman. He suddenly froze when he noticed that someone's gaze was still following him from the ground. Mu Hong was still standing there, watching him as he was carried onto the helicopter by Ruan Nan. Her eyes were glistening, her body covered in injuries from the fight just now. He said to Ruan Nan, if you killed someone even for you, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Ruan Nan asked sternly, are you talking about Mu Qingyan? She struck first, I was just defending myself. Zhang Hao silently raised his thumb in approval. Well said. Ruan Nan's gaze at him was deep and profound. She gently closed her eyes and said, she had to be dealt with. If anyone kept disturbing you, it would be very troublesome. At least after this, no one will dare to bother you anymore. She continued sternly, besides, this wasn't her first time bullying students. She has harmed many people, so it serves her right to be dealt with. Zhang Hao said calmly, listening to you makes it sound so righteous. But weren't you the one who bullied me too? Ruan Nan was driven mad with anger by him. She said helplessly, I called you and you didn't answer, and you walked away straight, so I had no choice but to invite you in a more special way. Zhang Hao was speechless after hearing that. Alright, your double standards are truly explained very clearly. Ruan Nan looked at him seriously and said she wanted to ask him a question. She asked if, in his eyes, Mu Qingyun was a bad person. Zhang Hao was startled and asked back awkwardly why she would ask that. Ruan Nan leaned in, urging him to answer directly. Zhang Hao awkwardly replied that it was hard to say clearly. Ruan Nan continued to ask him, then what about her, was she a bad person? Zhang Hao stammered in a panic, letting out an Ruan Nan still stared at him intently, waiting for a clear answer. Zhang Hao was flustered, avoiding her gaze and saying he did not know how to answer correctly. But perhaps she was not a bad person, since she had saved him a few times. Ruan Nan curled her lips slightly into a smile, looking pleased. She pulled him closer and whispered, asking why he had such different standards of judgment. Zhang Hao trembled, unable to speak clearly. Ruan Nan retorted, claiming that he was taking a biased view. Zhang Hao grew angry and was about to retort but had not finished his sentence. Before he could finish speaking, Ruan Nan interrupted him, and the situation grew tense. She suddenly pulled him closer, catching him almost off guard. The aircraft was still hovering in the sky. Ruan Nan took off her shoes and set them aside. Her unexpected actions panicked Zhang Hao. He asked what she was doing and demanded she stop, but she only told him to stay still. Suddenly Ruan Nan fell toward Zhang Hao, giving him no time to dodge. She pressed close and said that since she had helped him many times, he should reciprocate something. Zhang Hao trembled and replied that she was making things too extreme. She said it was still not enough. Ruan Nan pressed closer, cornering Zhang Hao with no room to evade. Zhang Hao was frantic, sweat breaking out from the tense situation. Before he could think, he was held back, forced to stay still as she said something incomprehensible. Zhang Hao tremblingly demanded she stop. Ruan Nan looked at him from close range and asked what he meant. She pointed out that his own actions were contradictory, with his hands not placed properly. Only then did he realize the situation. But it was too late. She sneered and said his actions were dishonest. She sat up straight and demanded he seriously consider the matter of dating. Ruan Nan said seriously that whether it was emotions or care, she could satisfy him. Zhang Hao blushed and remained silent, demanding she not say misleading things and not test his patience. Min Yuhua received a call informing her that Zhang Hao had been taken away by Ruan Nan. She replied calmly and thanked the person who had reported it. She set the phone down on her lap. Then she stood up and left quickly, saying she had urgent matters to handle. The butler worriedly asked where she was going so late, but she insisted she had to leave immediately. After showering, Zhang Hao told Ruan Nan that if she wanted to date, she must first help him with a task. Ruan Nan asked what task it was, and he said it was a simple matter. Zhang Hao gestured for her to sit in the seat near him. Ruan Nan asked in surprise what he meant. He clearly stated his request. She must sit still beside him for a few minutes and not react during that time. Ruan Nan wondered if that was his intention to test her. He only smiled and told her not to overthink it. If she could not do it, then she should not talk big. Ruan Nan was annoyed, thinking he was looking down on her. She raised her hand to rebuke him with harsh words. Zhang Hao asked back in panic whether she dared to do it or not, but she calmly placed her hand on his shoulder. She sat down beside him exactly as requested. Zhang Hao sighed, feeling the situation had exceeded his expectations. He had not expected her to actually accept that request. Ruan Nan was a little tense but still acted confident, saying a few minutes were no problem. Zhang Hao observed silently, noticing she possessed a very strong aura. Suddenly someone burst in to report urgent news, startling both of them. Ruan Nan and Zhang Hao were in an awkward situation as they looked toward the door. The girl outside called out their names in confusion. Her eyes were full of astonishment at the scene before her. Ruan Nan shouted angrily at being barged in on without a knock, and the situation was interrupted. The girl quickly apologized, citing the previous rule that allowed entry for urgent matters. Zhang Hao realized she might often be too busy to have private space. He recalled how his own former manager was always in a state of business. It seemed they were always seen working in the office. Ruan Nan rubbed her forehead, looking pained, and demanded a clear explanation of the urgent issue. The girl reported that Min Yuhua had arrived and wanted to see Zhang Hao. Ruan Nan was extremely surprised. What? How could she be here? Zhang Hao also could not hide his shock. Min Yuhua is here? But soon after, Ruan Nan quickly regained her composure and said, "Do I need to be informed about this? Just handle it according to the situation." That girl still replied worriedly, "But she is General Min's niece after all, Ruan Nan coldly interrupted, "Stop all work, go back and reflect for a while. You are no longer suitable to be my secretary right now." Ruan Nan emphasized further, "And don't forget we retired long ago, we are no longer her people." After that, Ruan Nan glanced at Zhang Hao. "You come with me. If she wants to see you, I will see what she intends." Zhang Hao thought worriedly, "It's over, she seems to be very angry. Meeting Min Yuhua will definitely cause big trouble again." Outside, Min Yuhua shouted loudly, "Release him right now, or I will call the police." She was accompanied by a group of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, looking very stern and imposing. The phone in her hand already had the police number dialed, ready to call the moment they refused to release him. From afar, Zhang Hao called out, "Min Yuhua." He walked closer and asked, "Why are you here?" Min Yuhua replied, "I heard from Yang that you were kidnapped, so I came to save you." Zhang Hao was momentarily moved, feeling a bit of warmth in his heart. Ruan Nan calmly said, "If it weren't for your introduction, he wouldn't have been targeted by the gangsters. You can't handle his matters." She continued decisively, "From now on, whatever Zhang Hao wants to learn, I will be the one to take charge. You'd better keep your distance from him." Min Yuhua's face showed a trace of sadness, her eyes clearly drooping. Zhang Hao said loudly, "Alright, you go back." Then he turned to Ruan Nan, "Sis, put away that scary look. I'm heading back first." Min Yuhua suddenly pulled off her outer jacket, readying herself for a confrontation. She directly tossed her jacket aside and stepped forward. "If you're a real woman, then fight me one-on-one." Ruan Nan clenched her fists. "One-on-one fight? Fine, then let's finish the fight we had unfinished last time." The two stared at each other intensely, sparks flying. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly, knowing the more he tried to stop them, the more trouble it would cause. He took out his phone and turned away. "You two fight. I'm calling a car to go home first." Both of them froze. Min Yuhua quickly picked up her jacket and ran after him. "Zhang Hao, let me take you home." Ruan Nan also stepped forward to argue. "No need, I'll take him." Zhang Hao had already booked a ride inside. "No need, your car is too flashy. If my family sees it, it'll be hard to explain." He opened the car door and added, "I won't bother you two anymore. I have to go earn some money." Min Yuhua playfully stuck out her tongue, easing the tense atmosphere. Ruan Nan stood still, unable to say anything, only muttering, "This kid." She turned to the bodyguard. "Stop that car for me!" Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua were startled. "What are you trying to do?" The driver was surprised when Ruan Nan presented a large box of cash. "This is..." Ruan Nan sat in the driver's seat and said, "I am buying this car for 2 million yuan. This is the deposit. Some will bring the rest." The driver immediately agreed. She turned to Zhang Hao. "Is that simple enough for you? I said I would take you home." Zhang Hao was speechless, completely unable to believe it. It was getting dark at the Zhang family home. A pair of slender legs in black fishnet stockings created a delicate feel, and a gentle voice sounded, "Zhang Hao, what are you staring at so intently?" It was Tianqin, wearing a light purple nightgown, lying on the bed scrolling through her phone before asking, "You've been ignoring me since you got back." Zhang Hao quickly turned around. "It's nothing, Sister Tianqin." He explained he was thinking about ideas, but in reality he was texting Ruan Nan. She messaged, "Be good, stop thinking about making money. I'll take care of you." He replied with thanks and a gentle refusal. Looking at the message, Zhang Hao felt both scared and annoyed, thinking, this is way too much like a domineering CEO. Recalling the moment in the car, Ruan Nan had said, "Don't worry about the jade disc anymore. Once you've fixed it, just give it back to me." Zhang Hao asked in surprise, "You mean I don't have to pay back the 100 million? Ruan Nan calmly replied, "If I were going to marry someone like you, I would have already prepared myself for any situation." Zhang Hao was instantly stunned. Marriage? Min Yuhua was asked to get out of the car, annoyed that she wanted to go along but was refused because it was out of the way. Ruan Nan told her to get off at the next stop. Zhang Hao watched the car drive away and sighed. Looking back at their text messages, he felt as if Ruan Nan was coaxing a child. Min Yuhua messaged, "I'm home." Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment. When he replied to Min Yuhua, she sent another message, "Don't be afraid of Director Ruan. I will help you." He thanked her and said he would treat her to a meal next time. He still felt a bit helpless inside. Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, thinking back on the chaotic day, being kidnapped, getting into a fight, and then having a huge debt forgiven. Tianqin had already stood behind him, gently placing her hands on Zhang Hao's shoulders. She asked, "Are you going to stream later? You look exhausted. Let me massage you." Zhang Hao was a little shy. "Well, thank you, Sister Tianqin." Tianqin said softly, "You've been too focused on making money lately. Boys don't need to push themselves so hard. If you get tired, I worry." Zhang Hao relaxed, feeling comfortable. Suddenly Zhang Yan's voice rang out from the doorway. "Tianqin, come to my room for a moment." Both of them startled and turned to look. Tianqin said Senza could no longer help Zhang Hao cover for him. Zhang Hao calmly replied that it was fine, she could just go. Tianqin opened the door, feeling both worried and suspicious, so she called out for her mother. Zhang Yan stood there holding a book, her entire body emitting a heavy, gloomy aura. She said, "Tianqin, explain this to your mother clearly." Zhang Yan angrily threw the book hard onto bed, gritting her teeth and asking what this was. The book cover showed two women close together with the words, "Forbidden Romance," which made Tianqin want to crawl into a hole in shame. Tianqin rushed over to shield the pile of books with her body, stammering that these were her friend's books, and her mother should not misunderstand. Zhang Yan did not believe it. Her voice dropped as she asked back, "Oh, a friend's books, but they are in your room?" Tianqin faltered in her explanation, saying that friend found it funny, so he teased her, secretly placing these books in her room as a prank. Zhang Yan asked Tianqin, "Why does she not find a boyfriend? Could it be that she is..." Tianqin immediately denied it, saying, "No, that is not it." Tianqin said she was not like that. Something suddenly fell out of the book Tianqin was holding. A sexy black lace underwear hit the ground with a thud. Zhang Yan looked as if she had just discovered a new world, receiving strange new knowledge. She asked, a woman's underwear? The situation became extremely awkward. Tian Qin had almost run out of ways to deny it, stammering that this is... Tian Qin's voice sounded in the room, trying to salvage the situation but only making it more confusing. Mom, listen to my explanation. Zhang Yan lightly tapped Tian Qin's forehead with the authority of a mother, saying there was no need for further explanation. Zhang Yan pointed directly at Tian Qin's face and ordered, you had better find a boyfriend quickly, or else I will not let you off. She slammed the door shut. Tian Qin let out a breath of relief. She chuckled slyly, whispering that the plan was progressing very smoothly. She walked closer to the teddy bear. She picked up the bear and said she needed to add more fuel to the fire to turn her mother's suspicions into belief. She brought the bear close to her face, sniffing it as she said her feelings for Zhang Hao would not be exposed. The morning sunlight shone down on the tall buildings. Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, exhausted as a dried shrimp, complaining that as soon as he entered school, people were chasing him everywhere. 2 students in red blocked the classroom door. Outside, the noisy crowd yelled, Zhang Hao, the god is in there. We want to see the god. Zhang Hao asked irritably what the hell was going on, saying he was at his wit's end. One student in red turned back and gave a thumbs up, saying, don't worry, the bodyguard team will protect you. Zhang Hao looked at the scene, dumbfounded, letting out a confused grunt. Lin Yilong ran over and said, bro Hao, you finally came to school. Zhang Hao was speechless and replied, I only skipped 1 day. Lin Yilong said he was a good student and rarely skipped, so he thought he was sick and was going to visit his house. Zhang Hao forced a smile, thinking back to the fight yesterday, so he skipped a day. He had not expected Tian Qin to skip too. Tian Qin wore an extremely seductive outfit, smiling as she called for Zhang Hao to quickly eat the braised pork she had made. Tian Qin invited Zhang Hao to try out the new game console she had just bought together. Tian Qin said it seemed like a button on the back of her dress had fallen off, asking Zhang Hao to help find it. Zhang Hao drooled, thinking to himself that a day at home was full of benefits. Lin Yilong asked what he was thinking with such a weird face. Zhang Hao quickly wiped his mouth and said nothing. Lin Yilong changed the subject, saying he had watched his live stream and that he played games very well. Zhang Hao asked back, you also watch my stream? I thought you did not like games. Lin Yilong said it was different, that Bro Hao was too good, then pointed at Min Yuhua and said even she was attracted. Min Yuhua looked up with eyes dark from staying up late, tiredly greeting good morning. Zhang Hao asked worriedly if she had not gotten enough sleep. Why were her eyes so dark? Min Yuhua said she watched his stream all night yesterday and forgot to sleep. Zhang Hao's mouth fell open as he said even if she liked it, she should not stay up all night. Lin Yilong beside him praised her as a hardcore fan. Min Yuhua said she was too happy thinking about meeting him tomorrow, so she did not notice the sky had dawned. Zhang Hao came closer and advised her not to do that again next time, that she should get some rest. Min Yuhua replied with an okay, she would be more careful. Lin Yilong and Min Yuhua both clung to Zhang Hao, demanding their spiritual energy recharge, leaving him helpless. Zhang Hao sighed to the heavens, saying, do not treat me like some kind of spiritual medicine. School ended, and the students left one by one. Lin Yilong excitedly suggested that since next week there was a swimming class, they should go buy swimsuits together. Zhang Hao imagined the tight pink swimsuit on Lin Yilong and immediately got goosebumps, swearing he would not let that happen. Zhang Hao outwardly agreed but remained vigilant inside. He turned to ask Min Yuhua if she wanted to go home and rest, and she said she would go with him. Zhang Hao asked her if she knew how to swim. Min Yuhua honestly said she did not know how. Back then she just drank water whenever she tried to learn. Zhang Hao placed his hand on her head and said to come along. He had promised to teach her swimming before but never had the time. They would start on Friday. Min Yuhua smiled in agreement. At some cave, Tian Qin dressed neatly as she sat waiting, when suddenly a voice rang out. Excuse me, are you Tian Qin? Tian Qin replied, yes, that is me. A tall, slim young man with gray hair, bright purple eyes, and a charming face with a hint of mischief introduced himself, saying he had kept her waiting and that he was her blind date Liang Xian. Liang Xian said that in his hometown, the bride price was usually around 50 to 100 million yuan, and if her salary was only about 50,000 yuan, it might be a bit difficult. He also said that after having children, she must hire a nanny and a butler, as he would not do housework. Tian Qin barely paid attention, only scrolling through her phone, while Liang Xian continued, saying the house must be at least 180 square meters, and his sister was about to attend university here, so she might have to live with them for a while. Tian Qin thought to herself, going on blind dates was such a bother. On her phone was a message from Zhang Hao. He had messaged saying he was going shopping for swimwear with his friends, so he would be back late. Tian Qin replied okay, and said if it was too late, she would come pick him up. Looking at the message, Tian Qin suddenly thought she also wanted to go with Zhang Hao. Seeing her lack of focus, Liang Xian spoke up to remind her, are you listening to me? The things I wanted to say are only these. Do you have any more questions to ask? Tian Qin silently looked at him, saying nothing. After thinking for a moment, Tian Qin asked, young master, what is your strong point? Liang Xian was startled and paused. Then he adjusted his shoes and said, my strong point is that I am very handsome. Hearing this, Tianqin covered her mouth to suppress a smile. In the end, she could not help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Liangshan asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? Tianqin thought to herself, far from it. Recalling that night, Zhang Hao had pillowed his head on Tianqin's lap, letting her massage his hand. Curious, she asked why he was trying so hard to earn money, and Zhang Hao had flinched slightly before humming a reply. At that time, Zhang Hao had awkwardly searched for a reason, saying that even as a man, he needed to be more independent in the future, and could not rely on her for everything. Hearing this, Tianqin could not help but be moved, softly calling Zhang Hao's name. Back in the present, Tianqin propped her chin on her hand in thought, feeling that no one could compare to Zhang Hao. Tianqin sighed helplessly, thinking that while a blind date was acceptable, why was she set up with such an oddball? At this moment, Tianqin spoke up, the bride price, the house, or the car are not a problem. My income is also over 100,000 a month. Liang Xian was about to say more, but she cut him off. But she asked coldly, are you worthy? Elsewhere at the shopping mall, Lin Yilong held a pink, extremely short swimsuit that looked like a nightgown. She held it up against herself and asked Zhang Hao, quick look, is this one pretty? Zhang Hao thought to himself, what is so pretty about it? Huang Yuanyuan laughed and said no, that one, in my opinion, was still too modest. Huang Yuanyuan laughed mischievously and said it still could not show off your figure. Lin Yilong replied with annoyance, you are the same. Stop looking at me like that. Huang Yuanyuan said she also needed to buy a swimsuit for her class, then suggested a few styles to Zhang Hao, but he refused. Lin Yilong cursed him as a pervert. Huang Yuanyuan blushed, holding her phone while saying they were just appreciating their friendship, and Min Yuehua questioned the word us. Lin Yilong quickly hugged Zhang Hao's arm, saying they were being molested, leaving him helplessly covering his eyes and saying nothing. Zhang Hao told everyone to buy their own things. It was getting dark and they would regroup later. Huang Yuanyuan looked regretfully at her phone, saying she still wanted to take a few photos of her male god as a memento. Min Yuehua called her back. Min Yuehua asked Huang Yuanyuan if she could help her choose a few swimsuits, as she'd not know how to pick. Huang Yuanyuan happily agreed, teasing her by saying she was ready to dress up to get a compliment from Zhang Hao. Huang Yuanyuan said the young miss had finally seen the light. Min Yuehua thanked her for teaching her so many communication skills. Huang Yuanyuan told her not to be so polite, and as long as it was mutually beneficial they should share. Then she gently pinched Min Yuehua's cheek, making her nod. Huang Yuanyuan asked if she had fully understood her own feelings. Min Yuehua blushed and softly replied, Huang Yuanyuan stated directly that she liked Zhang Hao. Huang Yuanyuan continued, so she leaned close to Min Yuehua's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, Min Yuehua seemed to wake up, feeling that everything had become clearer. Min Yuehua said that she understood now. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sense of unease, thinking he had forgotten something important. While the group continued shopping for swimwear together, Huang Yuanyuan called out loudly, male god Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong, hurry up and look at the new swimsuit we chose. The curves of her body were covered by a thin layer of green fabric. Huang Yuanyuan was wearing a sexy, dark blue swimsuit. She propped her hands on a wooden pillar and winked playfully. Zhang Hao blushed, panicking as he thought this swimsuit had too little fabric. Only one sentence remained in his mind, way too dangerous. Huang Yuanyuan turned around to show off her figure, then asked everyone how they liked it, her voice full of confidence. Zhang Hao shouted in confusion, why would you wear something like that for swimming class? She shook her body and replied that everyone wears these. Zhang Hao, still blushing, asked if Min Yuehua's swimsuit was also chosen by her. Huang Yuanyuan nodded mischievously, shocking Zhang Hao deeply. She pointed towards the changing room, saying the other person was still trying on clothes inside. Everyone immediately ran to the changing room to call Min Yuehua. Zhang Hao asked with slight concern, are you okay? Min Yuehua pulled back the curtain, only revealing the top half of her body, saying she was fine, but the swimsuit was a bit strange. She was also wearing white stockings, wondering why a swimsuit would come with stockings like this. Huang Yuanyuan explained that stockings were originally for keeping warm, and recent studies said men like women who wear stockings. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying it was only natural that all men liked them. Zhang Hao was a bit flustered. He responded with a non-committal grunt. Lin Yilong bit his finger and awkwardly asked if there was a problem. He thought it looked normal. Huang Yuanyuan spread her arms as if introducing something. That was how the swimsuit and stockings came to be. Come out here, classmate Min Yuehua. Let everyone see the beauty of the new generation. Huang Yuanyuan said with full vigor. Min Yuehua pouted, her cheeks burning red, extremely embarrassed. As she stepped out, she spoke, but the outfit looked a bit. She walked out of the changing room. Everything seemed to blur, leaving only Min Yuehua as the most prominent figure. The white stockings and the modest swimsuit made her look both shy and adorable. This angle was truly too beautiful, like seeing a different side of earthly perfection. The jacket added a touch of modesty and seduction. In that state, she nervously raised her hand to cover herself. Zhang Hao stammered, saying it was fine, it was fine. Even Lin Long's eyes lit up, full of excitement. Huang Yuanyuan appeared again with a mischievous look, telling Min Yuehua that she also had another outfit she thought would suit her. In her hand was an item that was a bit sensitive and seemed incomplete. She hesitated a little and then said, since we are here, just try it on. Thank you, Yuan Yuan. Min Yuhua cautiously asked, isn't this a bit too revealing? Zhang Hao immediately snatched it away, saying no, how could she possibly wear something like that? Wang Yuanyuan put her hands on her hips and laughed, don't be so tense, it's just trying it on, no harm done, I agree. Zhang Hao was helpless, this girl really had no limits. Seeing that scene, he thought back to the exposed backside of Huang Yuanyuan. Then he thought about Min Yuhua's bra being faintly visible, making him unsure where to look. Zhang Hao couldn't take it anymore. He said that was enough. If they continued trying, would they still have time to get back for dinner? Let's settle the bill. Huang Yuanyuan quickly chimed in, are you really going back? Let me give you a ride, handsome. Lin Yalong hurriedly said he would go with brother Hao. You take care of yourself. Zhang Hao had to say let's just go together and get it over with. Min Yuhua remained silent. She recalled Huang Yuanyuan's confession of liking Zhang Hao, so that was why she wanted to confess her feelings. Huang Yuanyuan was truly a very brave girl. She had told Min Yuhua that the other person might not like her, but she still wanted to express her feelings. Huang Yuanyuan smiled optimistically, accepting any outcome. If she didn't, she would regret it for the rest of her life after graduation. That was her plan. Min Yuhua asked back, what about you? The question made her freeze. It was truly hard to answer. She murmured softly, lost in her thoughts. In that moment, the stirring emotions of youth seemed to burst forth. Huang Yuanyuan spoke her heart, saying it was fine if she wasn't good enough, but she would try to be better, just hoping for a chance. She had liked him from the first meeting, she couldn't hide it. She gathered all her courage and said that she really liked him, really loved him. Zhang Hao thought to himself, so calling him out here was for confession. He bluntly refused, saying sorry, we can't be together. He didn't like her. Huang Yuanyuan's eyes immediately went lifeless. Lin Yalong was panicked, rejecting her that decisively. No hesitation at all? Zhang Hao replied that if he didn't like her, he didn't like her. Anyone who didn't like the person confessing would reject them. Huang Yuanyuan, come with me. That's too bad. Zhang Hao added, you are a good person. We can still be friends. It was truly heartbreaking to hear, the classic friend zone. Zhang Hao left, scratching his head and blaming himself. Lin Yilong ran over to call him, saying he had been looking for a long time. Zhang Hao asked him what was the matter. Lin Yilong covered his blushing face and shyly said that today someone asked him to meet at the small forest. Zhang Hao immediately became serious. The small forest, a place for a fight? Someone wants to fight long, we have to go check it out. Just then Lin Yilong added that the girl had sent a love letter long ago, asking if he should go. Zhang Hao was even more surprised, so it really was a confession. What day was today? Why was everyone confessing their feelings? Lin Yilong was both worried and confused, saying she was very pretty, but he didn't want to date early. He kept contradicting himself, worried about her looks and his feelings, giving Zhang Hao a headache. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and said, fine, let's go then. Stop dilly-dallying. Near the vending machine, hiding behind a tree were Zhang Hao, Lin Yilong, and even Min Yuhua. Lin Yilong was surprised and asked why Min Yuhua had followed them. Zhang Hao explained that because she was a girl, in case something bad happened, she could help. Lin Yilong nodded. Lin Yilong was a bit nervous, saying he would go over, reject her, and come right back. Having said that, he slowly walked over. Min Yuhua suddenly asked Zhang Hao, what does he think liking someone means? Zhang Hao replied, everyone would have a different feeling. For him, it was the feeling of not being able to forget someone. The more you wanted to forget, the more you remembered. Perhaps that was what liking someone was. Zhang Hao hadn't finished speaking when a loud voice rang out, Lin Yilong, I like you. Lin Yilong also shouted back. After that came a sudden and passionate kiss. Zhang Hao was stunned. They just went straight to kissing. Lin Yilong wiped his mouth and then suddenly slapped the girl hard while shouting pervert. Zhang Hao was even more shocked. He actually got slapped back. He quickly ran over and asked Lin Yilong if he was okay. Lin Yilong hugged Zhang Hao and cried, saying that was his first kiss. While the girl stood there helplessly holding her face, Zhang Hao thought to himself that the girl was too aggressive, and she was apologizing for the script deviating a bit. Then both of them knelt down, crying and apologizing. Zhang Hao had a headache, Lin Yilong hadn't lost anything. Things had already changed. Lin Yilong angrily chased her away, saying he never wanted to see her again. Zhang Hao advised the girl to leave first. In the evening sunset, scattered birds flew across the sky. Lin Yilong screamed about women and stuttered nonsense, turning everything upside down from how it normally was. Lin Yilong grunted, his cheeks flushed red, and Zhang Hao was equally drunk. He advised, all right Lin Yilong, don't drink anymore, you're drunk. Lin Yilong, showing the clearest signs of being drunk, still insisted, I'm not drunk. Then he suddenly turned the blame towards Min Yuhua, accusing her of being no good either, always clinging to brother Hao all day. Lin Yilong burst into loud sobs, tears and snot smearing across his face as he leaned on Zhang Hao's shoulder and wailed, brother Hao, my first kiss is gone, wah. Snot started to drip down, and a panicked Zhang Hao quickly said, Lin Yilong, you're really drunk, aren't you? You're getting snot all over me, you hopeless bastard. Min Yuhua reminded him, Zhang Hao, your face is also very red. You can't have only had that little bit. Zhang Hao immediately panicked. He pulled out his phone to check, saw how red his face was, and freaked out, oh no, I'm going to get an earful from dad and sister Tian Qin when I get home. Looking at Lin Yilong leaning on his shoulder, Zhang Hao continued, brother Long like this probably can't go home. So what then? Min Yuhua stood up. He hesitated before offering help, or come and stay the night at my place. Tian Qin's face was also flushed red. Young miss, the butler exclaimed, shocked and extremely astonished. The butler asked, what is the meaning of this? Min Yuhua commanded, uncle, prepare some food and set up an extra guest room. All right. The butler outside agreed verbally, but his mind was racing wildly. The young miss is bringing 2 men home to spend the night. I really did underestimate her. He wiped his forehead with his hand. The walls were adorned with guns, further highlighting Min Yuhua's distinctive personality. Zhang Hao said over the phone, I'm at Lin Yilong's place. He got forcibly kissed, so he's in a bad mood. I'm staying with him. Tian Qin's voice came through. People who force kisses are all scumbags. If you meet one, you have to stay far away, understood? Zhang Hao replied, I know, Sister Tian Qin. I'll be back tomorrow. You sleep well, don't worry. As soon as he hung up, Tian Qin let out a long sigh. He became listless. Not seeing Zhang Hao all day was driving her crazy. Min Yuhua stood outside the door and asked, Zhang Hao, can I come in? Come in. Inside the house, the shy young miss, wearing pajamas and stockings, holding a basket of food, said, Uncle Butler told me to bring you some things. She stated her thoughts directly. Doing this will increase the affection you have for me. Zhang Hao laughed, then don't say it out loud. Min Yuhua sat down and asked, isn't this your secret base? Why are you letting me stay here? Her face slightly flushed as she said, because everything in this room is my treasure. Zhang Hao thought to himself, this direct attack is too powerful. She softly called his name Zhang Hao, her hand lightly touching his. She continued, every day I want to see you, want to talk to you, want to keep you here and not let anyone else have you. Zhang Hao quickly interrupted, calm down. Min Yuhua suddenly confessed, will you agree to be my boyfriend? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He said, Min Yuhua, I don't want to lie to you. I admit I have some feelings for you, but I can't control my heart because I still like another girl. Then why not just like Huang Yuan as well? Zhang Hao gathered all his courage to say, I'm a real piece of scum. Min Yuhua's eyes flickered slightly. She said, no, you are not scum. Zhang Hao still blamed himself. But a man like me is really terrible. I know I'm wrong, but I already liked someone else and I can't break free. I also don't know how to handle these feelings, and I certainly can't be casual with you. He turned and spoke slowly. Liking someone is something you can't control. I hope to resolve it properly soon, do you understand? Min Yuhua suddenly hugged Zhang Hao, calling his name. She said, I don't understand, but I am very sad right now. Could you only like me? Because of love, she became selfish. But that is also understandable. Zhang Hao's gaze was hazy. I'm sorry, Min Yuhua. I can't give you a clear answer about these feelings yet. Next morning, it was already bright day. Zhang Hao forced his eyes open and mumbled, should I just go back to sleep? He was startled by the sound of Min Yuhua's sleeping breath beside him. The two of them were lying in the same bed, causing Zhang Hao to panic. He looked at the clothes he was wearing and wondered, when did I change my clothes? Zhang Hao woke up. Is it morning already? Min Yuhua was also just waking up. Zhang Hao asked awkwardly, sorry for waking you. When did I fall asleep yesterday? Did you change my clothes for me? Min Yuhua rubbed her eyes and revealed, you fell asleep again last night while we were hugging. Then the butler helped you change. Zhang Hao sighed in relief. Oh, I see. I almost thought you changed them for me. He said, let's get up. Time for school soon. Min Yuhua replied, okay. Lin Yilong was still pale-faced, complaining of a headache. Brother Hao, let's not drink anymore from now on. Getting drunk and sleeping at a girl's house is too scary. Zhang Hao quickly stopped him. I know Min Yuhua is still here. She won't be happy hearing that. Min Yuhua said calmly, it's fine as long as Zhang Hao doesn't mind. A pair of familiar-looking high heels appeared. It turned out to be Tian Qin, her gaze full of killing intent. Zhang Hao, who is that girl beside you? Tian Qin called out. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao turned around in surprise. Sister Tian Qin, why are you here? Tian Qin was extremely worried. I was worried about you. Worried to the point of going crazy. Zhang Hao scratched his head sheepishly. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. Lin Yilong suddenly said, Brother Hao, I'm going to the classroom first. Watching Zhang Hao's figure gradually recede into the distance, he suddenly felt puzzled. Clearly she was fine just now, so why had she become so sad all of a sudden? Tian Qin smiled and asked, right, is the person next to you Zhang Hao's friend? I've never met her before. Zhang Hao quickly introduced. This is Min Yuhua. Tian Qin narrowed her eyes, her expression somewhat displeased. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hao's sister. I usually don't hear him mention you. Do you two often hang out together? Min Yuhua, Zhang Hao's sister, she mumbled in her head. Only then did she suddenly realize this was Zhang Hao's family. Min Yuhua bowed respectfully to a 90-degree angle. Hello to you too. Yes, we do often hang out together. Is that so? Tian Qin smiled a somewhat unreadable smile, immediately concluding in her heart that this girl definitely had feelings for Zhang Hao. She moved closer and softly called Zhang Hao's name. Her soft hand reached around the back of his neck. Tian Qin leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Tonight we." Manhwa stood to the side, staring fixedly, her eyes gradually darkening. "Let's go to your room and play," she said softly, full of hidden meaning. Manhwa lowered her head, her expression clearly turning unpleasant. Tian Qin laughed smugly. "Ha, look at her, she's stunned." She continued speaking to Zhang Hao. "Can we talk in private for a bit?" Zhang Hao felt embarrassed. "Sure, Sister Tian Qin, but there's no need to whisper." He looked awkward. "This is a private matter. You go on to class," Tian Qin said coaxingly. Zhang Hao replied, "Okay, Sister Tian Qin, we'll be going ahead then. I'll wait for you tonight." Tian Qin silently watched their departing figures. Her gaze turned sharp, her face serious. "I can't wait any longer." At school, Zhang Hao held a cup of water and asked, "What's wrong with you two? You've been moping around all day like this? You were fine this morning." Min Yuhua and Lin Yilong were both slumped over the desk, surrounded by a heavy air. Lin Yilong cried, "Seeing Sister Tian Qin reminds me of what happened yesterday, when I was forced into a kiss. It's getting more and more uncomfortable." Zhang Hao thought to himself, could Brother Long really have had some past conflict with Sister Tian Qin? I need to find a chance to ask him clearly. If he really likes Sister Tian Qin, Zhang Hao's thoughts were in turmoil. Zhang Hao turned to ask, "And you, why are you so dispirited?" Min Yuhua lifted her head and said calmly, "I think I'm jealous now." "Huh?" Zhang Hao was stunned. Min Yuhua pouted, "I know she's your sister, but seeing you two being so close makes me very uncomfortable." She continued, "I really envy your sister, being able to be by your side every day. I want that too. Anyway, let's go eat, it's almost break time." In the late afternoon, as soon as Zhang Hao got home, he called out, "Mom, Dad, Sister Tian Qin, I'm home." As he stepped inside, he told himself he had to stream seriously today to make up for yesterday's likes and earn money to pay back Ruan Nan. Suddenly, he heard Tian Qin yell loudly, followed by a slapping sound and scolding, "I'm gonna beat you to death today." The atmosphere was tense. The angry mother held a rod, gritting her teeth. "You really are asking for a beating." Tian Qin still stood taking the beating, the situation growing more tense. She was struck hard on the bottom and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Zhang Hao, panicked, tried to intervene. "Mom, what are you doing?" The mother angrily shouted, "Kneel down. Don't move." Tian Qin looked pitifully towards Zhang Hao, seeking help. He quickly said, "Mom, calm down first. Why are you hitting her?" She gritted her teeth. "Zhang Hao, get out of the way. I have to teach this girl a lesson today." Zhang Hao's jaw dropped. "What, this girl?" In another room, a shelf was lined with all kinds of decorative items. Tian Qin lay on the bed, softly groaning in pain. "It hurts so much," Zhang Hao said worriedly. "Sister Tian Qin, just bear with it a little." She lay on her stomach, her back covered in wounds, her face red. "Sorry for troubling you. I can't apply the medicine on this spot myself." Zhang Hao held a cotton swab dabbing medicine. His face flushed as he dared not look directly. In his mind, the situation felt too awkward. Looking at the injuries, he sighed. Her mother really hit hard. Her bottom and thighs are all bruised. He asked, "What's going on with you anyway? Why did you make Mom so angry?" He was still puzzled about the earlier matter. Tian Qin said weakly, "I'm sorry. I really am a lesbian. Last time I mistook you for a girl I liked, which is why I acted that way." She explained, "Since I was little, I haven't liked boys. But I always forced myself to not be different, which is why I tried so hard to get close to you." Zhang Hao felt a little let down, realizing that she probably had no feelings for him. Tian Qin sat up sadly. "I'm sorry. I tried, but I can't change. I just want to be normal, like everyone else." Zhang Hao turned away. "It's okay, sis." Tian Qin curled into herself. "Zhang Hao, I really tried so hard, but..." Her eyes were red. "You go on back. Please keep this a secret for me. I don't want anyone to know." Zhang Hao remained silent. It was now past 9 p.m., quiet in another room. Zhang Hao opened his phone to search, "What is sexual orientation?" and then he wondered what to do about Sister Tian Qin. The search bar displayed a line of text, "Can it be straightened back?" Seeing useful information, he immediately looked it up, and sure enough, results appeared. Highly liked answer recommended hiring a male model, gradually approaching through intimacy, step by step from touching, hugging, then kissing, avoiding haste, while limiting her contact with girls to change her orientation. The method was too bold, making him blush, wondering if using such an intimate approach would really be effective. At first glance, it seemed unreliable, he analyzed in his head. Finally, he stood up, seeing no other choice. He decided to ask Sister Tian Qin for advice to be sure. He opened the door and stepped into the room. Zhang Hao called softly, "Sister Tian Qin." Tian Qin was wrapped in her blanket, muttering self-blame under her breath. Seeing this, Zhang Hao grew worried and wanted to help her. He raised his phone happily, saying he had found a way, and told her to take a look. She silently took the phone to read it. After reading it, she said sadly no one would want to sacrifice themselves for this, and she was also afraid of exposing her secret. She feared the family's reputation would be affected and wanted to go into hiding. Zhang Hao was bewildered by her words. Tian Qin started crying, saying she wanted to give up, to let everything be. He realized the shock had broken her, so this matter could not be leaked to the outside. He thought perhaps only he could help her, then became more determined. Blushing, he said there was no other way. Let me help you. Tianqin panicked and refused, not wanting him to sacrifice himself for her. Zhang Hao stepped closer, took her hand, and said he would take it step by step, since they had already had some contact before. He touched her hand and asked if she felt anything. Tianqin replied she felt nothing. Continued by holding her waist to test her reaction. He gently pulled her down and asked how she felt. Tianqin was sweating but still said she felt absolutely nothing. He was surprised that she still had no reaction. Even though her face was flushed, she insisted it had no effect, not even with someone attractive. Zhang Hao worriedly realized her condition was more serious than he imagined. Tianqin lay beneath him. Her heart panicked as her emotions were strongly stirred. He stood up and told her to prepare. He would come back later to help more. She could only nod. Outside, it was already dark, the entire neighborhood immersed in night lights. Zhang Hao looked up more ways, like wearing seductive outfits, but still felt shy. Seeing those items, he immediately rejected the idea in his head. He continued searching for different outfits, but still found them too hard to accept, finally simply thinking he would try a short-sleeved shirt. He remembered he had a few similar items, hoping this method would help, though he still felt helpless. It was past 11 p.m. He lay on the bed in the simple outfit he had prepared. Suddenly there was a call he squinted to see. Tianqin walked in wearing a seductive nightgown, startling him. He gestured for silence because her parents were asleep. He tried to calm himself. He suggested they just hug and sleep like usual, not to be too tense. Tianqin blushed and agreed, her heart both anxious and flustered by his outfit. She looked at him and a wave of indescribable emotion rose in her heart. She became flustered, her heart pounding from the tension. She told herself to hold back. She tried to stay calm, reassuring herself that the feeling was only temporary. They wished each other good night and lay side by side in the quiet space. They lay facing each other, both blushing because of the close distance. He asked if she felt uncomfortable and told her to be honest. Tianqin tried to answer that it was fine, but still a bit stiff, saying the feeling was not too bad. She said that out loud, but inside she was very flustered. She said she was still not used to it but could endure it, then suggested they hug tighter. She proactively pulled him closer, making him even more embarrassed. She gently asked if he was uncomfortable, to just say so. He replied that he was fine and was also worried about her. He thought she was trying hard to endure for his sake, which moved him even more. He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tighter. He touched his nose to hers, causing her to freeze. She let out a soft gasp because of the close distance. She thought she had not expected him to be so proactive. Zhang Hao tried to suppress his emotions, thinking the scent of her body made it hard for him to stay calm. He swallowed with difficulty, panic rising in his heart, afraid that any disturbance might shatter his peaceful family life. Tianqin pressed closer and closer, her body trembling slightly, as if she could no longer hold back. He suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, Sister Tianqin," she replied with a soft hum. Then he raised his sleeve and asked, "Do you want to touch the fabric of the clothes I am wearing? Girls seem to like this kind of thing." Hearing that, Tianqin was so excited she stammered, barely able to form words. Seeing her stay silent, Zhang Hao started to take off his shirt. "If you do not want to touch it, I will take it off," Tianqin hurriedly said. "Let me try," her voice still trembling with excitement. She looked at his arm with anticipation, thinking to herself that this was a rare opportunity she could not miss. Then she gently touched his skin. Then she continued to stroke the sleeve. She felt immensely satisfied, inwardly cheering because this real sensation was so wonderful. The joy made her nearly unable to contain herself, her cheeks burning red. Seeing this, Zhang Hao said worriedly, "Please do not push yourself," thinking her fingers were trembling from tension. Tianqin panted and replied, "It is fine, since I have come this far, I cannot stop halfway." Her heart was both excited and panicked, feeling as if she was about to lose control. Thinking that, she quickly covered her face and said, "Forget it, I really am not good at interacting with boys." Zhang Hao looked at her with concern upon seeing this. Tianqin clasped her hands together, muttering under her breath like a chant, "Desire is an illusion." Then Zhang Hao suddenly interrupted her. He grabbed her bicep. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to try kissing?" That question startled her. He was a bit embarrassed, hugging her gently from behind. "Last time you did not react so strongly." Tianqin turned back with a forced smile and asked, "Kiss?" Zhang Hao replied softly, Tianqin's eyes welled up. She wiped them, then said, "Thank you for helping me. I will treat you well." Zhang Hao held her hand and smiled lightly. "It is not a sacrifice. Actually, I am not as simple as you think. You are so beautiful, I want to kiss you too." Hearing this, she froze, panicking inwardly as she thought he also wants to kiss me. She calmed herself down, trying to control her emotions, but unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly grabbed his face and kissed him. Soft muffled sounds echoed in the space. Zhang Hao was surprised by her sudden action. Tianqin was panicking inside, having been too impulsive and acting out of control. She quickly let go, pushed him slightly, and coughed. "Kissing directly is a bit awkward. Let me prepare myself mentally first." Zhang Hao nodded. "Okay," Zhang Hao thought to himself. Luckily it was not as bad as he imagined, then said, "Maybe you can just think of me as a girl to make it easier." Tianqin broke out in a sweat, her face flushed with embarrassment. She looked down and whispered, "Okay, let us continue." I will try to be more proactive. Then she slowly raised her hand to touch his chin. She tilted her body slightly and closed in on Zhang Hao, and the two of them shared a kiss, and this time he responded. The prolonged kiss left both of them awkward, the atmosphere indescribable. They continued, their bodies unconsciously drawing closer. Passionate kiss dragged on, and Zhang Hao began to sweat as well. Suddenly Tian Qin kissed more intensely, stunning him slightly. They fell onto the bed, her hand holding his, the kiss still unbroken. Tian Qin thought to herself that she could not stop. This feeling left her flustered. But if she continued, she would be exposed, so she kissed while worrying. Suddenly she thought of a way and felt joy in her heart. She struggled to break away from the kiss, panting heavily. Then Tian Qin softly called out a name. Zhang Hao asked in confusion, "What?" He was puzzled. "What did you just say?" Without answering, she pulled him back into another kiss. Their emotions gradually grew more intense. Zhang Hao panicked, thinking why was this time even fiercer than before. Both of their hands were clenched, trembling slightly. Soft sounds filled the room, making the atmosphere even more tense. After a while, Tian Qin finally let go, and Zhang Hao gasped for air. She also turned away, breathing heavily, trying to compose herself after the rush of emotions. She spoke, her voice still flustered. "It is a bit uncomfortable, but still manageable." Zhang Hao looked at her and asked, "Did you just call me a girl's name? Am I already a girl now?" She quickly covered her mouth and explained, "It was just for that moment, otherwise I would have felt too awkward." He was still dazed and asked further, "Is that Xiaoyan the girl sister Tian Qin likes?" She quickly turned her face away, her nose seeming to lengthen from lying. "Consider it that way." Zhang Hao thought uncomfortably. Even though she was close to him, she still mentioned someone else, causing a bad feeling to rise in his heart. Tian Qin pressed her face close to his and said, "Alright, sleep now. I have to wake up early for school tomorrow. Tonight I will hold you as you sleep." He blushed and replied softly. Leaning on her shoulder, he suddenly asked, "Sister Tian Qin, tell me the truth. Are you really a lesbian?" Hearing this, Tian Qin was momentarily flustered. Then she replied, "I am not lying to you. If I am lying to you, then I will be your slave." She closed her eyes as if making a vow. Zhang Hao was stunned by her answer. He thought speechlessly, slave. Tian Qin then pulled his face against her chest and said, "Go to sleep. I will sing you a lullaby." Then soft singing echoed throughout the room. The next morning, the sun was already high, its rays shining down on the glittering houses. Tian Qin propped her chin on her hand and smiled, quietly watching her younger brother. She gently touched Zhang Hao's cheek, silently apologizing in her heart. "I did not mean to lie to you. I do not want you to hate me. I really want to be with you, but memories of the past and present constraints do not allow it, like invisible chains binding her." She brushed her hair back, bent down and gently kissed his cheek. "I can only do it this way. I will make it up to you later. Zhang Hao, please forgive me." The house was still radiant under the morning sun. Zhang Hao yawned widely to the point of tears streaming down. He looked at the swimming pool in front of him, thinking that yesterday's events were too stimulating, so he was a bit tired today. Girls around him blushed and whispered, not expecting Zhang Hao to be in this class too. It was truly a rare sight. At this moment, a pair of legs walked over and called, Brother Hao." Min Yuhua was warming up, and upon seeing him, she called out, "Zhang Hao." Lin Yilong held his head with a grimacing face. "I wish I could just disappear." He turned back and frowned. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Act like a man." Girls behind looked at Zhang Hao and exclaimed, "His physique is perfect. He looked very attractive." He sighed and thought, this feeling of being surrounded by stares is really uncomfortable. He scratched his head and said to Lin Yalong, "I suddenly do not want to study anymore." His friend hugged himself tightly and replied, "How about we pretend to have a stomachax?" Zhang Hao pointed in another direction. "Go find Min Yuhua for private lessons, to avoid the disturbance from those stairs." As Min Yuhua was warming up, a voice called out, "Min Yuhua." She turned around and asked naively, "Is swimming the kind where you just jump in and use force like this?" Seeing how cute she was, he blushed and rubbed her head. "No, it requires technique too. Let me teach you." He demonstrated the movement and then had her follow along before swimming. "You need to warm up to prevent discomfort when entering the water." She nodded and followed suit. Zhang Hao glanced and saw the girl next to him blushing. Her sexy figure in a swimsuit appeared before his eyes. He quickly turned away and asked Min Yuhua, "Why did not you wear the swimsuit from the other day?" She blushed and replied, "Zhang Hao, do you want me to wear that one?" He paused for a moment, flustered. He scratched his head and laughed, "Do I want to?" Then he said honestly, "Yes." She hesitated. "I bought some new ones on Huang Yuan's suggestion." She leaned in close and whispered, "If you want to see them, you can come to my house." He froze. Zhang Hao blushed and turned away. "Fine, I promise to teach you to swim and I will see it through. Coming to your house next time is okay." After warming up, he said, "Today we will get into the water to get familiar with it first." She nodded. He asked, "Are you ready?" She answered seriously, "Yes." She took a deep breath and raised her hand, ready but still nervous. Zhang Hao looked a bit dumbfounded. She suddenly jumped into the pool, and he exclaimed in shock, "The leap of faith." Water splashed up, soaking Zhang Hao's face. The water surface swirled gently, and he said helplessly, "That is not how you jump in." He frowned and looked down. Min Yuhua, wrapped in a black towel, shivered and looked at him. "I do not want to swim anymore." He sighed, and there is the avoidance again. He approached, wrapped the towel around her, and comforted her. "Calm down. Take a deep breath first." She was still trembling. He panicked, shaking that badly? She called out red-faced Zhang Hao. She grabbed his hand and said softly, "I want to hug you." He was surprised, scared of water that much. "But since you are learning, you cannot hug." She recounted tearfully, "When I was little, I fell into a lake and almost drowned, so I've been very scared of water ever since." He wiped her tears. "It is fine, hugging a little is okay." He immediately threw off the towel, closed her eyes, and hugged him tightly, leaving him frozen. He stiffened. "What kind of strength is this? And everyone is watching now." The girls around whispered and gossiped, their gazes all focused on them. He quickly said to the instructor, "Her leg has a cramp. I am taking her to rest for a bit." The instructor agreed immediately. He went out of the locker area and had Manhwa sit down to rest. Then he asked her worriedly if she felt better. She closed her eyes and softly answered, She timidly apologized to Zhang Hao for the pool being too scary, saying she had disappointed him because she couldn't learn to swim as expected. Zhang Hao quickly comforted her, telling her not to apologize. He was the one at fault for knowing she was afraid of water yet still pushing her, and then he offered to message her. As he spoke, he gently massaged her calf, then moved to her shoulders to help her relax. Manhwa blushed at his actions and shyly turned her face away. She praised him softly, saying his massage felt very pleasant, but then shyly added that she wanted him to massage other places too. Zhang Hao looked up in confusion and asked her what other places meant. When he followed her gesture, he immediately blushed in embarrassment. Manhwa shyly pointed at her chest and said, "For example, here." Zhang Hao flustered blurted out, "What?" He frowned and reminded her not to think nonsense. He was only giving a proper massage. Rejected. Manhwa pulled her leg back and raised it, saying she didn't want that kind but a different way. Zhang Hao helplessly repeated that she shouldn't make strange requests. They were in a public place. Then he told her to bring her leg back so he could massage it. She lowered her leg and asked sadly why it wasn't possible. Zhang Hao blushed and replied that it was too weird and inappropriate. He explained that such actions could only be done between lovers and only in private. Doing it in public was very indecent and shouldn't be done. Hearing this, Manhwa was stunned for a moment. Then her body trembled slightly, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She turned away with a sad expression, leaving Zhang Hao speechless. He thought that if others saw her, they would probably think she had suffered a great injury. Suddenly, she started crying as she said she wanted to do it that way. Zhang Hao was completely helpless. He thought to himself how this naive girl could say such things. If it weren't a public place, he would have wanted to teach her a lesson. He continued to explain that she didn't understand the meaning of perverted, but Manhwa remained stubborn, saying she only wanted him to massage her like that, and she wouldn't learn to swim anymore. Zhang Hao had to sigh and said if she was willing to learn to swim, he would agree to one condition, as long as it wasn't too excessive. Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes visibly lit up. She immediately sat up straight and agreed, causing Zhang Hao to cover his face in helplessness, thinking this girl was really hard to understand. At Fanghong Corporation, the sunlight shone on the high-rise building, making it look even more magnificent. In the office, someone had been thinking about Zhang Hao during the day, so she had to stay and work overtime continuously into the night. Ronan put down her pen. She rubbed her forehead and sighed, blaming that little girl for making it impossible for her to focus on work. Suddenly, she blushed and glanced downward. His gaze stopped on the phone on the table, wondering if he should look at it again. She picked up the phone and cheerfully looked at the screen. On the screen was a picture of her holding Zhang Hao's face as they kissed. Looking at the photo, her expression became tender and happy, and her eyes slowly grew tired and closed, and she softly called Zhang Hao's name. In the elevator, someone pressed the button for the first floor. Someone rushed in, hurriedly apologizing and asking them to wait. The person inside exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the general manager. He stepped in, scratched his head, and asked if she was also working late. She replied with a brief, The conversation in the elevator continued, with the employee saying he was trying hard, because he had just been promoted to team leader and did not want any mistakes. The space then fell silent again with only the two of them left. The woman said that because she often worked late, she had run into him a few times and felt quite familiar, then asked if they had ever met outside the company. She looked at him and asked if his name was Zhang Hao. Elsewhere, Ruan Nan's mother looked at a photo on her phone and laughingly asked if this the person her daughter liked, startling Ruan Nan. She quickly snatched the phone back and asked her mother irritably what she was doing in the room and who allowed her to touch her phone. Madame Lion calmly closed her eyes, saying she was just curious about the person her daughter liked. She even praised the young man, saying he looked quite cute and that she wanted to meet him. Ruan Nan seriously warned her mother not to approach him. Madame Lian laughed, saying she had no intention of doing anything, just curious why her daughter liked that person among many other choices. Ruan Nan simply answered that liking was just liking, with no reason, then shooed her mother away to continue working. Her mother also told her not to overwork herself. She smiled and left the study. A calculating look flickered in her eyes. She thought that her daughter had fallen into a relationship, which meant she now had a weakness. Outside on the deserted street, the air was quiet. Ruan Nan's secretary sat silently in a roadside cafe. Zhang Hao walked by and saw her. He asked if the secretary who had been temporarily suspended had returned to work yet. The glass of orange juice was set down heavily on the table. The secretary sighed and then spoke a greeting. Zhang Hao approached and asked if she had a moment to talk. Seeing him, she called his name in surprise. He sat down and asked about her earlier conversation with Ruan Nan, mentioning the relationship between the other women and the Manhwa family. She confirmed it was true. Then she smiled and asked, "So Zhang Hao has finally started to notice President Ruan?" Zhang Hao replied helplessly, "I have no choice either. She keeps clinging to me. Even if I do not like it, I have to get used to it. I really do not understand what she likes about me. Wasn't she the one who hated men before?" Hearing this, the secretary quickly explained, "Actually, President Ruan does not hate men. She hates the weak type of men. President Ruan's father was originally a gentle man who always listened to her mother, but later her mother lived a dissolute life, and her father died of a serious illness in the hospital. When he passed away, he still did not receive any care from President Ruan's mother. Therefore, President Ruan believed that it was her father's weakness that led to that tragedy." She continued, "Most men nowadays are the same, only knowing how to rely on women. But you Zhang Hao are different, you are strong like an independent woman," the secretary said as she looked at him. After hearing that, he was left speechless and thought to himself, could it be that to make Ruan Nan hate him, he had to act weak? The secretary continued to surprise him, "I think you should try agreeing to go on a date with President Ruan. She will definitely not treat you badly. President Ruan is a person who values loyalty. Her former comrades were all recruited back by her with multiple times the salary. If you agree, she will surely spoil you a lot." The secretary tried her best to persuade, but Zhang Hao quickly refused, saying he was not fortunate enough to enjoy that. "She is too overbearing, and I am not the type to give in either. If we were together, conflicts would definitely arise. Besides, I still..." Before he could finish, a loud voice startled them both. "Boss, I'm taking this whole place." Ruan's mother took off her glasses, pushed them through her hair, then squinted and smiled at him. "Ha, kid, finally found you." The secretary exclaimed in shock. "Madam..." Zhang Hao also froze, nearly dropping the item in his hand. "What?" This time the closed sign had already been hung outside the drink shop. The woman's voice rang out confidently, "Worthy of being the person my daughter has her eye on." Beside her were two bodyguards who looked very fierce. She looked straight at Zhang Hao and asked with a smile, "Your appearance is quite decent. How long have you two been dating?" He panicked and quickly replied, "No, Ruan Nan and I are not dating." Hearing this, she laughed with delight. "Not dating yet? So my daughter still has not gotten a hold of you. How disappointing." Zhang Hao could only remain silent. He asked cautiously, "So auntie, is there something you need from me?" She immediately spoke sternly, "It is not convenient to talk outside. Let's go to a private room." The secretary standing by worriedly thought to herself, being led into a private room, this does not feel right at all. She quickly said, "Madam, President Ruan had already made an appointment with Zhang Hao. I came to take him there. If there is something, perhaps we can all go to President Ruan to discuss it." She laughed coldly, a dangerous sound, haha. Then she crooked her finger, signaling for her to come closer. The secretary began to feel anxious, but she still approached and called out, "Madam." Suddenly her expression changed. She swung her hand in a light slap, but it was enough to make the secretary stagger. Her glasses fell, and the situation turned chaotic. Zhang Hao was stunned witnessing that scene. Then she dusted off her hand and sneered, "Haven't exercised in a while, so I used a bit too much force, sorry. Now no one is stopping us, let's go." Then she turned to Zhang Hao. He was still dazed, looking at the fallen secretary with worry. What is happening? He felt things were getting more and more complicated, thinking to himself if he had been dragged into a big trouble again. She looked at him and smiled. "Kid, you are quite calm. An ordinary student would have panicked by now." He replied calmly, "Haha, ever since I got to know your daughter, I have seen plenty of scenes like this." After speaking, he thought seriously, was Ruan's mother a former gang boss? She continued the conversation, "That's right, my daughter does not like weak men. But it seems you are not very interested in her? Don't want to be my son-in-law?" Zhang Hao sat down across from her and said frankly, "Auntie, I am just an ordinary person. I am not a match for President Ruan. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. My family does not allow me to stay out too long." She replied immediately, "If you are in a hurry, just say it directly. Want to make a deal with you." Zhang Hao was surprised. "With me? I am just a student. I probably cannot help with anything." She laughed. "This matter can only be done by you. From my observations, my daughter really likes you. If you speak up, she will not refuse." Panicked, "What?" She laid out the plan, "Take her abroad for a trip. I will send the location. When she gets there, people will be in control. Then I will pay you to move your family to another place and live safely." Zhang Hao was confused. "Auntie wants me to help plot against Ruan Nan?" He continued, "She is your daughter. Why would you want to do this?" She said coldly, "Simple, I want to reclaim the position of family head." She began to recount, "There is no longer any mother-daughter love between us. One rainy night, she stood over her mother who was lying on the ground with a knife in her hand. The knife was stuck bank right next to the woman who was Ruan's mother, her body covered in wounds. Zhang Hao questioned, sorry to be blunt, but wouldn't it be better to let Ruan Nan be the family head? The clan is still very strong. There is no need for conflict. She sneered, you do not understand. Besides money, I have nothing left. If you do not like her, do you want to cooperate? He was silent, thinking to himself that taking the money was easy, but the consequences were hard to predict. Outside, the secretary was tied to a chair, surrounded by her people standing guard. She was still unconscious. Suddenly she woke up, her lips and chin covered in minor injuries. She thought to herself, lucky she had been trained, so she had not completely lost consciousness. She had to report to President Ruan immediately. She struggled to loosen the restraints. A metal bracelet with a red dot appeared on her wrist. At this time at the Fanghong Corporation. In the office, Ruan Nan was reviewing documents when her phone vibrated. She answered, what is it? The voice on the other end urgently reported, the madam has approached Zhang Hao. They are in a private room. Hearing this, her expression immediately changed. She stood up abruptly and slammed her hand on the table. Prepare the car immediately. On this side, Zhang Hao still firmly refused that woman, even though she held control over Ruan Nan abroad. The struggle for the family head was not simple, and there were certainly many people on Ruan Nan's side. In his heart, he screamed in despair. Please, he did not want to harm anyone. Could he use words to reason? He began to spew venomous words about her daughter, saying she was ungrateful, that even a dog she raised knew more about gratitude. The two had long been unable to calmly discuss family matters. She sneered maliciously, saying she regretted ever giving birth to that child. Hearing those words and seeing that attitude, Zhang Hao was speechless, thinking to himself that she never reflected on her own mistakes. He could not understand how there could be such a person who always believed they were right. He frowned and bluntly reminded her, Aunt, you went too far. Ruan Nan resented you because of her father, but if you had cared for her more, things would have been different. If you would just admit your fault and apologize. From what I know of Ruan Nan, things could still be resolved peacefully. Family harmony is most important. If I help, the two of you can still reconcile. But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. She changed the subject and asked him if he intended to persuade her to surrender. She even suspected he was on Ruan Nan's side and asked again. Her gaze turned cold, saying that since she knocked out her secretary, everything was considered a declaration of war. The secretary still had not recovered, and she could use this opportunity to take someone away, leave this place, and retreat. Zhang Hao asked seriously, what if I refuse to help? She smiled slyly and asked with ill intent, are you sure you will not help? Then she stood up, coldly saying that one should not force themselves to suffer when money is involved. Then she began to threaten, saying if he did not cooperate, both he and his family would become her hostages. Zhang Hao's gaze sharpened. He coldly repeated that threatening him was one thing, but targeting his family was another. He stood up, saying he was sorry, but he had no other choice. He assumed a defensive stance, thinking that if blame were to be placed, it could only be on himself for not bringing bodyguards. She burst out laughing, saying it was quite interesting that he intended to use force to gain control. Zhang Hao replied coldly, just try and find out. Outside, the sky had turned to the red-orange hues of dusk. A car was speeding down the road. Her two bodyguards saw the newcomer and immediately panicked. Ruan Nan appeared with a cold expression, followed by her trusted subordinates. She gave a decisive order, stay out of the way. A secretary quickly reported, President Ruan, they are over there. The secretary, who had been forced to bow her head, also clearly heard the call coming from inside. Seeing Ruan Nan enter, that secretary immediately cried out, President Ruan. She said anxiously that Zhang Hao had been taken in by the madam for a long time, and she feared the situation was not good. Ruan Nan coldly asked which room. The bodyguard stammered, the last room. Hearing this, she turned to her curly-haired subordinate, telling her to go in alone, while the others stood guard outside. The other person immediately obeyed. After giving the order, she walked straight inside. Before her was a long hallway with many rooms. Ruan Nan could not help but mutter under her breath, that old woman, and she walked directly to the last room. Just as she was about to open the door, a voice came from inside, so it was just a test. She froze, her hand stopping mid-air. The voice sounded again as if analyzing emotions that might be hidden. Her mother began to explain that now everyone who approached Ruan Nan had an agenda, so she wanted to personally check who this person was. Zhang Hao was speechless, saying that making such a big fuss was just to test him, and asked her if she knew about this. She smiled, but her eyes were sad, saying no, if she knew, she would definitely be very angry. That girl already hated her, so she was very opposed to her interference. But this was the first time her daughter had someone she liked, so she was truly curious and could not help but do this. Now looking back, the girl made a decent choice. Hearing this, Zhang Hao blushed, not knowing how to respond. She continued, besides meeting him, she also wanted to ask for another favor. He asked in surprise, what is it? Her birthday was coming up, and she wanted him to help deliver a gift she had prepared, because if she gave it herself, her daughter would not accept it. At this moment, Ruan Nan was still standing quietly outside the door listening. Zhang Hao thought to himself, why did she not say so sooner? Then he asked why if she cared so much about her daughter, she had been like this in the past. Ruan's mother fell silent, not answering immediately. After a while she explained that back then the clan valued the heir very much, but after giving birth to Ruan Nan, her father suffered from a serious illness and could not have more children. Due to clan pressure, her mother-in-law forced her to find someone else, but she refused, which caused a huge conflict and nearly severed relations. At that time, her husband also sided with the clan, saying they could accept it for the greater good. To her, that was a betrayal of their feelings. After that, she chose to escape, throwing herself into a life of dissipation and indulgence. As she spoke, she bowed her head in regret, and by the time she woke up, Ruan Nan had already grown up. She said she wanted to be forgiven by her daughter, so she hoped he would help relay the message. Zhang Hao was silent for a moment. Then he scratched his head and refused. Sorry, I cannot help with this. She showed clear disappointment at that answer. Zhang Hao advised that if she truly wanted forgiveness, she should face it herself, and no matter how much she tried to make up for it, it would be hard to fill the emotional void. Hearing this, she was stunned and fell silent. A moment later, outside the room, Zhang Hao opened the door and stepped out, only to see Ruan Nan still standing there. He was startled and asked Ruan Nan, why are you here? She stood still, her eyes full of exhaustion looking at him. Outside, it was now completely dark. The city lights began to shine, and a car silently glided past on the road. Zhang Hao sat in the car, looked over at Ruan Nan, who was focused on driving, and asked if she had heard everything earlier while she was outside. She did not turn around, only hummed softly. Ruan Nan continued with her apology, saying she had already warned that person but did not expect her to still come to him on her own. He frowned and asked back how she planned to handle her relationship with her mother. Lian interrupted, saying to just maintain the current relationship, there was no need to change anything. And she looked at him and asked in return, if his mother suddenly came to find him, what would he do? Zhang Hao looked in another direction, pondering silently for a moment. Then he replied he hoped she would not come back, his current family was very good. Ruan Nan remarked, it sounded like he was very satisfied with his current family, and also with his own choices. He replied a bit confused, It was somewhat satisfying, why was she asking about these things? Ruan Nan said indifferently it was nothing, she just wanted him and his family to move in with her for easier protection, to avoid others using them to pressure her. Zhang Hao was surprised by her suggestion. Then he quickly crossed his arms to refuse, no way, how could he live with her? Ruan Nan continued driving calmly, saying he was her man, so why could they not live together? He pointed at himself and argued, was she crazy, since when he become her man? She still replied calmly sooner or later. Hearing that, Zhang Hao angrily shouted, women like her he absolutely could not. Suddenly Ruan Nan slammed on the brakes. It caused the road near the tires to stir up a cloud of hot dust. Zhang Hao asked in panic what did she want to do. She began to speak in the face of love. Her parents chose to compromise, and her mother chose to run away. Looking at him, she said firmly she would not repeat their mistakes. Zhang Hao, she would not give him up to anyone. She declared, then lifted his chin, she would pursue him until he completely agreed. Faced with that action, Zhang Hao blushed slightly and said, her way of thinking was too extreme. A faint smile blossomed on her lips. She lightly touched Zhang Hao's lips with her hand and then softly called his name. He immediately pushed her hand away and said irritably, do not push your luck. They were out on the street. Hearing that, she glanced at him and teased, then they could go to her place. Zhang Hao immediately yelled, scram. He turned to warn her it was best she obediently take him home. Just then the phone in his hand rang. Seeing the caller, Zhang Hao was startled. It was Tian Qin. He quickly calmed down and answered the call. The voice on the other end asked where he was. It was late and why was he not home yet? Zhang Hao quickly made up an excuse, cough cough. He was at Lin Yilong's house. He would be back soon while glancing at Ruan Nan. She was also watching him attentively. After finishing the call, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Ruan Nan and said, see, he had to go home. She turned away again, looking indifferent. Then she smiled and said, so this little fox knew how to lie now. He answered angrily, who was he lying for? She asked again, was his stepsister too concerned about him? Zhang Hao blushed and replied, because they were family. Ruan Nan asked back doubtfully, family. In her heart, she did not believe it could be that simple. Then she continued driving. At this time at Zhang Hao's house, he opened the door and walked in, saying he was home. Tian Qin walked out and replied Zhang Hao was back. He smiled wryly, glossing over it. He had stayed a bit late playing at Lin Yilong's house. Suddenly, Tian Qin softly called out. Her eyes became gloomy, asking why he would lie to her. Zhang Hao panicked, stammering, He quickly asked back, what was she talking about? Her expression had darkened at this point. Tian Qin said directly she had called Lin Yilong. He said he had gotten home long ago. Zhang Hao was thunderstruck, letting out a sound, panicking inside, not understanding when she had gotten Lin Yilong's number. Tian Qin continued, Zhang Hao, they both came from single-parent families. Her mother worked all year round. She had always been lonely. It was only when she built a new family with him that she felt warmth. She truly considered him her most important little brother. That truly scared Zhang Hao. Tian Qin cried as she continued, but maybe she was being sentimental. It turned out he had always considered her an outsider. If he did not want her meddling in his affairs, fine, she would not interfere anymore. Saying this, she turned her face away. Zhang Hao was confused, not knowing what to do. He quickly reached out a hand and called out in vain, "Wait, Tianqin." He grabbed her hand and said, "Let him explain first." He apologized. He actually went to eat with a friend, but was afraid she would worry, so he lied. If he said it was a girl, she would be anxious. Tianqin listened but still did not reply with a single word. Zhang Hao hurriedly apologized again, saying he was sorry, Sister Tianqin. She immediately pushed his hand away and said, "Zhang Hao, you need to understand. I really do care about you very much." After saying that, she turned around and left. Watching her despondent back as she walked up the stairs, he softly called out, "Sister Tianqin." Zhang Hao stood in the lobby, feeling lost and confused, not understanding what was happening. He blamed himself, a feeling of disappointment in himself rising up, thinking about how good she was to him, and yet he made her sad. He felt extremely guilty. Tianqin went up to her room and silently leaned against the door. After a moment, she regretted it, blaming herself for pushing Zhang Hao's hand away, worried he might be angry. She reassured herself that she needed to be more confident. Zhang Hao definitely had feelings. She could not give up so easily. Just as she calmed down a bit, she knelt down again, tormented because she felt her actions earlier were too harsh. Then she thought of something else. The woman Zhao mentioned she had to investigate thoroughly tonight. This moment in the living room of a house. The washing machine door had just opened. Tianqin reached in and took out an item from inside. It was the shirt Zhang Hao had worn earlier. She brought it to her nose and sniffed it very intently. Then she tried to analyze the scent still lingering on it. She thought this smell was similar to the set of clothes that had been burned before. Maybe the two of them had been in close contact. Suddenly she thought of someone. Could it be Manhwa? Back to Zhang Hao, he yawned and scratched his head, looking very tired. He asked his father who he was going to pick up today. His father replied he was going to pick up his eldest sister, and his stepmother also reminded him not to sleep in. His stepmother just smiled gently. Tianqin looked at him and gently suggested if he was sleepy, he could sleep in the car for a bit. He nodded and replied, "Yeah." In his heart, he thought he needed to find a chance to talk to Tianqin. He then thought about his eldest sister and cousin, wondering how they were doing in this world. The old memories made him a bit nostalgic. Suddenly his father turned back and asked who that person was and why he kept staring. He looked over, froze for a moment, then blurted out a curse in surprise. He called out a name, Manhwa. At the same time, Tianqin also looked at that person with probing eyes. Zhang Hao asked her why she was here. Manhwa appeared in a stylized ancient costume, her hair tied up in a chic high ponytail. His father quietly asked who she was, and Zhang Hao awkwardly replied she was his friend. He stepped closer and asked Manhwa why she had come here. Manhwa handed him an invitation card, saying she came to invite him to see an exhibition with Yang Fan, her expression very cute. His parents looked at each other, guessing this girl was pursuing Zhang Hao, the atmosphere becoming curious. Tianqin looked at Manhwa with sharp, wary eyes. Zhang Hao introduced her to his parents and sister. Manhwa's eyes lit up with joy. She politely greeted them, introduced herself, and asked to get acquainted. The two adults replied warmly, praising her good manners. She remembered the advice she was given to make a good impression on the other party's family and take the initiative to pursue. Suddenly someone walked up and directly asked her if she was Manhwa. That person was Tianqin. She stood close and asked if she liked Zhang Hao and wanted to date him, right? Manhwa became serious, her eyes wary. She frankly admitted that she liked Zhang Hao. Her words stunned both the parents and Zhang Hao. Tianqin calmly continued, saying that this could not be. Before she could finish, his father interrupted, saying no early relationships. Zhang Hao panicked and quickly explained that it was not like that. He explained that Manhwa had just started high school, and she had been homeschooled before, so she had little social interaction. He added that he was just helping her learn social skills. It was not a romantic relationship, but his father still did not believe it. His father turned to Manhwa and advised her not to pursue Zhang Hao while she was still in school. Zhang Hao quickly soothed the situation, saying it was a misunderstanding and they would talk later. Manhwa agreed, then reminded her father to go pick up someone else. Her father remained silent. Only then did she ask, dazed, if it really was not allowed to date. His mother said sternly that she could date others, but it could not be Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hands to explain that everyone had misunderstood, then urged them to go pick up their relatives. Tianqin stepped forward and said she would handle this, telling the parents to go ahead. She would take Manhwa home. His mother thanked her. Tianqin smiled kindly and invited Manhwa to come along. Suddenly his mother remembered something and said in panic, "Wait." Tianqin leaned in and directly asked Manhwa's name, catching her off guard. Tianqin carefully observed the scent on her body, her expression full of suspicion. Her mother was already furious at this point, seeing the intimate scene before her, thinking to herself, indeed, this girl has fallen for the neighbor's daughter. Tianqin reached out to lift Manhwa's chin, gently reassuring her, "It's okay, you still have me, I love you." The mother, watching from the side, fumed silently. "Tianqin, you're good. Don't think I can't guess what you're up to." She then immediately grabbed Tianqin's hood and pulled her away, angrily saying, "Wait, come here. This is a very important first meeting." Tianqin cried out in panic. Zhang Hao helplessly extended his hand toward Min Yuihua and said, "You should go. Today is not convenient." She obediently replied, "Okay, goodbye Zhang Hao." She then politely bowed to the three adults. "Goodbye Uncle Zhang Hao, Auntie Zhang Hao, and Sister Zhang Hao," leaving all three stunned. His mother sighed. "This girl is really pretty, just a bit too polite." His father also shook his head. "She seems to have been raised quite differently." As for Tian Qin, she had confirmed her suspicion it was not the scent on that girl, so there was another woman close to Zhang Hao. Thinking of that, her expression darkened further. He had to find Zhang Hao and talk it out clearly. The scene shifted to the train station. Zhang Hao's father saw someone and waved, "Sister, over here." Zhang Hao saw that and cursed under his breath. "It's over, the enemy has arrived." A woman walked over cheerfully, calling out, "Chen Guoxing." Behind her was a slightly effeminate young man, tiredly complaining, "Mom, wait for me." Zhang Hao inwardly screamed, "Where is the cold cousin?" Before him was a weakly dressed feminine guy, leaving him stunned. When they returned to Zhang Hao's house, the lively chatter inside gradually made him feel more at ease. Everyone sat chatting happily. His mother asked with a smile, "Must have a lot of girlfriends, right?" She replied, "Not just that, there are even those who come to the house." His cousin also chimed in, "Cousin Tian Qin is really cool, Zhang Hao is lucky." His mother laughed, "Right, she must be very popular." His mother forced a smile, then glanced at Tian Qin, silently reminding herself, "Such a handsome kid, yet you have no reaction." Meanwhile, Tian Qin had been aloof the whole time. Zhang Hao felt the awkward atmosphere and stood up to excuse himself. "You all keep talking, I'll go help Dad in the kitchen." Leaving the room, he breathed a sigh. Really can't get used to this world, thinking just hoping for a simpler life. Suddenly a voice startled him, "Zhang Hao." His cousin walked over and winked. "Zhang Hao, you've grown up, gotten more handsome." He replied, "Cousin." His cousin put an arm around his shoulder and laughed. "When you're older, I'll take you out to pick up girls." Zhang Hao thought, "With this style, it's probably me who would get picked up." He asked, "Why aren't you staying with her?" His cousin pouted, "Women just gossip, nothing interesting." Zhang Hao suggested, "Then go help Dad cook." His cousin panicked, "Cooking ruins your future." He quickly grabbed Zhang Hao's shoulder and said, "You just need to be pretty. Kitchen work isn't for you. Why should your hands cook? Just marry rich and enjoy life." As he spoke, he took Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao pulled his hand back with a forced smile. "I help when needed." His cousin still advised, "Stay away from the kitchen as much as possible." Then his cousin dragged him off. "Let's go to your room and sit." Zhang Hao agreed and they went upstairs together. His cousin sat on the bed and commented, "The room is decent, but it's a bit plain, doesn't look like a young man's room at all." "This isn't your sister's room, is it?" Zhang Hao replied, "No, my sister's room is next door. I like this simplicity." His cousin looked around and clicked his tongue. "No decorations at all. It'll be hard to find a girlfriend like this." His cousin asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Zhang Hao was honest, "No." His cousin bragged, "All my clothes are bought by my girlfriend." Zhang Hao nearly fell over hearing that, forcing a smile. "Yes, I understand," thinking his cousin was a bit weird. His cousin suddenly blushed and asked, "Is your sister nice? Does she have a boyfriend?" Zhang Hao replied, "She's very nice, no boyfriend but many suitors. Once she even pretended to be someone else's partner to reject a persistent person." His cousin nodded. "Mom said she's a medical genius and very pretty. Who wouldn't like her?" Zhang Hao was shocked. "You have a girlfriend, how can you say that?" His cousin laughed. "A grown man has the right to choose." Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to avoid him. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Zhang Hao, can I come in?" Tian Qin entered with a smile. "Dinner is ready. Let's go downstairs and eat." His cousin blushed and winked. "Thanks, cousin. Let's go down." Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. What a good actor. Tian Qin smiled. "Don't be polite, we're family." His cousin replied, "Sorry for the trouble." She turned, called softly, How. Then she spoke up to apologize, admitting her attitude had not been good before, and asked if they could talk privately later. Zhang Hao did not refuse, nodding in reply, "Okay, I also want to talk with you." Tian Qin's mood brightened noticeably, asking if he was free after the meal. Zhang Hao, relieved after these past few days, scratched his head and said he was free. Tian Qin said happily, "That is great, let's go eat." Zhang Hao replied, "Okay." A moment later, the dishes and utensils were cleared away. Zhang Hao said he had finished eating. Tian Qin was surprised then pleased, and was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hao stood up, excusing himself to everyone to take the call. He answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end informed him that his classmate's item had been repaired. He happily asked when he could pick it up and how much it cost. The other party said he could come anytime. His girlfriend had already paid and left a note. Zhang Hao was stunned and blurted out, "What?" He wondered when he had gotten a girlfriend, his mind full of confusion. He awkwardly excused himself to go out, saying he had something to do. Zhang Hao's mother frowned and said this child was running outside again. Tian Qin wanted to stop him. "Zhang Hao, you..." She held herself back, reminding herself to stay calm, that she could not control Zhang Hao like before. She gently told him to go early and return early, that everyone would worry. Zhang Hao replied yes and then left, secretly sighing in relief that Tian Qin did not stop him. The green tea cousin praised Tian Qin for being gentle and considerate. Tian Qin politely replied, taking it as a household matter. The green tea cousin continued to add fuel to the fire, saying Zhang Hao was handsome and might be the one pursuing Tian Qin, so she should tighten control to avoid bad people. Tian Qin coldly replied, "You are right." The cousin felt the atmosphere suddenly turn cold and broke out in a sweat, sensing he had said something wrong. Tian Qin sneered, saying she did not need her cousin's concern, she would manage Zhang Hao herself. At the antique shop, the clerk politely said the boss lady had gone to an exhibition, and the craftsman had finished the repair. Zhang Hao recalled the exhibition incident from this morning. The clerk handed him the package along with a card. Zhang Hao received them and thanked him. He looked at the card, slightly surprised. The card stated the repair fee had been paid, telling him to come pick up the item, signed by Ruan Nan. Zhang Hao immediately thought of her. Zhang Hao crumpled the paper, forced a smile but felt a chill, asked the clerk to keep the item and left. The clerk was bewildered but agreed. The clerk thought to himself this young man was hard to read, and wondered if the other person could endure him. Ruan Nan's Zhang Hao barged into Ruan Nan's office, opening the door forcefully. She was still calmly working. Zhang Hao said, "I am here." She asked, "Why did not you knock?" Zhang Hao stubbornly replied, "Then I will leave." She still leisurely looked over her documents, telling him to stay for dinner when she was done with work. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. He said he was not free today. The item had been fixed. He asked how much the compensation was. If it was not reasonable, he would sell it at auction and return the money. Ruan Nan did not care, saying returning it fixed was fine. And as for what to eat, she would have someone prepare it. Zhang Hao felt helpless, thinking their conversation was completely off track, making him tired. Zhang Hao raised the bag, saying if she did not give a price, he would sell it at auction and pay back the full amount. Ruan Nan immediately stood up. "Wait." She stepped closer. Zhang Hao panicked and backed away, asking what she wanted. Ruan Nan took the bag and said, "Give it to me." She decisively threw the bowl into the trash can. She folded her arms and said having dinner with her would settle the matter. Zhang Hao stood frozen, his face turning pale. He stared at the trash can still swaying from the throw. He recalled the arduous days, trading danger for money for the item. He said painfully if she did not need it, then give it back to him, and then lunged for the trash can. Tears fell from his eyes. It was a very large amount of money. Ruan Nan yelled to stop him, that the trash can was very dirty, and that was just an old worthless item. She rushed over to grab his hand, stopping him because he had said he did not want the money anymore. The force was a bit strong, causing Zhang Hao's wrist to hurt slightly. Ruan Nan was startled and immediately let go. She panicked and asked if he was okay. Zhang Hao cried out in pain that his hand was broken. Zhang Hao was disappointed, blaming himself for being weak. Ruan Nan examined his hand, guessing it was just a sprain, but still called a doctor to check just to be sure. Zhang Hao was silent in thought, then suddenly asked a question. He asked if she was truly a former discharged Special Forces soldier, and if she had really been on the battlefield. Ruan Nan froze as if recalling an unpleasant memory that she had once nearly died. "Stay over tonight. I will tell you everything." Zhang Hao pulled his hand back and refused, saying he was just curious and did not need to know anymore, then turned to leave. He stood up, preparing to leave. Ruan Nan stopped him, telling him to stay for dinner. Zhang Hao frowned and shook his head, saying she was too stubborn. Ruan Nan seriously stated that she had read the novel he wrote, that the world in it was very real, and asked him to stay for dinner so she could talk more with him. Zhang Hao wondered secretly just what did this person have to do with the blood moon. He scratched his head sheepishly, and his stomach began to growl. He admitted defeat and sat down on the sofa, not expecting his own novel to be so well received or that he even had a fan. Zhang Hao thought to himself that at noon, he had been in such a hurry to clear up the misunderstanding with Sister Tian Qin that he had only managed a few bites of rice. Ruan Nan smiled lightly, a hint of arrogance shining through, as she called her assistant, "Prepare dinner for two." Zhang Hao was slightly surprised, gradually realizing that Ruan Nan was the type of person who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. After calling her assistant, Ruan Nan put down her phone and fell into deep thought. "Little fox girl, what do I have to do to make you stay here tonight?" Zhang Hao blushed and stammered, Don't push your luck." Ruan Nan lifted her skirt slightly, revealing her long legs and attractive curves, her gaze shifting sideways. "Your eyes aren't honest at all. Don't think I don't know you sneak peeks at me." Zhang Hao quickly explained, "Chairman Ruan's clothes are too expensive. It's only natural for a poor guy like me to take a look." Ruan Nan pulled Zhang Hao down onto the sofa, one hand holding his shoulder, her posture full of pressure. Zhang Hao said in a panic, "Stop, can't you control yourself a little?" Ruan Nan laughed softly, full of confidence. "Control? Why should I control myself? You're already mine." Zhang Hao replied angrily, "What do you mean yours? Have you been reading too many novels? Get off right now." Zhang Hao lightly patted Ruan Nan to pull her away. After resisting, Zhang Hao blushed in embarrassment, his emotions in turmoil. Ruan Nan sat on Zhang Hao's lap, challenging him. "If you're not drinking to celebrate, do you want to drink as punishment?" Zhang Hao shouted back, "Bring it on, who's afraid of who? You really are lacking seriousness." Zhang Hao tried to argue back, unwilling to back down. Zhang Hao tried to push Ruan Nan away, but she barely budged. He felt helpless, like he was pushing against a wall, completely unable to move her. Ruan Nan softened her voice. All right, stop struggling. Your hand is sprained, don't hurt it further. Zhang Hao took the chance to push her away. Stop clinging to me. We're not right for each other. Ruan Nan smiled lightly. The reason I researched the blood moon, I'll tell you later. Zhang Hao's home, his cousin yawned in exhaustion, thinking that Tian Qin didn't seem interested in it. Suddenly he saw Min Yuhua approaching. So beautiful, the cousin exclaimed. The cousin's eyes lit up as he ran over to strike up a conversation, thinking that meeting two goddesses in one day meant his luck had arrived. The cousin greeted her warmly. Little sis, what are you doing here? Min Yuhua lowered her head and did not reply. She silently walked inside, and the cousin was left standing dumbfounded at the door. The cousin quickly checked himself over to see if something was wrong that caused him to be alienated. Zhang Hao's parents heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. Zhang Hao's father asked, "What are you doing standing outside the door?" Seeing Min Yuhua, he was extremely surprised. "Oh, isn't this?" He asked loudly, "Why are you here?" The cousin still didn't understand what was going on and continued to fix his appearance. Min Yuhua bowed her head in greeting. "Hello, Uncle Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao's father was confused and his mother also ran out. "What's going on?" Min Yuhua said seriously. "These are gifts for Uncle and Auntie." She took several boxes of fruit from her bag, explaining each one clearly as she handed them over. This box is for Zhang Hao, this one is for mother, this one is for father, and this one is for elder sister. Zhang Hao's parents immediately refused. "You should give up. Zhang Hao is still young, not ready for early romance." His mother also warned she would report it to the teacher and parents. The green tea cousin was unwilling to accept it, not expecting a girl like an angel to be pursuing Zhang Hao. Min Yuhua quickly explained, "No, I don't want romance. I just want to be friends and stay by Zhang Hao's side forever." Zhang Hao's parents were angry. Since when do friends say they want to be together forever? His mother found these words unacceptable. Min Yuhua lowered her head, raising the gifts. "Please allow me to be friends with Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao's mother remained firm, unwilling to soften. She said, "No, go home. Keep your distance from Zhang Hao." After speaking, she turned and went inside, pulling Zhang Hao's father with her. The green tea cousin schemed to find an opportunity to comfort Min Yuhua and win her favor. Min Yuhua was resolute. "No." Zhang Hao's mother turned back and asked, "No?" Min Yuhua's eyes glistened with tears. "To me, Zhang Hao is a special person. I only want to be his friend forever. Please agree." At Ruan Nan's office, Zhang Hao asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Ruan Nan recounted, "When I was on a mission before, I was severely injured. When I thought I was about to die, I saw a strange sight. The moon as red as blood. After that, I had a very long dream, and when I woke up, I had miraculously survived thanks to the blood moon phenomenon." Zhang Hao was astonished. "Huh?" He thought to himself that it was completely different from his previous experiences. He continued, maybe it was just an illusion caused by her severe injuries. She could still survive, so why was she so sure it was the blood moon? Ruan Nan did not think so. "As I said, I once suffered a fatal wound that modern medicine could not save. After that, I kept researching this strange phenomenon until I saw the blood moon for the second time not long ago. You appeared right before my eyes." At the dinner table, Ruan Nan told Zhang Hao that, until the second blood moon not long ago, you appeared before my eyes. Gradually getting to know you, I realized all your actions did not match the investigation information. Moreover, the world in the novel you wrote was too similar to the world in my dreams. Intuition told me perhaps you were connected to the blood moon. Zhang Hao pondered, not expecting Ruan Nan to have experienced such things. Saying this, she stood up, startling Zhang Hao. She smiled and began unbuttoning her clothes. Zhang Hao startled and shouted, "What are you taking your clothes off for?" Ruan Nan pointed to her side and said, "I was injured here back then, internal organs shattered, but now there is no scar left. I want to know why so many people died but only I survived, whether the world in your novel truly exists." Zhang Hao thought perhaps cooperation was the only way, or she would not let it go easily. He said, "Honestly, I understand. I will tell you what I know, but there is a condition." Ruan Nan replied, "Fine, go ahead." Zhang Hao said, "I can cooperate with your research in the future, but only when I am free. Also, you must not approach my family arbitrarily, and you must not use me as a dissection subject." Ruan Nan heard this and got angry. "I am not that unreasonable." Zhang Hao trembled. Capitalists truly are always terrifying. Zhang Hao thought he would probably have to interact with Ruan Nan more from now on. Then he frankly admitted, "Yes, I am not from this world. After watching the blood moon and waking up, I came to this world." Zhang Hao's home, Min Yuhua stubbornly stood before the door, refusing to leave. Zhang Hao's father was puzzled. Why was this child so stubborn and seemed a bit dazed? She had been holding her backpack and standing in the sun for too long. Zhang Hao's father softened and said, "Fine, if you have no ill intent toward Zhang Hao, then uncle and aunt will not stop you two from being friends. Min Yuhua happily said, Uncle Zhang Hao is my best friend, I have no bad intentions. Zhang Hao's father thought to himself her smile was a bit awkward. It seemed Zhang Hao was right that she was not good at socializing. He advised, that is good then you should go home. It is late and your family will worry. Min Yuhua pleaded, can I go in and play with Zhang Hao for a bit? Zhang Hao's father asked back, Zhang Hao is not home, did you not ask before coming? Min Yuhua heard that and said, then please accept this gift for me, uncle. Zhang Hao's father replied politely, thank you are too kind. Min Yuhua, drenched in sweat, was satisfied and turned back. Zhang Hao's parents looked at each other, not knowing what else to say. This child was a bit suspicious. Inside the house, everyone opened the gift Min Yuhua gave to look. Zhang Hao's mother picked up a ring and exclaimed in surprise, is this a diamond? They all seemed to be fakes, but they looked very beautiful. Green tea cousin thought sullenly, it really was useless. What a pity, she was so pretty but gave away fakes. Zhang Hao's mother held up the necklace to look and said Zhang Hao once said she was honest, never expected her to give stuff like this. Zhang Hao's father tried the ring on his finger and sighed. Even though it was fake, the craftsmanship was so exquisite, it looked unbelievably real. It looked exactly like the one I gave you when we got married. Tian Qin walked out and saw everyone talking, so she happily asked, is everyone here? It is a bit hot in the house. Oh, is this jewelry? Who gave it? Zhang Hao's mother said dejectedly, it was from Zhang Hao's friend this morning. I did not know what else to say. The cousin fiddled with the rings on the table and sneered, anyone can see they are all fakes. Wearing them out would only make others laugh, and so pretentious. Tian Qin looked down at the ring and said, this is sapphire, right? It does not look fake at all. She picked it up for a closer look and said, it does not seem to be ordinary sapphire. It might be national grade sapphire, extremely valuable, not sold on the market, estimated at tens of millions. The three of them were immediately stunned upon hearing that how much. At the dinner table, Zhang Hao put down his knife and fork and calmly explained the whole situation again. I am Zhang Hao, but also not entirely Zhang Hao. Ruan Nan concluded, so parallel universes and opposite worlds both exist. Is your world one where genders are reversed and emotions are chaotic and indulgent? Zhang Hao confirmed that is right. Although I value emotions, I am still a normal person. I would look longer when seeing girls, but in this world I am like a different person. If you cannot accept it, it is best not to waste time. I might return to the old world. You are a good person, I do not want to hurt you. Ruan Nan hurriedly said, wait, if you come from that world, then taking off your shirt now should not be a problem, right? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded by her train of thought. Of course, in my world, when it is hot, it is normal for guys to take their shirts off on the street. Ruan Nan imagined the scene and blushed, going out without a shirt on. That is indeed strange. He said shyly, then take it off and try, or I will think you are lying. Zhang Hao said angrily, laugh then, what is there to be afraid of? I will show you what a real man is. But when he saw the expectant look in Ruan Nan's eyes, Zhang Hao suddenly realized something was wrong. He might have been tricked. Ruan Nan stared at Zhang Hao, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhang Hao was flustered, but since he had said it, he could not take it back. He gritted his teeth and endured, but the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. It was just taking off a shirt. Could it be because of the moon god's warning that if the mission failed he would be assimilated, so he had already started being influenced by this world? Ruan Nan sat on the chair trying hard to suppress the surging emotions. Her face flushed, and she whispered, is there something about you that is not laughable? What is wrong? Did you not say I could laugh freely? What are you waiting for? Zhang Xia stammered and faltered, unable to form a complete sentence. He decisively lifted it higher and said, feel free to laugh if you want. Ruan Nan got excited the moment he saw that and tried to suppress his rising desire. This was a man without clothes. Yeah, she trembled. This scene left her indescribably flustered. She panted. Alright, the men in your world are decent enough. You get into the pond, I can barely hold on anymore. Zhang Hao silently shed tears, always feeling he had lost many things, but not knowing what. Just taking off his shirt and his body resisted. Something was definitely off. Ruan Nan calmly wiped away the bloodstain from his nose, saying, from now on we are allies, happy cooperation. Zhang Hao replied calmly, from now on don't look for me if there's nothing, I'm quite busy. Thanks for the meal, next time I'll treat, I have things to do so I'm leaving now. Ruan Nan coaxed, aren't you staying tonight? If you stay, any condition is fine. Zhang Hao left very quickly. No way, I don't accept any conditions. Ruan Nan clicked his tongue in anger. At Zhang Hao's house, Tian Qin picked up the ring and thought, sapphire symbolizes loyalty and steadfastness, and Min Yuhua gave such a valuable gift without conditions. MP, if that's the case, I can use this money-obsessed cousin. She glanced at her cousin who was mesmerized by the pile of jewels, dreaming of romantic love, and even planning to ask for that girl's contact. A beautiful sunset cast over Zhang Hao's house. At this moment, he stumbled into the house and saw his parents there. He greeted, "I'm home." His father asked anxiously, "Why are you back so late? Do you know your parents were very worried?" Then he suppressed his worry, pointing at the table full of jewels, diamonds and gems. He asked suspiciously about the gift your friend brought this morning, said about 80% real. The family cannot accept it. Zhang Hao stared in surprise at the luxurious jewelry box, while Tian Qin frowned in displeasure. At this moment, Tian Qin couldn't hold back and sarcastically mocked him with a few veiled words. This girl was both beautiful and well off, making his father surprised by her remark. His eyes gradually became more serious, his voice deepening. "No." He looked at him as if scolding a child, sternly saying Zhang Hao must not like her for money, only consider her a friend. We are real men with backbone. Hearing this, he immediately showed his phone to his father, saying, "I understand, she and I are just friends. I'll call her back to pick up her things." His cousin rested his chin boredly, looking at the pile of jewels, thinking how great it would be if it were his. Why were women always surrounding Zhang Hao like this? The image of Min Yuhua shone brilliantly with a sunny smile, beside a luxury car and a wealthy backdrop. He was determined to win her over, or else consider it a failure. But his womanizing nature flared up again, images of both Tian Qin and Min Yuhua appearing in his mind, hesitating over whom to choose. He smiled smugly, thinking whatever, cousin, don't blame your older brother. A man must be proactive in matters of the heart. The scene returned to normal, a doorbell rang. A voice came from outside the door. "Zhang Hao, I'm here." He awkwardly apologized for making her come over, while she calmly replied it was fine. She would give a different gift next time. Seeing Min Yuhua arrive, his cousin immediately started his plan to get close, pretending to be weak to shorten the distance. His cousin said they had met at the door, while secretly calculating how to make a good impression. Zhang Hao found it a bit strange but still replied, and she said she was arranging the gifts. His cousin continued with a forced smile, thinking of ways to create closer contact. He deliberately tripped and lunged toward her, faking it to be caught. She quickly saw through his intention and prepared to dodge. A lightning-fast kick blocked right in front of his chest. He cried out in pain, everyone around was stunned. She calmly asked if he was okay. Zhang Hao scratched his head and told her to let go of his cousin first. His cousin felt disappointed and utterly humiliated and desperate. Zhang Hao looked at the sparkling gifts and said he didn't need them. She questioned back in confusion, making him stop for a few seconds. His parents quickly helped explain, saying the gift was too valuable to accept. He also said he didn't need gifts to strengthen the relationship. They only accepted the goodwill, and asked her to take the gift back. Her eyes welled up as she asked again if they all hated her. His mother quickly reassured her, saying no one hated her. Tian Qin chimed in to explain, affirming they were just ordinary friends. She stepped closer to explain and soothe the misunderstanding. Tian Qin glanced at his cousin with contempt, thinking he was useless. Tian Qin acted friendly, inviting the girl to leave together. The voice of Tian Qin's mother suddenly rang out, startling her. Her mother angrily asked what she was doing, the atmosphere instantly tense. Zhang Hao was startled, realizing something was wrong. The atmosphere became heavy. Tian Qin panicked inside. The whole family sat in the car taking her back, the situation extremely awkward. His cousin tried to strike up a conversation, taking out his phone to ask for more information. Zhang Hao pulled her back, clearly stating that her family had strict discipline, so it was inconvenient to freely exchange contact. His cousin hesitated slightly and replied, "Oh, is that so?" Min Yuhua shyly said she would listen to Zhang Hao. Tian Qin watched the scene and showed obvious jealousy, annoyed to see the two of them being too close. In his heart, it felt like 10,000 lightning bolts struck directly into his chest, aching painfully at the thought that Tian Qin told him to sit far away because of Min Yuhua. Could she really? Sitting behind the chair, Zhang Hao's mouth hung open in disbelief, his mind only thinking it was over. Tian Qin must have liked Min Yuhua. He turned to look at Min Yuhua, sized her up from head to toe, and secretly thought she lived up to her reputation. Anyone could easily be attracted to her. He grew red-faced with anger, clenched his fists, and told himself he had to quickly make peace with Tian Qin and start the special training plan. The scene shifted to the next day. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, brightening Zhang Hao's room, and someone outside called him to wake up for breakfast. He had just woken up, still looking disheveled, scratching his head sleepily as he said, "You're here." At that moment, Tian Qin, wearing light pajamas, placed breakfast on the table. He snapped awake, looked around and saw no one, then asked Sister Tian Qin, "Where are Mom and Dad?" Tian Qin replied that she had already sent the relatives back. Upon hearing this, he was surprised and asked again, "Oh, is that so?" A shy thought crossed his mind, making his face flush red, thinking that now it was just the two of them at home. If that were really the case, he looked toward Tian Qin with somewhat flustered eyes. He unexpectedly drew closer, standing right behind Tian Qin, causing her to blush slightly from embarrassment. He stammered that he wanted to help Sister Tian Qin make peace, and the atmosphere became awkward. He turned around flustered and asked what he was doing, while he, red-faced, hurriedly said sorry for misunderstanding her before. He was carrying food to the table, while Tian Qin thought she had originally planned to make peace after eating. Not expecting him to take the initiative first, she looked at him with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed, secretly happy that he cared about her, feeling warmth in her heart. On the surface she remained calm listening to him speak, but inside she was extremely joyful, only softly replying that it's over. What matters is the future. She said that from now on, let's not hide things from each other, okay? He tilted his head slightly in surprise and looked at her. He paused, his mouth opening as if he hadn't reacted yet. Then he nodded, his gaze turning resolute, and said okay. He thought to himself that he would finish dealing with matters and then explain everything. She smiled contentedly, placed her hand on him, and wished him always healthy and happy. He softly replied in agreement. She broke into a bright laugh, praised him for being good, and he looked at her with happy eyes. Suddenly he asked if there were no more secrets. Did she like Manhwa, startling her? She was dumbfounded by the question, only letting out a soft huh. She tried to stay calm, but inside she felt he was jealous, so she burst out laughing, while he didn't understand anything. She lightly touched his cheek, saying from now on don't bring Manhwa around anymore, because she was afraid she couldn't control her emotions, adding a special training-style warning. He grasped her hand and pulled it down, reminding her that it had been a long time since they had a special practice session, and asked if she wanted to continue today. She was slightly surprised. She hesitated, then said she was troubling him again, and at the same time led him into the room. The atmosphere became tense. Inside Tianqin's room, the space was intimate. The two gradually grew close with lingering kisses after a long separation. The two continued exchanging deeper kisses, emotions surging strongly. The air in the room became heavy, the intimate feelings increasing. They both gradually fell onto the bed in a more intimate state. During the intimacy, Tianqin slightly flinched and asked what he was doing. He still held her close and said this was special practice to bond more closely. She thought confusedly that this was not the usual practice content, while he gently held her, making her tremble slightly from emotion. She felt happy being this close to him, her breath becoming rapid from the surge of emotion. His white hair appeared more clearly. She thought it was as if there had never been any misunderstanding between them. After leaving the room, the two stepped outside and saw a woman standing in front of the Spring Flower kindergarten gate. A girl wearing glasses, with purple eyes, looked around and softly said this must be the place. Inside, the principal was looking at her phone. Upon hearing a knock, she invited them in. The head principal asked who the person opening the door was. The other introduced herself as the special secretary of the board of directors. The principal was surprised and hurriedly apologized for not coming out to welcome her properly. The secretary handed over a file, saying she wanted to look into two people who had been here for a while. The principal then looked it over. The secretary brought up the matter of the little girl who had once taken the little boy away from school, startling the principal when she saw the photo. The secretary adjusted her glasses and asked why the teachers had covered up that incident, hoping for a clear explanation. The principal's hand was a childhood photo of Tianqin and Zhang Hao. The principal broke out in a sweat and stammered, saying this is... She gritted her teeth and asked how they managed to investigate this matter. The secretary replied that she need not worry, only to recount the entire incident. The principal struggled internally, then closed her eyes to think. She slowly recounted the memory of Tianqin when she was young, a person she could not forget. The story went back to the past. The teacher asked Tianqin where she had taken Zhang Hao yesterday. The teacher grabbed the little girl's shoulders, anxiously questioning and shaking her gently. Tianqin calmly said they just went out to play together. The little girl looked up coldly and asked back if there was a problem. The younger principal said that she could not take her friend out on her own because it was very dangerous. She was about to call the parents because this was quite serious. Tianqin asked coldly if doing that was really necessary. The teacher was surprised and only let out a soft huh. Tianqin said that making a big deal out of it wouldn't be better, and the teacher fell silent. The teacher shuddered at the little girl's calm yet icy demeanor. Tianqin said that the next day Zhang Hao would still be normal, and no one would know what had happened. Principal broke out in a cold sweat hearing that, while Tianqin calmly said to treat it as if nothing had ever happened. Tianqin looked at the principal with a sharp gaze, emphasizing that she also had responsibility in this matter and could not act as if she was unrelated. Seeing a student taken away right before the teacher's eyes, the principal paled, unable to believe those words came from a child. Tianqin calmly continued, saying her own child also studied here, making it convenient to both work and take care of her child. Then she turned her face away. Tianqin confidently smiled, saying if everyone knew what she had done to Zhang Hao, the effect on her job as a teacher would be significant. How about we pretend nothing happened, so both sides can be at peace? Her words shocking the teacher greatly. The two, teacher and student, stood near the window as Tianqin continued to ask for her opinion. Returning to the present, the secretary asked again if she had compromised. The principal rubbed her forehead, tiredly saying no, then contacted the boy's family to understand the situation. She said the boy's family no longer wanted to send him and were preparing to move elsewhere, and after that, Tianqin also stopped coming to the kindergarten. The secretary asked if that meant the matter was considered over, and the principal replied yes, because all parties were no longer there. The secretary continued to ask what Tian Qin had taken Zhang Hao outside to do, and if she knew. The teacher awkwardly replied that she was not clear, but based on what she had learned, Tian Qin often treated Zhang Hao like an object to play with. The secretary, hearing this, immediately asked again what did that mean. The teacher was silent for a moment, then said like a toy. An image appeared of Tian Qin and Zhang Hao in an intimate situation, the sensual atmosphere making the mood hard to describe. Zhang Hao breathed heavily, his forehead dotted with sweat, saying he would help Tian Qin understand more about a man's strength. She was flustered, thinking he seemed different from what she had imagined, causing her to blush and feel emotionally shaken. If that were true, she gently reached out her hand to touch his cheek. The two sat facing each other. Zhang Hao spoke. Tian Qin wondered if giving in was the better choice. She softly said, "Sisters, Zhang Hao is really capable. It makes sister feel much more comfortable." She thanked him and lightly held the corner of his clothes in embarrassment. He was surprised, his face reddening at her thanks. Zhang Hao shyly asked Tian Qin if she wanted to continue practicing some more. Tian Qin also shyly asked back, practicing more. He explained that she needed to get used to a man's presence and touch so her body would gradually stabilize. She looked at him in confusion. He breathed heavily, thinking that since the situation had come this far, he had to handle it more proactively. He shyly replied, "Yeah, I know." In her mind, she briefly thought that Zhang Hao looked innocent but was actually very proactive and unpredictable. She gently pulled back the towel, saying if needed they could try more, with an attitude both timid and determined. She revealed her confused emotions, her face flushed and her breath still short from the tension. Was no less affected, sweat pouring out nonstop. Their movements were continuous and captivating. He wrapped his arms around her back. The two faced each other closely, feeling the closeness. Seeing Tian Qin so captivating, he softly called out, "Sister Qin." Her lips slowly met in a gentle moment. He lightly adjusted her clothes, his movements somewhat natural. The actions gradually went beyond initial control. She saw this but remained silent, letting her emotions guide her. Her outer garment was slightly disheveled. The entire room was filled with an indescribably hot atmosphere. The space still lingered with warmth after the emotional kiss. He sat close to her and softly called out, "Sister Tian Qin." Then he gently adjusted his clothes and spoke softly. "From now on, sister can take care of me the way she wants." She blushed, her heart in turmoil, not expecting Zhang Hao to be so proactive. She secretly felt delighted, thinking that her plan had finally succeeded. She smiled contentedly, thinking that her efforts so far had not been in vain. The target was someone who was both good at handling affairs in society and skilled in daily life. Gentle on the outside, but very proactive and captivating in private moments. This was truly an ideal person. Subconsciously, she lightly touched him. She thought further that only the final step remained to be able to be openly by Zhang Hao's side. As she was thinking, he gave a mischievous smile. "Sister Tian Qin, let us continue." He gently adjusted her position. She was startled, asking back in a fluster. She quickly realized the situation before her. He chuckled softly, his voice deep and warm. "Do not be tense, just relax." In his heart, he thought he had held back for too long. He added, "If it is uncomfortable, just treat it as getting used to it," needing to overcome the mental barrier. The important thing was to break free from the shyness in the mind. She was startled, only managing to utter a few short words. In her heart, she thought he might be moving to the next important step. She hugged herself tightly, panicked but also flustered, feeling that everything was happening too fast and was hard to control. He quickly reached out and gently stroked her face, soothing her softly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, just relax." Then he pressed his lips to hers again. Unconsciously, she panicked, thinking Zhang Hao was like a legendary demon, already so skilled without experience. She couldn't imagine how terrifying he would be later. Zhang Hao just held Tian Qin in his arms. She lay there in a whirl of thoughts, feeling that Zhang Hao, though inexperienced, was like a man over 40, both strong and domineering. She suddenly worried that she might be devoured completely. She began to wonder if she should drink some tonics or fortified milk. He looked at her expression and also started to think. Tian Qin's startled look was adorable. He didn't expect women from this world to have such a charm. He smiled and firmly concluded his thought. "Let's just burn with passion together." Just as things were heating up, he suddenly paused and let out a soft "What's wrong? Why does my stomach hurt so much?" He thought as he held his stomach, and Tian Qin worriedly asked if he was okay. He trembled and said he felt unwell, and she asked in surprise, "Unwell?" She looked at him and softly said, "It's that time," while recalling that it might be near the end of Zhang Hao's cycle. She asked worriedly if his stomach or lower back hurt, and he could only manage a single word in response. He held his stomach and thought he had heard before that men also had a cycle, but never expected it to be so uncomfortable. She hurriedly told him to wait while she got some hot water, and he vaguely thought everything had ended too quickly. When he entered the room, Tian Qin pulled her white shirt and blushed while thinking. They had almost reached the final step, but she had forgotten that it was Zhang Hao's time of the month. Even so, she had basically confirmed that he truly had feelings for her, so she just needed to find the right opportunity to make things clear. She turned over to think, no longer wanting to hide her feelings or her childhood memories. She was determined to let him see her true self. She prepared some drinks and sat beside him, smiling as she asked if he felt better. He was helpless against the pain and set it at ease, but was still uncomfortable, asking if there was any medicine to relieve the symptoms. She blushed and explained that medicine had side effects, and that the cycle was normal and helped regulate the body. She said he would feel more comfortable after the cycle ended. It also helped relieve stress, and she would help him feel better. After saying that, she unexpectedly sat down next to him. She lay on her side beside him, guiding his posture, and he dazedly followed. He lay on his side and looked at her flushed face, not knowing how she intended to massage him. Her body gently pressed against him from behind. She held him from behind and told him to relax, and he gradually loosened his body. She softly laughed and said, "That's right." She took out her phone and played some gentle relaxing music. The atmosphere in the room became quiet and calm. She held him from behind, thinking he needed to completely unwind. Don't think about anything anymore, and as he lay in front, he gradually began to feel better. No wonder she was sister-kin. She really could help ease the discomfort during the cycle. He silently thought he no longer wanted to return to the old world. Being here with her was truly wonderful. It would be great if he could be held by her like this every day. Scene change. A hand slammed down hard on the table. Ruan Nan gritted his teeth in anger. Tian Qin was indeed very abnormal. The secretary asked how to handle it, whether to summon Tian Qin. The more Ruan Nan thought about it, the angrier he became. The frightened secretary could only utter a startled, "Huh." Tian Qin lay beside Zhang Hao, happily watching him sleep soundly. Her phone buzzed, interrupting the peaceful moment. Tian Qin quickly silenced the call, afraid of waking Zhang Hao. After hanging up, she bolted upright, breaking out in a cold sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't woken up. She looked at her phone in annoyance. It had almost woken him up. Next time she had to set it to silent. Just as she was about to put the phone down, she saw a strange message and froze. On the screen were her personal details along with a childhood photo, a mysterious invitation to a coffee shop. She stared coldly at the screen, suspecting someone was investigating her. She looked at Zhang Hao, who was fast asleep, thinking he was still tired. She leaned down and gently stroked his cheek and hair with tenderness. She softly kissed his cheek and whispered that he could only be hers. At noon, in a quiet coffee shop, a mysterious woman sat waiting. She lifted her head when someone arrived and asked coldly, "Was it you investigating me?" Tian Qin approached, her demeanor cold, her tight black dress accentuating her sharp and imposing presence. The woman was no less attractive. Though not stunningly beautiful, she was sharp and carried the demeanor of a businesswoman, rather than an ordinary person. She leisurely held her coffee cup in her left hand and chatted calmly. Tian Qin felt something was off. This person not only investigated her, but also knew her preferences. Who could possibly know so much? Cafe was quite empty, almost no customers, perfect for a private conversation. Tian Qin could not help her curiosity and asked who she really was. The other person did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I like Zhang Hao, and you should stay away from him." Tian Qin immediately guessed the other's identity upon hearing this. Her expression softened a little. "Humph, thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just someone chasing my Zhang Hao." Her gaze instantly turned cold. "The person Zhang Hao likes is me. You are the one who should stay away from him." But doubt still rose in her heart. Could this be the friend he once hid? The woman was unfazed. Tian Qin's warning had no effect. Instead, it made her more aggressive, pulling out a stack of photos, enough to make the other party embarrassed. He threw the stack of photos hard onto the table, warning that if Tian Qin continued clinging to Zhang Hao, she would show him all the surveillance photos from childhood to adulthood. But Tian Qin still did not back down, folding her arms calmly and saying, "So what do you think that threat works on me?" Tian Qin confidently asserted, "Zhang Hao only trusts me. I am the one who protects him. You all only see his appearance, but I have been by his side since childhood." Finally, Tian Qin concluded decisively, "Zhang Hao can only belong to me." The other let out a scornful laugh. "Have protect him?" A seductive-looking woman leaned back confidently and said, "Do not turn stalking into something noble. To get close to Zhang Hao, you even made his family turn you into his nominal sister." She stated coldly, "Zhang Hao is a special person, not an object for you to possess." Faced with those attacks, Tian Qin remained sitting silently, without reacting. After a moment, she let out a relieved sigh as if she understood something. Someone who could investigate so deeply was certainly not simple. The power behind her was also considerable. Tian Qin looked up at the ceiling and said coldly, "People like you probably like using money or power to impose on others. But Zhang Hao is not that kind of person." She continued analyzing, "Perhaps you once used money to get close but failed, so you turned to stalking him, right?" Two women faced each other, neither willing to back down, tension high in the struggle over a young man. The woman laughed again, even clapping as if in admiration, her eyes full of provocation and confidence. She leisurely drank her coffee, then introduced herself, "I am Ruan Nan, from Fengong." Tian Qin immediately froze, as if petrified, not expecting the person before her to be such a famous figure. Ruan Nan said calmly, "Please drink this coffee. I promised Zhang Hao I would not harm his family." After drinking, Ruan Nan stood up, wiped the corner of her mouth, and warned, "If you cross the line, I will no longer consider you as Zhang Hao's family." Tian Qin was silent, her gaze tense, unclear what she was calculating. Ruan Nan stood up to leave. Before going, she repeated that the person Zhang Hao likes is her. Then she asked directly, so do you really like Zhang Hao? Before leaving, Ruan Nan left a sentence that made Tian Qin freeze, forcing her to question her own heart. Ruan Nan turned and left, no longer caring about the silence behind her. Tian Qin clenched her hands, angry but helpless as she could do nothing. She wanted to vent her anger, but Ruan Nan had already left. Come evening, Zhang Hao had slept the entire day, now slowly waking up. He slowly sat up, rubbing his head to clear his mind, only to see Tian Qin at home, sitting with her back to him doing something. Seeing his elder sister sitting in front of the computer, Zhang Hao was slightly startled and called out, "Sister Tian Qin." Tian Qin immediately stood up, took out a warm water bag and handed it to her younger brother, her voice gentle and full of concern as she asked after him. She turned back with the warm water bag in her hand, forcing a somewhat strained smile as if holding back her emotions, then said she had prepared it for him. Then she pretended to be casual and mentioned that while Zhang Hao was asleep, she read his novel and found the world in it very interesting. Tian Qin continued praising Zhang Hao's world building. He broke out in a cold sweat at her words, hurriedly explaining it was just an idea he wrote for novelty's sake. She went on to praise how realistic the characters in the story were, like a real girl, even asking if it was because he was lonely that he created that character. Zhang Hao scratched his head in embarrassment, drenched in sweat, trying to laugh it off, looking no different from a flustered little brother. Tian Qin gently reminded him, a novel is a novel, real life is real life, do not confuse them. Otherwise she would take him to see a psychologist. She carefully handed the warm water bag to him, instructing him to place it on his stomach for comfort. Zhang Hao obediently took it and replied yes. Tian Qin looked at him with deep worry, telling him that if he felt unwell, he must tell her immediately. Zhang Hao was surprised, his eyes wide, not knowing how to react, only silently holding the water bag in his hands. The next day, Zhang Hao returned to school to continue his studies as usual. During the lunch break, Zhang Hao ate with Min Yuihua as always. He ate while thinking yesterday Tian Qin seemed very strange. During the day she was normal, but come evening her mood was completely different, very hard to understand. Min Yuihua beside him called out to him, holding up a small item that caught Zhang Hao's attention. She happily said this was something she made herself, then handed it to him. He took it and thanked her, at the same time mentioning the previous gift. Min Yuihua nodded happily, saying she had kept it carefully stored away. She also brought a lunchbox, wanting to share lunch with him. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly, saying there was no need for such formality between friends, that he was not quite used to it. Min Yuihua blushed and explained that she just wanted to treat him well. She was quite naive but sincere. Zhang Hao patted her head to comfort her, saying he could accept toys and eating together was fine, but do not give expensive gifts anymore. Min Yuihua lowered her head worriedly, afraid that this would make his family dislike her. Zhang Hao immediately denied it, saying everyone just did not want him to date early, not that they hated her. Min Yuihua shook her head, saying she did not dare to talk to others for fear of bothering them. She felt insecure, thinking that being friends with her was troublesome. Zhang Hao quickly comforted her, saying that was not the case and that she was very adorable and he enjoyed being friends. The look in Min Yuihua's eyes shifted slightly, becoming deeper. She suggested that if his family did not like her, she would stay away from them so he would not be put in an awkward position. Zhang Hao let out a helpless laugh at the naive girl in front of him, saying it was not dislike. Everyone was just worried about him dating too early. Min Yuihua gathered her courage to express her worries. She felt that his sister disliked her, as if wanting to drive her away. She did not know how to win favor, nor was she clear about what needed to change. Zhang Hao was thoughtful, realizing Min Yuihua was very insecure. He did not understand what past hurt had caused her to worry about things that were not her own. Zhang Hao stood up to clear the rest of the lunch, saying she did not need to force herself to change or try to win anyone over. She was Min Yuihua, unique and irreplaceable. No need to rush, she would understand slowly. Just like learning to swim, she would definitely get there. Xiaohua looked at him, softly replying with an "That is right, Zhang Hao, I already know how to swim." Zhang Hao looked at her with delight, his voice adding a touch of excitement. Well done. So what reward for little Min Yuihua? He thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers, as if having just thought of something. He loudly suggested going out on the weekend. Xiaohua also raised her hand in agreement. Let us go. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Zhang Hao kept his promise, taking Min Yuihua out and waiting for her at the meeting point. Min Yuihua finally appeared. Zhang Hao saw a strange shade of pink from afar, and only up close did he realize she was wearing a full pink Lolita outfit. She said, "Zhang Hao, I am here." Zhang Hao was used to seeing her in uniform. Seeing her so different for the first time made him unable to hide his surprise. "Did you put on makeup to go out today?" At the appointed time, he suggested they go to start their outing. But Min Yuihua stopped. Wait a moment. She took a small notebook from her bag labeled as a guide for a date with Zhang Hao, her expression incredibly eager. "I have been preparing for a long time." Zhang Hao gave a forced laugh. Even going out needs a guide? Min Yuihua enthusiastically recounted the plan in her guide, saying they would watch a movie first, because it was a suitable date choice. She pulled out 2 tickets for the movie Love Season with Passion, saying she had chosen for a long time and wanted to see this one. Zhang Hao joked that he thought he would be dragged to watch an action movie. Min Yuhua immediately protested, wanting the first date to be perfect. Zhang Hao was just joking to lighten the mood, then took the tickets. Alright, he said simply, whatever you choose, I will be happy. Min Yuhua was unusually thoughtful today, thanked him, and then they left together. Not long after, the two arrived at the cinema. It was the weekend, so the place was very crowded with people coming and going. They had already bought popcorn and drinks, but arriving at the place, it was so crowded that Min Yuhua stood blankly in a corner. Zhang Hao called from behind, "Why are you standing there dazed? Let us go." Xiao Hua blushed a little from shyness, asking if she could eat while watching. Zhang Hao reassured her it was fine, as long as she kept quiet. Hearing that, she felt more at ease, her eyes lighting up with eagerness. Two chose seats at the top, quite secluded and quiet. Zhang Hao arranged the drinks and popcorn so she could watch the movie comfortably. Since this was her first time at a cinema, everything was unfamiliar, so he proactively handed her a drink to help her adapt. She was happy, both curious and excited about the large space and the crowd in the theater. Zhang Hao's phone suddenly rang incessantly. He listened to her speak while being distracted by other invitations. Zhang Hao stared at the screen with a name he disliked, sighing because even the weekend was not peaceful. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to reject the call with a swipe gesture. She happily drank and then asked if he was busy. He answered vaguely that it was nothing. After thinking, Zhang Hao decided to turn off his phone to focus on going out with her, saying he was not busy. The screen changed scenes, both of them refocused on the movie. Min Yuhua eagerly waited for the movie to start, whispering with anticipation. Zhang Hao softly responded. Even though he was not interested in the genre, Zhang Hao still sat and watched with her, staying silent so as not to disturb her. Water in her cup was finished. Xiao Hua quickly stood up, tugging Zhang Hao's hand to make him stand up too. Only then did he react, asking if she had finished her water. She was a little embarrassed but still lightly held his sleeve. There was still plenty of popcorn, so he gave her his own cup of water to use for now. She blushed, flustered, but still waiting for the next steps in her guide. She leaned in closely to whisper about the date guide, describing a few simple intimate steps, which surprised Zhang Hao with her initiative. She suddenly suggested being more intimate, which confused Zhang Hao, and he quickly stopped her because it exceeded the friend boundary. Zhang Hao appeared displeased, thinking she had misread some inappropriate guides, and asked who had instructed her. She still tried to cling to him, but he seriously explained that those actions were only for lovers. She suddenly confessed that she liked him and wanted to be his girlfriend. Zhang Hao gently refused, saying he only saw her as a close friend and had no romantic feelings. She still did not accept it, saying that according to the guide, girls should be more proactive. She suddenly leaned closer and lightly kissed his cheek, startling him, and he quickly reminded her this was a movie theater. The theater was quite empty, only a few couples, so no one noticed them in the secluded corner. She kept getting closer, making Zhang Hao flustered as he tried to keep his distance in the cramped seat space. Luckily, Zhang Hao managed to stop her, hurriedly advising her to calm down and focus on the movie. She ignored his words, only repeatedly saying that she liked him. Zhang Hao tried to stay calm, searching for a way out of the awkward situation, but he was extremely flustered inside. Her gestures gradually became bolder, making Zhang Hao even more flustered. She continued with actions beyond friendship, making the atmosphere awkward. He tried to stay calm. Luckily, Zhang Hao managed to stop her, reminding her to stop and focus on the movie. She still deliberately moved closer, gently blowing into his ear, startling him. The movie lasted over an hour and finally ended. The theater hallway gradually emptied. The weekend cinema was still very crowded, with people bustling in and out. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua walked out of the screening room together. The girl was so shy she did not know where to hide her face, and that handbook was full of useless tips, making her feel regretful. Zhang Hao sternly warned her, telling her not to read those handbooks anymore, just listen to him. Zhang Hao irritably snatched the notebook from Min Yuhua's hand, carefully flipping through each page to examine it. She followed him anxiously, explaining that it was a top-rated handbook from Little Red Book, certainly not wrong. He looked at the entries in the book and understood nothing, all being incomprehensible, simplified characters. He asked back in annoyance, how could these things be top-rated? Zhang Hao helplessly tapped her head lightly, then clearly said she'd not need to do anything for him. Just being together was enough. She should not force herself too much. She rubbed her forehead, which was still a bit sore, then frankly said that what she wanted was simply to be with him and do anything at all. Zhang Hao instinctively paused, feeling that Min Yuhua was always so naive and reserved like this. To protect her innocence, he decided to confiscate that useless handbook. She was reluctant to let go, but still worried about where to go next with him. Zhang Hao walked ahead, then stopped, turned around to signal and said he would take her to experience real fun. He thought the place would be very luxurious, but it turned out to be a common internet cafe, a place where boys would sneak off to play more than go to school. Min Yuhua sat in front of the gaming computer setup, her expression frozen, completely bewildered. Unlike her confidence at the cinema, she became unusually shy. Zhang Hao looked at her then asked directly she had probably never been online before. She also admitted that her family was very strict. Zhang Hao rubbed her head as a compromise, telling her not to tell her family. She agreed, considering this a secret between the two of them. Thus the outing became a little secret between them, known only to them. Zhang Hao quickly guided her into the game, trying to help her find joy in the new experience. But for someone who had never played games like Min Yuhua, everything was unfamiliar. She awkwardly admitted she did not know anything. Zhang Hao sat beside her, personally chose a game and guided her, while saying that girls also need to have their own fun, not just studying. He frankly shared that she was very capable and had everything good, but he hoped she would live a simpler, happier life instead of always being arranged. He introduced the gameplay, carefully guiding each step, and explaining that this was a PvP shooting game, with tanks and planes. Very interesting. She nodded in acceptance. Just a short time later, with her intelligence, she quickly got the hang of it. The two coordinated quite well, her hands already beginning to control smoothly. The atmosphere became cheerful, no longer distant. When they found a resonance, all differences between them seemed to disappear. The game round ended with a victory. Zhang Hao did not forget to praise her a few words, even raising his thumb in admiration. Actually, he had noticed her interests long ago, such as gun models and war movies, so he guessed she had an interest in military matters. Zhang Hao calmly opened a can of soda, took a few sips while observing her. He gently said that playtime was over. Min Yuhua was still interested, asking if they needed to add more money to continue playing. She still wanted to play more. Zhang Hao patiently explained that one should not overdo it, must know moderation. After hearing this, she agreed to stop for now. The two left the internet cafe in good spirits, their mood much more relaxed than before. She realized the atmosphere there was much more interesting than at home. Just then her phone rang. She quickly answered and replied briefly before declining. Zhang Hao was slightly worried about the interrupted schedule, asking if she needed to go home. She shook her head, saying she still wanted to go with him. Seeing her positive change, Zhang Hao decided to continue taking her out, not wanting her to be constrained. He said directly, "Then let's keep going." They quickly arrived at the entertainment area in the shopping mall. He led her to try many activities, from axe throwing to other unfamiliar games. When watching people do an audition dance, her eyes lit up with interest, surprising Zhang Hao as well. The two also tried the realistic shooting game in the entertainment zone. The experience was very lively. When they left the shopping mall, it was already late afternoon, and she felt a bit reluctant. She said she wanted to capture today, so that later she could remember this as the happiest day. Her smile was radiant, her eyes curving in happiness. Zhang Hao looked at her, then thought they could go out more in the future, feeling that she was not as bad as he had imagined. She nodded lightly, agreeing with what he said. Suddenly a long black car stopped in front of them, looking less like a kidnapping car and more serious. Zhang Hao warily thought if Ruan Nan's people had found them, feeling full of worry inside. Fortunately, it was the butler of Min Yuhua's household. He came to pick up the young lady. The master had returned. Realizing it was her family, Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Min Yuhua also prepared to get into the car to go back. The trouble was not over yet. Master Min also wanted to meet Zhang Hao alone. He broke out in a cold sweat from worry upon hearing this. In the study, the man was reviewing Zhang Hao's file, evaluating him quite superficially based on a few pieces of information. He was Min Yuhua's father, a powerful man but one who rarely interfered in his daughter's life. When it involved the interests of the family, he could not take it lightly. He began to consider Zhang Hao more carefully. On the way to the Min family manor, Zhang Hao realized that he might have inadvertently touched a sensitive spot in her family. He helplessly thought to himself that it felt like he had just kidnapped a rich man's daughter. The butler reassured him, saying the master was not as difficult as he thought. He could rest assured. A large door opened, light spilling out from inside. Inside was a luxurious large dining table. Old Min was already seated waiting for them with 3 servings of food prepared. He politely invited, telling Zhang Hao to feel free to sit down. Zhang Hao replied politely but still silently assessed the man before him, realizing he was indeed a man of presence. The two were already seated at the dining table. Old Min asked about his daughter's outing. Min Yuhua happily replied that she had a lot of fun. He signaled for her to go upstairs to change clothes because she looked a bit dirty, while also creating a private space to talk. Zhang Hao quickly understood that Old Min wanted to talk privately, so he proactively responded to the dinner invitation. During the meal, Old Min began to mention Min Yuhua, saying that he often heard his daughter talk about Zhang Hao, and that he thought Zhang Hao cared for her a lot. Before getting to the main issue, he still politely said thank you first. As a father, he wanted to thank him. Zhang Hao smiled in response. It was nothing. We are friends, so this is just what we should do. But he clearly realized this man was not simply thanking him, but seemed to be keeping his distance, even not looking at him much, making him think Min Yuhua's father didn't have much goodwill. In his head, Zhang Zhang Hao immediately conjured up all sorts of melodramatic scenes from stories. The type of being asked for a price to leave someone's daughter, just thinking about it made him sweat. Mr. Min went straight to the main point, saying Yu missed a family gathering because of him. He even thought the two of them were dating. Zhang Hao, although he had anticipated the situation, still froze a little. It was indeed a quick change of attitude. Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly explained he didn't know about the prior appointment. Min Yuhua had never told him. Mr. Min chuckled, returning to a friendly demeanor, saying he didn't blame him at all, just still wanted to thank him, which left Zhang Hao slightly confused by the rapid change in attitude. Saying so, he took out a bank card and pushed it towards him as a thank you gift, which made Zhang Hao panic and quickly refuse, because he didn't want to get involved with money like this. Mr. Min calmly sipped his tea, understanding that the boy was very smart, so he didn't need to be too explicit, saying too much would just lose face for both sides. Zhang Hao silently observed the man in front of him. Just as he had guessed, things would not be simple. He felt pressured by this method of using money and power, gritting his teeth to suppress the irritation, even wanting to react strongly if not for the man's status. He tried to stay calm and explained again that he had misunderstood. He clearly stated his impression of Min Yuehua, that she was very reserved at first, but when they became closer she was very gentle and sincere. He affirmed that he came to her not for money or fame, simply because he valued her sincerity. Zhang Hao clearly stated that he wanted to be a true friend, even if their family backgrounds were different. Friendship should not be influenced by that. He pushed the bank card back, politely refusing, hoping he would put it away. Mr. Min was quite surprised, not expecting the young man to be indifferent to money, only wanting a sincere friendship, so he couldn't help but be impressed. Then he mentioned the matter of Zhang Hao having stayed overnight, thinking he was the type to trade his body for benefits, which almost made him choke. He quickly denied it, rubbing his neck awkwardly, while still inwardly thinking Min Yuhua really did intend to get close. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mr. Min complimented him on being handsome to ease the pressure, making Zhang Hao force a smile and reply with a few pleasantries. Mr. Min laughed out loud, saying he was really an interesting kid. Then he turned serious again, emphasizing that he only hoped he would be a good friend to Min Yuhua, absolutely not crossing any boundaries. Zhang Hao nodded seriously, affirming that he would only be a good friend to her. The meal quickly ended because Mr. Min had things to do. Before leaving, he even gave his daughter some instructions. Min Yuhua remained calm, not show much emotion. Mr. Min told his daughter to participate in more activities and make friends, while she affirmed that Zhang Hao was her friend. Mr. Min added that she should cherish this friend. Before leaving, he turned to Zhang Hao, saying he had something he wanted to ask him in front of Yu. The question made the atmosphere tense. He asked him if he was sure he only wanted a friendship with his daughter. Then he asked directly, did he have any intention of dating in this lifetime? Zhang Hao stiffened upon hearing this, not knowing how to answer. Finally, he lowered his head and seriously said he would maintain the boundary and not go beyond friendship. The butler urged the boss to leave. Mr. Min only smiled faintly, his gaze still lingering on Zhang Hao. He gently asked him to take care of Yu for him. Despite saying that, he still wasn't completely at ease, and after getting in the car, he told the butler to continue watching him. After he left, Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Min Yuhua worriedly asked if her father had made him uncomfortable. He smiled reassuringly, saying it was just normal father-daughter affection. He understood and didn't mind. He was about to continue speaking when he looked at his phone and immediately froze. On the screen was a series of missed calls from Tian Qin, along with Ruan Nan and Tung Than, with Tian Qin having the most, which made him panic. Another place, the dark apartment suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. A blurry figure appeared behind the door. Tian Qin in slightly disheveled clothes, her shirt slipping off her shoulder, her face flushed from alcohol, eyes hazy, holding a half-empty can of beer in her hand. Zhang Hao returned to see this, and worriedly asked her why she was drinking alone like this. Tian Qin didn't answer, only asked back why he didn't answer the phone, her voice carrying a light reproach, and asked why he had been coming home late without telling her. Zhang Hao froze, a feeling of guilt rising in him for missing her calls. He quickly knelt down to apologize, explaining he didn't intentionally not answer, just didn't notice, then urged her to stop drinking and let him help her rest. Tian Qin smiled faintly, saying it was fine, going out at his age was normal, then asked if he had fun. Zhang Hao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying it was quite fun, but still apologized for not answering the phone. Tian Qin pursed her lips slightly, silent for a moment. Then she ruffled his hair, saying if he felt guilty, he should stay with her tomorrow. Zhang Hao agreed, but said he had something with the livestream app manager in the morning. Tian Qin smiled, saying she also had something at school in the morning. They would come back together in the afternoon. and the weekend would be all theirs to spend together, then told him to go take a shower and rest early. Zhang Hao obediently answered yes. Tian Qin watched him go, her eyes gradually darkening, thoughts of Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua surfacing in her mind, determined not to let anyone take Zhang Hao away. The next day at some small cafe, the woman sat cross-legged, sipping tea and apologizing for the impromptu meeting. Zhang Hao, sitting opposite, replied it was fine, then asked Sister Tong what she had called him out for today. Tong Than smiled faintly, saying he currently had quite a lot of fans and needed to maintain his image. She handed him a tablet, saying she wanted to shoot a short video promoting judo, and if he agreed, she would give him the central position. Zhang Hao imagined himself in a shocking kimono outfit and panicked, quickly refusing, saying he had no intention of selling his image like that. Tong King squinted at him, took a sip of water, then raised 2 fingers, continuing to say she had a second option, which was cosplay photos. She pointed at the screen, where an image of a teenager wearing an extremely cool silver warrior armor was displayed. Tong King calmly said the character was already prepared, while Zhang Hao silently evaluated that the King Arthur armor looked very powerful and suited his masculine image. He immediately agreed to the cosplay plan, then said he would start right after finishing his drink, since everything was ready. Zhang Hao asked back in panic, but Tong King just smiled and gave a thumbs up, affirming that she was very professional. He blurted out full of doubt, feeling like he was being led into a trap. Scene change, the photographer began giving steady directions, telling him to turn his head at the right angle. The blonde teenager in silver armor exuded a powerful aura, the photographer constantly praising him because the image was too impressive. The photographer asked him to hold the pose, with many people around watching the outdoor shoot. Shoot footage was also being live streamed to another meeting room where a girl was giving a presentation. She introduced the beach area as having a large number of tourists, with both locals and foreign visitors frequently coming to sightsee and check in, showing great development potential. She continued, saying the cosplayer's appearance proved the commercial value of the area, then asked the flycam to zoom in closer. Someone praised the cosplayer for being too handsome, but immediately after, the teenager's gaze turned cold, and his smile disappeared. He angrily swung his sword at the flycam, shocking everyone, and loudly demanded to know who was filming his face up close. In the high-end meeting room, the screen showing the signal was cut off, stunning everyone, especially the girl giving the presentation. The girl paled, quickly apologized, and said she would send someone to investigate that cosplayer immediately. A woman at the head of the table spoke up, saying it was unnecessary. On the contrary, she should thank that person, or else she would have been dealt with. Ruan Nan said half-jokingly that the sword strike looked very much like his style, and if the flycam was damaged, she would figure out how to claim compensation. Scene shifted to a private residence. Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair and sighed, saying that cosplay shooting was actually more tiring than he had imagined. Suddenly the doorbell rang, and he guessed that Tian Qin might have returned and forgotten her keys. He called out, telling them to wait a moment, then went to open the door. When he opened the door, he thought it was Tian Qin, but it was Ruan Nan. She gently scolded him for opening the door without looking carefully. She suddenly hugged him, startling him, while she asked why he wasn't answering his phone and intended to leave her standing outside. Ruan Nan angrily clenched her fist, threatening to break down the door if needed, making him panic and beg her not to ruin his door. Afterwards, the two sat down to drink water and talk. Ruan Nan crossed her legs and asked why he hadn't answered his calls for several days in a row, while he was out having fun. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained that he got caught up in the fun, then apologized and offered her tea to ease the atmosphere. She smiled faintly, teasing that the outfit he was wearing looked rather childish. Then she asked if there was any progress with his current job. He laughed and joked on the surface, but inwardly he thought she was still the same as before, having once wanted him to become a celebrity. Ruan Nan said the salary she offered was even higher than live streaming, asking if he truly liked this job. He in turn thought about how a man in his world had to be self-reliant. She nodded in satisfaction, praising his good spirit. Suddenly she grabbed his collar and brought up the matter of the destroyed flycam. He quickly explained that it was company property and offered compensation to avoid violence. She blushed, moved closer, and said she had a different way to compensate, startling him. He shouted in fear, asking what she planned to do. In a moment of surprise, she moved closer and kissed him. Then she looked at him and spoke softly. She commented that this way of dressing suited him well. He blushed in embarrassment, replied, and said that in his world, girls like her would suit a maid cat outfit. She teased him, asking if he wanted to see her in it, then challenged him, saying if he dared, he could put it on her himself, but she was sure he wouldn't dare. He smiled, saying let's see if she dared. Immediately after, he rushed over and hugged her, catching her off guard. Ruan Nan blushed, extremely flustered by his action. He held her back, the atmosphere becoming more intimate for a moment. He asked her again if she truly dared to say such a thing. The two stood very close. She teased that he had some nerve holding her in that position. His hands trembled as he explained in embarrassment. She continued to tease, saying he seemed less persistent than his words suggested. He broke into a sweat, quickly saying she was a bit heavy. Then he loosened one arm. Ruan-nan said helplessly that he had almost successfully counterattacked, while he thought this body was indeed too weak compared to what he had imagined. She continued to tease, comparing the physical strength between the two of them. She pinched his cheek while sarcastically remarking that he was weaker than her. Then, in a teasing atmosphere, she took the initiative to kiss him again. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, he finally remembered the main issue and asked her what she came to see him about. She mentioned the phenomenon of the red moon and the total lunar eclipse that had occurred earlier. He said in surprise that according to the cycle, a total lunar eclipse usually only happens once every 24 months. She stared him intently, then said it was not what he thought. She explained that lunar eclipse occurred on the new moon day of the first lunar month, not following the usual pattern, accompanied by large-scale magnetic field disturbances. She suddenly revealed the most important piece of my investigation. When recalling the red moon night half a month ago, I realized it coincided with the new moon eclipse. He frowned slightly. A new moon, an eclipse, a full moon, and a red moon. A thought rose in his heart. Perhaps they were all connected, leading to him crossing into this world. Tian-kin walked in while greeting, "I'm back." He was startled and blurted out, "Tian-kin is back." Ruan-nan glanced over lightly. Tian-kin froze at the scene before her, even dropping the bag she was holding. She stammered, "Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Hao asked seriously, "Are you my master?" Tian-kin's cheeks flushed red, and she stood still thinking, could I be so sensitive that I'm hallucinating? Then she asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" He scratched his head awkwardly and replied that the manager told him to, saying since the fanbase was large, cosplay counted as a benefit for everyone. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "I see you've worked hard." But in her heart, she thought Zhang Hao with blonde hair looks really handsome. He pointed toward the bathroom. "I've been wearing this outfit all morning. It's too hot. I'm going to take a shower." Tian-kin sat down to pick up the items and replied, "All right, after you shower, I'll give you a massage." As he turned away, he suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "That's right." Zhang Hao asked sheepishly, "Sister Tian-kin, taking off this outfit is a bit hard for me. Can you help me into the room?" Hearing this, her face instantly turned bright red, and a light visibly shone in her eyes. The two chatted in the bathroom. The cosplay outfit originally needed someone to assist with removing it, the design being quite complex, but it was still better than those two short dresses he didn't like. Zhang Hao was sweating, stuck out his tongue and complained. Putting it on was fast, moving around was convenient. Why was taking it off such a hassle? He thought nervously in his heart, "Boss Ruan, you should take the chance to leave." As he was undressing, he complained, "Wearing this outfit in hot weather was like being a canned fish getting steamed." Looking at those shoulders, Tian-kin couldn't help thinking, Zhang Hao's current appearance was just too alluring. She suddenly moved closer and said, "It doesn't smell at all, it's actually quite fragrant." She continued, praising that his cosplay suited him very well, even making someone like her feel moved. He asked in surprise, "Really? Then should I buy a few more outfits to wear for live streaming?" Tian-kin nodded shyly, her heart racing. "That's right." He replied that if it made her happy, he agreed, and she quick said, "Okay, okay." Tian-kin's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Okay, I'll pick them out with you, but you can't wear anything too revealing during the live stream." He smiled brightly. "I'm a technical streamer." He went to shower first and then would go with her. On the surface, she happily agreed, but inside she thought she would secretly buy sexier cosplay outfits for him. Today the sky was clear blue, with gentle sunlight spreading everywhere. The bathroom was eerily quiet at this moment. Zhang Hao muttered while undressing. It seemed Sister Tian-kin really liked him wearing cosplay. Maybe it could even make her change direction. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "So she called herself Alez?" He was startled and cried out. Seeing Ruan-nan sitting on the bathtub rim, he asked in panic, "Why haven't you left yet?" She asked calmly, "Zhang Hao, what's wrong?" He quickly rushed over and covered Ruan-nan's mouth. He shouted out in panic, "It's nothing, I just stubbed my toe." Tian-kin said worriedly, "Why are you so careless? Do you need me to take a look?" He quickly replied, "No need, no need." He turned around and said sternly, "I sent my sister upstairs, why are you still here?" Ruan-nan replied calmly, "I haven't agreed to leave yet, so I'm not going." His face paled. "What are you planning to do here? Are you planning to eat at my place too?" "I don't have any Australian lobster here, Boss Ruan," she calmly asked back. "Can the men in this world all stay so close to women without any shyness like this?" He frowned and replied, "Still not as perverted as you hiding in someone else's bathroom." He sneered, "Your sister is quite interesting. She even plans to pick out cosplay outfits for you, huh?" He glanced at her. "You were eavesdropping?" She said seriously, I just want to confirm one thing. Your sister is not simple. If she discovers your identity, what will she do? He replied curtly. No need for Boss Ruan to worry. From outside the door came Tian Qin's voice. Zhang Hao, the milk is ready. After you shower, I'll give you a massage. Ruan Nan jumped down and sneered. What a good sister. He panicked and begged, please don't meddle in my family affairs anymore. Just go, okay? Ruan Nan was thoughtful, thinking that Tian Qin indeed had issues, but with Zhang Hao's personality, she couldn't force things. Then she walked over and opened the window. She suddenly removed the entire window frame and threw it aside, startling Zhang Hao. My window. Standing on the windowsill, she said, see you tomorrow. Then she paused for a moment. She glanced at him. I will continue to handle this matter. In her heart, she thought she absolutely had to expose Tian Qin's true face in front of Zhang Hao. At this moment at the Zhang family villa, Ruan Nan raised the kitchen knife high. She skillfully cut the meat into evenly sized pieces. Her stance at the stove was extremely captivating, making it hard for others to look away. Zhang Hao approached and commented, I didn't expect Boss Ruan could cook too. She replied, sit and wait, it's almost done. He rolled up his sleeves. There's no way I'll sit idle while you cook, let me help. He praised while taking the apron. Boss Ruan's knife skills are really good. She replied, I wasn't born as Boss Ruan. She glanced lightly at him. Cooking for someone you like is a very normal thing, isn't it? He was shy and broke out in a sweat. He quickly said, stop, I can't take it anymore. Ruan Nan chuckled softly. It's rare to see such an adorable guy in the kitchen. He retorted, I'm not the adorable type. I've lived alone for many years. Suddenly he lost control, causing the flames to flare up high, and he cursed angrily. Damn it. She gently pulled him aside and softly advised him to be careful. Then she said awkwardly, you really opened my eyes. He coughed heavily and replied that it had been a long time since he cooked himself, so he was out of practice, mostly because he often ordered takeout due to overtime. Ruan Nan said that was enough. Go sit outside, don't cause any more trouble. He nodded sheepishly in agreement and apologized to her. Watching her capable homemaker-like demeanor, he thought to himself that he never expected a domineering CEO to have such a gentle side. Then a lavish meal was quickly laid out, looking extremely appetizing and tempting. Ruan Nan rested her chin on her hand, staring at him, and said, go ahead, try it. Zhang Hao picked up his chopsticks, thinking it was unexpectedly sumptuous, and wondered what the CEO's home-cooked food would taste like. After tasting it, he commented that the flavor was quite good. She immediately turned to ask him, oh really, how does it compare to your sister Tian Qin's cooking? Zhang Hao answered without any hesitation, no comparison, because sister Tian Qin is my family. Miss Fei laughed and continued asking, do you really see Tian Qin as your own sister? He replied yes. Of all the people he had met, she treated him the best, and he was very happy to consider her a younger sister in the family. She explained that a good sister would not use an ambiguous identity to get close to him. He immediately got angry, defending Tian Qin, and shouted at her to stop making things up. That girls value their dignity and couldn't possibly be so fake. He asserted that not everyone had ulterior motives. Tian Qin was his family and his sister, and he treasured her very much. Hearing this, she immediately showed displeasure and asked back like her. He looked straight at her and answered firmly, I do. Ruan Nan was so angry she ground her teeth upon hearing this. Thinking that this Tian Qin really had her methods, she forced herself to control her emotions, leaned back, and said, all right, you eat your meal now. He looked at her with innocent eyes and thanked President Ruan for her indulgence, saying she always came first in his heart, while also reminding her of the cooperation condition, that she not approach his family. She sighed and replied that she knew. Now hurry up and eat. Ruan Nan darkened her expression as she thought Zhang Hao sees her as family, but she only sees him as a game. No matter what she says now, he won't believe it. But in reality, the family he spoke of was just a trap set by Tian Qin. The secretary from the Fang Hung group walked in to report that they had followed the leads from the kindergarten and discovered the marriage of their parents was not simple at all. It seemed everything was orchestrated by Tian Qin behind the scenes, causing Ruan Nan to fume with rage. She said that meant Tian Qin was using the title of stepsister to get close to Zhang Hao. The secretary looked at the documents and continued, Tian Qin is truly persistent, pursuing Zhang Hao from kindergarten all the way until now. Ruan Nan rested her chin in frustration and anger, thinking that kind of person was not worthy of being by Zhang Hao's side unless she hadn't done anything wrong. She stood at a distance watching him leave. Only after seeing him get into the car did she turn around and go back inside, then checked her phone. Ruan Nan called her secretary to ask about the progress on the documents regarding Tian Qin's arrangement of Zhang Yan and Chen Guohang. The voice on the other end reported they were almost done. She thought to herself that she couldn't touch Tian Qin yet, but once she was no longer Zhang Hao's sister, she would pay for overstepping her bounds. Zhang Xing was holding a curtain. She looked up at the clear blue sky and murmured softly, the time has come. Tian Qin was cheerfully admiring the beautiful flowers in her hands. The moment she turned around and saw him come home, she smiled. Zhang Hao, you're back, he asked in surprise. Sister Tan Kin, you finished work early today. She replied with a smile. Mom and Dad aren't home, so I wanted to come back a little earlier. Seeing him bring a friend home, she asked in surprise, you, Min Yuhua is here too? The girl politely bowed her head in greeting. Hello, big sister of Zhang Hao, he said awkwardly. Yuhua, there's no need to be so formal, just make yourself at home. Tian Qin forced a smile and asked, Zhang Hao, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were bringing a friend home? He scratched his head in confusion and replied, I forgot, I'll make sure to remember next time. He stepped closer and said softly, I told you before, Yuhua has social anxiety disorder and is quite sensitive. I can't leave her like this forever. Min Yuhua said in a small voice, Zhang Hao, I've changed my slippers. He gently praised her, good job, while Tian Qin inwardly thought, what a well-behaved child. He took the girl's hand and said to Tian Qin, we're going upstairs now. She replied aloud, okay, I'll prepare some snacks for you. But inside she was annoyed, thinking this Min Yuhua was so troublesome, ruining her plans again. Inside the room, he asked Min Yuhua if she wanted to play games or read a book. The girl looked around in admiration. Your room smells really nice. And it's very beautiful too. He smiled and replied that it was just an ordinary room, then wondered to himself if he had some kind of smell. He said to the girl, your room is too bare, you should learn how to decorate like I do. The girl happily asked, so can I use Zhang Hao's things to decorate? He replied, yes, whatever you want, I'll give you. The girl walked over and knelt in front of his wardrobe. Then she picked up his Pikachu plush and said, I want this one. As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Qin pushed the door open and walked in. He froze and he quickly explained, Sister Tian Qin, don't misunderstand. The three of them sat on the floor, and Tian Qin said, misunderstand what? A girl just came in and is already taking off her clothes. He helplessly explained that due to her family background, Yuhua's understanding of things wasn't normal, and she had no bad intentions. Tian Qin thought to herself that this girl was quite naive, not like she was pretending, so she decided to let the two be alone more. She pretended to be friendly, putting her arm around Yuhua's shoulders, and said that her understanding was a bit different. Did she want to come to her room to see some interesting things? Yuhua asked shyly, what interesting things? She blushed and replied, things that help a girl grow up. He quickly stopped her when he heard mention of that kind of movie. He pulled the girl back and said, don't learn bad things. Tian Qin forced a light smile on the outside, saying it was just girls talking, but inside she was annoyed that he was protecting her. She grabbed Yuhua's shoulders and said that girls should play with each other, that she would teach her some interesting things. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously, Sister Tian Qin, why are you so strange today? Could it be that you have some intention towards Yuhua? She was stunned upon hearing that, so at a loss that she could not speak, and she quietly replied it was not so. He suddenly widened his eyes, sweating profusely. Tian Qin unexpectedly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close in front of everyone, affectionately calling him Zhang Hao, startling him into exclaiming Sister Qin. As expected, Tian Qin lunged forward to kiss Zhang Hao, making him blush deeply and silently think that it was over. Then the two of them sank together into that moment. He pushed her away and asked, Sister Tian Qin, what are you doing? Zhang Hao worriedly asked Min Yuhua if she was okay. Her face pale, she replied as if she was suffocating. Tian Qin's eyes softened with sadness and she said quietly, Zhang Hao, I am sorry. I lied to you. That night the rain was very heavy. Zhang Hao took a taxi to send Min Yuhua home. When Min Yuhua got in the car, he told her to be careful getting home and then asked, did my sister make you uncomfortable? Min Yuhua sighed and said it was fine, just a little annoyed. Zhang Hao awkwardly explained that it was Sister Tian Qin's way of showing friendliness. He hesitated, wanting to say more but stopped midway. Zhang Hao stammered, prompting Min Yuhua to ask back, huh? He quickly changed the subject, saying, it's nothing. Send me a message when you get home. Min Yuhua sat in the car silently thinking. She pulled a gun-shaped keychain out of her bag. She clutched it tightly and wondered to herself, is the person Zhang Hao likes her? Tian Qin gently opened the door and stood there as if wanting to say something. Zhang Hao saw her and called out, Sister Tian Qin. He recalled Ruin Nan's words, that a good woman would not use her status to approach him, and it seemed she was right. He asked back, Sister Tian Qin, you are not like that, are you? Tian Qin faced him, confused and unsure how to begin speaking. Finally, she frankly admitted, no, I am not. Tian Qin apologized for lying to him. She was not like that, she just liked him too much. Zhang Hao was stunned after hearing this. She continued that she liked him but had to pretend like that because her mother would not accept it. Zhang Hao was flustered and stammered, asking if this behavior was too strange. Ignoring the rain, Tian Qin rushed in front of Zhang Hao. She admitted this approach was very strange, but it was the only way to be accepted. She said she did not want to lose him anymore. Zhang Hao pulled her under his umbrella, gently reminding her to calm down or she would catch a cold. He brought up the matter after the time they were separated at kindergarten. Tian expressed her emotions, saying he no longer remembered things from their childhood. She said as long as she could be by his side, she was willing to do anything. She promised to make it up to him for her entire life, always silently accompanying him from elementary school to middle school, and now, she had always been by his side. She admitted she liked him to the point of losing control when Ruan Nan appeared and said she had arrived just in time. Ruan Nan stepped out of the car, ignoring her assistant holding an umbrella for her. In the heavy rain, she said, "Zhang Hao, I told you she is not as simple as you think." Tian panicked and asked what she was talking about. Ruan Nan insisted she had been deceiving him from the start. Zhang Hao listened in silence. She continued, telling him to follow me. You are different from before now. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard those words. Tian angrily shouted, "Enough, this is our home. Please leave or I will call the police." Zhang Hao called softly, "Sister Tian Tian turned around and told him to go into the room first and let her handle it. Zhang Hao held her hand in the rain. Tian was stunned and softly gasped. Zhang Hao said, "You go in first. Wait for me, I will give you an answer." Tian stood still, gripping the umbrella tightly. At Ruan Nan's house, she changed into dry clothes, dried her hair, then handed a towel to Zhang Hao, gently telling him not to catch a cold. Zhang Hao looked coldly at Ruan Nan. He asked her if she had to go this far, exposing her status and framing Tian. Ruan Nan sighed and said, "Do you still believe Tian is innocent?" She asked back, "Do you want to know the truth? Then take a good look." He threw a file on Tian onto the table and said, "Then you will understand why I stopped you." He was stunned. He even specially hired someone to investigate my family. Zhang Hao opened the document to look. He could not believe it. Tian's kindergarten report recorded acts of bullying and possessiveness over Zhang Hao, accompanied by photos, videos, and teacher statements. In elementary school, Tian once beat up a girl who confessed to Zhang Hao so badly she had to transfer schools, with injury photos, medical records, and a parental complaint form attached. Tian also actively enrolled in classes that shared the same hobbies as Zhang Hao. Tian turned down prestigious schools outside the province, only choosing the school closest to home. Tian also advised Zhang Yan to go on a blind date, with a photo of Zhang Yan and Chen Guoxing attached. After reviewing everything, Zhang Hao still could not believe this was true. Ruan Nan said, "The files, photos, and videos are all complete. You still do not believe it? Actually, I do not agree with the kind of love she has for you. It resembles a sick obsession. Everything was arranged to get close to you." Zhang Hao stammered, unable to speak, only uttering, "Oh." Ruan Nan leaned in to whisper softly, "Maybe you think it is affection, but for the person affected, it is hard to notice the abnormality. Let me make it clearer." She pulled out a cigarette. "In your patriarchal world, a boy pursuing a girl." Ruan Nan lit the cigarette. He used every means necessary to achieve his goal. She exhaled a thin wisp of smoke, her face darkening. "She stalked, controlled, and interfered with your studies, social life, and family just to have you." She said coldly, "If that is not sick, what is? Have you ever thought of us before? Are you the only one she loves?" Zhang Hao remained silent, his mind in turmoil, not knowing how to respond. Ruan Nan stated bluntly she wanted Zhang Hao to clearly understand that he and Tian cannot be together, to distinguish reality. "If you want to go back, stay away from that sister and cooperate with me on the blood moon research." Zhang Hao was confused. He needed quiet time to think. "Sorry, President Ruan. I am very troubled. I will go home first." Ruan Nan fell silent, thinking. He offered to drive him back, but Zhang Hao refused, left the documents behind, and said he needed peace. Zhang Hao put the documents down and hurried away. Ruan Nan stood there, suppressing her anger and helplessly watching him go. Walking away, Zhang Hao thought that what Ruan Nan said was probably not false. Tian was truly frightening to do such things to get him. But his memories told him otherwise, that Tian was not that kind of person. A suffocating feeling mixed with warmth. He wondered who his sister truly loved. Everything could only be asked directly. Arriving home, Zhang Hao saw Tian sitting absent-mindedly in front of the gate under the heavy rain. She still did not understand why things turned out this way, only afraid that Zhang Hao would distance himself from her. Why? Zhang Hao walked over, hurriedly holding an umbrella over her. He called softly, "Tian I am back." Tian replied softly, tears welling in her eyes. "Welcome home." Tian quickly went inside to pour warm water, worried about Zhang Hao, telling him to sit down and warm up. "Running out in such heavy rain, you easily catch a cold." Zhang Hao calmly said there was no need to fuss. "I have something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Tian immediately became uneasy. She stammered, asking if Ruan Nan had said something. Zhang Hao asked directly, "From childhood until now, you have always been by my side. It is not that simple, is it?" Tian trembled, her face paling, panicking as she said, "You already know everything." Zhang Hao admitted, yes, the evidence was very clear, leaving him no choice but to believe. Tian nearly collapsed, trembling as she said, "Let me tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a girl living in a happy and well-off family. Her life was peaceful, but her parents divorced, her happiness shattered, her father quickly remarried, and her mother was too busy to care for her child. From then on, the girl lived alternately between two families. At her father's home, the stepmother despised her, often scolding and abusing her, and her father remained silent, not daring to protect his child. She was even kicked out of the house. At only 6 years old, she had to live alone for 2 weeks before her mother came to pick her up. Gradually, the girl withdrew into herself, was shunned, both peers and parents avoided her, making her quiet and withdrawn. Then one day a boy came to befriend her, asking why she was sitting alone and inviting her to play together. The boy always clung to her, brought food, and invited her to eat lunch together. The other kids gossiped, advising the boy to stay away from Tian Qin because she was considered violent and unclean. Zhang Hao looked at her. She stood silently in the corner, turning her face away, thinking she was being isolated again, was just being abandoned again. Zhang Hao cheerfully ran to the gate. He took Tian Qin's hand, his eyes bright as he said, "Let's play together. I think she is not what everyone says, she is really cool." That gentleness moved her. She burst into sobs, and from then on, the boy entered her heart. Zhang Hao carefully tended to Tian Qin's wounds and told her that from now on she had to learn to protect herself. "If you keep getting injured like this, I will become a doctor to treat you in the future." The little boy became the girl's only friend, cherished by her as a treasure in life. But an accident happened. The girl's fault made a mistake that caused the boy to be severely agitated and lose his memory, forgetting everything. And then his parents also transferred him to another school. The girl lost the light in her life. She fell into self-blame from then on, but did not wallow for too long because there was still a light in her heart. She secretly watched over and protected the boy, tried to study medicine, the field he once wanted to pursue, while also learning makeup and communication skills to become a perfect girl worthy of him. However, standing from afar was not enough. Her desire to possess and protect grew stronger, pushing her to approach him to reconnect. She even used her parents to become his sister, and she did not regret it. But that decision made her understand that perhaps she would never be able to change things for the rest of her life. Zhang Hao thought, is it only Tian Qin? Is this the bond between him and her? Tian Qin slumped down, admitting, Hao, I am sorry, I am the one with an overly strong possessive desire. That girl was her. I am sorry, Hao, I am sorry, it is understandable that you hate me. Zhang Hao, I like you so I want to be with you. I do not want to share you with anyone. Tears streamed down her face. She accepted all criticism for loving too blindly and being willing to do anything regardless. Zhang Hao thought, he did not expect that he once had such a time when he was young. No wonder childhood memories always flashed through his mind. But sister Tian Qin always treated him very well and protected him. Even if they were only siblings in name, with no blood relation, his feelings for her gradually became special. Tian Qin blamed herself. Zhang Hao, if you hate me, I can leave, give up the desire to be with you, keep my distance and no longer bother you. Zhang Hao stepped forward to wipe Tian Qin's tears, saying, stop apologizing. I know you care about me very much, that is enough. Blushed and said, Tian Qin, let us be together, I like you too. Tian Qin was stunned because she was too happy, softly calling, Zhang Hao. Indeed, I still extremely like you. No matter what you are like, I still like you. She burst into tears and hugged Zhang Hao tightly. Zhang Hao gently calmed her. Alright, sister Tian Qin, tears and snot are all over me. He thought to himself, speaking of deception, he himself was also deceiving her. Tian Qin rushed to hug Zhang Hao tightly. I do not care, you already agreed. Zhang Hao quickly said, slow down a bit, sister. Few days after the confession, the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Tian Qin hugged Zhang Hao tightly as if she wanted to engrave him in her mind, then suddenly kissed him passionately on the lips. The kiss lasted a very long time until Zhang Hao could barely breathe, then Tian Qin reluctantly let go. Both were breathing heavily, their faces flushed red, making the air even hotter, and Zhang Hao softly responded with a hum. Like each other's first love, sweet and happy. Tian Qin treated him very well, the two were always inseparable, and she often fed him. She also took care of him attentively, and even helped him dry his hair. She often came close and hugged him from behind. Tian Qin exclaimed, Zhang Hao, the past few days have been like a dream, I am so happy. Zhang Hao thought to himself, but the more like this, the heavier his guilt felt. He really liked sister Tian Qin, but her feelings for him stemmed from childhood memories, not the person he was now. Tian Qin happily said, I am going to handle work now. I will call you tonight, baby. Zhang Hao obediently replied yes. He thought to himself, perhaps it was because of luck that he agreed hastily. Now thinking back, he felt he was taking advantage, so he should find an opportunity to clarify. If he told the truth, would Tian Qin still accept him? He softly called, Tian Qin. Actually, Tian Qin turned and asked, huh? What is it, baby Hao? Zhang Hao was startled, not having the courage to tell the truth. He had to cover it up. Nothing, just go do your work. He sighed, unable to say it. But then this matter was not over when another one came up at Ruan Nan's company. Ruan Nan said smugly, this time you came on time, good, very obedient. Zhang Hao asked impatiently, what is it? Speak. Ruan Nan provoked, extending her long legs to lightly touch Zhang Hao's foot with an inviting look. Just wanted to ask, have you settled the matter with that sister of yours yet? Zhang Hao pushed her leg away, coldly saying, no need to trouble yourself, we are fine. Ruan Nan's expression changed, she said coldly, are you fine? Do not fool yourself anymore. You know, Sister Tianqin only likes the old version of you. Her crazy love for you is based on childhood memories. The truth cannot be hidden. When she discovers you are no longer that person, everything will change, and no one knows the consequences. Moreover, do you not want to push the blood moon research forward? Zhang Hao was flustered, almost unable to refute, because she had hit the nail on the head about his thoughts. He said, "Do not guess randomly." Ruan Nan paused her advice. Noticing his bad mood, she stopped because saying more would be useless. Zhang Hao thought, if you fall into the mire, I can only use my way to pull you out. Ruan Nan changed the subject, talking about a live stream collaboration. She had a project. You are currently a top 3 game streamer on the app, with high viewership, but the limit of an internet celebrity is not long-lasting. Many top celebrities have their own careers, their fan influence is very large. That is why the conglomerate wants to support you in building your own clothing brand. Zhang Hao looked at the document in confusion. Clothing, conglomerate, this is your idea, right? Ruan Nan said frankly, interpret it however you want, but I have never made a wrong investment. Regarding work, the conglomerate places high expectations on you. Regarding personal matters, I support the blood moon research. Regarding finances, you do not need to pay with your body, just be my partner to help me make money and compensate for the benefits. Zhang Hao silently cursed, damn capitalist. He said, cannot pay with my body, but if it is an investment, I agree to try. Agree to reciprocate your help from before. Zhang Hao scratched his head, but how do I handle a clothing brand? Ruan Nan calmly smoked a cigarette. You have your own opinions. Think for yourself. Zhang Hao said, I just wanted to hear the investor's opinion. I will go research. Goodbye, President Ruan. Ruan Nan replied, I will wait for good news. Seeing Zhang Hao leave, Ruan Nan thought coldly. Her strategy was very effective, just splitting the two apart with her network was enough. If he were to publish this evidence, he could become a target of online attacks as a public figure, but I did not do that. Doing so would hurt Zhang Hao, and slowly push him away from me, which would be counterproductive. Zhang Hao, you are not suitable as a woman's support. You should focus more on your career and limit your time with Tianqin. As for me, I will use the blood moon as my trump card to make you change your mind. Ruan Nan stubbed out her cigarette firmly, her voice decisive as she said, I will use my own way to win you back from her. As soon as Zhang Hao got home, Leian immediately began researching and developing a fashion brand with her own mark. Tianqin walked in and asked, is baby Zhang Hao busy? Zhang Hao was startled and replied that the plan was done, he would rest later. Tianqin brought warm milk, gently asked about his work, and told him not to overwork himself or she would worry. Zhang Hao reassured her it was fine. With the company's support, the progress was faster. Once he got used to the process, he would not be tired anymore. Tianqin thought to herself, Zhang Hao's company was under the Ruan Nan group. She set the milk glass down on the table. She hugged Zhang Hao happily and said, now that we are together, you do not have to work so hard anymore. Just let me handle the finances. Things out there are too complicated. You are still young. The mother suddenly walked in to remind them, startling Tianqin and Zhang Hao. She told Zhang Hao to sleep early and Tianqin to go to her room and rest. Tianqin replied that she understood, and told Zhang Hao to rest early. She looked at the two of them being overly affectionate, thinking that even sisters did not need to cling to each other like this. Tianqin was still not at ease, so she turned back to remind Zhang Hao to drink his milk, and that she would come back to clean the glass later. Zhang Hao quickly refused, saying let him clean it himself, she should just rest. Zhang Hao thought that Tianqin had been taking care of him too much lately, going to school during the day, live streaming at night. Although they did not have much time together, she always helped stabilize his spirits and encouraged him. He took the glass of milk and drank it, wondering if this warm life could forever belong to him. The next morning in class, Zhang Hao lay exhausted on his desk. Min Yuhua ran over and patted his head, comforting Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, what is wrong with you? I saw you lying down the whole time. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Zhang Hao shook his head, saying it was nothing. Little Min Yuhua. It was just that he was recently opening a clothing shop, and it was almost time for promotion. But he still lacked professional models. Zhang Hao suddenly looked up at Min Yuhua, seeing that she was clear and cute, very fitting the model image he was looking for. He thought in surprise, wasn't the right person right here? Zhang Hao immediately stood up, grasped Min Yuhua's shoulders and begged, please help me with something after class, please. Min Yuhua asked back in confusion. After class at the advertising studio, Min Yuhua was invited to model for the new collection. Thanks to her fitting image, the shoot went smoothly, with everyone guiding her. Smile slightly, tilt your head. Very good, perfect. Zhang Hao thought smugly Min Yuhua was truly perfect. Her youthful face was both cold and noble, her long slender white legs stood out. The photography crew could not stop praising her, asking if Miss Min was a professional model and inviting her to sign a contract, but she refused, making them regretful. Tianqin brought food over, gently saying baby Zhang Hao had worked hard. Zhang Hao asked in surprise, Sister Tianqin, why are you here? She held up the food bag and showed it, bringing food for Zhang Hao and everyone else. Was she disturbing the work? The crew saw this and all sighed. The boss's sister was both beautiful and gentle. Ruan Nan also appeared, asking what all the commotion was about here. Tianqin bristled upon seeing Ruan Nan and asked why she had come. Ruan Nan replied smugly, I am the boss and the investor, why can't I come? And all you do is loaf around all day, what are you here to see? Tianqin did not back down, saying, listen carefully. Are you here to supervise? Finding fault with Zhang Hao's work, the two began to confront each other. Ruan Nan said she was not worthy of being called family. A real family member would not use dirty tricks. Tianqin sneered, saying she was no innocent either, using illegal information gathering methods. Neither would yield to the other, both insisting they would intervene in this matter. Zhang Hao ran over to stop them, saying frantically, stop it. Tianqin, President Ruan, both of you stop. Min Yuhua ran over and said, Zhang Hao, I am hungry, let's eat. The argument temporarily stopped. Both of them shouted in unison, wait a minute, the model you mentioned is Min Yuhua. Zhang Hao explained he just happened to need a shoot with a youthful theme, so he invited Min Yuhua. Ruan Nan fixed her lipstick, maintaining a calm demeanor. Tianqin changed into sexy black stockings, while Zhang Hao tried to mediate, saying don't be childish, it's just a model, are you going to fight over that too? Ruan Nan and Tianqin looked at each other challengingly, both believing they had their own reasons to help him. Ruan Nan said she could offer more support. Tianqin immediately retorted, wanting to compete. At the studio, Zhang Hao scratched his head in confusion, wondering why he had dragged a non-professional like himself into this photoshoot. President Ruan tossed her hair and said, no need to be long-winded. Others are worthy of me being their model. Tianqin was displeased, saying, so you mean our Zhang Hao is not worthy? Ruan Nan replied, worthy or not is my business. Are you trying to teach me how to work? Tianqin reminded her to keep her distance from Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly ran over to stop them, saying, alright, stop it, let's finish the work first. Min Yuhua ran over happily and said, if it's modeling for you, then Zhang Hao was helpless, saying, little Min Yuhua, don't make it more complicated, let's start shooting. Zhang Hao guided. Tianqin placed her hand on her face, leaning down slightly. She asked back, is this okay? Zhang Hao exclaimed. Tianqin was truly photogenic, both alluring and pure, very harmonious. Zhang Hao adjusted the camera angle, praising Min Yuhua for her beautiful smile. He thought to himself that her smile was very healing, like a cute, well-behaved bunny. Next was Ruan Nan. Zhang Hao praised her as quite good too. Her strong aura was completely different from the previous two. He guided her to lift her left leg a bit. She asked back if she was doing it right. Zhang Hao found it a bit surreal, seeing a powerful female chairman being directed by him according to the shooting angles. The shoot went smoothly. Zhang Hao rearranged the equipment, adjusting the light a bit to the left. A busy day had finally passed. Seeing Ruan Nan's figure, Min Yuhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Great, it finally succeeded. Zhang Hao thanked the whole team. Everyone worked hard. I will treat you all to a meal another day to show my gratitude. Ruan Nan looked smug. It was a small matter. Just let me know if you need help. I can handle it alone. Tianqin quickly thanked her. President Ruan is busy yet still the time to support Torch Hao. I am truly grateful. No need to trouble her next time. I can be Zhang Hao's assistant and do just as well. Ruan Nan scoffed. What are you thinking? You don't need me. Just look at this quarter's sales report. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. He might have to separate the two of them in the future. That evening at Zhang Hao's house, he checked his own store project. From the cover page interface to the product links, everything was fine, and he had already contacted the customer service department. This was his first startup with a product he created himself. He did not know what the outcome would be. He only hoped everything would go smoothly without any mistakes. He started the live stream and greeted everyone. Welcome to today's live broadcast. As you can see, there is a small display car below the screen. As requested by the company, I have built my own fashion brand. Since most of the audience is female, the first batch will focus on women's clothing, and later we will expand to men's. Viewers could not help but be surprised to see an idol with such good looks starting to sell products. Zhang Hao continued, saying this was his debut brand and hoped everyone would support it. Many fans were disappointed. The image of a male god seemed to be shattered. He still could not escape the cycle of commerce. Zhang Hao's friend also did live streams. Seeing this, he sneered enviously, brought it on himself. Serves him right, let the haters attack him. While introducing the products, the comments were full of criticism, accusing him of using his looks to sell products and deceiving viewers. There were also people defending him, but the arguments grew louder. Zhang Hao read them and just sighed, just as he expected. People were curious and clicked on the sample photos, surprised to find the model was very familiar. It turned out to be the trending female CEO online, President Ruan of Phoenix Hong. There was also a buzz at the hospital. Isn't that senior sister Tianqin? Is she working as a model? They quickly shared it in the group chat. The purchase volume and discussion levels suddenly skyrocketed. This set looks decent. I wonder if the livestream host really designed it himself. Zhang Hao confidently introduced. As everyone said, this batch of clothes was directly designed and produced by me. The inspiration came from a dream. I wanted to create an aesthetic crossover between male and female, so I boldly tried to break through traditional fashion concepts. Many people praised it endlessly. The price was cheap, no pre-order needed, the quality was decent, and they did not regret spending the money after buying. People looked closely and found the price reasonable, very suitable for students. The clothes were beautiful, and the model lineup was particularly impressive, sparking lively discussion among many. At the company, Ruan Nan watched the live stream and said to continue pushing traffic to the broadcast room. The assistant immediately carried it out. The butler reported to Min Yuhua that as instructed they had placed a large order. But what should he tell the madam? She replied it was fine, just deduct it from her personal expenses. Not long after, the sales rate reached 100%. A total of 123,300 products had been sold. Shanghai was in shock what was happening. Sales were growing too fast, and news outlets were simultaneously reporting on his brand, shaking up the market. Another channel was even doing a livestream reselling the same models as Zhang Hao, selling out immediately upon posting. He just wanted to watch some entertainment, but everywhere he saw news about himself. It was truly exhausting. Social media exploded. In just a few days, his followers surged to the top. Items in the cart sold out, and he had to restock continuously. Everything happened too fast. It was probably also thanks to Ruan Nan, Min Yuihua, and Tian Qin's support behind the scenes. He should treat them to a meal to show his gratitude. Thinking about the three of them being together in one place gave him quite a headache. While lost in thought, Tian Qin gently walked over, wrapped her arms around him from behind, and softly asked, "What are you sighing about?" Zhang Hao was startled. "Sister Qin, when did you get here?" She held him tightly from behind, not letting go. Tian Qin spoke softly. "Let me see. Your brand has been very popular lately. You are worried about what to do next, right?" Zhang Hao admitted with an awkward smile. "Yes, Sister Qin. I still have a lot to learn about online business." Tian Qin reached out and gently stroked his cheek, her gaze full of tenderness. She looked him straight in the eye and said, "That's right, you are still a student. I do not want you to work too hard, but I will always support your choices." Zhang Hao quietly thanked her. "Yes, Sister Qin, I thank you." "Oh right, tonight I plan to hold a celebration party to thank everyone. Will you come join us?" Tian Qin agreed. "Sure, I will come. You go get ready now, I will take a bath first." Tian Qin soaked and relaxed in the hot tub. A celebration party. I wonder if Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua will come. Those two, one is domineering and strong, the other is sensitive and unsociable. If she publicly revealed her relationship with Zhang Hao, it might make them back off, but that thought was quite dangerous. She quickly dismissed that thought because it could make things more complicated and put Zhang Hao in an awkward position, then quietly played with a toy duck in the bathtub. Toy duck floated on the water surface, and the surrounding space made her feel a bit shy. Tian Qin comforted herself that in Zhang Hao's heart there was only her. That was the truth. She just had to wait for him to graduate, and she would definitely belong to him. The celebration party was held at a nearby hotel. A parade of luxury cars parked in a row at the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Ruan Nan stepped out of her car with a glowing congratulatory banner, while Min Yuhua walked in carrying a large bouquet of flowers. Both of them shouted in unison, "Zhang Hao, we are here." Tian Qin, standing nearby, could not hide her jealousy and gritted her teeth slightly. Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed and quickly greeted the two of them. "Let us go inside first." The three of them looked at each other, the atmosphere tense as if on fire. Once inside, all three sat down at the banquet table and began to eat. They kept competing over everything, with no one willing to give in. Zhang Hao helplessly downed his glass of wine. Min Yuhua reminded him that those underage should not drink, although there was still a bit of confrontation between Tian Qin and Ruan Nan. Overall, the party was quite enjoyable. Zhang Hao went outside to get some air and vomited lightly, thinking to himself that his alcohol tolerance was still poor. Could this body just not handle alcohol, getting drunk after only a little? Good thing he made an excuse to go out for air. It would have been awkward to throw up in front of them. Suddenly, someone handed him a cloth, saying, "Wipe it." Zhang Hao took the cloth, stammering, "Thank you." The blood moon goddess suddenly appeared before him, waving her hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, long time no see, little Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao sobered up with a start, stammering, "You are the blood moon goddess?" The blood moon goddess gently descended to the ground. She gently lifted Zhang Hao's chin, saying, "That is right, it seems you have gradually adapted to this world over time. You have your own career, you have a lover, and you are being pursued by many, becoming the focus of thousands. I wonder if you have noticed you are becoming more and more like the people of this world, drifting further and further away from the true man you once spoke of. I told you, sooner or later you would be assimilated. Let me tell you another secret, human soul waves will overlap." Zhang Hao immediately asked angrily, "What is soul overlapping? What the hell are you talking about? I am me, I will not change. In the end, what must I do to return to my original world, or must I stay here?" The blood moon goddess replied mysteriously, the power of choice is in your hands. Well, I am leaving. That moment is approaching. We will meet again soon. Zhang Hao called out panickedly, wait, but the moon goddess had already dissolved into the void, he said regretfully. I still had questions to ask. Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. The blood moon goddess slipped away so fast. Soul overlapping, assimilation moment. What are they? Why does she only speak in such cryptic sentences? He held his head in despair. Min Yuhua walked over and called out Zhang Hao. I saw you were out for a long time. Are you alright? Zhang Hao replied, it is fine. I just came out for some air to clear my head. Where are Tianqin and Ruan Nan? Min Yuhua asked worriedly. They are arguing inside. Are you really okay? Zhang Hao evaded, just drank a bit too much. It is fine. Come on, let us go home. Min Yuhua nodded. Min Yuhua thought to herself, earlier Zhang Hao talked about the blood moon, and that other world could it be, because he was drunk? I do not quite understand. After a while Zhang Hao's life returned to normal, going to school, coming home and working. His time with Tianqin decreased, but the relationship remained stable. 2 months later, autumn arrived. Huang Yuanyuan put on a jacket to go to school, complaining it was too cold. Was winter coming soon? Lin Yilong reminded him, you should have basic knowledge, it is only early autumn. Huang Yuanyuan questioned, but is clearly very cold. Zhang Hao, busy looking at his phone, only replied with Huang Yuanyuan smiled slyly, asking insinuatingly, Zhang Hao chatting with which girl so intently? Zhang Hao quickly covered his phone. Do not look randomly. Lin Yilong added, that is right, now you are an internet celebrity. You cannot just casually text girls. Min Yuhua walked over in light clothing. Good morning. Zhang Hao blushed slightly as he replied, good morning Yuhua. Min Yuhua asked, what is Zhang Hao looking at? Huang Yuanyuan affirmed, he is definitely texting other girls. Zhang Hao helplessly covered his face. Do not talk nonsense, let us go or we will be late. In the classroom the teacher announced, everyone be quiet, I have something to say. The school is about to celebrate its 50th anniversary, and there will be an opening dance performance. The event will have city leaders attending. All students must participate, and male-female pairs are free to form. I hope the female students will take the initiative to join. After forming groups, you will have 2 weeks to practice. Zhang Hao, since you have artistic talent, you are nominated as the team leader. You have to find your own dance partner. Zhang Hao was surprised. I am the team leader and I have to find my own partner? The teacher did not give him a chance to refuse. It is decided. After class, the female students looked at Zhang Hao like prey. The female students rushed over, godlike Zhang Hao. Pick me, I am good at martial arts. I have competed at the city level. It is dance, not martial arts. I have competed internationally. Pick me. This time it will even be on TV. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Zhang Hao shouted angrily, all of you get away, leave me alone. He sat in the bathroom sighing. Being liked by many is also a trouble. A dance partner. The most suitable person for me is probably only... He ran to find Min Yuihua and invited her to be his dance partner, but she lowered her head in apology and refused. Zhang Hao was stunned as if struck by lightning, his first time being rejected in this world. He sat sadly in a corner, not understanding why Min Yuihua was so unusual today. She explained that she did not know how to dance, and her mother had told her to be humble, not wanting to stand out, so she was afraid of embarrassing herself on stage. Furthermore, she had never learned to dance, afraid it would affect Zhang Hao, and did not want to drag him down. As she was explaining, Zhang Hao interrupted her. One who gives up without trying will never succeed. Zhang Hao said confidently, I am not good at dancing either, but I have a way. Do you trust me? I want everyone to look at you with different eyes. In the practice room, the training coach reminded them. Min Yuhua placed her hand on Zhang Hao's waist, feeling a bit shy. Zhang Hao reassured her, do not be nervous. Just treat me like a wooden block. Min Yuhua apologized for being clumsy. Zhang Hao patted her head to comfort her. It is fine, take it slow, I will guide you. The coach looked at the clock. That is enough for today. Tomorrow we will increase the difficulty. Everyone pack up and go home. Both replied in unison, yeah. Min Yuhua sighed in relief, sat down to rest and drink water. Zhang Hao wondered, clearly when she fights she is very agile. Why is she so different when dancing? He turned around, feeling like an uncomfortable gaze was following him. It seems like someone was watching us. Min Yuhua grabbed his hand and asked what was wrong. He shook his head, thinking it was probably his imagination, then left with her. He thought to himself, could that have been an illusion just now? Good thing he usually practices. Otherwise this body would have been exhausted long ago. Min Yuhua called him and pointed at the locker. Zhang Hao, it seems my locker is broken. Zhang Hao ran over to check and saw that someone had stuffed chewing gum into the locker's keyhole. Good heavens, who would be so inconsiderate, jamming his locker like that? What is this, chewing gum? Min Yuhua, wait a moment, I'll call the school staff to deal with it. Zhang Hao thought warily, feeling like someone was deliberately targeting Min Yuhua. It looked like he needed to be more careful. The next day, after physical education class, Lin Yilong praised him. Brother Hao, you're really good at playing ball. By the way, how is your dance practice going? Zhang Hao replied, it's okay. Looked up and saw Min Yuhua taking off her shoes, and in the shoes, a strange silver light reflected. Zhang Hao was slightly puzzled, huh? Then he shouted, "Wait, Min Yuhua!" He quickly threw the shoe to the ground, and a few small needles fell out from inside. He shouted angrily, "Damn it! Whoever did it, come out now, dare to do it but not dare to admit it." Huang Yuan was also furious at the sight. How dangerous who would put nails in Min Yuhua's shoes. Lin Yilong was angry, exactly, trying to harm someone truly despicable. Everyone stopped gathering around and gossiping. Even the god Zhang Hao just cursed. Is someone jealous that Min Yuhua got to be his dance partner and deliberately targeting her? Zhang Hao thought. Normally Min Yuhua had very little social interaction. Why had she been maliciously targeted recently? Could it be related to the dance partner situation? Someone wanted to injure Min Yuhua, forcing her to withdraw from the performance. This scheme was too obvious. The opponent was very cunning. If they weren't confronting directly, they were likely wary of her status. Perhaps he had to find the person behind this and protect her. After school, Zhang Hao sighed and asked, "Min Yuhua, have you offended anyone recently? Who would be so vicious?" Min Yuhua thought for a moment and said, "It seems not." Zhang Hao reminded her, "Anyway, you need to be careful about your safety lately." Zhang Hao looked up and saw a flower pot falling straight towards Min Yuhua. He immediately rushed over and shouted loudly, "Min Yuhua, be careful!" Zhang Hao rushed over to shield her, and the flower pot hit his head. Drops of blood fell onto Min Yuhua's face. She panicked. "Zhang, her head? Are you okay?" Zhang Hao stood up, angrily shouted, "You bastard! Dared to throw a flower pot." Min Yuhua said worriedly, "You are injured." Zhang Hao didn't care. "We'll deal with it later. Don't let that person escape." He ran up to the rooftop and saw a girl crying in panic. He asked, "Was it you who did it? Why are you so extreme?" The girl cried and regretted. Sob, God Zhang Hao, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all because of Min Yuhua. She pretends to be innocent. How can she be worthy of getting close to you? And even being your dance partner? Can a rich girl monopolize you? She doesn't deserve it. God Zhang Hao, I hurt you. I can only atone with my death. Zhang Hao quickly rushed over to hold onto the girl. He grabbed the girl's hand and said, and he pulled her firmly and placed her in the middle of the rooftop balcony. Let's be clear, my actions stem only from human kindness, don't overthink it, and I chose Min Yuhua. Whether she is worthy or not is for me to decide. Min Yuhua ran up, covering her face and crying Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's vision blurred. Min Yuhua, you're here? What is happening? Before his eyes were fragments of broken memories, he didn't understand what they meant. What is this? Zhang Hao woke up after a long sleep, opening his eyes to see everything hazy. He thought, what a headache, was that just an illusion? Min Yuhua saw he was awake and happily said, "You're awake, Zhang Hao." He held his hand, pressed it to her cheek, and said with tears, "I'm sorry you were hurt because of me." Her gaze became firm, mixed with hatred. "Wait, Zhang Hao, I will avenge you." She clenched her fist, saying she would deal with her. Zhang Hao panicked and interjected, "No need, Min Yuhua. Let the school handle this. Have you forgotten the last time you got locked up for fighting?" Zhang Hao propped himself up and stood up. He raised his hand to show off his muscles and said, "It's just a small wound, nothing serious. There are still 2 weeks until the opening performance. We have to make time to practice." Min Yuhua worried, "But you're injured, you can't dance anymore." The teacher also suggested changing partners. Zhang Hao firmly refused, surprising Min Yuhua. He said seriously, "I promise to help everyone see you differently. Actions must match words." 2 weeks of intensive practice. We hired professional dancers to guide us. Min Yuhua gradually shed the knot in her heart. She also became more confident. However, she received a call from her mother. Zhang Hao recognized it as Mayor Min Yuhua's mother. He remembered she was very busy and rarely took the initiative to call her daughter. On the other end of the line, her mother said, "Min Yuhua, I have already asked the teacher to excuse you from this opening performance. Don't participate anymore. After all, you have never performed. I don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of everyone." Min Yuhua panicked. All the hard work she had put in left her flustered. "But Min Yuhua and I have practiced for a long time." She was interrupted before finishing. Her mother said this was for the sake of reputation, with city leaders and the press present. Even her political opponents would show up. As the heir of the Min family, you should not show off. You must put family first. Min Yuhua stammered worriedly, Suddenly the phone was snatched away by Zhang Hao. He said to Mayor Min, "Hello Auntie Min, I'm Zhang Hao, a classmate of Min Yuhua. Sorry for the intrusion." He said, "Seriously, please let Min Yuhua participate in this performance. She has put in a lot of effort, and hearing that you would come to watch made her try even harder. Please trust your daughter, we will prove it. Min Yuhua is inferior to no one, she will not disappoint you. You will understand when you come to watch." Min Yuhua snatched the phone and said firmly, "Mom, I will not give up. Remember to come watch the performance. I'm saying goodbye now." As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up, leaving Min Yuhua in a dazed silence. Min Yuhua lowered her head, making Zhang Hao worried. He called out softly, "Min Yuhua." She apologized softly, her voice choked in her throat. She looked at him and asked sincerely, could he practice with her for a little longer? Zhang Hao paused when he saw that serious look. Min Yuhua was truly very beautiful at this moment. He naturally did not refuse, nodding and saying okay, she could practice for as long as she wanted. He would train with her. On the day of the performance, the sky was clear blue, and students and guests entered the school one after another. The principal gave a speech commemorating the 50th anniversary of Alistan Academy, thanking the leaders and guests for joining the celebration. A full 50 years of development, a long journey full of effort. Below, Mayor Min, the mother of Min Yihua, was also present. Ruan Nan warily scrolled through his phone, complaining about the long-winded speech. The principal continued talking about the school's training achievements. Finally, the principal smiled and announced that the performance ceremony had officially begun. The stage lights blazed bright. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua appeared under the lights. The audience buzzed with cheers, especially excited for the tango performance. Zhang Hao was dashing in a suit. Min Yuhua was graceful in a purple dress. The two looked at each other with perfect synergy. Their steps moved gracefully in time with the rhythm of the music. Zhang Hao said softly, "Show everyone your true energy." Min Yuhua was moved and nodded lightly, her gaze determined. The audience below still watched the performance intently. An observer silently assessed. Everything was going very well, no mistakes. Min Yuhua was completely immersed in the dance. The students below cheered, praising Zhang Hao for being handsome and his dance partner also excellent. Hearing this, Ruan Nan felt annoyed, thinking their relationship was too close. The person thought pensively, Min Yuhua used to be very quiet and withdrawn, but now on stage, she was surprisingly confident and radiant. Suddenly, all the stage lights went out. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua were panicked. What was happening? A power outage. The audience murmured in disgust, worried whether the show would be cancelled halfway. Students turned on their phone flashlights, shouting for the lights to be turned back on. Parents were also confused, complaining about the logistics and worrying the performance would be interrupted. Zhang Hao was helpless, a power outage at the crucial moment. Right after, the principal called him out. Principal explained that the problem had been identified as a circuit malfunction, requiring about 20 minutes to fix. Zhang Hao was worried. Making the audience wait 20 minutes would be a terrible situation. The only option was to pause. Looking at Min Yuhua standing still on stage, he understood this was a rare chance for her to shine in front of her mother. The woman next to Min Yuhua's mother made a sarcastic remark, implying doubt the situation would be handled. Mayor Min also could not hide her worry. The principal took the microphone to announce the power outage and apologize, preparing to announce the end of the program. Just then, Zhang Hao stopped him. He stepped up, took the microphone and said, "Wait." He turned on his phone's flashlight and declared the program would continue. A power outage could not stop it. He looked at the principal and said, humorously, that Alistan students are not easy to give up. They always have a backup plan, right? He reassured the audience. Using flashlights instead of stage lights could still continue the performance. He asked the principal what was worse than a power outage, leaving her flustered with no answer. He laughed and said that was having a phone at 5% battery, the true style of being lost on a battlefield. The principal sighed helplessly but accepted the situation. The audience gradually calmed down. Zhang Hao understood his role in leading the spirit now was very important. Huang Yuanyuan stepped up with an instrument intending to borrow a prop but was stopped by a teacher because it was not registered. Lin Yilong was confused, looking for an alternative lighting solution but could not think of a way. Just then, Ruan Nan appeared, asking if they needed auxiliary light sources. Huang Yuanyuan ran onto the stage joyfully calling, "Brother Hao, we are here." Ruan Nan used car lights to provide lighting support for the stage. Zhang Hao was surprised, not expecting Ruan Nan to dismantle car lights to save the show, but it was very timely. He immediately stirred up the atmosphere again, announcing the program would continue. He gave a speech before the performance, talking about youth, aspirations, and an unyielding spirit, introducing the VR performance about to begin. He encouraged Min Yuehua, believing that she would do well. Min Yuehua regained her composure, nodding with determination. Huang Yuanyuan began to play the instrument, opening the melody for the performance. Zhang Hao used the microphone to sing along, conveying a message of contempt and the will to overcome. Min Yuehua danced to the rhythm of the song, ignoring all negative judgments. She moved gracefully on stage. The audience watched intently, their emotions gradually being led by the performance. The observer silently commended. This was their place of trial and also their breakthrough point. Min Yuehua was completely immersed in the music. Every movement was smooth and confident. Because in the end, we are who we are, shining in our own way in the darkness. Don't force yourself to become someone else. Stand up and bravely speak your mind. I am not afraid. When the ceremony ended, everyone also left the scene one after another. The electric lights in the hall had returned to normal brightness. Zhang Min approached Zhang Hao and asked him if he was the one who answered Min Yuhua's phone call. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and replied yes, it was him. Inside, his heart trembled from the pressure of the person in front of him. Min Yuhua lowered her head and whispered to her mother, thanking her for coming to watch her perform. Her mother was silent for a long time, an indescribable emotion welling up in her heart. She reached out and adjusted her suit jacket, maintaining a dignified and calm appearance. She gently called out to Min Yuhua in a soft voice. Zhang Min praised her for doing very well, for not disgracing the family. Next time, she invited Zhang Hao to their home. Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua were both stunned, not expecting such a suggestion. Min Yuhua was moved, her eyes welling up as she gently nodded. She rushed in and hugged her mother tightly. tightly, saying thank you. Her mother was a bit surprised by that intimate action. Zhang Hao stood to the side smiling, feeling that all the effort was very worthwhile. Zhang Min and Min Yuhua hugged each other happily, the scene filled with joy. This was the scene backstage. Zhang Hao hid near the energy drink bottle, sighing in relief. Although it was risky, everything had worked out, and he hadn't let Min Yuhua lose face in front of her mother. Just as he was feeling pleased, someone tugged on his sleeve and called softly, Zhang Hao. Min Yuhua walked over shyly and asked him if he was free. He was surprised and didn't understand the intent, only managing to reply, huh? This was the gymnasium area. Zhang Hao was surprised to be led here, asking wasn't this the practice area? What did she want to do? His head wound hadn't healed yet. She stammered that this was their secret place, so that was why she chose here, and asked him to listen to her explanation. Zhang Hao, I truly was very happy during our training time together. Since changing classes, every morning I wanted to go to school with you, and during break time I also wanted to talk a few more words with you. Every week I looked forward to going out with you. I really admired you. You taught me so many things, from how to like things to be a friend, to have the courage to think and act, to how to be myself. But your appearance made me gradually stop being myself. Zhang Hao was stunned. When I saw you joking around with other girls, I felt a sharp pain, couldn't sleep, and even had nightmares. I once thought I was sick, but after asking Huang Yuanyuan, I found out it wasn't that. Min Yuhua held his hand and called softly, Zhang Hao. She squeezed his hand and said she had clearly understood her feelings. She really liked him. She directly asked if they could be together, which made Zhang Hao blush. He fell into silent thought. This was the first time he saw her so serious and talkative. Being around Min Yuhua was very comfortable. She also had a good personality and was easy to get along with. But what made him hesitate was that he already had sister kin. This was not something a man should do. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hao finally spoke up to call her. He awkwardly refused, thanking her but saying he could not return her feelings. Min Yuhua was embarrassed and felt a sense of despair after the meeting. He was about to tell the truth, that he already had Tian Kin. But before he could say it, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. He blushed, intending to push her away Min Yuhua. She hugged him even tighter, sobbing that she would like him forever. She said sincerely that no matter what, it wouldn't change. I will wait for you, she whispered close by, as if about to kiss him, and said she would always wait for him. Outside the window, light shone on the two people standing inside. Ruan Nan stood outside the wall smoking, seemingly having heard everything. A look of melancholy and discomfort appeared in her eyes. This was the men's changing room. Zhang Hao took off his shirt, his mind in turmoil, not knowing what to do between Sister Qin and Min Yuhua. He threw his shirt to the floor in frustration, deciding to stop thinking and just go home. Just then, Ruan Nan opened the door and walked in, startling him. She curled her lips into a smirk at the scene before her. Zhang Hao panicked and covered his chest, scolding her for not knocking. This was the men's changing room. Ruan Nan stepped forward and grabbed his collar, asking if Min Yuhua had confessed. He stammered, asking how she knew. He grew even more panicked, saying she must have been eavesdropping. Ruan Nan gave a cold laugh, saying she was quite satisfied with his reaction, causing Zhang Hao to yell what was she satisfied about. She twirled the key in her hand, saying the matter between him and Min Yuhua made her uncomfortable, but she had still helped him handle the situation. She sat cross-legged, propping her feet up on the chair, and said coldly that he had to compensate her. Zhang Hao was a little panicked but quickly calmed down, saying let's talk things out slowly. Don't get handsy, I can compensate, just name it. She slipped her hand under the fishnet stockings and said, you know, in this place, every good husband or father helps his wife get dressed every day. So I want you to. She pulled the stockings down further, startling Zhang Hao into trying to stop her. Wait, what are you doing? She placed the stockings on her thigh and said, help me put them back on. Zhang Hao nearly had a nosebleed, thinking, heavens, this is truly perverted. In this world, helping a woman put on stockings is like tying a tie? Is this some kind of role-playing game? Zhang Hao's hand trembled as he reached towards Ruan Nan's foot, stammering, President Ruan, please don't joke like that, is this crossing the line? The voices of an angel and a demon appeared in his head. The angel said this was improper, while the demon said helping others was normal. Besides, she helped you too. The angel and demon argued fiercely, the angel scolding the other, the demon mocking back. In the end, the angel was left tongue-tied. Zhang Hao tried to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his head and decided to just go for it, forget it. Helping others was normal after all. As he was helping Ruan Nan put on her stockings, he casually asked, President Ruan, why do you like wearing stockings so much? She smiled, lightly tugging the edge of the stocking, and said, this is a woman's formal wear when attending important events. I need to maintain decorum. What, you don't like it? Zhang Hao adjusted the stocking while saying, it's not that, it's just that in my world, this is a bit seductive. As soon as he said it, Ruan Nan flinched, her leg trembling slightly. She blushed and let out a soft sound, then she awkwardly tried to pull her leg back. Don't do unnecessary things. Zhang Hao was surprised. Normally she doesn't react like this. He quickly apologized, my hands are a bit slippery. Ruan Nan looked at him with confusion. It was only this man who made her feel her heart was in turmoil. Zhang Hao saw her strange expression and asked, what's wrong, ticklish? I'll be more careful. Ruan Nan's face grew redder and redder. He changed the subject. What was it you went to the hospital for last time? I was busy and didn't get to visit. Zhang Hao replied, I was practicing dancing then, accidentally hit by a classmate. Nothing serious. Ruan Nan immediately asked for the person's name, making Zhang Hao break out in a sweat. He quickly said it was already settled. He thought to himself, if I told her, she'd probably go deal with them herself. He awkwardly turned away and said, you finished the top part yourself. I'm not really comfortable. She blushed as well and stammered, Ruan Nan politely said you've worked hard. He coughed lightly and replied it was nothing, not hard at all. He said, President Ruan, please go out first. I'll change and then treat you to a meal as thanks. He was quite surprised by her words. Ruan Nan called out from outside the door, what are you still shy about? I've already seen everything. Zhang Hao stammered from inside, don't talk nonsense. Ruan Nan stood silently and waited for a moment, not saying anything more. Suddenly she received a call from her secretary, startling her. At this hour? She answered and asked, what's the matter? The voice on the other end trembled. Sorry for disturbing you, but there's something very urgent. Ruan Nan calmed her down. Speak calmly and clearly. The other person steadied their voice. We found it. Hearing this, Ruan Nan's tears fell. She asked again, what did you say? The phone slipped from her hand. She only managed to say, all right, I'll be there right away. Ruan Nan called out from outside, I have urgent business, we'll have the meal another time, you owe me one. Zhang Hao was surprised. All right. He thought to himself, what happened to her to suddenly be in such a hurry? Her mood also changed. Outside, the sky had darkened, the night enveloping everything. Zhang Hao stretched out on the bed with a sigh of relief, finally some rest. Just then, Tian Qin cracked the door open and asked, is Zhang Hao in there? He was startled. Sister Qin, what's the matter? She stepped in and said, Zhang Hao is truly talented, knowing how to dance as well. He was surprised, not understanding her meaning. Tian Qin showed him her phone. It was spreading widely on the friend feed, blurry but still recognizable as him. It was a photo from the performance with Manhwa. She added, I know the school arranged it, but I still feel upset. She hugged Zhang Hao and asked, why wasn't your dance partner me? She held him tightly and complained, why are you liked by so many people? Why don't you stay away from these things? Her eyes were misty. She asked, isn't having me enough, Zhang Hao? For you, I would give up everything. Zhang Hao was embarrassed. The girl he liked was crying in front of him. He didn't know if he should comfort her or not. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. Maybe he should just tell her everything. Suddenly Tian Qin lightly bit his neck, making him yelp. He froze and asked, Sister Qin, what are you doing? She said, don't do that again. Zhang Hao, this time I want you to remember. Suddenly the bedroom door opened, a mirror fell and shattered. Zhang Hao's father was stunned, at a loss for words. What are you two doing? Both of them were dazed, not knowing how to explain. As his father's face turned pale, covering his mouth, he asked again in shock, what exactly are you two doing? Zhang Hao covered his neck, stammering, Dad. Tian Qin also couldn't speak. After a moment, both sat side by side, the atmosphere tense. Zhang Yan looked at them, her voice cold. Speak, what was that all about? Tian Qin forced a smile, quickly explaining, it's not as bad as you think, Mom. It was just a joke. Zhang Yan slammed her hand on the table and scolded, there's no thing as a joke like that. She said angrily, listen carefully, you two, you are siblings, you must not cross the line. Both were silent. Tian Qin lowered her head. Zhang Hao thought he'd never seen his mother so angry. Zhang Yan continued to scold, remember this for me, men and women must keep their distance, let alone given your identity. Tian Qin was silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Zhang Hao's father quickly intervened, alright, that's enough, stop talking. Zhang Yan was still not appeased and continued her criticism. This girl has been like this since she was little, her personality always hard to understand. Zhang Yan said she should never have let the child live with that useless father from the beginning, which made Tian Qin freeze. Tian Qin's face immediately changed, her voice cold as she said, Mother, since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. Hao and I. Zhang Hao quickly cut in, explaining that he and Tian Qin were just rehearsing a school play, asking her to help with acting for the Lady and the Dragon show. Zhang Hao calmly made up a story, confidently saying he was the main character, so he asked Tian Qin to help practice a few scenes. Zhang Yan was a bit flustered and hesitated, asking, so, is that so? Zhang Hao kept a natural expression, smiling calmly as if nothing had happened. Tian Qin glanced at him, silently understanding in her heart, but only softly murmured in response. Zhang Yan thought to herself that Zhang Hao was usually obedient and probably would not lie, so she sighed in relief and said she had misunderstood. Before leaving, Zhang Yan told the two to be more careful. Zhang Hao quickly agreed, thinking to himself that if he had not stopped it in time, it would have been a big mess. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, feeling worried inside but telling himself this matter was not too serious yet. In the following months, he focused on studying and live streaming, and things gradually stabilized. Thanks to his past life memories, he achieved good results in the final exams and topped the streaming charts, earning both a certificate of merit and trending status. Everything went according to plan, only like an invisible small ripple creating a vague premonition about the future. Blurry images appeared like on a fuzzy old TV. Young Tian Qin pulling his hand and running. Zhang Hao panically asking where she wanted to take him. Tian Qin, radiant, holding a bouquet of sunflowers, stood under the sky and swore that when she grew up, she would definitely marry Zhang Hao. Scene shifted to winter, Tian Qin wrapped in a wool scarf holding him tightly, asking if he liked her. Zhang Hao flusteredly told her not to come so close. Finally, the image of a grown-up Tian Qin in panic, insisting the person in front of her was not him and asking who she really was. Zhang Hao jolted up from his dream, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily in panic. He wondered if it was a dream or a memory. Since the head injury and the time he saw the blood moon, the dreams had become clearer and more frequent. Zhang Hao worriedly could not understand what problem his body or mind was having. At the hospital, he held his brain scan film to recheck his health condition. Zhang Hao muttered that due to the head injury and recent stress, he came to the hospital for a checkup. He held up the film and examined it carefully, then sighed in relief because the results showed no abnormalities, after which he hesitated slightly. He answered a video call. On the screen was a girl with pink hair tied in 2 buns, looking very anxious. Zhang Hao asked what was wrong, and she quickly said there was an urgent matter. It was Hu Lily, someone from the premium livestream platform. She begged Zhang Hao because the livestream viewership was being taken over by short videos, risking a crisis. Hu Lily worriedly said the platform was preparing a big offline event, and only one person was strong enough to save the current situation. She emphasized that the person capable of turning things around was the handsome god Zhang Hao. After hearing this, Zhang Hao was stunned, thinking to himself that he was being dragged into something again. He guessed it was probably some promotional activities again, so he planned to politely decline, because his livestream work had been unstable recently. Hu Lily quickly interrupted, saying this time it was very simple and also came with extremely good perks that were hard to refuse. She offered an 8-figure yearly contract with 30 days of vacation, and he would not need to participate in too many activities. Zhang Hao was shocked and blurted out in disbelief. Zhang Hao tried to stay calm and asked for the details of this event and where it would take place. On the screen appeared the beautiful scenery of Gyeongju Sea, and Hu Lily excitedly announced the location. She wore a black swimsuit paired with a yellow jacket and announced this was a reality TV show. Zhang Hao read the script and broke out in a cold sweat, asking if it was a 7-day celebrity survival on a deserted island. Tian Qin appeared and reassured him that she would always be by his side. She was worried about her younger brother, so she decided to go along as an assistant. Zhang Hao looked at Tian Qin, blushing as he thought it was winter yet she was still wearing a swimsuit. The atmosphere in Gyeongju was really strange. At that moment, a few balloons floated in front of him, startling him. It was Manhwa sending her regards and coming to cheer him on, also taking the opportunity for a vacation arranged by her family. Ruan Nan let out a soft snort, clearly showing her displeasure. She said this was Zhang Hao's show. What were the others doing here? The three faced each other tensely. Tian Qin asked Ruan Nan why she personally participated, while Manhwa stood in the middle to mediate. Zhang Hao thought to himself that the next 7 days would probably be very difficult. Hu Lili announced a meeting, requesting the artists and their relatives to separate and rest. Shortly after, everyone gathered in the meeting room. At the long table were 9 people. The man with brownish gold hair introduced himself as Joss, the MC of the reality show. Joss welcomed everyone and introduced the show 7 Days Celebrity Deserted Island Survival. After hearing this, Zhang Hao thought the show's name sounded a bit strange. Joss introduced Ruan Nan as a special guest and showed great respect towards her, drawing everyone's attention. He explained the rules. 8 people divided into teams of 2, competing through several rounds to select the final winner. First round lasted 2 days. Day 1 was a 2v2 ball game. Day 2 was a capture the flag competition. Points were calculated based on ranking. Simple but elimination-based. Ruan Nan was not very interested at first. Joss emphasized that the result of the first round would directly affect the next round, making Ruan Nan start paying more attention. He pointed to the island image behind him and introduced the 5-day survival round at Gyeongju, requiring pairs to find their destination together. The organizers provided basic survival equipment and signal sticks. Advanced items would be chosen based on the first round's rankings. Staff handed out scripts to Zhang Hao. He took them and thought to himself that reality shows still had scripted rules. As he was reading, a hand suddenly snatched the document away, startling him. Ruan Nan tore up all the rule papers, saying to just participate directly without needing this stuff, leaving Zhang Hao helpless. Joss awkwardly reminded her this was the regulation, but was overwhelmed by Ruan Nan, making him fall silent. Ruan Nan coldly asked back, "Is there a problem?" Joss quickly waved his hands. "No problem," then announced to prepare for team division, and the show would start in 3 days. At the beach, famous streamers began fighting over teams. Xiao Yi and Dao Xiang both actively wanted to invite Ruan Nan, neither willing to give in to the other. Watching this, Zhang Hao thought to himself everyone wanted to be on the same team as Ruan Nan, which made sense. Having a sponsor would make everything much smoother later on. Unexpectedly, someone approached Zhang Hao and spoke up in greeting. The 3 girls appeared simultaneously. The blonde was Huzi, a mid-tier game streamer with 940,000 fans. The redhead was Lisa, a beauty streamer with 1.33 million fans. The one with black hair was Lao Tong, a game streamer with 2.22 million fans. Huzi said, Zhang Hao, my idol, team up with me, I will protect you. Lisa said we were all a good fit and asked if he wanted to cooperate. Lao Tong said directly, Zhang Hao, let's form a couple, I have a sizable fan base too. Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, only able to hum and haw. He thought to himself, so it turns out he was not inferior in charm to President Nguyen after all. In the distance, Xiao Yi saw this scene and thought enviously that Brat only has his looks, yet he still goes around seducing others. Xiao Yi approached, sneering, Azedo, I thought it was some stranger, but it turns out to be the famous pretty boy. No wonder he gets all the attention. Zhang Hao politely returned the greeting, Xiao Yi, your livestream effects are very good. Xiao Yi immediately retorted sarcastically, I wouldn't dare. We work hard grinding games and still can't match you just showing up to get viewers. You are truly the platform's darling. Zhang Hao replied curtly, it's all thanks to the platform's support, but inside he thought she was clearly mocking him. Xiao Yi continued, I heard you even take care of the younger brother in our team. He's your classmate, right? Now all the traffic has been siphoned off by you, such a tactic. Zhang Hao was speechless, thinking to himself, so she was deliberately picking a fight with him. Xiao Yi provoked, the competition is too boring, how about we make it more interesting? The loser has to stop live streaming for a month, and add the title, loser, every time they go live. She deliberately goaded him, you dare? It's just a game. Inside she thought, just wait until I team up with President Nguyen, then I'll embarrass you. Just then Ruan Nan appeared and asked, are we going teammate? Xiao Yi turned around, her face slightly flushed, and quickly replied, me? Okay. Ruan Nan draped his arm over Zhang Hao's shoulder and said coldly, Zhang Hao and I are a team. Your makeup is too thick, and your perfume is cheap. Don't turn yourself into a commodity like that. Zhang Hao could only look awkward. The two of them left, leaving Xiao Yi behind. Zhang Hao said, I told you not to decide on your own. Ruan Nan asked, now that you have me, who else do you want to team up with? Zhang Hao had no choice but to give in. Xiao Yi watched them leave with anger, vowing revenge in her heart. Zhang Hao asked in confusion, why did you become a streamer? And with so many fans? Ruanan replied, just opened it casually. You can get the data adjusted instantly, mainly to help you. Zhang Hao said, I believe I can win on my own, you don't need to worry. Ruan Nan replied, fine, I believe you, but let's drop that. I want to talk about something else. Ruan Nan brought up the previous call. She had investigated and found someone else who had also seen the blood moon, and that person was also from another world. Zhang Hao froze stunned and asked, what? He couldn't believe it and stammered, are you serious? Did they also transmigrate to this world? Ruan Nan confirmed it was true. The person had personally said they had seen the blood moon and came from another world, but their situation was quite special. She said she would verify it further, and Zhang Hao thought to himself that her method of verification made him feel uneasy, as if it were very dangerous. He lowered his head to think, if what she said was true, then that person's experience was very similar to his own. The secrets of the blood moon and transmigration might be revealed. Ruan Nan patted his head and calmly said, don't worry, I always keep your matters in mind. After all, you belong to me. Tian Qin appeared in the distance, clearing her throat lightly. She smiled enigmatically, Zhang Hao, are you done talking with your teammate? Come take a break, let me put some sunscreen on you. Zhang Hao had no choice but to say goodbye to Ruan Nan, saying he would prepare for the competition later. Ruan Nan did not reply, only remained silent. Watching the two figures leave, Ruan Nan called out softly, Tian Qin. On the beach, Joss shouted to stir up the atmosphere, welcome to MCG and the 7-day desert island survival. Today is the first day, the event is beach volleyball. Red team consists of Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan. Joss explained the rules. 8 people, 4 pairs, single elimination, play until 15 points. The 2 winning teams go to the finals. The champion team gets 4 precious points. The streamers lined up, the atmosphere was lively. Joss declared the beach volleyball match officially began. Joss, acting as referee, called for readiness. Red team serves. Blue team was Dao Xiang and Huzi. Huzi confidently said she wouldn't go easy, while Dao Xiang smiled lightly. The ball was tossed up. Haitong executed a powerful spike. The very first turn, Ruan Nan served extremely powerfully. The ball flew like a bullet, passing Huzi and hitting the sand before the opponent could react. As a result, the red team won overwhelmingly 15-0 thanks to Ruan Nan's serves, advancing straight to the finals. Zhang Hao panicked and asked if she wanted to kill the opponents. Blue team was completely defeated, hugging each other and trembling. Huzi panicked and said President Nguyen was serious, while Dao Xiang cried. Ruan Nan calmly replied, you guys were the ones who said not to go easy. Entering the finals, the red team faced the blue team of Xiao Yao Ye and Ajiu. Xiao Yi provoked, so you got here by relying on a strong person. Let me show you what a crushing defeat is. Zhang Hao thought irritably, what is this person saying? Xiao Yi approached and asked, do you know why I chose beach volleyball? He made a throat-slitting gesture, claiming she proposed the game rules to the organizers, and this time she would embarrass him on the live stream. Zhang Hao thought this person was really troublesome. Joss called for the start. Blue team serves. Jiu tossed the ball up. She gathered momentum and jumped. Jiu jumped high following the ball, raising her hand ready to spike. Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock, "Too high." Ruan Nan quickly warned, "This is a professional serve. If you can't receive it, dodge immediately." Jiu spiked the ball extremely hard. Joss commented that this was a very dangerous jump serve technique. The ball flew straight towards Zhang Hao's face. Joss shouted loudly, "The blue team's strategy is to target the male student in the back. Is Zhang Hao injured? This is a rare face, yet they still chose to hit the weak point." Ruan Nan over-worriedly, while Zhang Hao held his face covering his nose. Xiao Yi continued to provoke, saying a weak team only holds people back. President Nguyen picked the wrong partner. A Jiu is a former soldier, very strong. Ruan Nan yelled at them to shut up, but Zhang Hao stopped her, saying it wasn't necessary. He looked up, his gaze turning cold, and said, "It seems I look easy to bully. Fine, trust me, I'll show them what it means to be serious." The match continued. Despite being injured, Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan caught up, bringing the score to 14-14 and entering match point. Joss announced this was the deciding point. Red team serves. Ruan Nan took a deep breath and tossed the ball. She jumped and spiked the ball extremely hard. Joss excitedly commented it was a perfect counterattack. The ball flew towards the opponent, Xiao panicking. The ball hit Xiao Yi's body and bounced back. She fell backwards, screaming in panic. Joss declared that Xiao Yi had received the ball. The ball flew straight into the area near the net. Ruan Nan immediately rushed forward. Joss shouted loudly, "President Nguyen is going for the kill." A Jiu also rushed to block with her long arms. Just as Ruan Nan was about to jump and spike the ball, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up, telling her to trust him, while also instructing her on how to transfer power from the legs to the hands on the soft sand. Ruan Nan turned to look at him with confusion. She paused mid-swing, then cleverly twisted her wrist to flick the ball in a different direction with her index finger. The ball flew toward Zhang Hao, who immediately jumped up ready to finish the shot. Joss shouted that this was a fake pass coordination for Zhang Hao. Joss excitedly said the ball headed straight for Xiao Yi. She was hit and cried out in pain, and the red team scored, taking the advantage. Joss shouted in high excitement. The red team won the final match. The first round ended. Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan led with 4 points. Everyone took a break. In the break room, Zhang Hao was sandwiched between 3 people. Ruan Nan discussed tactics. Tian Qin told him to rest. Min Yuhua brought him water. Ruan Nan irritably told Tian Qin to keep order. Tian Qin replied this was break time. No need to report. Min Yuhua still handed water to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was hopelessly caught in the chaotic situation, only able to sigh inwardly. Xiao Yi secretly filmed a video from outside the door, thinking he had caught Zhang Hao's weakness in a compromising situation with 3 girls. Xiao Yi's swollen face became even more twisted and terrifying as he plotted to release the clip to smear Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao walked out of the hallway. He entered the makeup room. Everyone inside stared and whispered. Zhang Hao pulled out a chair and sat down, finding it puzzling that all eyes were on him. Someone told him to check Weibo's hot search because there was news related to him. Zhang Hao opened his phone and saw rumors of leaked private photos being slandered and framed. He was angry at being secretly filmed and distorted. The photo showed him sitting between Min Yuhua, Tian Qin, and Ruan Nan, but the other 3 had their faces covered. Zhang Hao worried this scandal would destroy his image, severely affecting his career. Xiao Ye appeared pretending to care, pressed close to ask and blamed the paparazzi. He pretended to cry while defending Zhang Hao, but he secretly suspected that man was the one causing trouble. A passerby pulled Xiao Ye away. He cried out in pain, then fell silent in confusion. When he saw Ruan Nan, Xiao Yi immediately stiffened, while she was holding a list of participants on the island, and asserted she could investigate who released the news. Ruan Nan wore black clothes, coldly said someone deliberately covered her face in the photo. She warned that if she found the person behind it, she would deal with them without a trace. Her sharp gaze made everyone shudder. The surrounding atmosphere became tense. Xiao Yi broke out in cold sweat from fear. Zhang Hao scratched his neck, said thanks, but this small matter he could handle himself. He unexpectedly reached out and touched Ruan Nan's cheek, making her freeze. He reminded her not to threaten others in public, to keep moderation. Ruan Nan bristled in reaction, while Zhang Hao reassured her that he would resolve it properly himself. The staff around whispered that Zhang Hao had strong backing. Anyone who touched him would be in trouble. Tian Qin and Min Yuhua both ran over with worried looks, calling Zhang Hao's name. Zhang Hao turned around in surprise and asked them what was wrong. Tian Qin grabbed his hand, worriedly asked if he was okay and asserted she would handle the situation herself. Tian Qin analyzed and said she had narrowed down the possible troublemaker, also declared she would investigate personally and not let that person off. Xiao Yi panicked when he realized this person was Zhang Hao's sister. Min Yuhua angrily demanded to find the person behind it, even wanted to ask her family to intervene forcefully. Zhang Hao quickly stopped them, said things had gone beyond necessary, and he could handle it himself. He smiled gratefully at everyone's concern, telling himself he must stand firm. He calmly said it was just a few small troublemakers, not worth worrying about. Jiao Ye stood to the side in panic, his face pale, not daring to look up. The next day, at the waterfall filming location, the scenery was majestic with many onlookers watching. Reporters were stopped by security, but still kept shouting wanting to interview Zhang Hao. They asked about the private photo scandal on Hot Search, making Ruan Nan annoyed, while Zhang Hao remained calm. He stepped forward in front of the cameras and said things were not as complicated as everyone thought. Zhang Hao explained the leaked photo was just a moment after the match in the break room and apologized for causing misunderstandings. He pointed at Tian Qin and Min Yuhua, explaining they were his family and classmate. Tian Qin smiled and waved at the cameras, confirming her role in taking care of him daily. Min Yuhua was introduced as a classmate who happened to join in supporting filming for the show. Ruan Nan was mentioned as a player and CEO participating in the competition with the show. Zhang Hao explained they were just discussing work, had a slight physical contact, and were secretly filmed then twisted. He clearly stated this was a misunderstanding, their relationship was family, classmate, and teammate, nothing like the rumors. He raised his phone showing the photo with others' faces covered, leaving only him exposed. Zhang Hao affirmed his innocence, demanding the secret filmer step up and confront him if they dared. He concluded all rumors were fabricated, hoping the audience would continue to watch the second day of the competition show. Ruan Nan stood beside him with arms crossed, smiling in satisfaction, saying he truly was the person she had her eye on, and even helped boost media attention. Tian reminded Ruan Nan to watch her words carefully since Zhang Hao just overcame media pressure. Ruan Nan casually replied that he would not be affected by such rumors. She stared directly at Tian Qin provocatively, asking if she realized Zhang Hao was different from before. Tian Qin frowned, her gaze cold as she stared straight back at Ruan Nan. Xiao Yai stood in the restroom, breathing heavily in exhaustion. That man nervously thought that the other party still had not investigated him. He just had to grit his teeth and not admit it. Tian Qin suddenly appeared outside the door, asking if the photo had been exposed. Xiao Yi blurted out that she had deleted it, then immediately panicked and fell silent. Xiao Yi quickly turned around and shouted to wait, asking if she was Zhang Hao's sister. Tian Qin coldly replied that she was, and asked what he had just admitted. Xiao Yi pretended not to understand, but Tian Qin exposed that she had seen and restored the data, and even found many of his old scandals. Tian Qin added that she had also restored a backup and dug up his old trending topics. Xiao Yi panicked and begged for mercy, asking if she wanted money, an apology, or for him to withdraw from the competition. He was furious inside that his assistant had leaked the information. Tian Qin smiled faintly, only replying with a soft hum. Her expression was cold as she stated directly that she wanted him to disappear completely. Xiao Yi exclaimed in panic, asking what? Tian Qin stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yi by the collar, causing him to frantically ask what she was trying to do. He said this was a society governed by law, and asked if she was going to break the law for Zhang Hao. Tian Qin replied that was right, saying she could do anything for Zhang Hao. Her gaze was icy as she said she did not need to deal with him. She just wanted to grow old together with Hao. Xiao Yi was stunned and let out a huh. Tian Qin said even without her taking action, just the exposure of the old news would be enough to make him disappear, and told him to understand that himself. Xiao Yi was lifted into the air, admitted in panic, and struggled to breathe. He was then dropped to the ground, falling flat and coughing violently. Tian Qin smiled and turned away, telling him to handle it himself. Xiao Yi cried and regretted offending Zhang Hao. Tian Qin left the restroom. On the way she ran and Min Yuhua. Tian Qin said she was too late, the matter was already settled. If she wanted to protect Hao, she could talk to her. Tian Qin smiled and said she could talk directly to her. The competition field, Joss announced the start of the flag capture match between Team Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan against Xiao Yi and A Ju. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi immediately charged to attack, making Joss shout excitedly. Zhang Hao spoke up in warning. Xiao Yi unexpectedly slid on his knees and rushed forward, startling him. He hugged Zhang Hao's legs, crying and begging for mercy, admitting his fault, offering to forfeit the match, and pleading for forgiveness. Zhang Hao was confused and did not understand what was happening, asking him what he was playing at. Xiao Yi cried, begging to withdraw from the match and hoping he would let bygones be bygones. Joss reminded him that the match was live-streamed and forfeiting was not allowed, but Xiao Yi insisted on withdrawing. He confessed that he was the one who secretly recorded, posted defamatory articles, and spread false information. Xiao Yi further admitted to buying trending searches and hiring people to push the news, causing Ruan Nan to fall into thought. He cried and apologized, saying he just wanted to go home. In the end, Team Xiao Yi forfeited, and Team Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan advanced to the next round at the resort. Zhang Hao opened the door to his room, wondering why Xiao Yi had suddenly confessed. As soon as he opened the door, he found someone inside and spoke in surprise. It was Tian Qin, her hair tied up neatly, wearing an elegant white dress, her appearance strikingly beautiful. Zhang Hao blushed and stammered, calling out Sister Qin. Tian Qin rushed over to hug him, asking why he was there. She explained she could enter as a family member, and since she finished work early today, she came to find him. Zhang Hao awkwardly asked if she had just taken a shower, and then asked if there was something she needed. Tian Qin was silent, her expression looking somewhat sad. She recalled what Ruan Nan said about Zhang Hao having changed, and asked what he meant by that. Ruan Nan only snorted coldly in rage. Then he smiled provocatively, saying it seemed her role as a sister was only that much. Min Yuhua interjected, saying no matter what Zhang Hao was like, she still liked him. Ruan Nan replied he was not asking her, and Min Yuhua simply said, "Oh," softly. Tian Qin frowned and the atmosphere around her grew heavier. She told herself that no matter how Zhang Hao changed, she would still like him, and no one could compare. Tian Qin said she wanted to meet his parents to clarify their relationship and asked for Zhang Hao's opinion. Zhang Hao worriedly thought she was feeling a lack of security. He looked at her silently, thinking without speaking. Then he stepped forward and hugged her, softly calling her sister Tian Qin. Zhang Hao said he agreed with her. Then the survival competition began. A helicopter took the contestants to an island. Joss announced the final round would last 5 days, with teams of 2 surviving. Joss introduced the deserted island, full of dangers with wild beasts, poisonous insects, and harsh conditions like a survival hell. On the beach, Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan, in their prepared gear, warmed up together before entering the challenge. Zhang Hao secretly looked at Ruan Nan, thinking to himself that no matter how many times he looked, President Ruan was truly too captivating. Ruan Nan turned back, smiled lightly, and asked what he was spacing out about. Was he scared? "Relax, I am here." Zhang Hao awkwardly turned away and stammered it was nothing. "Let us get ready to set off." The two walked through the forest. Ruan Nan reminded him to stay close to her and be careful. Zhang Hao immediately replied, "Got it." Ruan Nan suddenly stopped, handed him a few mint leaves, and explained to use them for now. There were no medicine or medical supplies in the forest. Mint helped reduce toxins and protect the respiratory system. Zhang Hao praised her for being like a survival special forces soldier. Ruan Nan calmly said to rest assured, with her here this challenge was not difficult. Zhang Hao immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration. Ruan Nan pointed ahead and said there was a river. They would rest and find food there. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Arriving at the riverbank, Ruan Nan assigned him to go down and check for fish, and for him to go into the forest to find edible fruit. Zhang Hao replied clearly. Ruan Nan instructed that if he encountered danger, he must use the signal and radio, and absolutely not try to be a hero. Zhang Hao replied briefly he understood. Ruan Nan told him to go on, she would catch the fish before he returned. Zhang Hao also replied okay. Zhang Hao thought as he walked, after all this was over, he should probably end this relationship. After a while he returned carrying an armful of fruit. Ruan Nan heard the sound and turned to look. Zhang Hao called out loudly. He found some fruit, was not sure if they were edible, so he picked them all and brought them back. He did not notice the snake tail on the branch he was holding. Ruan Nan wiped the water off her chin, nodded and said that was fine. Ruan Nan was about to continue speaking but stopped, immediately halting her action. She panicked and yelled for him not to move. Zhang Hao dazedly asked what she said. His hand holding the branch had accidentally touched the tail of a gray snake. The snake immediately coiled around him, opened its mouth and lunged, startling Zhang Hao with fear. It opened its fanged mouth, about to bite straight into him. Ruan Nan rushed over and pushed him away, letting the snake bite the shoulder area near her armpit. Ruan Nan immediately used her hand to grip the snake tightly. Then she threw the snake far away with force. Zhang Hao panicked and asked if she was okay. Ruan Nan winced, her knee was scraped and bleeding. She pressed firmly on the wound and said she had been bitten. Zhang Hao instantly turned pale, thinking he had to treat it immediately, the steps for snake bite first aid flashing in his mind. He held her firmly, told her not to move, and to bear with it for a moment. Ruan Nan was stunned and asked what. The show's side staff reported via video that the snake was likely non-venomous, but rescue was still needed. The director immediately agreed to send someone. The director also told them not to intervene too quickly, wanting to keep the situation natural. Zhang Hao leaned down near the wound and said he would suck out the venom for her, rest assured he had no bad intentions. Ruan Nan panicked and told him to stop. She blushed and yelled, "Get lost." Immediately after, she bit her lip tightly, enduring the pain. She trembled, stammering, "Wait." She covered her mouth, feeling both flustered and helpless inside, thinking this treatment method was completely wrong. On the broadcast, the director urgently demanded to cut the scene. The assistant reported it was already cut and replaced with an ad. Outside the tent, Tian Qin silently stood and listened to all the sounds from inside. Her face darkened, her emotions unclear. A mouthful of blood was spat onto the grass. Zhang Hao wiped his mouth and said he would go find something to bandage her wound. Ruan Nan immediately called him back. "Wait." She leaned against the tree trunk and asked who taught him first aid like that. She scolded that if the snake was venomous, he would have been in danger, telling him not to watch too many movies. Zhang Hao replied awkwardly. Ruan Nan explained that snake was non-venomous, just needed to wash it clean, no need to panic. She continued to instruct him to go to the riverbank and rest. Zhang Hao replied yes. The medical staff said after they found the person, just check the wound, it would not affect the show. The others also agreed to join in. The orange-haired person turned back and asked who she was. The black-haired person exclaimed in surprise. The black-haired person called out the name Tian Qin. She calmly replied yes, it was her. Tian Qin asked if she knew her. The black-haired person immediately expressed admiration, saying she had heard of her as a medical genius. Tian Qin modestly replied it was thanks to her teacher's guidance. Tian Qin proposed to join the rescue effort since she was a doctor and also Zhang Hao's sister, wanting to see the situation. The black-haired person immediately agreed. Tian Qin was a bit hesitant but still accepted. The medical staff said then let us depart together. At night on the cliff, firelight from the cave cast out into the silent space. Zhang Hao looked at Ruan Nan and said she had been staring at him all day. He was a little scared. Ruan Nan remained silent, looking at him. He asked if the show was filming. Could she turn off the camera? Ruan Nan replied she was the decision maker. If she said it was fine then it was fine. Zhang Hao just mumbled in response. She moved closer and added that this part was not suitable for broadcast. She suddenly pinned Zhang Hao to the ground. Zhang Hao panicked and yelled what was she doing. Ruan Nan replied she wanted to. Zhang Hao frantically said let go. What did she want to do? Was that snake venomous? Ruan Nan pressed him down. Ruan Nan suddenly forced a kiss on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao thought damn it, Ruan Nan was too strong, he could not resist at all. After a moment the two finally parted, both breathing heavily. Ruan Nan said, you know, I originally could have used this piece to bandage the wound. Ruan Nan pulled her shirt down a little further and said, but I saved it for you. Outside, footsteps trampled on the wet grass. The medical staff said in confusion, strange, it should be around here. The two staff members walked ahead, with Tian Qin following. They said the camera signal was lost in this area, fearing something was wrong. Tian Qin thought worriedly Zhang Hao. One staff member exclaimed they had lost sight of the person in charge. Just then the bushes beside Tian Qin rustled slightly. She turned to look. Tian Qin asked who was there. A figure replied it was me. Tian Qin was stunned. Min Yuihua stepped out and said she knew their direction. There were traces ahead. The black-haired girl turned and said Tian Qin, that was probably not the right direction. They should take another path. The black-haired girl suddenly cried out. Then the person had disappeared. Tian Qin followed Min Yuihua and asked her reason for appearing. She replied she had been tailing that group. Tian Qin thought in astonishment. To dare do that alone was truly reckless. Tian Qin said, I know you like Zhang Hao, but he will not date you. Do not waste your effort. Min Yuihua calmly replied, I understand. She said just being by Zhang Hao's side was enough. She would accept whoever he was with. But if Zhang Hao were to be hurt by that person, Min Yuihua said in a grave tone, I will not let her off. Tian Qin walked behind, her expression unreadable. It was unclear what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Zhang Hao's hands were tied. He struggled and shouted, stop. What is wrong with you? Listen to me first. Zhang Hao advised her not to go further, as Ruan Nan said everything was his fault. He started it. He froze. Ruan Nan, her face red and her whole body tense, pressed against Zhang Hao and said, I will not let this go this time. Zhang Hao panicked and called out President Wei. Then Ruan Nan leaned down close to him. Ruan Nan breathed heavily, her gaze disordered. She said, your mouth says no need, but your body says otherwise. Why not be more straightforward? Zhang Hao thought in panic, this is bad. This situation was too dangerous. Suddenly a shout rang out. Ruan Nan was startled. Zhang Hao quickly said, my sister and Min Yuihua are here. Stop now. Ruan Nan clicked her tongue in annoyance. She looked outside with cold eyes and said these two were such a bother. Tian Qin and Min Yuihua entered the cave. Tian Qin called out Zhang Hao's name. Both directed their gaze inside. They saw Zhang Hao and Ruan Nan had tidied themselves up. Zhang Hao asked why the two of you came here. On his neck were several unusual red marks. Tian Qin saw them and her expression changed. She gritted her teeth and called out Ruan Nan's name. Ruan Nan said coldly, Himph, it looks like you people shouldn't be here. This is a competition area. Tian Qin charged straight at Ruan Nan, shouting angrily, you bastard, how dare you bully Zhang Hao. Ruan Nan raised a hand to block Tian Qin's punch, curling her lips. Oh, you want to try your strength? Ruan Nan replied, I'll indulge you. Then suddenly threw a powerful punch into Tian Qin's stomach, causing her such pain she couldn't speak with her mouth open. Zhang Hao cried out in panic, thinking nervously, oh no, they're fighting again. Ruan Nan looked down at Tian Qin, saying coldly, I'm bullying Zhang Hao. What right do you have to teach me? Ruan Nan slightly lifted her gaze to observe the surroundings. Min Yuihua was also charging forward. Min Yuihua threw a punch from above, pushing Ruan Nan backward from the force of the blow. Even so, Ruan Nan remained calm, her gaze cold as she stared straight ahead. Min Yuihua sidestepped to dodge, preparing to attack from the flank, and said, anyone who touches Zhang Hao is my enemy. She continued by kicking hard toward Ruan Nan, but Ruan Nan managed to block with both hands and stepped back to reduce the impact. Min Yuihua said decisively, whoever bullies him, I won't let them off. Ruan Nan lowered her center of gravity, propping her hands on the ground to stabilize her body and maintain balance under the pressure. Suddenly Ruan Nan let out a soft laugh, ha 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 ha. Ruan Nan stood up, her face icy cold, her voice low fine. Both of you come at me together. Tian Qin stood up and and said, I truly didn't expect the dignified CEO of the Hongfeng Group to be so shameless. Tian Qin continued to scold, at your age, don't you know any restraint? Ruan Nan gritted her teeth, shut up. Tian Qin sneered, chasing after a high school student, you look no different from an old woman who likes to nibble on tender grass. Aren't you disgusted? Ruan Nan rushed forward furiously, shouting, I told you to shut up. Ruan Nan swung her hand and slapped Tian Qin hard across the face. Zhang Hao was startled, thinking this is bad. Zhang Hao quickly stepped forward and said, Ruan Nan was just angry earlier. She's no match for you. Please calm down. I apologize on her behalf. Ruan Nan still replied angrily, you mad woman. Ruan Nan continued, every move she makes is aimed at you, using you in a twisted way. Are you still defending her? Zhang Hao quickly said, Ruan Nan, listen to me. Tian Qin coughed cuff. Zhang Hao, there's no need to apologize to her. Tian Qin said, we're not wrong, clearly she was the one coursing you first. Zhang Hao said worriedly, Sister Qin, you're bleeding. He thought the slap just now was very hard. Ruan Nan reached out to stop him. Don't come over here. Tian Qin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She's just an outsider, we don't need to apologize. Even if I die, I won't let her touch you. Ruan Nan laughed coldly, big talk. Tian Qin, are you tired of living? Zhang Hao placed his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Zhang Hao said, seriously stop it, I'm with Sister Qin now. Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua both froze in shock. For Tian Qin, she only smiled faintly. Zhang Hao continued, I'll give up your research project. I originally planned to finish the recording and end it. I'll transfer all the income to you as compensation. Zhang Hao stated clearly, I refused you before because we're not compatible, and it's the same now. The person I choose is Sister Qin. Outside, the medical team and a blue-haired girl were still searching. The blue-haired girl said, probably in this area. The medical staff asked, found them yet? The other replied, yes. The medical staff complained, how come this Tian Qin acts alone? The blue-haired girl replied, I don't know, I'm not close to her. Besides, she wasn't alone. The blue-haired girl observed the traces. Looks like there are a few people here. The medical staff was surprised, huh? Both saw the cave beside the cliff. The blue-haired girl said, they're probably ahead, there's firelight inside the cave. Inside, Zhang Hao spoke up, so then, Zhang Hao said, about the matter between me and Sister Qin, don't interfere anymore, really, Ruan Nan shouted loudly, shut up. Ruan Nan clapped her hands, her voice cold, I don't care what tricks she used on you. I'll deal with her first and then settle the rest. Zhang Hao angrily grabbed Ruan Nan's hand, calm down, this matter isn't as simple as you think. Min Yuhua spoke up, just let them finish fighting, I'll fight the winner. Zhang Hao said helplessly, don't make things even more chaotic. Tian Qin stood up, Ruan Nan, I admit you're very strong, but for Zhang Hao I won't back down. From outside the cave came a panicked cry, easing the tense atmosphere inside. Tian Qin looked outside and saw the blue-haired girl fall to the ground, while the female medic hid behind a rock. She muttered softly, truly foolish. Female medic walked out awkwardly with an embarrassed laugh, haha, did we come at a bad time? The moonlight hung high in the sky. Everyone left the cave. The female medic said, it's good that President Ruan and everyone are safe. I'll report back to the director. Suddenly Ruan Nan grabbed the female medic's shoulder. Wait. Ruan Nan asked coldly, about today's events, understand what to say and what not to say. The female medic trembled. Yes, I understand. The female medic quickly said, rest assured, boss, I'm very tight-lipped. Suddenly the female medic's eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and she cried out in pain. An arrow suddenly pierced through the backpack behind her, embedding straight into her chest. The arrow went through her chest, and blood began to seep out. Ruan Nan was startled. An arrow? Before Ruan Nan could react, a hand holding a dagger lunged at her from the side. Ruan Nan immediately turned her eyes to look. Then she quickly twisted her body to dodge the blue-haired girl's attack. Even so, the dagger grazed Ruan Nan's chest, leaving a small, thin wound. He cried out in shock. The blue-haired girl smiled smugly. At that moment, Zhang Hao rushed over, threw a straight kick, and shouted, Ruan Nan, fall back. Zhang Hao's kick sent the blue-haired girl flying, but she still managed to raise her hand to block the strike. A chilling sensation rose within Ruan Nan as a cold light flickered from deep within the forest. Ruan Nan immediately grabbed Zhang Hao and leaped to the side to dodge. Another arrow flew in, staking straight into the ground, its fletching still trembling violently. Zhang Hao thought in alarm, that was too close, I nearly lost my life. Tian Qin hurried over and asked, Zhang Hao, are you alright? Several figures stepped out from the depths of the forest. The one in the middle spoke, as expected of Awai Mei's little brother, your skills are no less than before. Perfect. It was a dark-skinned woman wearing a tight-fitting suit, with a black eye patch over her left eye. Ruan Nan covered his wound with his hand and said, I didn't expect her to still be alive. Zhang Hao asked doubtfully, who are these people exactly? Are they your enemies? Ruan Nan replied, that's right, they are a criminal terrorist organization founded by insane extremists. Ruan Nan pointed at the coiled black snake tattoo on the opponent's leg. See this tattoo? It's their organization's emblem, Ouroboros. I had a conflict with them before. The woman laughed, wagging her finger, a little conflict. No, that's not it. Veins bulging on her face, she snarled, "That wasn't a conflict, it's a deep-seated grudge. Between her and me, it won't stop until one of us is dead." She continued, "We've been lying in ambush for years, and today we finally have a godsend opportunity." She didn't bring bodyguards, came alone, and even destroyed the cameras and cut off external communication. She spread her arms, with a chance to wash away my disgrace. How could we possibly let it go? Suddenly Tianqin spoke up. "Wait." She raised both hands. "I surrender." Tianqin said seriously, "I surrender. The person you want to capture is Ruan Nan. We are not involved." Tianqin proposed a condition. "Let us go, pretend nothing happened. When we return we will pay a large sum of money." In her heart, she only thought of getting Zhang Hao out of danger first. The woman sneered, "You're very clever, you know the situation. Indeed, you two have nothing to do with her." Then she gave the order, "Seize them." She continued, "Anyway, we are professionals. We won't leave any traces. Rest assured I will take you away gently." Ruan Nan said, "They are not the type to negotiate easily." Ruan Nan instructed, "When the fight starts, I'll stay behind to hold them off." Tianqin, Min Yuhua used the chaos to take Zhang Hao and escape. Zhang Hao thought, escaping now. It won't be easy. Looking at the group ahead, Zhang Hao calculated, the enemy was prepared, though he only saw 4 people. There might be more in ambush. He had to find another way. Luca gave the signal, "Kill." Immediately, they rushed to attack the 2 nearby women. Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua stepped forward to block, while Tianqin retreated and called out, "Zhang Hao!" Tianqin shouted, "Quickly follow me!" At that moment, the blue-haired girl charged forward, slashing at Tianqin and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Hao rushed forward saying, "Just fall back." He threw a punch to block the blue-haired girl's attack. She snarled angrily, "This brat!" Tianqin thought in astonishment, Zhang Hao has such skills? Unbelievable. Zhang Hao shouted, "Ruan Nan Min Yuehua, don't get tangled up in the fight. Follow me." The 2 looked towards him. Luca looked at Zhang Hao, muttering, "That young man." She slowly raised her crossbow. On the other side, inside the production team tent, a lively atmosphere erupted. Cheers. Hu Lili raised her beer mug. "Congratulations, director. This show was a huge success. It's sure to hit #1 in ratings." The director laughed. "It's thanks to everyone's hard work." Hu Lili said, "If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely get a promotion. Remember to look out for me." The director laughed heartily. "No problem, cheers." As for Zhang Hao's side, Ruan Nan was panting heavily. The group was cornered into a narrow space. Ruan Nan asked, "Are you sure about running in here?" Zhang Hao replied, "Yes. I felt a breeze in the cave. It might have 2 openings. If there's an entrance, there should be an exit." Zhang Hao said, "I'm not certain, but taking a risk is better than waiting here to die." Luca snarled from behind, "They're exhausted, charge." Ruan Nan said, "You guys go on ahead." Ruan Nan assumed a defensive stance. "The cave is very narrow. They can only come one at a time. I can hold them off." Zhang Hao hesitated, but Ruan Nan insisted, "Don't hesitate anymore. This is my doing. I'll take responsibility. Get out quickly and find reinforcements." The blue-haired girl charged, "What can you do alone? Don't underestimate me." Ruan Nan shouted, "Go now!" Zhang Hao was silent for a moment, then decided, "Let's go, hurry." Min Yuehua agreed. Tianqin remained silent as if wanting to say something but holding back. Zhang Hao said while running, "There might be some supplies ahead that we haven't picked up yet." After a while they saw the old campfire. Zhang Hao said, "Found it." He spotted a narrow crevice and thought to himself, as expected, there was still a passage this way. Zhang Hao said, "Tianqin, Min Yuehua, the 2 of you take the supplies and go ahead. There's communication equipment inside. Try to connect with the outside. I'll go back to assist Ruan Nan." Tianqin quickly intervened. "Wait, Zhang Hao, it's too dangerous. Let's go together." Zhang Hao insisted firmly. "Even though I usually don't get along with Ruan Nan, I can't abandon her at a time like this. I have to go back and help her." Zhang Hao told them to hurry and leave, then immediately turned and walked away. Trung Tianqin softly called out, "Hao." Trung Tianqin silently watched as Zhang Hao's back gradually disappeared into the distance. She felt sorrowful in her heart, wondering why Zhang Hao suddenly felt so distant. The female assassin with green hair tied in a ponytail was being choked, unable to breathe. Veins bulged, her eyes bulged, and her expression turned ferocious. Ruan Nan lifted her up by the neck, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent as he said, "If you want to die, keep following." Luca cursed angrily, "Damn it, this attack was too rushed, didn't prepare a gun." Looking at Ruan Nan blocking the cave entrance like a god of death, Luca thought the entrance was too narrow, hard to fight in a group, and no one could beat MS Ruan Nan in a one-on-one fight. Ruan Nan said to Luca, "You were right before." Ruan Nan said, "As long as we aren't dead yet, we won't stop." Ruan Nan said while retreating, "Sooner or later I will kill you and your organization. Just wait." Luca was startled, her face turning pale, filled with panic and extreme fear. She angrily raised her crossbow and fired, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn it." The arrow shot straight into the darkness deep inside the cave. Luca thought to herself, they absolutely must not escape. Luca ordered, "You guard the cave entrance. I'll call for people to circle around to the back." The other person replied, "Yes, leader." As Zhang Hao ran towards Ruan Nan, he thought, who would have guessed that going out would lead him straight into the assassins chasing her. He just hoped she was unharmed. Suddenly Zhang Hao saw someone ahead. It was Ruan Nan. She was leaning wearily against the wall, one hand clutching her stomach, an arrow piercing her shoulder. Zhang Hao called out her name in shock. Zhang Hao ran over and asked worriedly, "Hey, you got hit by an arrow." Ruan Nan asked, "Why did you come back here?" Zhang Hao said, "Good thing I came back. There's a path ahead, I'll take you there." Ruan Nan said, "No need, you go quickly, they're about to catch up." Zhang Hao said, "Don't move." Zhang Hao reached out and carried Ruan Nan horizontally in his arms. Holding her in his arms, Zhang Hao said, "I will definitely take you with me, trust me." Ruan Nan blushed and said, "Why did you come back? Didn't you want to cut ties? Isn't it better for me to disappear this time?" Zhang Hao asked back, "What is better?" Zhang Hao said, "Don't talk anymore, you're bleeding. No matter what, let's wait until we survive and figure it out later." Ruan Nan silently looked at him, feeling unexpectedly at ease being held by him. Outside, the sky was pitch black, and the moon hung high. At the other end of the mountain cave, Tian Qin and Min Yuihua were waiting. Tian Qin said anxiously, "Why hasn't Zhang Hao returned yet?" Worried, Tian Qin planned to go back and find Zhang Hao. Just as she was about to enter the cave, she saw a figure coming out and stopped. It was Zhang Hao. He said, "Tian Qin, no need to come in." Zhang Hao said, "I'm back." Min Yuihua praised Zhang Hao, saying he was truly impressive. There really was an exit in the cave, though it was a bit narrow. Tian Qin was stunned, looking at him carrying Ruan Nan. Zhang Hao set Ruan Nan down. Zhang Hao said, "Ruan Nan is injured. We need to treat her quickly." Tian Qin said, "I understand." Tian Qin examined the wound and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't life-threatening, but she had lost a lot of blood. Without tools, she could only bandage it temporarily and stabilize the arrow to prevent further damage." Tian Qin took off her outer coat. Then she forcefully tore a piece of cloth from her inner shirt. She used that cloth to bandage Ruan Nan's wound. Ruan Nan asked if she truly wanted to save her, and Tian Qin replied, "What, are you afraid I'll harm you? Zhang Hao risked his life to bring you back. I can't let his efforts go to waste." Tian Qin said, "We are not out of danger yet. The assassins could catch up at any time. After I'm done, I'll take Zhang Hao and leave first." "Wait." Ruan Nan said, "Tian Qin was right. Their target is me and I'm injured. If I go with you, I'll only drag everyone down." Ruan Nan added about the blood moon, "If you escape, find Secretary Kim. She will tell you everything." Tian Qin was startled and asked again. Zhang Hao said, "Now is not the time to talk. I'll carry you out of here first." Tian Qin scolded softly Zhang Hao, "Are you going to risk your life for her? We are just innocent people caught up in their conflict." Tian Qin advised, "Don't try anymore. Come back with me and live like before, okay?" Zhang Hao lowered his head and remained silent. Zhang Hao said in a low voice, "It might be impossible to go back to how it was before." In his heart, he knew he was no longer the old Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao said, "She once saved me. A real man cannot stand by and watch someone die." Tian Qin was stunned upon hearing this. Min Yuhua's eyes lit up as she said Zhang Hao was so cool. Zhang Hao said this was something Brother Long had taught him, recalling the brother from his past memories, who always went through life and death for his comrades. Zhang Hao said, "Sister Qin and Min Yuhua should go ahead and call for backup. I will take Ruan Nan." Tian Qin objected. Tian Qin said, "No, what are you talking about? How can I leave you behind and go?" Zhang Hao apologized to Tian Qin, saying he was no longer the old Zhang Hao, and picked Ruan Nan up. Zhang Hao left, looking back to say if there was a chance, he would explain to her. Zhang Hao said he was no longer the old Zhang Hao, and if there was a chance, he would explain to her. Zhang Hao said the assassins are still chasing now. The urgent matter is to leave this place and find reinforcements. Sister Qin and Min Yuhua should go together first. Min Yuhua objected, "I am not going, I will stay and protect you." Min Yuhua said assertively, "I also want to be a manly man." Then she blankly corrected herself, "No, a womanly woman." Zhang Hao, "What is a manly man?" Zhang Hao replied, "That's a saying from another world, forget about it." Min Yuhua was somewhat reluctant to leave, but Zhang Hao repeatedly urged her not to overthink it and to go on ahead. She said that even if she returned alone, a world without Zhang Hao would hold no meaning. She did not want to leave him or lose him. Tian Qin, standing nearby, also spoke up, so he felt the same. She wanted to stay by his side. Suddenly a voice rang out, still playing out this tragic love scene, startling everyone. It was Luca. She had brought people with her, sneering that she was tired of these childish games. Zhang Hao thought in panic it was over. With so many, they were truly doomed. A noisy commotion sounded. The director groggily woke up, dazedly asking what was going on. He yawned as he stepped out of the tent, muttering why it had suddenly gotten so loud. Looking up, the director's pupils instantly contracted in fear. In the sky, a fleet of helicopters flew towards the forest. He froze, asking what was happening. Zhang Hao lay prostrate on the ground, groaning in pain. All four were subdued, the three women behind held tightly by assassins, while Zhang Hao was brought before Luca. The moon overhead turned blood red, and Luca laughed loudly, saying, "You all really like this boy, don't you?" She pulled out a sharp knife, coldly saying he was pretty good, knowing martial arts too. Too bad she was in a hurry and couldn't play for long. Luca swung the knife straight towards Zhang Hao's neck, but just as it was about to come down, she abruptly stopped. She smiled, then looked towards Ruan Nan. Luca sneered. Ruan Nan, do you want to see yourself now? I really didn't expect you to end up like this. Ruan Nan knelt in a disheveled state. Luca coldly said she was usually so cautious. After all these years without a chance, now you let your guard down because of this man? Tears streamed down Ruan Nan's face. She trembled, begging Luca to spare him. She would do anything. Luca burst out laughing as if hearing a joke. Really anything, huh? She cruelly said, spare him, you are blinded by love. When my brother died, did you spare him? Luca grabbed Zhang Hao by the hair and pulled him up, pressing the knife against his neck, saying coldly that no one would escape this time. A sharp sound rang out, blood splattered, and Zhang Hao thought to himself, this was it. He lay in a pool of blood, his eyes gradually going blank. Suddenly, strands of blood-red hair floated in the air. Zhang Hao softly called out, you. He asked why the Blood Moon Goddess was here. She sat opposite him, chin in hand, smiling gently. The Blood Moon Goddess said, guess. Zhang Hao jolted awake, exclaiming, ah. He sat up, clutching his neck, muttering that he was dead, then realized his body was back to normal. A voice sounded beside him. Husband. Zhang Hao was startled. He turned to the side, and the person asked if he had another nightmare. Zhang Hao asked back, what did you just call me? That person was Ruan Nan. She answered briefly, husband. On the road, the crowd was heading towards the company. They passed through the ticket gate one by one. Inside, it was getting more and more crowded. Zhang Hao sat in the car looking outside, thinking he had finally returned to his world. He turned to the girl beside him, recognizing her as the director of his company. She was wearing a brown business suit with a white shirt, leisurely looking at her phone, and was also his fiancée. Zhang Hao thought this was surely the work of the Blood Moon Goddess. Just then she asked him what he was thinking. She brought up the idea of having his father move in with them. Zhang Hao was startled. She said his father raised him with great hardship, so they should be filial, and the new house was big enough for him to live comfortably. She also said later when they had children, his father could help take care of the grandchildren when the two of them were busy. A gold ring sparkled on her ring finger. Zhang Hao hesitated, speaking up, Ruan Nan. She grabbed his tie, pulling him close, saying he had forgotten again, didn't he? She pulled him close, reminding him that in private he had to call her wife, making him embarrassed. She softly asked again. He answered awkwardly, recognizing in his heart that this personality was very similar to the Ruan Nan from that other world. He blushed and called out, honey, sweetheart. She responded with a satisfied meh. She told him to go to work. She would come pick him up later. The driver in front felt awkward from the affectionate scene. Zhang Hao walked into the office, thinking he never expected to return to this world in such a way. He sat down to work, but his mind was a mess, thinking about Tian Qin and Min Yuihua, wondering how they were. He was sad and blamed himself. Perhaps he still could not save them. He suddenly came to his senses, telling himself that was right. He moved the mouse while thinking about those two in the current world, wondering what they were doing. He searched online with the keyword Tian Qin, searching everywhere but still not finding the person he needed. Zhang Hao thought in panic. If he could not meet Tian Qin, then would it be impossible for her to study medicine as before? Not giving up, Zhang Hao continued searching and wondered, what about Min Yuhua then? Then he found news about Min Yuhua's mother being Min Tianshu. The article dated May 16th stated she entered the top 500 richest people, with assets of 95.74 billion, ranking 20th in Lutung City. Zhang Hao thought to himself, oh, was Min Yuhua's family not a military family, so how did they become part of the wealthy merchant circle now? He felt a strange thinking that in this world, he and they seemed to have no point of intersection, and he also did not know how they were living now. Zhang Hao thought again. As for himself, even though he had returned to the old world, he had inexplicably become the fiancé of Ruan Nan. Looking at the ring on his ring finger, Zhang Hao asked himself dazedly, how exactly was he supposed to win over this kind of female CEO? Zhang Hao was heavily shocked. How could he have no memory at all yet be saddled with such a result? At some point, he had left the company, wandered aimlessly, and then sat on a bus, his eyes watching the scenery flow past the window. He silently observed everything, feeling this world was both familiar and indescribably strange. Zhang Hao stood in front of the apartment complex, thinking to himself that he had finally returned to this place, which was his home. He smiled bitterly, muttering to himself, wondering how his father was doing at this moment. A voice rang out from behind. Husband, Ruan Nan asked in surprise. Why was he home before work ended? Ruan Nan stepped forward, saying she had originally planned to surprise him, not expecting him to come back early. Zhang Hao asked suspiciously, what surprise? Ruan Nan replied, did he forget today was his birthday? She had made an appointment with his father earlier, planning to cook a feast together to celebrate for him. Zhang Hao said awkwardly, so today was his birthday. Is that so? Ruan Nan was silent, her eyes slightly dim. Then she asked him if he had something on his mind. Zhang Hao was startled, then answered honestly, yeah. Zhang Hao scratched his head, saying he had not yet had time to get used to her gentleness. Hearing this, Ruan Nan angrily said he was attacking her. Zhang Hao thought to himself, before the transmigration, he was not even close to Ruan Nan, and even less could he live his whole life so ambiguously like this. He cleared his throat then said, wife. What he was about to say was a bit strange. How could a girl as beautiful and talented as her like an ordinary man like him? Ruan Nan immediately blushed. Ruan Nan asked softly, half teasing and half probing. What was going on? Him being this shy did not suit him at all. Ruan Nan reached her arm around Zhang Hao's neck. With her other hand lifting his chin, she said he was having pre-wedding jitters. Relax. She would take responsibility for him. He could just lie at ease. Having said that, she lightly kissed his cheek. Ruan Nan said, as for the rest, we can talk about it tonight. She continued, come on, Dad is waiting for us. Ruan Nan sat down quietly looking to one side. He only saw his father calmly sitting there drinking water. Zhang Hao approached and asked in a low voice, Dad, is Ruan Nan really going to stay at our house today? He replied that it was definitely so. Zhang Hao said, but our house only has 2 rooms, am I sleeping with Dad? He put down his cup and said, him being so blunt was too obvious. Zhang Hao dazedly said, huh? He continued, Dad understands. Everyone has their off days, just go to the hospital for a checkup and rest. It is not a big deal. Just be honest with each other as husband and wife. Zhang Hao said helplessly to him, that was not what he meant. He stood up and said, all right, help Ruan Nan wash the dishes, Dad is going to rest now. Before entering the room, he also called out, happy birthday, kiddo. Zhang Hao responded dumbly, huh? Then the sound of the bedroom door locking rang out, click. Zhang Hao was speechless at his father. He sat outside the room and sighed in helplessness. Then he rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen, saying let him help her. Ruan Nan smiled and said yesterday he was normal. How could he be so weak today? Zhang Hao was startled and asked back, you heard that? She blushed and asked, was it because she had made too many demands of him that his body could not handle it? Zhang Hao's face turned completely red and he silently cursed in his heart. He looked at her, wondering if their relationship had already progressed that far. His eyes unconsciously swept over her body for a moment before quickly looking away. Zhang Hao's thoughts were in turmoil, but he clearly had no memory of that at all. He said, about that matter the evening before you mentioned. Ruan Nan was slightly startled. She smiled and said, so did he still remember the first time they met, when she was just a director? Ruan Nan recounted the company's business lunch banquet, when a powerful customer kept harassing and forcing her to drink alcohol that had been tampered with. At that time, that customer deliberately handed the drink and forced Ruan Nan to drink it. Zhang Hao at that time grabbed his hand and said, sorry, my wife is in the preparation stage for pregnancy. Let me drink for her. That man was stunned, huh? Then he downed the glass of wine. Ruan Nan continued, not knowing where he got the courage. He even pretended to be her fiancé to protect her, then drank the wrong glass of spiked wine and collapsed after just 1 glass. Zhang Hao instantly fell down, hugging the ground. Ruan Nan was panicked while that customer was frightened. Zhang Hao, foam at his mouth, still managed to say the wine was drugged. Do not drink. Nan asked in shock, what? She immediately turned to confront the customer, President Chen. What are you doing? He stammered loudly, impossible. I only put in stimulant, not date rape drug. Quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Everyone around started whispering noisily. Ruan Nan continued, later we called the police, and that President Chen was ruined because of it. Standing in front of the hotel door, Ruan Nan asked him if he was okay. Zhang Hao, who still had cotton stuffed in his nose at that time, only replied softly, it was fine, he had just overacted a bit at that moment and fell without controlling his strength in time. Ruan Nan asked, how did he know the glass of wine was problematic? Zhang Hao replied, because he was always watching him, saw him secretly put the drug into the glass. Ruan Nan paused upon hearing this, huh? Zhang Hao said, everyone knew that guest was lecherous, he was worried he would make a move on her. And he was right. Ruan Nan asked suspiciously, wait, why was he so concerned about her? Ruan Nan asked further, did he like her? Zhang Hao replied, no, he just saw her and thought she looked fine. Actually, many people still doubted a young girl like her being the general manager. Zhang Hao added, perhaps because his seat was near her office. He could see her working very hard. Ruan Nan blushed slightly with embarrassment hearing this. Zhang Hao explained if there were unpleasant rumors between her and that guest, the previous doubts would become truth. Ruan Nan replied, then wasn't he just worried about her? If it wasn't liking, then what was it? Zhang Hao, flustered, quickly explained, no, he just wanted to be an upright person. Ruan Nan sighed softly, saying he was being upright indeed. Zhang Hao froze and asked, why did she say it with such a regretful tone? Ruan Nan raised a hand to cover her mouth, chuckling softly. She smiled and asked, so had he ever liked anyone? Zhang Hao stammered that he still hadn't. Ruan Nan teased, single since birth, making him flustered as he replied her words were too harsh. Back to the present, Ruan Nan said. Then they gradually developed feelings. Zhang Hao's arms came from behind to wrap around Nan's waist. Zhang Hao hugged her from behind, his chin lightly resting on her shoulder. Ruan Nan called softly, husband. Zhang Hao smiled, warmth filling his heart when hearing Ruan Nan mention that memory. Even though he could not remember clearly, he still felt happiness spreading. 2 figures reflected on the water surface of the sink. Zhang Hao thought to himself, meeting Ruan Nan in this world was the best thing. Zhang Hao called, Nan Nan. Ruan Nan replied with a hum. He asked if she believed in parallel worlds. Zhang Hao asked again, did she believe in parallel worlds? Ruan Nan listened and froze slightly. She repeated in a low voice, parallel world. Why did he suddenly ask that? Zhang Hao said she might not believe it, but he had dreamed a very long dream, or maybe it wasn't a dream but a real world. Zhang Hao recounted that in that world there was also Ruan Nan. She used to pursue him, but their relationship was only like close comrades. Ruan Nan wanted to speak, but paused. Zhang Hao tightened his hold slightly, saying she knew his biggest secret. But there were two very important people who had been put in danger, because of him, even possibly losing their lives. In the kitchen space, Zhang Hao's steady voice sounded. He had also hidden things from the person he trusted most, so he couldn't tell everything yet. Zhang Hao sighed. He was truly very confused, knowing she found it strange but he could only find her to talk. Ruan Nan turned around, reached up to touch Zhang Hao's cheek, gently replying him. Ruan Nan pinched his cheek lightly, saying if he didn't tell her, who else would he tell? Ruan Nan said if possible she wanted to be by his side like this for a lifetime. Ruan Nan smiled, but she didn't want him to live in regret or force himself. If there were knots in his heart she wouldn't be happy. Ruan Nan smiled faintly but her eyes held a trace of sadness. A faint pink glow radiated around her, saying if he wanted to leave to settle unfinished matters, she would let him go. Zhang Hao was startled and called out, Ruan Nan, you. He felt doubt in his heart seeing the strange red light. Ruan Nan stepped closer and asked if what happened earlier counted as his first time acting spoiled with her since they got together. Zhang Hao let out a confused huh. Zhang Hao stammered, you, what are you saying? Why has your voice changed? Ruan Nan stepped forward and gently kissed Zhang Hao on the lips. In his mind appeared an image of the two of them wearing bride and groom attire, exchanging a vow-sealing kiss for life. Zhang Hao thought in shock, was this his own memory? When they parted, Ruan Nan said to remember that no matter where or in which world, she would find him. She would hold him tight, her gaze steadfast and unshakable. Zhang Hao called softly, wife, his heart in turmoil, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly the mark on Zhang Hao's body emitted a red light. His eyes slowly closed involuntarily. He barely uttered the word suppress. Zhang Hao's body gradually dissolved into patches of red light and disappeared. Ruan Nan stood still, her hand still reaching out, her eyes lonely. Ruan Nan murmured softly, so soon, so next would be my turn. The voice sounded, so this was her choice. The blood moon goddess appeared behind Ruan Nan. Huang Thu said she thought she was the most possessive one. Blood moon goddess leaned close to her ear and whispered, she could have kept him, lived forever in this world, yet she handed fate over to others. Ruan Nan calmly replied, if this was the way for him to return, she trusted him, and she would have made the same choice. Ruan Nan turned around with a confident smile, saying she was very good at competing. The blood moon goddess laughed, ha, she liked this personality of hers. She said it was rare to come to his world, take a last look, there won't be another chance later. Ruan Nan looked out the window, the ordinary warm, sunlit scenery calming her heart. Ruan Nan looked at the ring on her hand, regretfully saying if only she could bring it along. Her hand gradually became transparent and vanished bit by bit. Ruan Nan also gradually disappeared from that place. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Hao woke up and called out wife by habit. Zhang Hao, still dazed and unclear about the situation, muttered, wife, what are you saying? What do you mean by going or not going? Suddenly a shout came, caught you. A hand clamped over his mouth, causing Zhang Hao to let out It was Min Yuehua. She coldly cursed, damn pervert. Zhang Hao was pinned down unexpectedly, his mouth held shut. He panicked, thinking, where was his wife? Where was this place? Min Yuehua shouted, stand still, just follow me obediently. The two looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Hao spoke up, ah, you are Min Yuehua, right? She was also surprised, huh? The sky was clear blue, the air fresh and eerily peaceful. She realized she had grabbed the wrong person and quickly let go, apologizing repeatedly. Zhang Hao thought to himself that this might be another trick from the blood moon goddess. He looked at the phone showing 13/6/2029 10:31. It occurred to him that he might have been transported again, as the time here was a few years off from the old world. Zhang Hao recalled the times the blood moon goddess had toyed with him, constantly moving him through different places. Confused as he was, he tried to stay calm, thinking she was parallel universe hopping just to taunt him. Suddenly a hand appeared in front of his face, startling him into lifting his head. Min Yuehua finished her phone call and walked over, shyly apologizing for grabbing the wrong person, inviting him to the station for a statement. Zhang Hao gave a helpless smile, thinking to himself that he never expected Min Yuehua to be a police officer in this world, but they did not seem to be acquainted yet. Having said that, she got into the car and called to him, let's go, get in the car. Zhang Hao quickly replied, okay. On the way, he silently marveled at how mature and composed Min Yuehua had become. As soon as they arrived at the station, she loudly apologized to Captain Chen. Entering the captain's office, she bowed her head in apology, saying she had caused trouble for the station and that it was entirely her mistake. The captain sighed, reminding her of the duty to serve the people and the principles of work. He sternly criticized her, saying she was too hasty and lacked practical experience, leading to mishandling even a minor case. He demanded she apologize to the person who was wrongfully detained and emphasized this was a serious error. Min Yuehua lowered her head in acceptance. Outside the door, calling colleagues gossiped that she lacked experience, that she only got in through connections, and that she would struggle to pass her probation. Zhang Hao, standing in the room, heard this and sighed, thinking she was being isolated. He spoke up to defend her, saying she had not made things difficult for him, and that she had a strong sense of protecting the people. He continued to assert that they already had clues for the case, and were sure to solve it soon. He signaled for her to confirm. Manhwa was flustered but reflexively nodded yes. Zhang Hao took her hand and raised it, confidently telling the captain that she would solve this case. He asked for a chance for her, citing it as the wish of a citizen. Manhwa looked at him with gratitude. Leaving the police station, the two returned to the apartment complex under the gentle sunlight. Zhang Hao and Manhwa sat on the sofa as he reviewed the case files. He asked about the case details. This is a case of theft of female students' underwear, right? Flustered, she confirmed it. She recounted the situation in City X. A pervert has been stealing women's items. It is unclear if it is an individual or a group. He operates near the subway station in West City District, around 25 years old. She spoke hesitantly, then stopped as she realized she had misspoken, quickly apologizing for possibly making him uncomfortable. She awkwardly bowed her head, apologizing repeatedly for causing a misunderstanding. Zhang Hao patted her head and smiled. It's okay, you know me, I don't mind. Her face turned red, and she stammered, you and we know each other? Zhang Hao coughed lightly, turned away to avoid it, then earnestly gave advice. Your method of solving cases is not really effective. He analyzed. Ambushing at the scene is not wrong, but the uniform and the numbered car make it easy for the suspect to spot you. That is both dangerous and inefficient. He continued explaining, waiting is a passive method and easily wastes time. We should use a bait method. She asked for clarification in confusion. Zhang Hao operated the computer as he spoke. We can find clues from suspicious websites and exchange groups related to this in the city. He opened a search page for information, and then covered her eyes. Kids shouldn't see this. She blushed and retorted, I am an adult, you know. He continued explaining how to infiltrate groups, gather targets, and wait for the prey to appear through exchange messages within the network. He looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Then we moved to the final stage. He said that to catch the target they needed bait. She looked confused, not understanding. Next day at the subway station, the loudspeaker announced the arriving train. The crowd moved busily. Zhang Hao was disguised as a woman, wearing a mask and wig, standing in the station like a young girl. He thought it would not be right to use an acquaintance as bait. He steeled his resolve, trying his best to play the role to attract the target, looking quite like a real female student. The train speaker continued announcing the arrival at platform 20, asking passengers to alight. People passed by in large numbers. It was his first time cross-dressing, so he was a bit embarrassed. He pulled his mask up higher, still feeling unfamiliar. He told himself he had to be stronger, that he had nothing left to fear, and that he absolutely had to catch the criminal. Manhwa ran over and linked her arm with his. With a slight blush, she smoothed her hair and said, Big sis, let's go. Zhang Hao's face turned bright red, and he stammered, big sis. Why does that sound so strange? The train doors began to close, and the atmosphere inside became more urgent. The train speaker announced the imminent departure, asking passengers to secure their positions. Inside the train, an old man standing nearby looked awkward. Manhwa looked at the old man, immediately following her professional instinct, her gaze turning stern, scaring the old man slightly. Zhang Hao pinched her lightly, reminding her to restrain herself. Don't reveal your police demeanor, it will alert the suspect. She nodded, I know. Zhang Hao observed his surroundings, thinking they had been on the train for a while, but the target had not appeared yet. He glanced at two students chatting about going out after school. He continued observing a man complaining about stocks, then judged him not to be a suspect. He looked at another old man, wondering if he could be a suspect, but still found nothing abnormal. Zhang Hao began to doubt the plan, wondering if this was a waste of time. Manhwa comforted him, telling him to stay calm and wait a bit longer. Just then, the train suddenly shook violently, startling them both. The two staggered, and seeing she was about to fall, Zhang Hao quickly shouted, Manhwa, be careful. Manhwa lost her balance and fell into Zhang Hao, her hand accidentally touching his prosthetic chest. Zhang Hao helped her up, holding her shoulder to reassure her, stand steady. She replied awkwardly, yeah, okay. Two young men nearby saw the scene and teased them, saying the pair looked very sweet, all good-looking men and women. Manhwa blushed and whispered to Zhang Hao that no matter what, he stood out very much. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao gently pushed her away and asked in confusion, what? The train loudspeaker announced an incident ahead, so the train paused temporarily, passengers chattering noisily about the situation. Zhang Hao suddenly felt something was off, thinking it felt like someone had touched him. He glanced behind and spotted a middle-aged man sneaking around in the back. Zhang Hao bent down and saw a recording device under the skirt, thinking, bitten the hook. He immediately raised his foot and stomped hard on that person. The man held his foot, screaming in pain and cursing for having his expensive equipment ruined. Zhang Hao mocked him, saying he was truly a pervert in human guise. That man froze froze then grew angry, but still tried to cover up by claiming he was misunderstood. He quickly changed his tone, blaming Zhang Hao, but he calmly pointed at the backpack and demanded a check. He asserted that this very bag was used to conceal the recording, causing the other party to panic. He stammered curses and then tried to flee. He attempted to escape but was blocked and yelled at to stay still. He was subdued and fell down, drawing the attention of the entire train car. Min Yuhua quickly subdued him. He panicked and resisted. She coldly replied that she was a police officer. Hearing the word police, he was stunned and frantically confirmed. Min Yuhua seriously affirmed that he was the pervert, not Zhang Hao. Screams echoed through the train car. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, could only helplessly call out to her. After subduing the suspect, they brought him to the police station. Zhang Hao was commended, but he was speechless at being labeled a cross-dressing hero. He accepted the certificate awkwardly, thinking that he had finally helped Min Yuhua earn some merit. Two then went to celebrate together at a lively bar. Online, a photo of Zhang Hao in women's clothing spread. He embarrassedly complained about being plastered everywhere. Min Yuhua drank, her face red, and said did not look ugly at all. She called his name several times, then choked up to thank him, making Zhang Hao listen in silence. She teared up and said she could not do without him. Zhang Hao smiled and advised her to improve her communication skills, believing she could do it. She blushed and stammered, saying it was not about that, but she was still very embarrassed. She suddenly reached out and touched Zhang Hao's face, stunning him. She hugged him, hesitantly saying she could not live without him. She blushed, stammering a few more halting sentences. She whispered that she could not be without him. Zhang Hao pinched her cheek and asked if she was drunk. She shook her head, saying she was still sober and could drink more. She suddenly burst into tears, saying being alone was very lonely. She admitted she joined the police force because she liked him. She recounted that people suspected she relied on connections and thus ostracized her. She angrily slammed her glass on the table, insisting she was not like that. She continued drinking, saying her family also pressured her and even wanted to set up dates. She said she had refused all blind dates arranged by others. She choked up, saying no one could compare to Zhang Hao, her voice growing softer. Zhang Hao looked at her drunken state, thinking she was talking nonsense. She slumped onto him, making him hurry to support her. He suddenly vomited on Zhang Hao, making him yell out. Zhang Hao cursed, drawing the attention of the bar staff. The staff reminded him about the girl's behavior. Zhang Hao quickly apologized and offered compensation. Leaving the bar, Min Yuhua was carried on Zhang Hao's back. He carried her for a walk, asking if she felt more sober. She replied she was still dizzy. He stopped under the moonlight, telling her to get down to help sober up. He helped massage her. She said it hurt a bit and wondered about his technique. She asked where he learned acupressure. He said he used to work in an office, so he self-taught massage to relieve pain, and later became even more skilled after losing his job. She shyly called his name. He was silent for a few seconds, thinking. She turned away to thank him, making Zhang Hao wonder if she no longer needed the massage. She stood up, looked at him with a smile, and said she had thought it through and already had an answer. She looked up at the shifting moonlight, gave a faint, sad smile, and said she could not be selfish and keep him here. He froze, blurting out Min Yuhua. She gently interrupted him, saying that he still had a path to walk. Zhang Hao thought to himself just as expected, the red hue of the moon reflected in his eyes, his gaze narrowing as the blood moon appeared again. He gradually faded away, leaving only her standing silently on the beach. Min Yuhua quietly reached into her coat pocket. She took out a small gun-shaped keychain and whispered sadly that she would wait for him in that place. The blood moon goddess unexpectedly appeared behind her, commenting that the girl surnamed Min seemed rather fragile. Hovering in the air while yawning, she said that although fragile, her decision was very decisive. She glanced over and said, compared to her two sisters who were smart and mature, she had fewer advantages. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Zhang Hao could return. Hearing this, she fell silent for a moment. Then Min Yuhua smiled confidently, saying that as long as they kept their promise, they would surely win. Back in Zhang Hao's hospital room, Ruan Nan was sitting by his bed. She suddenly stopped and looked up. When Min Yuhua returned, she immediately thanked her for helping make everything a success. Min Yuhua turned to Tian Qin in the corner of the room, saying it was her turn and hoped she could bring Zhang Hao back. Ruan Nan's face darkened, reminding her that this was his life. There must be no mistakes, and she was counting on her. Tian Qin remained silent, her eyes dimming before she quietly replied that she understood what she had to do. Zhang Hao felt as if he were falling into an endless abyss. Was he about to fall into a coma and disappear again? His two previous traversals had respectively led him to worlds with Ruan Nan and Min Yuhua. What caught his attention was that both girls in those two worlds seemed to know something in advance. It was as if they knew he would leave. Could it be that they had also traversed? If so, that goddess must have made a pact with the three girls for him to meet them, only to take him away again. What was the purpose? Just then, he heard someone calling his name. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao suddenly woke up in his bedroom. Before he could understand what was happening, he found himself in a completely different world. He had traversed yet again, but this time he had become an elementary school student. Zhang Hao stood in the middle of a sports field, thinking that perhaps the traversal also changed the time period. He silently realized that Min Yuhua had been an adult last time, so everything seemed to make more sense now. Because he failed to react in time, a ball hit him squarely in the face. Lying on the ground, he muttered a curse to the heavens, wishing each scene transition could be gentler. A while later, he was taken to the school infirmary. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a girl sitting by the bed. It was Tianqin, peeling an apple while waiting for him to wake up. Zhang Hao stammered, asking if she was Tianqin. Tianqin was silent for a moment, as if thinking. She said she had waited for him for a very long time and had a question she wanted to hear him answer with his own mouth. Zhang Hao tensed up, feeling that this was indeed the familiar Tianqin. She asked sternly whether or not he was the real Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was contemplative, realizing that she had also traversed. He honestly said he was not the original Zhang Hao, only having accidentally traversed into this body. He recounted that he was originally from another world, encountered the Blood Moon, and was brought here, taking over this identity and experiencing many misunderstandings. In his memory, there still remained a part of the old Zhang Hao, but he did not understand why things had turned out the way they were now. He only knew that he truly liked her, Tianqin. Tianqin silently began to shed tears. She asked if the previous Zhang Hao could come back. Zhang Hao was flustered, apologizing because he was not sure about that. Apple in Tianqin's hand fell to the ground. He gripped the knife tightly, saying that her only reason for living was Zhang Hao. Hearing this, Zhang Hao quickly sat bolt upright. Tianqin brought the knife closer, saying if he was gone, then she no longer wanted to live. Zhang Hao, panicked, shouted for her to stop. He grabbed the blade tightly with his bare hand, stopping her from doing something foolish. He said that all the mistakes were his fault, and that all the responsibility also belonged to him. Since you have taken over this body, which originally belonged to Zhang Hao, then the one who deserves to die must be you. Zhang Hao trembled as he brought the knife closer. The blade pointed toward himself. He thought that if she disappeared, perhaps he would come back. Tianqin was panicked, her pupils constricting. Zhang Hao continued, maybe that way the real Zhang Hao would return. I already said, I would make up for what I owe you. The blood on his hand flowed more. Tianqin said no with trembling voice. This place was not that world. How could he come back? How would you know without trying? Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Maybe if I disappeared, this world would also end. When he smiled, Tianqin seemed to see Hao's silhouette appear. Tianqin was frantic. No, she could not do this. She shouted, I cannot do this. Zhang Hao looked at her with concern. Sister Tianqin. At this time, Zhang Hao's parents and the homeroom teacher had arrived, anxiously asking if he was okay. The teacher reassured them. It was only a minor superficial injury, hard to avoid when students fool around. In the infirmary, Zhang Hao was still resting steadily. As soon as they entered, the sight of Zhang Hao's hand covered in blood stunned them both. They panicked and said in unison, Zhang Hao, be careful. The teacher rushed over reflex. He shouted loudly, put down the knife immediately. The teacher scolded sternly, being just a student and already using a knife to cause injury. Zhang Hao quickly explained, teacher, you have misunderstood. We were just... Before he could finish, the parents pulled him away, demanding to treat the wound first. Zhang Hao refused to leave, trying to explain that Tianqin had done nothing wrong. He called out loudly, Sister Qin, wait for me, I will come back. The teacher held Tianqin back and called to report the incident. He reported that a student named Tianqin had used a knife to injure a schoolmate, requiring urgent handling. At the same time, he suggested notifying the parents and considering strict disciplinary action. The next morning in the faculty office, Tianqin's father came to apologize, his mood anxious. He said his daughter had psychological issues recently, and requested leave for her to stay home for a while to stabilize. He hoped the teachers would be lenient. He offered gifts but was refused. The homeroom teacher reminded him not to accept. The school would consider the punishment and suggested the parents wait for the official decision. Tianqin's father bowed his head in thanks and left. Upon returning home, Tianqin was immediately scolded harshly by her father. He was about to hit her when her mother rushed in to stop him, begging him not to do it. He roughly pushed her mother away. He was furious because her actions caused him to lose an important contract, and he cursed violently. Tianqin said calmly, if you want to hit me, go ahead, but do not touch my mother. He grew even angrier, scolding her for being disrespectful and insolent. Continued to insult her and her mother, saying they were just leeches. He was about to lay hands on her mother, asserting he was the head of the family. Just as he raised his hand, his head was suddenly hit by a heavy object. A glass vase. He roared in pain, you bitch. Frozen shock. He saw Tianqin holding a knife standing opposite him. Tianqin's mother screamed in panic, stop. Blade stopped right in front of him. Tianqin said coldly, Mom, we do not need to rely on this kind of person anymore. Get a divorce. He stammered in a plea, calm down now. Everything can be discussed. He rushed forward quickly. He yanked her hand hard. Tianqin was thrown back, slamming hard into the wall. He angrily said her mother had a problem, was not normal. He kicked repeatedly toward her mother. Her mother could only dodge in panic. Tianqin's mother cried out in fear, begging him to stop. At the same time downstairs, Zhang Hao had found his way to Tianqin's building. He followed the directions exactly. Inside the small house, the man's arguing voice rang out incessantly, mixed with the woman's weak pleas. Tianqin lay on the floor, her body covered in injuries, hearing her father say he would take her for reform, his voice full of disgust. Her mother tried to argue but was cut off while Tianqin just lay still, tears falling. Finally, she struggled to stand up amidst her wounds, thinking to herself that no matter which world it was, she was still a failure. She turned back to look at the window where the sunset was falling, quietly thinking that the person she once liked had disappeared long ago without her noticing, while both sides of the family were in a chaotic mess. Tianqin walked barefoot, slowly dragging each step, and thought to herself that perhaps she did not deserve to be loved by anyone. She walked past the mirror, saw her tear-streaked face reflected, and despairingly thought she was just a lost clown, drowning in meaningless love all day. Her small, injured hands tried to grab the curtain in front of her as if seeking some support. Her eyes were lifeless, tears falling continuously as she stared straight ahead. Tianqin pulled the curtain, her eyes empty, as she looked down at the wounds on her body, as if she had already decided to let go of everything. She wondered if dying in this world would really make her disappear. Just then Zhang Hao appeared at the door, startling her so much she forgot to cry. Then Tianqin gradually regained her composure, softly replied with a confused, "Oh." She anxiously asked what Zhang Hao was doing here, why he came up to this floor, but before she could finish, she was interrupted, and he gave an awkward smile. Zhang Hao scratched his head to brush it off, while a worker beside him frantically looked for safety gear and muttered complaints. His eyes turned serious as he confirmed whether her stepfather had abused her, admitting he had heard the arguing. Tianqin avoided his gaze, awkwardly saying this matter didn't concern her. She lowered her eyes sadly and said if he wasn't Zhang Hao, there was no need to do these useless things. Between them, there could never be a future. Zhang Hao immediately retorted, insisting everything he did was not for her but for what he believed was right, then confidently spoke like a true man. After they finished discussing, Tianqin opened the door and cautiously looked outside. She saw her stepfather with a bandaged head, while her mother stared blankly at her daughter. Her eyes were full of disgust, her lips pressed tightly as she stared straight ahead. The stepfather stubbed out his cigarette, sneeringly mocking that locking herself in was useless, causing her mother to frantically call her back inside. He coldly said a disobedient child needed to be taught a lesson again. He unfastened his leather belt, his eyes savage as he looked at her and warned her she was getting more and more stubborn. He swung the belt at her. Tianqin closed her eyes, enduring in fear and not resisting. Just then, another hand suddenly blocked it in midair. Zhang Hao rushed over, grabbed the belt, pulled it taut, then calmly greeted them, stunning the stepfather, while Tianqin stood behind in a daze. He realized in shock it was the injured boy from before, then demanded why he was in his house. Zhang Hao introduced himself as Tianqin's friend, said he came to visit her, and mentioned he would report the violence to the police. He sarcastically remarked this house was truly chaotic, angering the stepfather while her mother panicked. The stepfather guessed he had come to demand compensation, so he directly asked for his terms. Zhang Hao calmly said he only had one request. He demanded to take Tianqin away from here, while threatening to call the police and insisting he was unfit to be a father. The stepfather burst out laughing, mocking his threat to call the police. He laughed loudly, regarding him as a do-gooder playing hero. He denied all accusations, saying without evidence, no one would believe a child's words. Zhang Hao calmly looked back, while the stepfather confidently stated that even with evidence, he could use his connections to handle it. He criticized the mother for clinging to him for his money, then continued his smug mockery. Zhang Hao just sighed, causing the stepfather to look at him in confusion. He raised his smartwatch, activated the recording, and said he had saved all the evidence to send to the police and the company. The stepfather froze and asked if that was a children's smartwatch. Zhang Hao smirked, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below, catching him off guard. He exploited the opening to attack, causing the stepfather to collapse in pain amidst the chaos. The stepfather fell to his knees, his face contorted in pain. His screams echoed throughout the apartment building. Finally, the two of them escaped, Zhang Hao sighing with pride, while Tianqin silently followed behind. Suddenly she spoke up, asking a question that made him stop in his tracks. Tianqin confusedly asked if this was another world or just a dream, questioning the meaning of everything he did. Zhang Hao frankly said that even if the world was fake, her getting hurt was real, so he would protect her and admitted his feelings for her. She was stunned upon hearing such a direct confession. Tianqin blushed, but sadly said that betraying the memories of Zhang Hao would also be betraying herself. She refused, saying her life would lose its meaning if she did that. As she turned away, Zhang Hao held her hand to stop her. He advised her to live for herself. Tianqin was conflicted, feeling she could not bear any more guilt. The memories of Zhang Hao were like chains binding her mind. She cried out in pain, asking what would happen to the person in that other world if she chose him. She looked at the small photo in her arms, confused about what choice to make. Zhang Hao held her hand, explaining that she didn't need to forget the past, but should use it to keep living. He said people couldn't stay trapped in the past forever. No matter what, they had to move forward. Zhang Hao gently called her name. In the gentle breeze, he said to start over from the beginning. Tian Qin was flustered, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, and a familiar voice said that he was right. Tian Qin. She was startled by that sound, immediately turning back, stammering softly. This voice was Zhang Hao. He did not expect to be discovered, so he raised a hand to confirm, wondering why he was here. Tian Qin trembled at the sight of him, unable to believe her eyes, thinking it was just an illusion. Zhang Hao, is it really you? Zhang Hao replied softly, it really is me, facing Tian Qin. Actually, I have always been here. He and Zhang Hao were originally one entity. This feeling was very strange. He could only observe from the outside. He raised his hand to feel his own body's existence, then continued to tell Tian Qin that he did not understand why he could appear like this. Tian Qin burst into sobs. He quickly comforted her, telling her she should live for herself, because she had already done so much for him. He spoke the words he had kept in his heart for a long time, simultaneously recalling her words, understanding that she had always protected him in her own way. He remembered the past of being bullied, when the children played malicious tricks, laughing and planning to tease him. Among them were harsh insults, and Tian Qin stood nearby in silence, as if she was thinking about something. After that, it was she who stood up and fought back against the bullies, while he only knew how to cry in fear. He cried tremblingly, stammering, "Sister, you are too scary. I am scared." Panicked and burst into tears. "I am so scared, boo-hoo." Tian Qin grabbed his collar, speaking sternly to remind him that they had promised to be together, telling him not to be afraid and to follow her home. Her eyes, though young, were sharp and cold, making others think she was angry. She told him that having her was enough. Other people were not worthy to be with him. She brought him home. Zhang Hao was confused, stepping into the unfamiliar environment, asking where this was. Tian Qin introduced this as her home, said she liked him and wanted him to live with her, and he did not need to go back to the old school anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately shouted that he did not want to. He gritted his teeth and tremblingly said she always forced him to do things he did not like. He wanted to go back. He screamed that he wanted to return, even said he hated her, not realizing that her expression was gradually changing. The words cut like a knife, causing her to freeze, her face pale as if losing all vitality. From that memory, he painfully realized that it was he himself who had made Tian Qin become what she was now, crying and blaming himself. Zhang Hao looked at her with deep regret, choking up to apologize for causing her such deep pain. Tian Qin was moved, softly calling his name in sobs, "Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao looked at the scene before him, feeling somewhat relieved. Back to the present, Tian Qin collapsed to the floor, despairingly saying that if he found her disgusting, he should leave her forever. Zhang Hao reached out to support her, speaking gently, "You do not need to apologize." He hesitated for a moment, then softly called out, "Sister Tian Qin." In his mind, another version of Zhang Hao conversed with him, confirming that Tian Qin was confessing and silently accepting the truth. He said, "Please do not reject her." Zhang Hao froze and asked back, "What?" The version in his mind said she had considered him her everything, and if rejected, she might not be able to live on. Voice continued to affirm that only he could save her, like a request from another self. A teenage boy with shoulder-length white hair sadly apologized to Tian Qin, making her also feel a moment of reluctance. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, mocking and showing annoyance at this troublesome scene. A red-haired woman, holding a pipe wearing a modernized hanfu, exhaled smoke and sneered at this boring emotional drama. Everyone immediately turned to look at her, surprised by her sudden appearance. Zhang Hao recognized her instantly, softly exclaiming, "Blood Moon." He questioned her for continuously teleporting him through many worlds, asking what her true purpose was. Red hair swayed slightly, she only answered curtly, "So what?" Blood Moon leaned close, blowing smoke into Zhang Hao's face, causing him to cough violently, her teasing voice full of allure. "Are you angry?" Within the smoke, she sneered, saying this was just an interesting game, and revealed the test related to him almost dying on the show's filming island. She recalled the memory of the Red Moon night, when she saved him from the brink of death and had been watching him since then. She stated bluntly that she saw him as a special toy, so she would not let him die so easily. In the memory, she used magic on him, sustaining his life but sending him into a deep coma. At that time, she discovered a special phenomenon existed within his body. Two souls, both opposing and harmonious, coexisted, something never seen before. She laughed with delight and decided to turn it into a more interesting game. An image of 3 girls appeared as she spoke, showing that they were sent into his mental world to test his reactions and choices. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her face flushing, concluding that this was a fascinating test. Suddenly, she crushed her pipe, saying she did not expect the girls to coordinate so well and bring him back. She grabbed Zhang Hao's face, curious about his charm, calling him just an ordinary little devil. Zhang Hao pushed her hand away, asking irritably if the game was over, and if she could send him back. Blood Moon stood up, smiling lightly fine. Immediately after, her gaze turned cold, warning that they did not have much time left. Everyone froze. Tianqin blurted out, "What?" She said her power only lasted for a period after the Blood Moon, and it was about to end. She looked at the white-haired teenager, saying she had heard his wish to become stronger and created another version of him. Then she looked at Zhang Hao, clarifying that he had already been on the brink of death, only having his life prolonged. She concluded that the two souls were tightly linked, and asked if he had recently experienced headaches, hallucinations, or fragmented memories. Zhang Hao felt his head was about to explode. He swallowed his saliva and asked tremblingly, "Then tell me, what will happen to us?" Blood Moon sneered casually, pretending to be cute like a cat, and said based on past experience they could turn into a schizophrenic, with two souls colliding and eventually disappearing completely. Zhang Hao was horrified. What? Song An thought to herself. Earlier Ruan Nan had investigated an elderly mental patient who kept mentioning the Blood Moon. Could this be her doing? No. If both Zhang Hao disappeared. Tian Qin behind suddenly spoke up, her eyes teary but resolute. "I won't accept it." The white-haired Zhang Hao also agreed. That's right. She is like a god pulling other people's souls to another world, then shirking responsibility and abandoning them. The girl seemed to hear something funny, laughing until tears came out. Abandon? Ha! She made a face and said in a cold tone, "With a broken toy, most people would get a new one." That sentence was aimed directly at Zhang Hao. He understood but did not reply. Zhang Hao thought, Blood Moon does not help unconditionally. The coexistence of two souls made him gradually hesitant and easily swayed. The risk of mental disorder and going insane was very clear. He gritted his teeth and thought, Blood Moon only saw him as a toy and would discard him when bored. He had no way to control it, nor could he give up the body. The words "the end" appeared, making everyone feel heavy and tired. Blood Moon said coldly, "Explanation is done. Sending you all back. Enjoy your final moments." A spatial tear appeared in the sky. White-haired youth behind kept wiping his tears. Zhang Hao said, "Stop crying, you're nothing like me." Zhang Hao guided him to act like a mirror image, with him doing left-handed actions and the other doing right-handed ones, to prove the world was based on his subconscious. Zhang Hao looked at his other self and firmly thought that if his spirit was strong enough, he could completely influence reality here. The white-haired Zhang Hao nodded. "I understand." Zhang Hao asked him to act like a mirror. The two coordinated in opposite motions, gradually understanding each other despite their differences in personality. Blood Moon watched the two, completely not understanding what was happening. Zhang Hao said the root was feelings for Tian Qin. Hearing her name, she looked up. Zhang Hao said both wanted to protect Tian Qin and didn't want her hurt, so they tried to merge into one, which panicked the white-haired Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened. "Stop thinking, try it." He began counting down. 3, 2, 1. The two touched each other and shouted in unison, "Tian Qin, I love you." Blood Moon laughed uncontrollably, holding her stomach and crying with laughter. "Don't make me laugh anymore. Who confesses at a time like this?" Suddenly, a boom exploded from the two Zhang Hao's side. Thick white smoke drew Blood Moon's attention. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a sturdy, healthy body with rosy, firm skin. Zhang Hao in the new body was taller, with black hair, blue eyes, and a muscular build. He looked at his hand. It worked. Blood Moon widened her eyes in shock, staring at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was also surprised, stunned. It really worked? Tian Qin panicked, nearly collapsing. Two Zhang Hao have merged into one? What on earth is going on? She was dizzy, almost fainting. "Oh my god!" A hand held her shoulder. A familiar voice sounded. Tian Qin. Zhang held Tian Qin in his arms and asked, "Are you alright?" Tian Qin hesitated, about to ask, but Zhang Hao interrupted. He carried memories of both lives, so he was still himself. He smiled softly. "No matter what, I'm still here. No need to doubt." Blood Moon glowed and laughed maniacally. "Zhang Hao, you are the most interesting toy I've ever had." She said two different worlds could actually harmonize and even merge, which made her extremely interested. Blood Moon said previous toys all had mental breakdowns or were assimilated, losing themselves. Blood Moon rushed over, grabbed Zhang Hao's chin, and said this was the first fusion state she had ever seen. She would take him back before the next cycle, startling Tian Qin. Zhang Hao suddenly paused, his expression unreadable. "That's right." Zhang Hao asked presumptuously, had she ever suffered from emotional trauma? Blood Moon immediately changed expression and yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Hao speculated that every cycle she chose male toys might mean she had been emotionally hurt and thus hated men, but it was just a guess. Blood Moon grew more flustered as she listened, her face reddening awkwardly. You. Blood Moon angrily screamed, "Shut up," and was about to retort, but Zhang Hao covered her mouth. He held Tian Kin's hand, and both were enveloped in red light. His body gradually faded away, still smiling and joking that there would always be a good guy like him in the world. Blood Moon screamed in anger that the cycle was almost over, and she would come back to find him. Zhang Hao gradually faded away, calmly replying he would wait for her, and teased that next time she might take a long time to come down to the mortal world. He thanked Blood Moon for giving him an interesting life and helping him meet important people. Darkness stretched on, then gradually revealed a pure white ceiling. Zhang Hao hazily opened his eyes and heard his name being called repeatedly. Min Yuhua was tearful. "You're awake." Ruan Nan also quickly looked over. Ruan Nan thought to herself that he had finally woken up. What a relief. Min Yuhua worriedly recounted how he suddenly changed to black hair and then fainted, asking if he was okay. Ruan Nan also worried about what Blood Moon had done. Zhang Hao replied, "It's fine, everything is normal, I'm back." Ruan Nan said seriously that if Blood Moon came back, she would find a way to take revenge. Min Yuhua also said seriously she would not let the god Blood Moon off. Zhang Hao quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, she won't appear for a while." He explained that Blood Moon only appeared cyclically during Blood Moon phenomena, so the next time might be a long way off. Ruan Nan said she had investigated and the cycle was about 7 years, and there was a group of people who worshipped Blood Moon as the god of fate. Ruan Nan was a bit uncomfortable but still said she would protect Zhang Hao's safety, and he just smiled. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, "Hao, I'm sorry." Tian Qin felt a bit shy, saying she had almost caused trouble because of her own personal matters. Zhang Hao quickly interrupted, telling Sister Qin that there was no need to say such things between them. "I should only say thank you to everyone." Everyone gathered around Zhang Hao's hospital bed, the atmosphere warm like a family. He said softly, "I'm back now." Tian Qin placed her hand on her chest, happily saying she wanted to stay by his side from now on. She blushed, adding that whether as a lover or a sister, she wanted to protect him, which made Zhang Hao a bit embarrassed. But Ruan Nan also spoke up, unwilling to yield, insisting that in the future, she was the one who would be with Zhang Hao, making him turn to look at her in bewilderment. Min Yuhua was not to be outdone. Her face slightly flushed as she asked Zhang Hao who he would choose, saying all three of them would respect his decision and whispering that they were very obedient. Tian Qin urged Zhang Hao to make a choice, saying she trusted him. Ruan Nan also nodded, agreeing no matter what, both blushing a little as they spoke. On the contrary, Zhang Hao was not comfortable at all, only able to force a smile, with sweat beading on his forehead. Zhang Hao scratched his head, his face bright red, as he admitted this was his true thoughts, not used to pretending or hiding. He hesitated, then proposed, as the sunlight stretched their shadows on the floor, that the four of them try living together, speaking and laughing awkwardly. The three people, Min Yuhua, Tian Qin, and Ruan Nan, were instantly stunned, speechless. Tian Qin scolded him in embarrassment, telling him not to talk nonsense, while Ruan Nan frowned, clearly angry. Tian Qin lightly tapped his shoulder, worried that something had affected him and confused his mind, asking if he understood what he was saying. She questioned further, saying if this got out, what would public opinion be like, even severely affecting his image and social pressure. Ruan Nan immediately spoke up, directly asking him how much money he wanted and asserting she would not accept sharing him with anyone. She crossed her arms, her gaze confident, saying in front of Tian Qin that she especially could not accept her, which made Tian Qin angrily retort. Ruan Nan remained calm, saying she had already been quite lenient, that she could accept the two of them staying nearby as friends or servants, depending on their choice. Tian Qin fiercely argued back, saying you could not use power to oppress others, while Ruan Nan coldly replied that she was just stating the truth. Zhang Hao helplessly watched the two argue, thinking that whenever they met, the atmosphere seemed ready to explode. Min Yuhua unexpectedly cut in, asserting that as long as Zhang Hao wanted it, she would agree to anything, only hoping to be with him and share affection. He looked at her, blushed slightly, then softly called Min Yuhua's name. She took something out of her pocket and said she had written notes according to Zhang Hao's instructions on how to please someone, which surprised him and made him ask again. She took out a small notebook and began reading the contents inside. She read that whether poor or rich, healthy or sick, she wanted to be with Zhang Hao and take him as her husband. Tian Qin and Ruan Nan were stunned, thinking this was no different from wedding vows. She blushed and added that even without a wedding ceremony it was fine. Just being beside the person she liked was enough. Zhang Hao lowered his head, moved, and called Min Yuhua's name. He said it was really fortunate to meet everyone again, that he was just an ordinary person, and that Tian Qin had brought him warmth. Tian Qin instinctively blushed in embarrassment. He continued, saying Ruan Nan brought him a special feeling that nothing could replace, making her equally embarrassed. Finally, he mentioned Min Yuhua, who brought him a sense of steadfastness and reliability. He looked at the three and said they were like three warm lights guiding his way. He touched his hand to his chest, admitting his request was very unreasonable to say in front of them, but he had thought it through carefully, not wanting to choose one person and cause the others pain. so he proposed all four live together, even if legal marriage was impossible. The three girls looked at each other in silence, completely stunned. Ruan Nan suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tense atmosphere. She ran over and pinched him, scolding him for being greedy and wanting to establish a harem, making him panic and cry out. She continued teasing, saying if it were anyone else, they would be finished, but with him it could still be considered. She leaned in closer, saying if they lived together then in the private space, the other two were not allowed to appear. Tian Qin reacted displeasure, asking what she was talking about. Ruan Nan pressed even closer, stroking his hair and adding another condition. His first time must be with her. She wanted to have a child with him. Tian Qin immediately pushed her away, seriously objecting, saying he was still young and she would protect him. She asserted she would protect him as a lover, not just as a sister or relative. In her heart, she thought that even if he chose this way, she would accept it temporarily, but she would gradually win his affection over time. Ruan Nan put her hands on her hips, sneering that if they were going to live together, there had to be an order. She wanted to be the eldest sister since she was the oldest. Tian Qin immediately objected, saying she had known him the longest, so she deserved it more. Manhwa also quickly chimed in, saying she and he were the same age, so she had an advantage. The argument erupted in the room, no one giving in, forcing Zhang Hao to speak up and intervene in helplessness. All three panicked at once, asking him if he was hurt. He smiled and scratched his head, saying he was fine, just hoping they would not argue because of him anymore. Tian Qin realized she had been tricked, so she rushed to hug him, scolding him for being mischievous. Ruan Nan also hugged him, making him panic and apologize. He blushed, looked at the three and said thank you with emotion, feeling that this world was truly wonderful. 2 years later, on Island 10, he read a newspaper related to himself and said he felt like many eyes were watching him. A hand reached out to feed him, a voice calling him affectionately. Tian Qin with her alluring figure appeared, gently telling him to open his mouth for nutrition. From a distance, another voice called out, telling him not to listen to her. Another person said he should start training now to prepare for having children. It turned out to be Ruan Nan. He put down the newspaper, smiled wickedly, then asked Tian Qin if she wanted to practice, making her angry. Suddenly another voice interrupted as Zhang Hao finished his training session. We still need to practice one-on-one combat. The speaker was Manhwa. Zhang Hao immediately replied, okay, I am listening to you. He thought to himself what truly makes a real man, not just strength or wealth, but also the clarity to understand oneself, and the courage to take responsibility for one's choices. That is the true essence. Amidst the peaceful scenery, he softly remarked that the weather today was beautiful. He turned back with a smile and added, well then, I will start enjoying my life, wishing the readers to always stay clear-headed and become the main character of their own lives. The scene shifted to a few years later. His father was panicked, his eyes wide open, and he pulled his wife to ask frantically, wife, tell me, what kind of situation is this? Before them was a child with strangely colored eyes, extremely captivating. She opened the letter in her hand and read, Dear parents, I am sorry for not contacting you for a long time. My friend and I are still living very well. This is our child, also your grandchild. She froze as if petrified on the spot. She shouted loudly, echoing through the room, What? What is this? Is this child Zhang Hao's? His father quickly calmed her. Calm down, let's continue listening. Next part of the letter read, I had the Min family's butler bring the child to you because of busy work, hoping you can take care of him for a month as a way to bond. Afterwards, his mother and I will return to visit. Love you, goodbye. The couple was stunned once again. His father immediately picked up the child, while his mother frowned and scolded Zhang Hao for not saying anything before traveling and now bringing back a child. Did he think that was reasonable? She asked suspiciously. This is indeed Zhang Hao's biological child, but who is the mother? The father holding the child also paused. She turned to the Min family butler and held out the letter to ask. The butler quickly wiped his sweat. Sorry, I don't know. The young lady only instructed me to bring the child here for care. The door suddenly burst open, and a girl walked in shouting, Where is everyone? Find him for me now. The couple was simultaneously dumbfounded. WTF, what is happening? They hugged each other in panic and shouted, Who are you people? The woman with platinum hair was Ruan Nan's mother, the matriarch of the Ruan family. She adjusted her glasses and said calmly, Hello, isn't this our in-laws? I heard my grandchild had arrived, so I came to see. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the child. Is this my grandson? So adorable. Looks exactly like our Nan. The couple was stunned. The mother of CEO Ruan is so young. She stepped forward to pat the child's head. Be good, grow up quickly to inherit Phoenix Hong. Don't be like our Nan. A cold voice rang out. What is Phoenix Hong that you dare touch my grandchild? A woman with silver hair and an imposing presence walked in. It turned out to be Miss Min, the commander of the Southeast Military Region. Ruan Nan's mother retorted, Commander Min, look closely. This is clearly the flesh and blood of the Ruan family, not at all like your family. Madam Min immediately countered. I have seen the records. This is definitely Min Yuhua's child. The two sides argued without giving an inch. The argument grew increasingly heated, each side believing they were right. Zhang Hao's mother thought helplessly, could we have missed a clue? Or is it Tian Qin's child? Back to the debate, Min Yuhua's grandmother sneered. Perhaps we need to use a different method. Ruan Nan's mother immediately replied, fine, I will see this through. Just as tensions peaked, the child's cries cut through the noise. Everyone immediately fell silent. Min Yuhua's grandmother spoke up. What are we doing? Ruan Nan's mother covered her face in embarrassment. Indeed, we should not fight over a child like this. His father quickly soothed the child. Wait 1 month for Zhang Hao to return, and everything will be clear. Arguing now is useless. Finally, everyone gradually calmed down. Madam Min smiled and said, whether he is my blood relative or not, I will treat him as my own grandchild. Ruan Nan's mother also nodded in agreement. Everyone looked at the adorable child and agreed to take good care of him, waiting for Zhang Hao's return to decide. Elsewhere, the Blood Moon God looked at the orb in his hand and laughed. Indeed, souls that travel through time all possess special abilities. This child will also inherit part of his charm. From the next cycle, there will be even more interesting things. The scene shifted back to Zhang Hao and the three girls. Min Yuhua asked worriedly, Zhang Hao, did you really leave the child at home alone? Tian Qin also fretted. Tianan is only a little over 1 year old. Ruan Nan was also perplexed. Is that okay? Zhang Hao put on his sunglasses confidently and said, it is fine, that is my child. I trust him. Besides, there are caregivers at home. The three said in unison, but he hugged them to reassure them, just 1 month, nothing will happen. At that moment, the announcement came that the private flight was ready, inviting passengers to board. He pointed with satisfaction, let us go, our 4-person vacation begins. He smiled gently, I cannot give everyone a formal marriage, but life still needs a little ceremony. Min Yuhua asked about registering for marriage, but he said helplessly, the 4 of us cannot do that. The 3 girls said in unison, greedy. They all happily laughed and chatted during the trip, ending the story with a reminder to like and comment to support this journey.